The Legiones Astartes would be the fulcrum to which the Master of Mankind would emancipate the disparate fragments of humanity and sunder all opposition to the Imperium's reclamation of the stars. Each crafted for a unique purpose, the legions would all garner legends of their deeds, whether they be of the Emperor's glory or the malevolence of chaos. For today, we shall extol the tales of each of the 18 legions of the Astartes, chronicling their glories and disgraces during the millennia-spanning conflicts of the 41st millennium. Of all the weapons wielded by the Emperor's legions, it is not the cannon or blades that are most deadly. It is knowledge that has carried us to victories beyond count, and wisdom that has broken empires and kings. Among the Legiones Astartes, there are debates on the efficacy and strength of each legion. Rivalries abound, and grudges are born from the glories won and lost in battle. Though of all the legions, there would be one held above all as the template for each to follow. The first legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Dark Angels. As the first of the Space Marine legions to be founded, the history and heritage of such a prestigious honor would be far-reaching. First deployed during the end of the Unification Wars, it would be the First Legion's solemn duty to aid in the culling of the Emperor's enemies of Holy Terror. Exceptionally deadly from their inception, the First Legion of the Adeptus Astartes would be armed with extensive and powerful advanced weaponries and armor systems, while simultaneously being quick to produce and optimize for battle. With the Emperor of Mankind's utter conquest of Holy Terror, his first brutal army of Thunder Warriors would by necessity need to be culled. Alongside the Legio Custodes, the First Legion would aid in the culling of the Goliaths of Terra. Heralding the new age of warriors at the forefront of humanity's conquest of the galaxy, the Astartes of the First would lay the foundations and deeds for all Astartes that would follow. Their origins shrouded in mystery, the First Legion would wage war with distinction, yet the chronicles of their victories would be untold. Initially comprising of a diverse range of recruits from the islands of Albia to the Anatolic steppes, varieties of Terran cultures would define the Legion's early service. The crucible of knowledge from eras of untold wars from Terra's history, the First would forge a mentality and martial code of exceptional pedigree, forming so-called hosts within the Legion that would later be remolded into the Hexagrammaton. These combat doctrines of war would specialize in decoders of battle strategy. As their name would be known as the Angels of Death, the First Legion would adopt a symbol to represent their guise to which they had been attributed. The skeletal icon of death itself would adorn their banners, and as the left hand of the Emperor, the First Legion would accrue their battle honors and glories with humble, grim pride. With the Emperor's expanse into the Sol System and beyond, the newly proclaimed Great Crusade to unite humanity would see to the expanse of the Emperor's war effort. As the remaining 19 legions would grow in number before being sent to conquer the galaxy, alone the First Legion would stand vigil as their brother legions would grow in number. Known singularly as his Angels, the First would cleanse the frozen moons of the outer segments of the solar system for 10 Terran years, further refining their formations into orders specializing in specific arts of war. The First Legion would face the most grueling and difficult trials laid forth by the Emperor and succeed with their continually improving skill at arms. Their armor painted deep shades of purest black, the First Legion would return to Holy Terror as toughened veterans of war. Seeking no fanfare for their deeds, the First would be assigned to the shipyards of Mars and receive vessels dating from the days of Old Night. For each other legion, they would be gifted ships, but the vaunted First would be entrusted with a fleet. The first to be crafted, refined and proven, it would be the duty of the First Legion to carve a path at the spear tip of the Great Crusade. They were the first of the Angels of Death, and their legacy would be every legion's heritage. As the remaining legions brought planets into compliance, the first would hold the collective wrath of a remorseless galaxy at bay. As worlds of humans would be brought into the fold of humanity, his angels would cleanse nearby hovels of untold terrors from existence. For every shining spark of hope gleaned for the Imperium, the First Legion would lay waste to 100 nightmares. Their many victories against fathomless monsters of unremitting cruelty censured from the knowledge of the First Legion's histories to better safeguard humanity. Yet with their continued victories, the First Legion would slowly be consumed by their ego. As the triumphs of the Legion would grow, the Astartes of the First would enshrine tradition as their foremost virtue. As each host and order grew in power, they would jealously guard their expertise, teachings, and tactics. Turning upon themselves, the Astartes of the First would become secretive and no longer share their knowledge with their brother legions. With some legions such as the Ultramarines and Imperial Fists challenging the First Legion's power with their Primarch's discoveries, the superiority of the First would be challenged. Their pride would begin to cost the Legion victories and losses to their number. Defeat would be a bitter taste for a Legion accustomed to unchallenged victories and the greatest of weapons, vessels, and numbers to fight their opponents. Yet with the discovery of Caliban by the scouts of the 5th Legion, the First Legion's downfall would be prevented. Within the dark forests of Caliban, a Primarch had faced the dangers of the feral world. Lion L. Johnson, Master of the Order of Knights, had culled the beasts of the forests and united Caliban's populace under his own banner. Despite the world's primitive technological capabilities, the Knights of Caliban had faced the terrors of their homeworld and conquered them. With the Emperor of Mankind's reunion with his gene-son, the Lion would be given command of the vaunted First Legion, renaming them the Dark Angels after the ancient Calibanite myth of their heritage. A new era would begin for the First Legion. The Lion would test his new warriors to observe their prowess in battle. Standing against the captain of each company, garbed in their cataphracti pattern Terminator armor, the Lion would best each in combat with his own Calibanite steel. Taking their measure, the Lion would begin to incorporate his Knights of Caliban into the Legion. Ashamed at the state of their once glorious Legion, the Terran Astartes of the First would attempt to redeem their honor by throwing themselves into engagements with renewed zeal. Yet with dissent rising between the Terran and Caliban Astartes, the Lion would disband the knightly orders and Astartes hosts in order to rebuild the Legion as a unified army. As Caliban's surface would be transformed by the Imperium, so too would the First Legion. The Lion would see the galaxy teeming with beasts to slay in the name of the Imperium, and with his Dark Angels by his side, he would slay every one of them that dared to stand in his way. A primal force of destruction, the Lion would not heed the passions often championed by his brother Primarchs. Instead, he would renew his Legion's honor by crushing the enemies of humanity. Merging the teachings of Caliban with the Terran Astartes' experiences, the Hexagrammaton would be forged, and his quest to reunite the disparate companies of his Legion into a cohesive fighting army. After years of toil, the Lion would succeed in reorganizing his fragmented Legion into 100,000 Astartes strong. Swearing an oath to his Astartes, the Lion would declare, "We are the Angels of Darkness. For us there is no peace, no end by war and death. We shall not walk in the golden halls of mankind's future, but stand resolute in the shadows beyond. While we yet draw breath, this Imperium will not fall, and we will not know defeat. For I pledge every warrior, every drop of blood in the Legion in the name of victory, no matter the cost." Assigning new masters to each newly formed wing of the Dark Angels, the Lion would lead his Legion into the wars to come, pledged to kill the enemies of his Imperium and nothing else. As the Great Crusade waged on, the Dark Angels would reclaim their glory as a respected and indomitable force. Despite the Lion's dour and cold demeanor, his deeds as a general of his Imperium would be exceptional. Bringing many worlds into compliance and slaying malevolent terrors of the galaxy, the Lion's quest to unify the galaxy in the name of humanity would be absolute. Never relenting in his duty, the Lion would never rest on his laurels for parades or self-indulgence, but rather prepare for the next battle to bring humanity closer to its ultimate goal. For these qualities, the Lion would be considered for the rank of War Master, despite the honor being bequeathed to the Primarch of the Lunar Wolves, Horus Lupercal. Yet with the War Master's fall to the thrall of the ruinous powers, it would be the Lion and his Dark Angels, which would be arguably the greatest threat to the traitor's schemes. Ordered to wage war on the furthest reaches of the galaxy, Horus Lupercal would spread the Dark Angels far from his treachery before his opening gambit. Despite their stalling to face the traitors, the Dark Angels would nonetheless prove an exceptionally potent force against the War Master. Facing the Night Lords during the Framas Crusade, the Dark Angels would best the undisciplined rabble of the 8th Legion, yet be delayed from returning to Holy Terra to defend the Throne World. Joining with the Blood Angels and Ultramarines within the Ultramar system, the 3 legions and their Primarchs would be separated from the Imperium with the birth of the Great Rift across the galaxy. Further attempting to staunch the wound inflicted upon humanity, the Primarchs would found the contingency of Imperium Secundus in an attempt to create an empire to replace the potentially destroyed Imperium. Yet with the news of the Emperor's continued survival, the Primarchs would resolve to travel to Holy Terra. Enabling the Blood Angels to breach an opening within the ruined storm, the Ultramarines and Dark Angels would not return to Holy Terra in time to prevent the death of Sanguinius or wounding of the Emperor. Instead, Lionel Johnson would attempt to draw the traitors from the Throne World by razing their own homeworlds to the ground, destroying the Emperor's children homeworld of Chemos and Death Guard homeworld of Barbarus. The Dark Angels would be unable to prevent the traitors from enacting the Siege of Terra. As the Emperor of Mankind began his long vigil upon the Golden Throne, the Dark Angels under the command of the Lion would seek retribution. Rallying the Loyalist legions in their great scouring of the traitors to the throne, the First Legion would pursue the fleeing traitors across the galaxy. Despite many foes being slain by their hand, the Dark Angels would attempt to muster reinforcements from their homeworld of Caliban to better suit the Legion's new duty to destroy the War Master's broken armies. Yet as they arrived in orbit of Caliban, the planet's defenses would fire upon the Lion's fleet. Enraged, the Lion would lead his men to confront the duplicitous warriors whom had once served in his name. Confronting his once most trusted mentor and friend, Luthor, the Lion would duel the now chaos-empowered knight. The Lion would be wounded by his once father figure, and with the deceit of his actions realized, Luthor would be racked with guilt at his actions. As the planet began to be torn asunder by the birth of a chaos-infused warp storm, the Watchers in the Dark would rescue the Primarch. Caliban would be sundered, with only the fortress monastery of Alderuk and the earth it stood on surviving the destruction wrought by the ruinous powers. Yet with time, Caliban's broken earth would be salvaged and be formed into the vast space vessel known as the Rock. Serving as the Dark Angel's homeworld and flagship, the Rock would harbor its armies, armaments, secrets, and deep within its chambers, unknown by all but the Emperor himself, the Primarch. Entombed within a stasis chamber, the Lion slumbers until the time for his Dark Angel's redemption shall be at hand. Their quest to hunt down the fallen angels whom betrayed their trust, seemingly never fated to end, the Dark Angels know not as to the fate of their Gene Father, hidden within the most sacred and hidden chamber of their home. With the fall of their brothers to the thrall of chaos, the Dark Angels conceal the truth of their Legion's corruption from any outside of their ranks. fearing censure or even excommunication from the Imperium should such a truth be revealed. The Dark Angels go to any lengths to obscure and redact any traces of the fallen angels of Caliban. With their homeworld destroyed and Primarch missing, the Dark Angels would busy themselves with the destruction of the enemies of his Imperium. Yet as news of the fallen survival would be revealed, the Dark Angels would resolve to purge their treacherous kin from the galaxy. Despite all that the First Legion had endured, a glint of redemption sparked in their duty to slay their former brothers. Atoning for their failure, the Dark Angels would be divided into successor, so-called Unforgiven chapters by the ruling of the Codex Astartes. Yet the imperative goal of all Sons of the Lion would be to hunt down and destroy the Fallen, no matter their directives or assignments tasked by the Imperium. Torturing the former First Captain of the Legion, Luthor, for centuries within the bowels of the Rock, the Dark Angels would attempt to decipher the treachery indulged by the Fallen. Yet with the invasion of the corrupted Fallen Demon Prince, Marbas, of the Rock, Luthor would escape. Despite their reinforcement of Primaris Marines sent forth by the returned Ultramarines Primarch, Roboute Guilliman, portents of the Fallen building a sizable army within Imperium Nihilus trouble the Unforgiven chapters of the Dark Angels. Sightings of Fallen within the Somnium Stars in numbers capable of threatening the Imperium, now of the utmost danger, with their former commander now returned to wreak havoc across the galaxy. The Dark Angels, bereft of their homeworld, draw recruits from a variety of planets, but predominantly recruit from feudal worlds lacking in industrial sophistication, alike to Caliban. Initially recruiting from a singular world known as the Plains World, the Dark Angels would diversify their candidates with the Plains World's corruption by the Tyranid Xenos. Taking only the strongest juveniles from each planet, recruiters screen the candidates to join the Legion and erase all traces of their past lives. Undertaking the rites of initiation akin to other chapters of the Astartes, the Dark Angels aspirants who fail in their undertakings are mind-wiped and converted into servitors. Unlike other chapters, the Dark Angels use a preponderance of servitors in the stead of chapter serfs. Believing serfs with free will to be corruptible to their cause, the Dark Angels prevent compromise of their secrets and schemes. The gene seed of the aspirants and veterans of the chapter are amongst the purest of any Astartes. Degradation of their gene seed is unheard of, as even their Primaris Space Marines of the chapter carry gene seed of amongst the greatest quality observed in any chapter. With no known gene flaws or mutations, it is nonetheless baffling as to the High Lords of Terror's decision to rarely found new successor chapters of the First. Collectively known as the Unforgiven, the successors of the First Legion share a uniquely close bond of cooperation compared to their cousin legions. Rumored to function more akin to a legion than separate chapters, the Emperor's Holy Inquisition often caused the Unforgiven chapters to take flight from war zones with their mere presence. As a result, the Unforgiven chapters are regarded with distrust from most branches of the Imperium. With many successors of the Dark Angels disappearing from Imperial records shortly after their founding, the Adeptus Terra only permits new chapters under the most desperate of circumstances. Yet with the involvement of Roboute Guilliman's position as Lord Commander of the Imperium, the Dark Angel successors have once again burgeoned. Much to the dismay of the Ecclesiarchy, the Dark Angels do not give praise to the Emperor of Mankind as a god. Venerating their Primarch, Lionel Johnson, above all with exception to the Emperor, the Dark Angels believe the Master of Mankind to be a singular man, but a man regardless. Fully consumed by their betrayal of their kin in the form of the fallen angels, the Dark Angels are relentless in their pursuit of their traitorous brethren. Driven to wipe all traces of their Legion's sin from the galaxy, the Dark Angels seek absolution from the destruction of their homeworld and fracturing of their Legion. For 10 millennia, the First have toiled in their pursuit of the Fallen. Capturing fallen angels and returning their charges to the Rock, the Dark Angels' interrogator chaplains utilize every method in their means to cause their fallen kin to repent. Given a swift and painless death should they comply, the Fallen rarely surrender to the methods of the interrogators. The names of the slain Fallen added to the Book of Salvation. Though it is true to say that only the inner circle of the Dark Angels know the truth of the Fallen, secrecy is a trait necessary for any Astartes of the First. Preferring to stand alone, or at most with their cousin Astartes, the Dark Angels are stringent in their dealings with outsiders. Impatient and terse with their dealings, the Dark Angels are seen as aloof and difficult to work with by their counterparts. Notoriously intolerant of abhumans, the Dark Angels refuse to deal with such militarum contingents. Yet despite their friction with Imperium forces, the Dark Angels are amongst the most capable and respected chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. The first service to the Death Watch, a continual example of their fortitude in battle, the Dark Angels occupy several senior positions amongst the ranks of the elite Xenos hunters. Bringing extensive knowledge to the Death Watch, the Dark Angels are often at the forefront of the most dangerous of engagements. Though some scholars posit that the Dark Angels extensively serve within the Death Watch in order to use its resources to ascertain the location of splinters of the Fallen. During their time as a legion, the Dark Angels' numbers would peak at the amount of 180,000 Astartes. Amongst the largest of all the legions, such as the Ultramarines and Sons of Horus, the Dark Angels would be one of the single most powerful armies within the Imperium. Difficult to observe by outsiders, the Dark Angels would maintain an obscured and complex command protocol in order to maintain secrecy within the Legion, often presenting themselves to allied forces without explanation to their command structure, to allow their allies to correctly identify the Legion's leadership, to prove their insight as commanders and earn the respect of the Legion. Comprised of many of the most accomplished Astartes within the Great Crusade, the Dark Angels would gain incredible skill and proficiency in every discipline of war. Deployed widely during the Great Crusade, and armed with the single most deadly weaponry recovered from the Dark Age of technology, the Dark Angels seen en masse would be a great omen for any engagement necessary to draw so many of the deadly First Legion to bear. Gifted with the largest fleet of any of the legions, the Dark Angels, even prior to their reunion with their Primarch, would bear many victories and compliances across the galaxy. Encumbered during the Horus Heresy due to the War Master's meticulous planning to divide the Legion, the Dark Angels would be fragmented lest they overwhelm the war effort of the traitors. Denying the influence of the War Master's warrior lodges due to their inherent structure of wings and orders, the Dark Angels would deny the corrupting influence of chaos. Yet with the Legion's fracturing by their separatist kin and the scouring of the traitors to the throne, the fractured Legion of the Dark Angels would be broken down into Codex-compliant chapters. More insular and paranoid, the wider Imperium would note the further spiral of secrecy subsuming the Dark Angels. Turning a blind eye to the chapter's new monastic and reclusive behavior, the newly founded Inquisition and other Imperial orders would sanction the Dark Angels to continue to serve the Imperium due to the loss of their homeworld, Primarch, and otherwise exceptional deeds. Instrumental during the scouring of the traitors, the Dark Angels would prove themselves to be effective in driving the traitors to the dark corners of the galaxy. Whilst the Dark Angels follow the combat doctrines outlined by the Codex Astartes, the former Legion's history of stubborn defiance endures. Ignoring objectives should they catch even the hint of information usable to track down the Fallen, though an indomitable force of reckoning for the Imperium, the Dark Angels are not without flaws. Should a human life, or an Astartes life, stand in the way of a clue to track the Fallen, such life will be readily sacrificed for the need of the chapter. For records exist of the Dark Angels turning on their allies in order to prevent information of the Fallen from being revealed to those outside of the First. For any who survive with knowledge of the Fallen are taken to the Rock to be lobotomized as servitors to the chapter. Adhering to the Codex Astartes, with exception given to the Deathwing and Ravenwing companies, organization of the chapter is otherwise compliant with the tome's outlines. Extremely flexible in their use of combined arms and rapid deployments, the Dark Angels employ immensely proficient tacticians and specialists. with the incorporation of Primaris Marines further bolstering their exceptional skills at hunting down their prey and striking with overwhelming firepower. Incorporating these new units into their Ravenwing company to great effect, the Dark Angels have become reinvigorated with their new blood into the chapter. The core of the majority of strike forces comprise of battle line squads supported by close combat and fire support elements. Yet there do exist unique specialist formations within the chapter. The Elite Deathwing 1st Company and Ravenwing 2nd Company can be called to support any engagement should the need arise, though their primary objective is always to hunt the fallen angels should their presence be found. The 3rd Company, the Unmerciful, 4th Company, the Feared, and 5th Company, the Unrelenting, serving as the backbone of the chapter. These battle companies serve as the chapter's might brought to bear. The 6th Company, the Resolute, and 7th Company, the Unbowed, are defined as tactical companies. Comprised entirely of tactical squads, the 6th and 7th Companies excel at launching diversionary tactics and flanking maneuvers. The 8th Company, the Wrathful, consist entirely of assault squads and act as the close support company. Outfitted with jump packs, the 8th Company overwhelm enemy positions and cleave their way through defenses using melee combat. The 9th Company, the Remorseless, consists entirely of Devastator squads and serve as the fire support company. Armed with the most powerful long-range fire support weaponry of the chapter, the 9th Company aid their frontline brothers with overwhelming firepower. And finally, the 10th Company, the Redeemed, harbour the chapter's Scout Marines. The neophytes of the chapter train to become full battle brothers, with their most veteran members being assigned to strike forces to the other companies as needed. Yet with the return of Rubute Gilliman and the influx of Primaris Marines, the structure of the Dark Angels and its successors has once more shifted. Now composing of 6 battle line squads, 2 close support squads, and 2 fire support squads, most deployments now consist of a battle company with additional Deathwing, Ravenwing, and Scout Marines bolstering their forces as needed. With exception to the 1st, 2nd, and 10th Company, each company maintains a variety of transport armor designs, such as Rhinos, Razorbacks, and Repulsors. Dreadnoughts of the Legion remain in service to the company to which they serve during their internment, and slumber within the Rock's Halls of Silence until they are needed. During the era of the Great Crusade, the Dark Angels would paint their armor jet black, with the Calibanite Astartes adorning the heraldry of their knight houses on their right pauldron. The Lion would order his sons of Caliban to honor the forests of their homeworld by painting their left pauldrons dark green. Yet with the end of the Horus Heresy, the color schemes of the chapter would be reorganized. The 2nd Company would remain jet black to honor their heritage, with the wider chapters adorning their plate with the dark green of Caliban. Whilst the Elite 1st Company, the Deathwing, would paint their Terminator armor bone white in honor of a battle fought against the Genestealer cult on the Plainsworld. Said to paint their armor in the color of death, as dead men walking, the ghost-like Deathwing of the engagement did not expect to survive their battle with the Devourer. Yet their fighting spirit would be proven, and their reclamation of the world would cement the colors of the Deathwing forevermore. For the regular Astartes of the chapter, each battle brother signifies their battlefield specialty on their right pauldron, with their squad numerical on their right shoulder. Whether they be battle line, close support, fire support, or veterans, the winged blade adorns their left pauldron, though members of the 10th Company, for not earning their wings, utilize only the blade of their chapter. The Deathwing replace the bladed sword with a broken variant, and the Ravenwing utilize a blade held with a single winged raven claw. The Battle and Reserve Companies show their company identifier on their left knee plate, whilst veterans of the chapter are identified by their armor's adornment in hooded tabards and cloaks. Signifying their knowledge of the fallen, these cloaks are used to hide their shame of the chapter's fallen angels. Unlike many Codex-compliant chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, the Dark Angels use terminologies and ranks to orchestrate the command between their various successors. The Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels acts as the Chapter Master of the First. Said to command not only the Dark Angels, the Supreme Grand Master leads the chapter's inner circle and is privy to every secret of the chapter and its legion's history. Supposedly commanding every successor chapter as the most senior rank of all the Lion's descendants, the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels is amongst the most powerful individuals of the Imperium. For each wing of the Dark Angels, there also exists a Grand Master. The Grand Master of the Death Wing commands the elite first company of the chapter and acts as the successor to the Supreme Grand Master. The Grand Master of the Raven Wing commands the chapter's second company and serves as the chapter's leader of the hunt of the fallen angels. The Grand Master of the Librarians maintains the chapter's records and the protection of the chapter's secrets. The Master Apothecary tends to the chapter's medical needs and biological research, with his most important duty to preserve the chapter's near-peerless gene seed stocks. The Master of the Rock is a title equivalent to a chapter's Master of the Forge. Leading the chapter's tech marines, vehicle pools, and maintenance of the chapter's armory, the Master of the Rock bears the technological prowess of a Magos of the Tech Priests of Mars. Permanently hardwired into the control nave console of the Rock, the Master of the Rock maintains the workings of the gigantic vessel, but is not privy to the dealings of the chapter's inner circle due to his creed's ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus. The High Interrogator of the chapter serves alike to a chapter's High Chaplain. As Reclusiarch and Master of Sanctity of the First, the High Interrogator trains his junior-ranked Interrogator chaplains in their arts of psychological manipulation. The Grand Master of the Fleet commands the chapter's naval contingents, transports and warship assets. Captains of the Legion are known as Company Masters and lead each of the 10 companies of the chapter. Although serving as members of the inner circle of the chapter, the Company Masters are not privy to the most dangerous secrets of the chapter. Each a veteran of the first company, the Death Wing, the Company Masters have proven their mettle in battle as reliable commanders and are given the honor to lead. Since the adoption of the Codex Astartes, lieutenants have served within the Dark Angels as the right-hand facilitators of their Company Masters. Often splitting each battle company into 2 smaller demi-companies, the lieutenants lead these smaller battalions into battle, allowing for their experience to place them as Company Masters should their senior officers fall in battle. The lieutenants are a vital role for each company. And for those of exceptional battle prowess within the elite first company, there also exist the Death Wing Knights. Imbued with the Lion's own semblance of strength, these veterans of the first company uphold the traditions of the chapter whilst purging all manner of their most deadly foes. Members of the inner circle, the Death Wing Knights are brought to the Chamber of Judgment within the Rock to face the trials incumbent of their rank. Once prevailing in these tasks, the Knights are presented with a Mace of Absolution and Storm Shield by the Watchers in the Dark as a mark of their office. With even these elite warriors promoted to the rank of Knight Masters, armed with the Flail of the Unforgiven to better slay the enemies of the chapter. The Ravenwing Black Knights storm into battle on their customized Mark IV assault bikes. Heavily armored cavalry units, the Black Knights pass 7 rites of the Raven in order to bear the honor. Carrying their Corvus hammers into battle, their bikes' plasma talons rend the enemies in their path. Led by their Ravenwing Huntmasters, the Black Knights form rally points for their kin companies to support. Each company also bear their veterans and champions with humble reverence. Ancients of the companies carry the chapter's banners into battle, spurring their battle brothers to fight with renewed vigor. And for their champions, each company appoints such heroes of battle by combination of honor duels, contests of strength, and other means to challenge one another. Confronting enemy warlords, captains, and senior officers, the Dark Angel's champions stride into battle not only against the enemies of his Imperium, but also any Space Wolf champion offered to challenge their chapter's honor in battle. For the Dark Angels have many enemies across the stars, and should they relent in their persecution of the guilty, humanity shall be subsumed by darkness. Empires, monuments, and legends are built by those who are merely victorious. We were born to kill, not to build. We are not idle long enough to leave monuments, and we leave no work of the enemy intact to spawn legends. We are the First Legion, and he that follows in our wake is death.
Your whimpering pleas are pathetic. My ears have known songs that have made the air weep, sweet blood. Such was the bliss. Clearly, you need greater encouragement to improve your voice.
Each founding of the Adeptus Astartes legions exemplify a singular virtue demonstrated by their primarchs. Some legions are renowned for their applications of strategy, others their use of technology, or even their mastery of the warp. All striving to reach the optimal potential demonstrated by their many heroes and veterans. Yet one legion would strive for a goal unattainable within the bounds of the mortal universe, perfection, and their fall would be one of the most storied within the Imperium. The 3rd Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Children. Recruiting its initial soldiers from the courts of Europa during the later stages of the Unification Wars of Terra, the 3rd Legion would consist of the royal sons of the nobles whom had defied the Emperor and suffered the wrath of his Thunder Warriors. Drawn from each of the noble houses, the fathers and mothers of the tributes would invariably ascribe to 2 mentalities: that their sons were hostages now used in the blood-drenched wars of the Emperor, or the brightest and most zealous of his new warriors to uphold his newly founded Imperium. With some noble houses, such as Loculus of Comarg, willingly sending every son of its bloodline to join the 3rd Legion, and subsequently sending its firstborn of each new generation thereafter. Over time, drawing more aristocratic bloodlines into the fold, the 3rd Legion would lay its foundation with the pride of its bloodlines and ancestries of war. Serving as a beacon for the Imperial Army efforts during the Unification Wars, the 3rd Legion would command and support the army's battles as regal and noble bearers of the Imperium's might. A symbol of the Astartes providence, unlike most legions, the 3rd Legion would be deployed in smaller battalions. The aristocratic Astartes would have a keen eye for the strengths and weaknesses inherent in the Imperial Army's structures and deployments. Leading successful and glorious campaigns in the name of the Emperor, the 3rd Legion would bask in its adoration of the common soldiery and citizens of humanity as the brilliant, handsome, and indomitable will of the Emperor. Their favor to the Emperor cemented in the form of the Palatine Aquila. A symbol of their peerless devotion to his will, the 3rd Legion would bear his sigil with boundless pride, earned at the cost of the 3rd Legion's 16th Cohort's annihilation whilst fighting alongside the Emperor and his custodes during the Proxima betrayal of the Great Crusade, saving his life by sacrificing their own and never giving ground to the treachery of the insurrectionists. Given the duty of enacting exterminatus on the planet of Proxima, the 3rd Legion would claim their due vengeance and be renamed, though not ratified officially, as the Emperor's Children. Assigned as envoys, equerries, and honor guards, the Emperor's Children would relish their favor as they carried out diplomatic missions in his name. Though with time, the 3rd Legion's misfortunes would grow, and these would not be the last to befall the Emperor's favored sons. Within a solar year of their triumph at Proxima, the Legion's gene seed reserve would be destroyed during its transportation to the moon of Luna. Hampering their development of new recruits, a viral outbreak would also ruin the 3rd Legion's stores of gene seed within the gene labs of Terra. The 3rd Legion would slowly wither, as casualties of war would further diminish their now nigh unreplenishable numbers. Their strength dwindling, the Legion would appear to be doomed to extinction. Yet narrowly, the Legion would escape its fate with the discovery of their long-lost Primarch, Fulgrim. Dubbed the Phoenician or Phoenix by his gene sons, Fulgrim would be raised on the bleak mining world of Chemos. Shrouded in perpetual twilight, the dull world's populace would struggle with the planet's diminishing resources and be required to tirelessly work to produce food to survive. Despite strict food rationing, the planet would be buffeted by warp storms, making trade with passing vessels difficult. Culling orphans to prevent the overconsumption of rations, the planet's police force, the caretakers, would nonetheless beseech the planet's rulers, known as the executives, to spare the life of the newly discovered child, Fulgrim. Raised by one of the caretakers, Fulgrim would be named after the deity of Chemos, and the young Primarch would become a laborer, utilizing the planet's myriad mining technologies. Rising to the rank of executive at the age of 15, Fulgrim would govern the fortress factory of Kallax, and with time, repair and reorganize the mining technologies of the planet to improve their productivity. Creating surpluses of materials, trade would blossom, and Fulgrim would ascend to govern the planet. Allowing for free time to pursue culture and the arts, Kemos would flourish, and with the reunion of the Emperor and Fulgrim, the Emperor's children would soon be salvaged. Addressing the last surviving 200 Astartes of his legion, Fulgrim would remark,
"You are the Emperor's chosen, his heralds, his warriors, his children. For this is only the beginning."
On hearing these words, the Emperor would officially ratify the 3rd Legion as the Emperor's children. Repainting their armor in the lacquer of Imperial purple and bearing the Empress Palatine Aquila, the Emperor's own chosen Astartes would swell with pride and consider themselves above their cousin legions. With Fulgrim now driven to uphold the standards and iconography of his legion, they would epitomize perfection as their defining characteristic. Paragons of imperial culture, civility, and nobility, Fulgrim would demand only the finest craftsmanship for his legion's armor. Garbing themselves in increasingly intricate finery, the Primarch and his legionaries would embroider their cloaks and gild their armor. With so few Astartes in number, the Emperor would assign the Emperor's children to serve alongside his favored son, Horus Lupercal, and the 16th Legion, the Lunar Wolves. For a solar decade, the Lunar Wolves would mentor the 3rd Legion. Forging bonds of immense strength, the Primarchs and their sons would grow to complement their strengths until the Legion's numbers had grown to a size able to stand alone. Its recruits comprising of Terran and Kemos-born Astartes, the Emperor's children would establish their fortress monastery on Kemos within the old mining factory where Fulgrim had worked, Kallax. Given command of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, the Emperor's children would now forge their path anew, yet further hasten their fall. Filled with an intense need to prove themselves in the eyes of the Emperor, the 3rd Legion would bring several worlds into compliance during the Great Crusade. Fighting alongside the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, the 2 Primarchs and their gene-sons would form a great bond of respect. Though seen by many legions as pompous and gaudy, the Iron Tenth would recognize the Emperor's children's dedication to serve the Imperium and strive for greatness. Yet during the purging of the Xenos on the world of Laren, Primarch Fulgrim would be ensnared by the lure of chaos. The Lair Xenos under the thrall of the demonic being known as Slaanesh, the genetically enhanced beings would pique the interest of the Legion's chief apothecary, Fabius Bile, and with the discovery of the corrupting demon blade, the Lair Blade, Fulgrim's descent into madness would begin. Claiming the blade as his own, the greater demon inside would whisper forbidden and twisted thoughts into the mind of the Phoenician. Offering Fulgrim the perfection he so desperately sought, Fulgrim would seal his legion's fate with the intervention of the now corrupted War Master, Horus Lupercal. Allying with the traitorous Astartes of the World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus, the Emperor's children would cull the loyalists within their ranks. Succumbing to the gifts of the ruinous powers, the Emperor's children would in their vain attempt to achieve perfection, mutilate their bodies to achieve their goal. Fulgrim further damning the Legion, his demon-gifted influence would oversee the orgy of bloodletting, pleasure and mutilations wrought by the composer, Bekwa Kinska, aboard the Emperor's Children flagship, Pride of the Emperor. Corrupted by chaos, Kinska would orchestrate an orchestral piece of such debauchery that it would drive the already tainted legionaries to new heights of excess. Birthing the Emperor-damned Noise Marines and further degenerating the legionaries' chaos-born mutations, all hope of the Legion's redemption would cease. Believing the Imperium to stand in the way of humanity's ascension, the now horrifically transformed Legion would attack their loyalist brethren on the world of Istvan V and murder the Primarch of the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus. Despite Fulgrim's regret in slaying his once brother, his body would be possessed by the demon of the Lair Blade. Though Fulgrim would eventually be freed from his prison of flesh, and in time ascend to the favor of the ruinous powers to become a demon prince, the 3rd Legion would follow their Primarch with revel. With the traitors' victory at Istvan V, and their many atrocities culminating at the Siege of Terra, The Emperor's children would not attack the defenses of the Imperial Palace. With no trace of decency or honor left within their wretched hides, the Third Legion would attack the civilian populace of Terra. Pursuing their depraved hedonism upon the innocents, the Emperor's children would capture billions of humans to use in their grotesque experiments and torturous heresies. Yet with the defeat of the War Master by the Emperor of Mankind and the traitor forces driven from Terra, the Emperor's children lay waste to many loyal outposts and worlds in the wake of their journey to the Eye of Terror. Lacking all concepts of brotherhood, the Emperor's children would raid other traitor legions for fresh slaves to enact their depraved pleasures. Fragmented by their enraged former allies during the slave wars, the Emperor's children would regroup on the world of Harmony, yet be outright decimated by Abaddon the Despoiler and his newly formed Black Legion. Sundered into small warbands, the Emperor's children now roam the galaxy, seemingly without the guidance of their Primarch. Their homeworld of Chemos declared exterminatus and destroyed by the Imperium, rumors persist that the long disorganized Third Legion shall soon return with their Primarch Fulgrim at their vanguard. Though for the sake of humanity, such rumors are best left as such, for there are truly fewer foes worse to be felled by than the wretched servants of Slaanesh. The Geneseed of the Third Legion would craft warriors of incredibly noble bearing, beautiful features, and goal-driven nature. Consistently reproducing the Legion's characteristic albinism and violet eyes within their ranks, the Legion would nonetheless maintain a desirable aesthetic envied by the citizenry of the Imperium and jealousy of many cousin legions. Yet the Legion's founding would be blighted by a viral contagion threatening to destroy all traces of the Third Legion's Geneseed. With the Legion's apothecaries exemplifying an intense attention to detail and laborious effort, their labors would ensure the survival of the Legion, laying the foundations for the Emperor's children's obsession with the pursuit of perfection. Their Geneseed so painstakingly maintained, the Third Legion would possess likely the most pure and stable Geneseed of all 20 founding legions. With a mutations rate practically at zero, the Emperor's children would implant only the finest of aspirants. As a result, allowing almost zero psychers within their ranks due to the nature of psychomutations being screened from their selections. Their Geneseed adaptations operating at peak functions, the Third Legion would outperform all legions with regards to their adaptations to their procedures, a trait which unfortunately would be wasted in its entirety, with the legions corrupting by the ruinous powers. Their numbers difficult to replenish due to the necessity of repurposing the stolen Geneseed of loyalist Astartes. During their service as a loyal legion of the Astartes, the Emperor's children would be the only legion to adopt the Emperor's Aquila across their chestplate, the sign of favor from the Master of Mankind, further bolstering the legion's ego and illusion as the greatest of all Astartes, further embellishing their armor with filigree, battle honors, oaths of moment, and rank signifiers. The Emperor's children would be regarded as peacocks by their fellow legions. With their fall to chaos, the Third Legion would cover their gold and imperial purple with more garish colors to honor the fell power known as Slaanesh. Patterns of pastel pink and black, piercings and tattered shards of gold jutting from their flesh. The Emperor's children now bear no marks of disciplined organization. With no two Astartes decorated the same, the Emperor's children now seek to stand apart from one another in their efforts to express their own individual decadence, often exhibiting facial scars and bindings which twist their faces into malformed smiles. The golden talon and eagle-winged badge of the Third Legion now covered in the heretical markings of the Prince of Pleasure. Before their downfall, the Emperor's children would be structured by their Primarch Fulgrim's own stringent requirements. Disciplined, formal, and conforming to strict protocol, assignment of equipment and promotions within the Legion would undergo intense consideration and scrutiny. Understanding their exact value in the eyes of their Primarch and the Legion's command staff, each Astartes would remain committed to his Legion's goals and values in order to gain favor and rise through the ranks. Each squad of the Legion, organized to specialize with a purpose in mind, unit cohesion would be paramount. Utilizing all squad variations present within every Astartes Legion, the Emperor's children would be prepared for any variation of warfare. The Legion would, like all, however, use personal favorite strategies, and alike to the White Scars, regard speed and maneuverability as preferable to endurance or firepower. Deploying a preponderance of jump packs and land speeders to meet such demands, the 3rd Legion would recapture the tales of knights riding into battle with armor gleaming and banners held aloft. Comprised of over 110,000 Astartes prior to the Horus Heresy, the Legion would be divided into approximately 30 chapters called Millennials. Primarch Fulgrim would command the Legion overall, but assign 10 Lord Commanders to lead the first 10 Millennials. Equipped by Primarch Sanguinius of the Blood Angels as Fulgrim's Princes of War, the Lord Commanders would foster command alike to a cult of personality within the Legion, passing down their orders to lower-ranked officers in the order of Commanders, Lieutenant Commanders, Masters, Sub-Commanders, Tribunes Palatine, Captains, Ancients, and eventually, Sergeants. With records of subdivisions lost to history, there do still exist accounts of some elite forces within the ranks of the Legion. The Sun Killers, equipped with las cannons, would perform heavy ordnance duties. The wings of the Phoenician, commanded by their Eagle King commander, would land into battle via jump packs and assist in close quarters combat. The Phoenix Guard would act as the 200-strong ceremonial honor guard of their Primarch. The Brotherhoods of the Palatine Blades would form the greatest swordsmen of the Legion, in loose formations to combat the greatest foes of the Imperium in single combat. The finest of the 3rd Legion's Imperial Army soldiers would be named the Righteous Blades and would win glory for the Imperium during the Great Crusade. Yet with the fall of their patron Legion, the Righteous Blades would be renamed the Roaring Blades, with their damned service to the ruinous powers. And finally, with the transformation of a select number of the Legion's Astartes into the so-called Noise Marines, a division would be created to unleash their potential in all its ear-splitting force, the Cacophony. Severely depleted in number during the Istvan Free atrocity, the Emperor's children would diminish from over 110,000 Astartes to an estimate of 50,000. Further depleting their battle-capable vehicles during the Istvan V dropsite massacre, the Legion would devote more of its resources into transforming their bodies under the knife of their chief apothecary, Fabius Bile. With no restraint or censure, Bile would construct horrors of flesh and ceramite to fulfill the needs of both his Primarch and his own demented curiosity. Gleaning corrupting knowledge from the influence of the Legion's warrior lodge, the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, the Emperor's children's descent into madness and depravity would be swift. With all previous formations and structures torn asunder, the Emperor's children have now fragmented into small warbands of varying sizes. Each led by their own commander, the warbands answer to no higher authority. Even their allegiance to serve the whims of Fulgrim is unfounded, with no actions perpetrated as an organized legion taking place since the scouring of the heretics. Driven by their base instincts, the Emperor's children serve their patron god Slaanesh with pathological fervor, pursuing new sensations and fixations alongside their battle brothers, not out of loyalty, but a simple feral need to rely on one another to engage in battle and the enslavement of their chargers. The 3rd Legion's pursuit of perfection would garner them a reputation as incredibly skilled warriors prior to their corruption during the Horus Heresy. Training during every opportunity at their assigned duty, the Astartes of the Emperor's children would resolve to never be satisfied with their ever-increasing skill at arms. Often dueling amongst the ranks of the Astartes, they would learn from the range of martial techniques championed by each Astartes Legion. Recovering the strange and artisanal weapons of their enemies, the Emperor's children would relinquish their own mastercrafted weapons for those of greater quality. Mastering their spoils of war and wielding them in battle, the Legion would be equipped with many strange Xenos axes, glaives, swords, and more. Further nurturing each individual Astartes' self-reliance in battle and combined force of arms. Analyzing every battle, deployment, strategy, unforeseen trial, and battle loss, the Emperor's children would apply their experience to endure any and all conditions of war. Demanding the same degree of conviction from their brother legions and the Imperial Army, the 3rd Legion would lead their forces by example and expect zero hesitation or flaws from their allies. Thriving in their use of rigorously practiced battle tactics, they would relish any chance to dominate the battlefield with negligible flaws or losses. Idolizing the Emperor with near fanatical devotion, they would seek to emulate his peerless strength and glory. Following a strict hierarchy of example, from the Primarchs to the lowliest of humans, the seeds for the Legion's elitism would grow with their continual improvement and self-aggrandizement. Envisioning the Emperor's total rule of the galaxy, the Sons of Fulgrim would revere culture, music, and art. Believing that once their days of fighting were over, they would pursue perfection in the appreciation and participation of such diversity of art forms as spoils of a galaxy at peace. A facet of their downfall, a direct result of their passion for the senses, combined with their burgeoning arrogance. It is no wonder as to how the Legion would be consumed by carnal pleasure and ever-degenerating stimuli. Now roaming within the roiling tides of the warp, the Emperor's children partake in never-ending pleasure and excess. The Third Legion revel in their twisted purgatory of indulgence, their boundless appetites impossible to sate, no matter how many millennia they live, nor countless mortals they delight in causing inconceivable tortures. Perpetrating unspeakable amounts and degrees of cruelty, their suffering-laced ecstasy shall not end so long as the ruinous powers hold dominion of the Immaterium. Their cackling laughter at each and every atrocity, only emboldening their patron god and its foul desires.
There is a tragedy in perfection, as the ancient philosophers were wont to say. It is doomed to fail, to become imperfect. The more tightly it is grasped, the more imperfect it becomes. The fall of all those who turned against us are all bitter tragedies in their own right. But the fall of the Emperor's children is a tragedy in the greatest and oldest sense. Their tragedy is not that they fell from perfection, but that it was never in their power to attain it. For they were always flawed, broken things. They reached for a distant light that would forever be out of their grasp. And in the reaching they fell, so far that the flawed magnificence they had so painfully achieved would rot in our memories. The flaws were there, my lords. They were always there. We were blind to them. Now, we must see both the glory that was and the ruin it became. We have that duty.
They have an efficiency about them that makes their corruption all the darker. It lies deep indeed, to leave the surface undisturbed. Discipline without, but in their hearts, is a deviance I am glad I cannot imagine. The Legiones Astartes are among the most dangerous and battle-tested warriors of his Imperium. Bedecked in heavy ceramite plate and armed with the most deadly of weaponry, any whom should stand against his angels shall be outmatched by the hulking giants of war. Yet among all the founding legions, there is one legion above all that prior to their fall encompassed the Imperium's relentless strength, cold logic, and unbreakable constitution. The 4th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Iron Warriors. During the Wars of Unification, each legion would be crafted by the Emperor to serve a unique purpose. Some would master the arts of infiltration, others the methods of assassination, or even unmatched barbaric slaughter. Yet for every engagement, one with quick guerrilla warfare, or waged against a foe with exploitable weaknesses, there would exist foes which would prove to be stalwart and capable combatants. For these enemies of his Imperium, the 4th Legion would be dispatched to wear down their fortresses and impregnable bastions. Punishing in their relentless wearing away of their enemies, the 4th Legion would act as the harsh crashing tide of the Imperium, slowly eroding the walls of their enemies' defenses. Drawn from the gun tribes of the Oro Plateau fortress of Sek Amrak, the 4th Legion's early years of service would prove their worth in the field of battle. Rapidly increasing in size due to the Legion's low gene seed implantation rejection rates, The 4th Legion would be among the first to be of capable size to persecute the enemies of the Emperor alongside the 1st and 5th Legions. Charging into battle under the personal command of the Emperor himself, the 4th Legion would destroy the War Witches and Litho Golem armies of Venusia. Rewarded for their service with ever more sophisticated weaponry, war machines, and supply points, with the aid of the Adepts of Mars, the 4th Legion would further burgeon, with recruits reallocated to their number, once intended for the 3rd Legion. Among the largest of the initial legions, the 4th would be split efficiently into the expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade. Conquering hundreds of worlds under their banner, the 4th Legion would prove to be invaluable in bringing compliance to the Segmentum Solar and beyond. Adorning their armor with the winged bolt of the Emperor, the 4th would continue to prove their worth for hundreds of Terran Standard years. Yet with the Legion's union with their Primarch, Perturabo, during 840.M30, the Legion's ties to Holy Terror would begin to diminish. The rigidity in the Legion's organization, battle doctrines, and command structure would bear resemblance to their Primarch's own reliance on determined overwhelming firepower rather than the use of guile and subterfuge. Labeled as mechanistic, dull, and unchanging, the 4th Legion would be regarded with ill repute by its brother legions. Dispatched as a reliable yet predictable force, the 4th Legion would be deployed among the most vital yet drawn out of war zones. Their pedigree as a workhorse of the Legiones Astartes, with the installment of their Primarch as their leader, the now Iron Warriors would be gifted a bitter, thankless, and beleaguered legion. Yet if the 4th Legion hoped to reunite with a Genefather known for his mercy or compassion, they would be sorely disappointed. The Lord of Iron would be raised on the world of Olympia under the shadow of a tyrant. Distrust and melancholy soaked deep within his being, Perturabo would grow to be a genius with a nonetheless aloof and cold demeanor. Though swift in his adoption of his legion, Perturabo would have a ravenous mind for deeds and technologies outside of the field of battle. A student of science and craftsmanship, the Lord of Iron would prove to be starved for his hunger for knowledge. Accepting his duty as a general of his Imperium, Perturabo would prove to be a meticulous, if not stubborn, commander. Every battle was a puzzle to be solved, a trial to be disassembled, observed, and bested. Briefly fighting alongside the Emperor during the Great Crusade, Perturabo would observe his father's great deeds and return to his legion found wanting. His glory-starved warriors would be further driven to meet their Genefather's exacting standards. Given absolute authority to command his newly gifted 35,000 Astartes into his own image, the Lord of Iron would begin to mold his legion into the warriors he required. Comparing his legion's deeds to their counterparts, such as the 1st and 7th Legions, Perturabo would find his sons wanting. Punishing them for their failure, the Lord of Iron would conduct a lottery among his men. 1 in 10 of the Astartes, who drew the mark of failure, would be killed by his battle brothers with their own bare hands. Decried as a madman by the Imperial Court and Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, all criticisms of the Lord of Iron would regardless be silenced by the Emperor. The decimation of the Iron Warriors would reinforce their beleaguered nature. There would be no favor nor preferential treatment of Perturabo's men, no matter their rank, deeds, or valor. Should an Iron Warrior fail as an individual, all shall be punished. Should they lose an engagement or fail in their implementation to secure objectives, they shall be culled to weed out the weakness within the Legion. Death was now the price for failure, with the only course of atonement for the Legion to ascend to reach their full potential. Reorganizing his Legion into a machine of war, Perturabo would lead his army during their first campaign against the Meritara cluster. Purging the so-called Black Judges and bringing the system into compliance, the Iron Warriors would be shamed into exceeding their Primarch standards. Continuing his grueling tests of his Legion, Perturabo would mold the Iron Warriors into an indomitable force. Working closely with the Mechanicum, the Lord of Iron would further expand his legion's fleet, armaments, and recruitment hives. The battering ram of the Imperium's war effort, the Iron Warriors would quickly become regarded as the single most determined and unflinching blunt instrument of the Legiones Astartes. Further embittered towards their brother legions, the Iron Warriors would nurture their resentment of their more graceful and storied brethren. Their weakness of spirit would be fortified with iron and slowly corrode their esteem. Their bitterness further exasperated with the appointment of Primarch of the Lunar Wolves, Horus Lupercal, as War Master. With the appointment of the War Master giving him full control of the Legiones Astartes, the Iron Warriors would be further tasked with ever more mundane and ignoble campaigns. Typecast as the garrison specialists of the legions, the Iron Warriors would not be given rest for their ceaseless endeavor. Perturabo would grow ever more bitter at his father and the War Master's mistreatment of his legion and his own capabilities. Their disregard for the Great Crusade further emboldened with their jaded nature. The Fourth Legion would nevertheless grasp at the slightest means to attain retribution. And with the fall of the War Master to the thrall of chaos, the Iron Warriors would be a willing accessory to betrayal. Perturabo's homeworld, Olympia, had fallen to open rebellion with the death of the tyrant of Lokos and enabled an insurrection to occur. As the only legion to have its homeworld in opposition to its reign, Horus Lupercal would bid his brother to return to his homeworld and gift him the Warhammer, Forgebreaker. The weapon crafted by the Phoenician, Fulgrim, and once wielded by the Iron Hands Primarch Ferrus Manus, the now corrupted Warhammer would purportedly act as a means for the corruption of the ruinous powers to further embitter the Lord of Iron. Unleashing his fury upon his homeworld, Perturabo would burn his cities to the ground and slay his own stepsister, Persephone. Knowing his genocide of his people would never be forgiven by the Emperor, Perturabo would barely be capable of comprehending the depths of his depravity. Simultaneously learning of Horus's betrayal of Istvan III and receiving orders from the Emperor to join the loyalist counterattack of Istvan V, Perturabo's path would become clear. Allying with the traitors to the throne, the Iron Warriors would thereon march into battle with solemn resignation and stoic despair. Joining the loyalist counterattack as the second wave of reinforcements, the Iron Warriors would meet the legions of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard as kin. Yet with their descent to the surface of Istvan V, the Iron Warriors would turn their bolters on the loyalist Primarchs and their Astartes. Known thereafter as the Betrayers of Istvan by the wider Imperium, the Iron Warriors would continue to follow their Primarch's descent into madness and malevolence. Following the Dropsite Massacre, the Iron Warriors would venture to the planet of Hydra Caudatus and slay its defenders, the Imperial Fists. Emboldened, seeing themselves as superior to the 7th Legion, the Iron Warriors would slaughter the remaining 13,000 human defenders of the Cadmean Citadel. Their hands coated in the blood of men, women, and children, the Iron Warriors under the command of their Primarch would return to their homeworld with pride at their accomplishments. Fortifying their home system into an empire of iron, each planet would instate a warsmith to lead its people. Further bleeding their nemesis of the 7th Legion during the Battle of Phal, the Iron Warriors would further prove their mettle against the Imperial Fists. Further accompanying the Emperor's children and their Primarch, Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors would be party to unknowingly achieve Fulgrim's apotheosis. Observing his brother and his legion to be debauched, disfigured, and horrific monsters, Perturabo would show disgust for his brother's flagrant corruption. Tempting the Lord of Iron with promises of a weapon of untold power hidden deep within the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would join their gaudy and horrific allies in their quest. Harried by the Orphans of War aboard the Sisyphean, despite the Black Shield's attempt to slay Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors would punish the Loyalists for their interference. Achieving their goal of traversing to the Crone world of Idris, The planet of Eldar legend would once be known as the seat of the Eldari Empire. Within the heart of the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would assist the Emperor's children in their assault of the guarded prison tomb of the Angel Exterminatus. Their prize, the Sepulchre of Isha's Doom, the powers of Slaanesh would call to Fulgrim within its core. Betrayed by Fulgrim, Perturabo would unknowingly cause the ascension of his brother into the form of a demon prince of Slaanesh with the strike of his warhammer, Forgebreaker. Destroying Fulgrim's mortal shell, Perturabo would watch in horror as the now transformed Primarch and his Emperor's children would retreat into a flare of arcane energy. As Idris tore itself apart, Perturabo would resolve to, despite his setbacks, lead his men to the final assault of Holy Terror. The Fourth Legion's deeds would not be overshadowed by Fulgrim, nor be found wanting in the battle for humanity's soul. Carving a path to Holy Terror, the Iron Warriors would begin their crusade to end the Imperium within the Talon system. Having now witnessed the power of chaos and its true potential firsthand, Perturabo would learn of a relic, the Cursus of Alganar, hidden deep within the planet of Talon. Virus bombing the planet, the now desert world's defenders would resist as best they could. 1 million armored vehicles would stand against the Fourth Legion, and with blood and steel, prevent the Iron Warriors from acquiring their prize. Humbled by the largest armor-fielded battle in the Imperium's history, Perturabo would relent in his conquest of Talon, and with orders from the War Master, defend the supply lines of the Yarant and Vanahelm systems. Spread thin and undersupplied, the Iron Warriors would take heavy losses during such engagements. Mustered to join the traitors in their final assault of Holy Terror, alongside the World Eaters, the Iron Warriors would assemble at the planet of Ulanor. The vanguard of the Siege of Terror, the Iron Warriors would attempt to corral their more feral allies. Despite their Primarch's skill at strategy, the Iron Warriors would be unable to break through the defenses of the Imperial Fists, and with the continual disregard for Perturabo's command, the Primarch would order his legion to retreat. The Siege of Terror would fail, with the War Master slain by the Emperor, signifying a bittersweet victory for the Loyalists. Yet despite their failure, the Iron Warriors would lure their nemesis, the 7th Legion, into one final trap. The Iron Cage, constructed by Perturabo, would serve as a final test to prove which legion would be known as superior. Upon the world of Sebastus IV, the Iron Cage would be designed to test Primarch Rogal Dorn's resilience and mastery of siege warfare. The Eternal Fortress would encompass 20 square miles of bunkers, minefields, traps, and trenches designed to bleed the Imperial Fists, slowly and painfully. Accepting the open challenge to his legion, Rogal Dorn would lead his men into the trap. Both legions would nearly be annihilated during the Stubborn Grudge War, and were it not for the intervention of the Ultramarines under the command of Rabute Guilliman, it is debatable as to which legion would narrowly be victorious. Once more denied the sating of his ego, Perturabo would turn to the ruinous powers to achieve his own apotheosis. Offering the salvaged gene seed of his enemies to the gods of chaos, Perturabo would ascend to become a demon prince of chaos undivided. Detonating nucleonic stockpiles across Olympia, the Iron Warriors would deny the Ultramarines and Imperial Fists the satisfaction of victory. Now untethered from the Imperium's legacy, the Iron Warriors to this day still skulk the dark corners of the galaxy, willing to kill the subjects and warriors of his Imperium, should it bring even the slightest glint of satisfaction. A caustic and remorseless legion, the Iron Warriors would continually be embittered by the view that their legion would be treated with less favor than their counterparts. Growing jealous and paranoid even prior to the reunion with their Primarch, it cannot be said even by detractors of the Legion that the Iron Warriors had not been burdened by some of the Imperium's most difficult and dangerous campaigns. Yet the Iron Warriors are not beyond reproach with their refusal to vary their doctrines of war or variants of their stratagems. Convinced that the Primarch Rogel Dawn had sown the seeds for uprisal upon their homeworld of Olympia, the Iron Warriors' rivalry with their most akin legion would in their own minds be validated. Believing themselves to be the misused, abused, and yet revered titans alike to ancient Terran legend, the Iron Warriors pillage and massacre those unfortunate enough to stand in their path. Though not zealous in their devotion to the ruinous powers, the Iron Warriors nonetheless bend the knee to such malevolent beings, venerating their Primarch despite his cruel treatment of their ranks, and opposing the Emperor for his own treatment of the Legion. The Fourth are beyond redemption. Conducting battle with heavy bombardments of artillery and heavy weapons, the Iron Warriors target high-value targets with surprising complexity. Working well with traitor Titan Legios, the close ties of the Iron Warriors with the Dark Mechanicum accentuate their proclivity for armored vehicle deployments and siege warfare. Optimizing maximum firepower with minimal troop deployments, the Iron Warriors excel at keeping their units well rested and ready to deploy, able to allow superior firepower and focus. Initiating wars with nuclear, viral, and chemical warfare, the Iron Warriors attempt to force surrenders of their opposition before even deploying their ground forces. Piloting gunships, bombercraft, and fighters, the Iron Warriors dominate with aerial superiority before raiding enemy emplacements. Experts at demoralizing their enemies, the Iron Warriors' attempts to overwhelm their adversaries do not always succeed. In such instances, the 4th Legion conduct covert operations to ascertain intel and launch surprise assaults to cripple enemy strongholds. Fortifying their assaults with bulk freighters, heavy vehicles, prefabricated fortifications, and construction personnel, the Iron Warriors construct miniature fortresses and battle lines to support their initial assaults. Once defensive positions are built, the Iron Warriors deploy via drop pods to lay waste to any opposition still entrenched upon the battlefield. Within the ranks of the 4th Legion, there exist titles for the most venerated and specialized of the Sons of Perturabo. Prior to the Horus Heresy, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors would create the Trident, an assemblage of his so-called Triarchs. These singular warriors within his legion would act as the Lord of Iron's advisors and embodiment of the Legion's character. The single most powerful Astartes of the Legion, the Triarchs would carry out the will and commands of their Primarch. Gifted with great charisma and physical strength, these examples of the Legion would be given no margin of error to carry out the will of their Primarch. For those who failed in their duties would be readily and regularly replaced by those within the Legion proven more worthy of the title. Each senior captain of the Legion would be referred to as Warsmith and lead the grand battalions of the Legion during the 31st millennium. With the Legion's downfall to the thrall of chaos subsequent to the Horus Heresy, the title of Warsmith would be given only to those of the traitor Legion whom had ascended to become a Chaos Lord of one of the many warbands of the 4th. For the fortress breakers of the Legion, they would be named Tyrant Siege Terminators. Clad in Cataphracti Terminator armor plating and armed with deadly Cyclone missile launchers, these most battle-toughened warriors would brave the deadliest of engagements with no expectation to preserve their own lives. The Iron Havoc support squads would be formed of the Legion's elite heavy ordnance specialists. Targeting heavy armor vehicles, the Iron Havoc support squads would be peerless marksmen, capable of striking the most vulnerable of armor weak points with pinpoint accuracy. The Iron Circle would be formed after the treacherous Battle of Phal. Comprised of 6 Colossus-class battle automata, the Iron Circle would act as the personal bodyguards and honor guard of the Lord of Iron. Unthinking and of unyielding loyalty, the Iron Circle would prevent the enemies of the Iron Warriors from harming their master. And finally, the Stor Bezashk would be the title given to the siege masters of the Legion. Artillery and heavy ordnance specialists, the Stor Bezashk would craft the potent breach charges utilized by the Legion's siege works and breach their enemies' most vulnerable defenses. Yet as the millennia have waxed and waned with the fall of the Legion, these titles are rare within the disparate and uncoordinated warbands of the Legion. Once comprised of 1,000 Astartes, the remnants of the Grand Companies vary greatly in number. With 12 Grand Battalions collated by historians during the Horus Heresy, each containing several Grand Companies, it is unknowable how many remain during the era Indomitus. Led by the Chaos Lords and champions of the Legion, the warbands of the Iron Warriors roam the galaxy to pursue their glories and campaigns. The Iron Warriors, though followers of Chaos Undivided, are disgusted by the appearance of any mutations within their ranks. Replacing their disfigured limbs with cybernetic prosthetics, the extensive combinations of their synthetic augmentations further remove the Legion from their humanity. Often clad in the Mark III Iron and Mark IV Maximus designs of power armor, the Legion's preference for heavy plating remains evident. Whilst not as mobile or flexible as other armor designs, the Iron Warriors eschew these qualities in favor of their tactics of attritional, grinding warfare. Wired directly into their power armor and weapons, the Iron Warriors are literal living weapons. Merging with their twisted machine spirits, the 4th Legion Astartes are further changed by the rampant technoviruses and transformations wrought by their assimilation with the machine. Enslaving powerful warp entities into demon engines, the Iron Warriors further prey on the minds of their foes by adorning their armor with spikes, chains, horns, and gory trappings. Their once silvered armor trimmed with gold, now replaced with deep metallic hues, marked with yellow and black industrial stripes. Caring little for individual honors or embellishments, the Iron Warriors are uniform in their devotion to the simple barbarism of their creed. Their once proud icon of their Legion, the Iron Mask of a machine skull, now updated with the iconography of their Legion, now adorning the 8-pointed star of Chaos. The yellow and black construction chevrons, often the only clear identifier to all of the subjects of the Imperium, of the presence of the Fourth. Recruitment within the Legion has undergone many changes since the origins of the Fourth. Once drafted of Terran and Olympian Astartes, the Lord of Iron would see no difference between his men, for they were his Iron Warriors, and they would all serve the same purpose in his name. Their homeworld during the Great Crusade, Olympia, the primary recruitment ground for the Legion, its vast mountain ranges and rugged terrain would further influence the Legion's adoption of siege warfare. Yet with Olympia's destruction at their own hands by command of their Primarch, the Iron Warriors would seek a new world to claim as their own. Within the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would seize the planet of Medrengard. Orbiting a vast black sun, the forests of the planet's surface would be the base of a vast arrangement of towers. The core of the planet mined and transformed into dungeons. Alike to a vast jail, Medrengard would house countless slave laborers under the watchful eye of their jailers, high upon the fortress towers of the planet. This demon world comprised of labyrinths and oubliettes would prove impossible to escape for its unfortunate prisoners. The seat of power for the now ascended demon prince, Perturabo, the insane architecture of the world mirrors the Lord of Iron's own madness. Acting as a base of operations for the Iron Warriors, the 4th Legion draws recruits from the planet whom survive their many grueling ordeals. Transplanted with stolen and corrupted gene seed of various loyalist chapters, the mutations of the warriors whom undergo the procedure would be permissible for the increase to the subject's problem-solving mental acuity and strength. Known as half-breeds, these newly created Iron Warriors are treated with disdain and hatred by their battle brothers as a necessary blemish on their honor. The veterans of the Legion, now tens of thousands of years old, use these young Astartes as fodder for the front lines whenever possible. Their loyalty to their Primarch beyond reproach, the Iron Warriors seek to one day rise once more to destroy the Imperium's most prized bastions. And with the end of Abaddon the Despoiler's cursed 13th Black Crusade and the destruction of Cadia, the Iron Warriors once again march to war. Aided by the Dark Mechanicum, the 4th Legion continues to construct deadly weapons of war made for the sole purpose of destroying humanity's most venerated seats of power. Led once more by the Lord of Iron, his Imperium braces itself for the wars to come. for there are few foes more durable, relentless, and imbued with sheer destructive force than the Iron Warriors.
We fight the long war, not through vain notions of duty and honor, but through a far purer purpose: hatred. At the height of our glory, we were betrayed and cast out by our kin. Guilliman, Dawn, Sanguinius, these are names I curse. Horus, Perturabo, Angron, these are names I revere. Names I would follow to the very end. It is this hatred that has sustained me through the long millennia. I tend it with bitterness. I nurture it with the deaths of my former brothers. For I know that when the end is upon us and Horus is returned, then the false emperor shall be cast down from his sepulchral golden throne, and we shall take our rightful place at the side of Horus, the true emperor of mankind.
If you can see us, we are dangerous indeed, but that is as nothing to the peril you face if you cannot see us, and all you can hear is our laughter. The Legiones Astartes are varied in their applications of strategy, martial prowess, and doctrines. Though all proficient in the arts of combat, they are disparate and unknowable to one another. For while many Astartes flaunt their skill at arms, not all are respected or understood in their methods of waging war. For today, we shall elucidate the most misunderstood and mysterious of all the legions. The 5th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the White Scars. The 5th Legion would have one of the most obscured and overlooked histories of any of the Legiones Astartes. Formed during the Wars of Unification by the Emperor of Mankind, alike to all the founding legions, the 5th would be tasked with a special role in mind. Drawn from the technomadic tribesmen of the Fulian Basin, the 5th would initially only number in the hundreds. Braving the harshest environments of terror, the 5th would rove the wasted landscapes of a planet divided, in their task to root out the many warlords and upstart empires that would defy the Emperor. Striking without warning and at great speed, the 5th would annihilate the easy prey before them. To better reunify the disparate factions of humanity, the Emperor would need a force capable of pathfinding the many worlds and strongholds of the fragments of humanity. To this end, the 5th Legion, then known as the Star Hunters, would chart the unknown territories of the galaxy and relay information to the newly forged Imperium. Organized into small, mobile battalions, the 5th Legion would charge into battle and wreak havoc before falling back to allow larger legions, such as the 1st, to be the hammer blow against their disorganized and crippled adversaries. A lightning strike across the stars, the Star Hunters would probe their enemies' defenses for weaknesses before landing their killing blow. An efficient and yet elusive legion, their need to constantly be on the move and distance themselves from their brother legions would shroud the 5th into an unpredictable and mysterious force. Resolving to never ask for aid, the 5th Legion would assume their duties with unwavering discipline, not waging their wars for pride, but rather duty. Their deeds would be forgotten by the wider Imperium and its scholars, for it was the nature of the Star Hunters to be reclusive. For over a Terran century, the 5th Legion would continue their arduous and lonely crusade, separating and fragmenting further as the need for pathfinders continued to grow. Each day seen by the Legion as a victory to their cause, the 5th would never relent in their continued push to the farthest reaches of the galaxy. Yet soon, the slowly diminishing Legion would be renewed with the discovery of their long-lost Primarch, Jagatai Khan. Upon the world of Mundus Planus, the Emperor of Mankind, alongside his most favored son, Horus Lupercal, would discover the feudal world that would later be known as Chogoris. The vast plains of the world would harbor a man once known as Katugu Suogu, now titled as the Kargan or Khan of Khans. His former name lost to history, the man who would now be known as Jaghatai had bested the world's Palatine tyrant overlord and united the tribes of Chogoris. Pledging his loyalty to the Emperor only 6 months following his conquest of his homeworld, Jaghatai would now conquer the galaxy in the name of his father, the Emperor, to enable humanity's sovereignty of the stars. Reveling the challenge of an entire galaxy of planets to bring into compliance, Jaghatai would swiftly be gifted his legions Astartes and begin the task of rebuilding its fractured ranks. Dispatching a grand summons to every company of the 5th Legion across the stars, Jaghatai would muster his forces to join at the world of Chogoris. For a decade, the disparate 5th Legion would slowly begin to answer the call of their Primarch until the dawn of the 31st millennium. The Legion had been comprised of strangers, brothers without a common legacy or heritage. Upon the empty quarter's vast plains, the Kargan would address thousands of Astartes from hundreds of worlds. 50,000 Astartes, all sharing a genetic legacy, but none unified by purpose. The Khan would declare that every one of the 5th Legion must prove their loyalty to both himself and the Legion by ritually scarring their faces. Eschewing their former names, these Astartes would adopt new names to reflect their deeds, their culture, or their devotion to the Khan. Reborn as the White Scars from then on, the 5th Legion now unified with common cause and an identity that would span every creed and culture of its Astartes, the White Scars now blooded would ascend to add their blades to the Great Crusade. The Ordu Jaghatai would begin their conquest of the stars within the Kholan Circle of Worlds. Pitting his legion against unwinnable odds for a single company, the Khan of Khans would test the might of his sons by facing the many factions of human separatists and Xenos outposts. Allowing cooperation between his sons born of hundreds of cultures, the White Scars would work together to bring their foes to heel, led in battle by their indomitable Primarch. With his legion now 80,000 Astartes strong, Jaghatai would mold his warriors into his own image. Their ferocity in battle proven and tactics tested to their limit, the White Scars would end the crusade of the Kholan Circle and bring its planet Primus, Kholan, into the fold of the 5th Legion's territories. Replenishing the losses of his legion and embarking with an army reforged in blood and fire. Standing alongside their distant cousin legions once more, the White Scars would prove to be a force adept at disciplined, swift, and deadly engagements. Mischaracterized as similar to the Eaters of Worlds or the Rout, the White Scars would, regardless of their pedigree, remain a maligned and distrusted legion. Seeking little glory for their deeds, the Scars would conduct their tasks with glee, with Primarch Sanguinius of the Blood Angels' 9th Legion remarking, "They smile often, and they laugh when they kill." Untamed by the Imperial truth, the White Scars would grant no mercy to their foes, yet prove themselves an effective legion in the eyes of the Emperor. Though detractors of the 5th Legion's strategies, such as the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, or of their beliefs, such as Lorgar Aurelian, would make their displeasure known, the White Scars would disregard the opinions of outsiders, lacking the nuance to understand their creed. The bonds of brotherhood, few amongst the Legion, the White Scars would be accepted by only the Thousand Sons, Lunar Wolves, and Blood Angels as equals. Yet with the end of the Great Crusade drawing to a close, the White Scars would lack for the battles they preferred to wage. The wild spaces of the galaxy had dwindled, and their utility as warriors of the Emperor seemed to be nearly obsolete. Their last great battle of the Great Crusade, Ulanor, marking the peak of the Legion's glories prior to their involvement in the Great Civil War, which would rend the galaxy. For the favor of Horus Lupercal as War Master would be proven to be misplaced. With the descent of the War Master into the clutches of the ruinous powers, the Primarch of the now Sons of Horus would seek to bring his brother Primarchs into the fold of his betrayal. Though many such as Mortarion of the Death Guard and Angron of the World Eaters would be quick to turn against the Imperium, both loyalists and traitors would be uncertain as to which side the White Scars would lend their might. The Kargan had often derided the Emperor's decisions and actions, and the Legion's wild nature would seemingly be an indication of their proclivity to savagery. Jaghatai would observe the bare threads of information he had gleaned during the opening stages of the heresy. Miscommunication and treachery would be rife, and as such, the Kargan would stay his hand. With the Legion's persecution of the Orc Xenos within the Chondak system, the White Scars would receive their first insight into the actions of the War Master. Learning that the Space Wolves Legion had burned Prospero to the ground, the loyalty of the 6th Legion would be brought into question. Seeking answers to the fall of his most cherished brother and his Legion, Jaghatai would journey to Prospero to find answers. Hindered by the Ruin Storm spawned by the Word Bearers, the White Scars would be requested by the Imperial Fist Primarch, Rogel Dawn, to return to Holy Terra to defend the Throne World. Jaghatai's independent and resolute nature would cause him to ignore such pleas, as he would find the answers he needed alone. Ignoring the request for aid of the seemingly renegade Primarch, Leman Russ, during his engagement with the Alpha Legion, the White Scars would not join the fray until the wounds of treachery were clear to observe. Breaching the Alpha Legion blockade and journeying to Prospero, the Kargan himself and his Kashyyyk honor guard would investigate the ashes of the once proud bastion of the Thousand Suns. Meanwhile, the members of the White Scars warrior lodges would declare their allegiance to Horus with the absence of their Primarch. Controlling the flagship of the 5th Legion, Hasik Noyan Khan would attempt to usurp the Kargan's forces. Yet with the involvement of the stalwart Astartes, Shiban Khan, the White Scars loyal to the Emperor and their Primarch would oppose the White Scars traitors. Upon Prospero, Jaghatai would be separated from his Kashyyyk and find his answers in the form of an apparition of his brother, Magnus the Red. Believing the Wolves of Fenris to be dispatched by the Emperor, rather than their manipulation of the War Master, Magnus would deem the Imperium to have betrayed his Legion. Explaining that only 2 paths could be chosen by the Kargan, Magnus would implore his brother to side with Horus, as he had done many times before. Despite the Khan's loyalties always being strongest between both Magnus and Horus, Jaghatai would refuse such a poisoned chalice. Acknowledging Magnus's betrayal of the Emperor, Jaghatai would destroy the apparition and, with answers found, return to his fleet. Meanwhile, the White Scars battled one another above the world of Prospero. Shiban would assault the White Scars' flagship, Swordstorm, and attempt to bring the treacherous Hasik Noyan Khan to justice. Brother fought brother, as the loyalist White Scars fought their way to the flagship's bridge. Warships of the 14th Legion, the Death Guard, began to enter the Prospero system and surround the White Scars fleet. Gemulon Noyan Khan would join the loyalist contingent in facing Hasik. The battle would even the forces of the loyalists to match the traitors. Yet for blood to be prevented from spilling further, the Legion would need their Primarch to end the division in their ranks. On Prospero, Jaghatai would be confronted by the Primarch of the Death Guard, Mortarion, whom would offer the Khan a chance to join the traitor legions. Refusing his offer, Jaghatai and his men would face the Death Guard. With the aid of the last son of Prospero, Revuel Arvida, the White Scars would best the Death Guard and return to the Swordstorm. Returning to his legion in disarray, Jaghatai would confront Hasik Noyan Khan. Paralyzing Hasik by his own hand, Jaghatai would end the treachery that had seeped into his legion. As the Death Guard began to engage the White Scars fleet, Jaghatai and the White Scars would defend themselves from the 14th Legion. With the conclusion of the battle, Jaghatai would see to the unrest within his legion. Giving his traitorous sons the chance of redemption, some would be executed for remaining loyal to the War Master. Founding the Sagya Mazan, a formation of White Scars now honor-bound to redeem their past crimes, the White Scars would banish these penitent Astartes from their ranks until their redemption had been achieved. Following the restoration of their common cause, the Kargan would lead his legion for 4 Terran Standard years in harrying and bleeding the traitor forces. Over time, the traitors would begin to adapt to the 5th Legion's tactics and blunt their efforts. Combating the Iron Warriors, Emperor's children, sons of Horus and Death Guard, for many years, the White Scars would begin to fatigue. Managing to journey to Holy Terra with the discovery of the Dark Glass artifact, and sacrifice of both their first captain, Qin Zha, and Chief Stormseer, Targatai Yasugai, the Scars would endure. Aiding in the Loyalist defense of the Throne World during the Siege of Terra, the White Scars would prove invaluable. Complementing the Imperial Fist's doctrines of defense and fortification, the White Scars would cut down the traitors as they broke themselves against the walls of the Imperial Palace. The Legion's close ties to the Blood Angels also aiding in their synergy with the Defenders of the Throne, the White Scars would aid in reinforcing the Lionsgate spaceport and defeating the advance of the Death Guard Legion under the command of their now chaos-corrupted Primarch, Mortarion. With the War Master's defeat during the pivotal final battle between Horus Lupercal and the Emperor, the White Scars would stand as one of the few Loyalist legions to stand in defense of the Imperium during its darkest hour. Securing the Ultima Segmentum with the appointment of Rabute Guilliman as Lord Commander of the now vulnerable Imperium, the 5th Legion would spend the next 70 years cleansing the galaxy of the traitor legions. Yet as they returned to their homeworld of Chogoris, they would find the Yasan sector to be overrun and pillaged by the Dark Eldar, the Drukhari. Enraged, Jaghatai Khan would wage a crusade to purge the Xenos from the Yasan sector. Chogoris had been spared much of the destruction, yet many citizens under the protection of the Kargan had been enslaved by the foul Xenos. Taking the fight to his now most hated enemy, Jaghatai would lead the 5th Legion on a path of vengeance. Reclaiming worlds of the Yasan sector, slowly, the White Scars would restore order. Informed of the introduction of the Codex Astartes throughout the Imperium, Jaghatai would willingly separate his legion into Codex-compliant chapters. His legion had always seen independence as a virtue, and as a result, show little resistance to the new structure of their Astartes forces. Seeing his now chapters as extensions of his son's freedom to persecute the enemies of his Imperium, the Khan would continue to hunt the Dark Eldar with his now chapter of White Scars veterans. Commanding his successor chapters to continue to wage the Yasan campaign until not a single Xenos tainted its worlds, the Kargan would nonetheless be saddened at the removal of the trappings of his once proud legion upon his sons. Succeeding in their continued destruction of the Drukhari, Jaghatai would confront the Archon of the Dark Eldar on the world of Khorrasil 5. With the aid of the Destroyers, Rampagers, and Stormlords chapters, the Khan and his White Scars would corner the Archon. The Archon would retreat into the Webway, with Jaghatai Khan and his First Brotherhood charging into the rapidly closing portal. His deeds thereafter unknown, the White Scars believe that one day the Kargan will return to Chogoris and lead his chapter once more. Until then, it is believed that he still fights to this day, his free spirit untethered from all responsibilities but hunting his enemies. Initially recruiting the Astartes of the Legion from the training centers of Holy Terra, should they be deemed worthy, their training would continue on the moon of Luna. Implanted with the gene seed of the 5th Legion, the Astartes would be inducted into the then Star Hunters. With the discovery of their Primarch, Jaghatai, the Legion would, upon their renaming as the White Scars, diversify their training of initiates to the ocean world of Kale 9, gas giant of Revelat Tarades, and battleship Vormal. For those exceptionally promising candidates, their training would be mentored by Astartes instructors of Chogoris. Exceptionally supportive of their initiates, the Chogorans, unlike many legions such as the Lunar Wolves, would praise their candidates to what some would believe to be an excessive degree. Taught Korchin, the dialect of Chogoris, the difficult dialect would further test the initiate's mental acuity. With the ending of the Horus Heresy and beyond, the White Scars would recruit solely from Chogoris. The homeworld of the White Scars permits the warring of each of the planet's tribes, enabling the strongest of those born through battle to be chosen as neophytes of the chapter. With their bloodlines strengthened through toil, each nomadic tribe shall be visited by the giant warriors of the mountain fortress of Quanzhou to induct their mightiest warriors into the chapter. Observing the battles between the tribes, the scars, though distant from the planet's tribal communities, remain entrenched as legends amongst their peoples. Those whom are judged as worthy shall be taken by the grim warriors clad in white, red and gold to the fortress monastery, never to be seen again by their families, for they shall now ascend to become an angel of his Imperium. Imbued with gene seed and the ferocity of his homeworld, these white scars shall continue their chapter's legacy of honor. Venerating the Emperor and their Primarch above all, whilst not acknowledging the Emperor as a god, the White Scars do believe that he is the ultimate uniter of mankind. To that end, the Fifth do not require a stringent fervour to the ecclesiarchy, whilst nonetheless utilising chaplains within their ranks. The symbol of their chapter, the lightning bolt, representing both the scars on their faces and the speed to which they strike down their foes. Heeding the teachings of their Stormseers, the White Scars revere the elements of air, land, and animalistic power of the elements. Their death said to free their souls to embark within the afterlife to travel the plains of the Neverworld. Taught to study the so-called noble pursuits by their Primarch, the White Scars devote much of their time outside of battle, perfecting the arts of hunting, calligraphy, and retelling of their chapter's glories. Held as replacement for the Imperial truth, the noble pursuits would hone the White Scars' mental well-being, whilst keeping their connection to Jagoris strong. Derided by Primarchs such as Rabute Guilliman and Lorgar Aurelian with its inception, these pursuits nonetheless prove valuable in enabling the White Scars to flourish. In battle, the White Scars are encouraged to laugh while slaying their foes, not out of a sense of enjoyment of slaughter, but rather to battle with unrestrained martial prowess and enjoyment of their skill at arms. A highly courteous legion, and thus chapter to outsiders of their number, the White Scars value honesty in their dealings with army regiments outside of the chapter. Adherents to the Librarius, the White Scars revere the power and authority of their so-called Stormseers. Jagatai Khan would aid in the drafting of the protocols of the Librarius, and as such, the White Scars would be a staunch force for the benefits of Psykers during the Council of Nicaea. Yet the Stormseers of the Legion would value restraint of their powers, rather than delving too deep into the machinations of the Warp. Understanding the Warp's corrupting influence, the White Scars revere its potency in battle, yet remain wary of its influence. Their discipline of wielding the Warp, known as the Test of Heaven, the White Scars more than any legion understand the potential danger the Warp poses. Believing the Warp not to be inherently evil, Stormseers such as Tagutai Yusugai would argue that its use must be respected, and those adept in its use must be rigorously trained to harness and control it. Yet any dealings with entities within the Warp should be indiscriminately avoided to prevent corruption with those who dabble with such beings. For each new member of the chapter, they shall relinquish their loyalty to their tribe and replace such fervor for that of the Emperor and the legacy of their chapter. Now a member of a 100 Astartes-strong brotherhood, they shall be commanded by their Khan, who in turn shall serve the orders of the chapter's great Khan. For even during their days as a legion, the White Scars deferred the use of the Imperium standard ranking organization and terminologies and replaced them with their own trappings and customs. Brotherhoods during the days of the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy would be far larger and be designated varying titles. Brotherhoods such as the Brotherhood of the Storm, Brotherhood of the Moon, and Brotherhood of Summer Lightning comprised of vast variances in heritage. Initially drawn from their original pioneer companies, many brotherhoods would be referred as brotherhoods by their Jagoran brethren, even should its members refer to themselves as a company. At its peak, the White Scars would encompass over 95,000 Astartes prior to the Horus Heresy. Due to such numbers, the brotherhoods of the chapter would be further compiled into hordes of different sizes. Their number would vary from 5,000 to 20,000 strong. Commanded by their Noyan Khans, the hordes of the White Scars would not be renewed, with the application of the Codex Astartes and its diminishment to the role of chapter. The White Scars during the era Indomitus would still employ brotherhoods, but only 10 in number, at a much diminished size to their former glory. Fielding a preponderance of assault bikes and fast-moving vehicles, the White Scars differ from most chapters of the Adeptus Astartes in their overwhelming deployment of vehicles compared to their cousin chapters. Utilizing their Stormseers to divine subtle warp manipulations, such as weather alterations of fog and wind, to impede their opponents and obscure their forces, the White Scars, when deployed in battle, utilize a varied arrangement of strategies to bolster their lightning-fast attacks. Though ill-suited to the tactics of the White Scars, the chapter on rare occasions does deploy destroyer squads and heavy weaponry, yet prefers to keep such units in reserve for only the most unavoidable of deployments. Referred to during the days of the Legion as the Dark Sons of Death, or Karoglanlar, these seemingly deranged omens of ill fortune would be dispatched by the Stormseer Council for only the most dire of battles. A highly decentralized force, the White Scars, alike to the Alpha Legion, exercise high amounts of self-reliance without the authority of command figures. Khans employ the use of Kavkhans as their first officers, though the title is not officially ratified within their ranks. With their legacies inherited as a legion, informing their transition into a Codex-compliant chapter, the White Scars would form into their new organizational structure with little difficulty. A predominantly Codex-compliant chapter, the White Scars do however eschew the Tome's guidelines for battle, preferring their tried-and-true fast-moving mechanized and airborne tactics. Formed of 10 companies known as Brotherhoods, each company is led by a Khan. The first Brotherhood, known as the Spear Point Brotherhood, is formed of the chapter's veterans. A devastating force armed with the finest weapons and armor, the First Brotherhood are often dispatched to various strike forces to further bolster their effectiveness. The second to fifth Brotherhoods, known as the Firefist, Eagle, Tulwar, and Stormwrath Brotherhoods, act as the chapter's battle companies. At the forefront of each White Scars offensive, the battle companies utilize the mobility of their assault bikes to great effect. Rarely deployed en masse, a single Brotherhood is often more than sufficient in laying waste to any enemy foolish enough to test the speed of such a vast company. The 6th to 9th companies, the Hawkeye, Painstalker, Bloodrider, and Stormbolt Brotherhoods act as the reserve companies. Reinforcing the battle companies as needed, the reserve companies are required to be in close proximity to deployment due to the complication to travel incurred by the warp storms across the galaxy. Quickly able to reinforce failing lines of battle, the reserve companies respond with haste to support any engagement wherein the tide of battle begins to turn for the worse. Each reserve company harbors vehicle support necessary for any engagement. The 6th Hawkeye Brotherhood trains a small crew of Predator and Repulsor tanks for the rare occasions they are needed. The 7th Painstalker Brotherhood maintain a small reserve of land speeders with highly trained pilots. The 8th Bloodrider Brotherhood excel in close combat engagements, and should they excel, are often reassigned to the battle companies as needed. The 9th Stormbolt Brotherhood encompasses Eliminator and Hellblaster squads to aid in their heavy firepower requirements. And finally, the 10th Windspeaker Brotherhood maintains the neophytes of the chapter. Proven worthy in battle, the neophytes of the chapter are molded by the crucible of battle to ensure their proficiency. Specializing in stealth attacks, the neophytes are tutored by the Master of Recruits and mentored closely by the Brotherhood sergeants. The power armor of the White Scars is one of the most ornate of all the Legiones and Adeptus Astartes. Trimmed with red and embellished with gold ornamentation, the gleaming white armor of the 5th draws inspiration from the tribes of Chagoris in their use of iconography and ornamentation. Their squad and company are marked on their knee or greaves, rather than the Codex Astartes outline of the shoulder guard. Due to each Brotherhood containing 10 squads, the White Scars normally identify their squad placement on their left knee plate. Each squad sergeant displays a red lightning bolt design upon his right leg armor of varying designs. Assault bike squads adorn their helmets with tribal markings, though non-bike Astartes paint their helmets to denote rank. Sergeants paint their helmets red, set with a skull in its center, whilst veterans eschew the skull adornment and add a crux symbol on their right shoulder guard. Veteran sergeants retain the red paint and skull on their helmets, yet add a white stripe in its center. Lieutenants of the White Scars invert this design by wearing white helmets with a skull stud and a red band across the brow. The Khans, meanwhile, wear white helmets with a skull stud and add a winged skull on their right pauldron. Squad specializations such as battle line, close support, fire support, or veterans are indicated in red on the right shoulder guard, with their chapter iconography of the lightning bolt displayed with pride on their left shoulder guard. Yet members of the 10th Brotherhood of Scouts, by chapter law, cannot utilize the horizontal bar beneath the thunderbolt of the chapter icon until they ascend to the rank of full initiates of the chapter. The command of the White Scars employs a vast assortment of unique identifiers and specialists. The title of Kargan is reserved for the Primarch of the Legion, Jaghatai Khan. Noyan Khan is a rank used only during the years of the Legion, for each Noyan Khan would command Ordus, comprised of as many as 20 Brotherhood companies. The Great Khan serves as chapter master during the era Indomitus. The Great Khan is chosen by the Stormseers of the chapter by trials of mental, physical, and spiritual trials. Deciding the fate of the chapter during the Kurultai, or Gathering of Khans, the Great Khan alongside the chapter's chaplains oversee the actions of their many wars and engagements. Khans act as captains of the chapter, and each command a single brotherhood consisting of 100 Astartes. As the company masters of the chapter, the Khans are also deemed worthy by the Stormseers. The Master of the Hunt is an honorific first given to the Lord of Summer Lightning, Jubal Khan, during the Horus Heresy. The Khan known as the Master of the Hunt tracks down and kills the enemy of his chapter, whom have been engaged in combat and escaped the chapter's justice. Each nemesis is written in the Scroll of Vengeance, and when they are slain, their severed head is brought to the fortress monastery of Quan Zhao within Chagoris. Their heads embalmed with silver by the High Chaplain of the chapter, the heads of the slain enemies of the White Scars line the path to their fortress monastery. Armed with the chapter relic, Moondraken and Moonfang, the Master of the Hunt slays some of the single most terrible and deadly foes of his Imperium. The Keshig act as the honor guard and advisors of the Great Khan. An elite cadre of Terminator armor-clad Astartes, the Keshig are among the most skilled veterans of the chapter and lay waste to any whom seek to harm their Great Khan or stand in their path. For those of great skill, but in breach of the chapter's storied code of honor, they shall be clad in black ceramite and be known as the Ebon Keshig. Shields for their most vulnerable battle brothers, the Ebon Keshig are deployed into the most deadly of engagements and shall be redeemed only should they survive their engagement. The Stormseers of the chapter act as the librarians of the White Scars. Known as Zadyan Aga, Psychers of the chapter are enshrined in mystical traditions first introduced into the Legion by Jaghatai Khan. Overseeing the promotion of both neophytes and Khans of the chapter, the Stormseers are among the most revered and respected members of the White Scars. For every 10 summers that pass over Chagoris, the Stormseers venture to the embattled tribes of the planet and draw recruits to be tested by the White Scars. Deciding in council the successor to each Great Khan, the Stormseers are integral to the continued structure and organization of the chapter. Believing that the Emperor will once again rise from his throne, the Stormseers prepare the White Scars for the return of their Primarch and the beginning of the next great crusade to unite humanity. The Mchi are the given names of the chapter's apothecaries, whom serve the medical needs and gene seed stores of the chapter. Their order within the chapter, Akoglanla, the apothecaries of the chapter preserve the legacy of Jaghatai and his gene line with reverence, and are deployed as individual aides to various brotherhoods as needed. The Tech Marines of the chapter, the Iron Khans, oversee the vast stores of speed bikes, vehicles, and dreadnoughts deployed by the Legion. The High Chaplain of the White Scars is known as the Voice of the Storm, and monitors the spiritual well-being of the chapter, and leads the Gathering of Khans as the voice of the chapter. Though a chapter devoted to the arts of lightning strike warfare, the use of dreadnoughts is sparse among the White Scars. Imprisoned within their coffins, these Uhan Solban, translated as Guardians of the Morning and Evening Stars, the White Scars see the souls of such Astartes to be trapped within the Dreadnought chassis. A fate worse than death for all White Scars, such units rarely see combat and are instead primarily used to guard the chapter's gene seed stores, both on Chagoris and Holy Terror, in order to preserve the legacy of those more fortunate than their guardians. Accepting their duty with solemn grace, the Uhan Solban rarely demand to fight the enemies of their chapter, and only when the tide of battle is dire and likely to end their vigil. And for those who err in their duty to uphold the chapter's honor, they shall be branded as Sagya Mazan. Exiled from the chapter, these penitent warriors must seek honor in death to absolve themselves of the failures and sins made in the name of their chapter.
My sons, it is more than 70 years since we cast the traitors from the walls of the Imperial Palace and began the restoration of our homeworld. We stand on the brink of victory, one that every sacrifice has counted towards. Today, we cleanse the galaxy of those who crossed our boundaries, violated our homes, and took our people. They will be crushed beneath our treads, disemboweled by our blades, and left shattered by our guns. I will give their heads on spikes lining the roads of Chagoris. I will see their foul structures torn to the ground and turned to dust. Of their leader, I shall inflict 100-fold the pain it has caused my people. My sons, you shall each do the same.
You will be faster than they are, stronger, quicker to sense corruption, and with full sanction to destroy it. You will be girded in the armor of gods and carry the blades of ruin. You will never age, never wither, never weary. And yet, in all of this, what remains your greatest gift? Only this: while you are a brotherhood, you are unbreakable. While you form the shield wall, guarding your packmates as if they were your own kinblood, you cannot be resisted. Solely by treachery can this power be undone. As we have learned, we emerge from the lesson stronger, tempered by the knowledge of how low our species can sink. We now know what waits for us should we fail, and that is well, for it is better to know your enemy's face than for it to remain hidden by shadow. Never forget this. When night comes again, as it surely will, only your brotherhood will protect you. Preserve it, and you will endure. Let it fracture, let it fail, and I tell you truly, our time, humanity's time, will be over.
The Legiones Astartes would be founded to bring compliance to the galaxy and unite the disparate fragments of humanity's past civilizations. Warriors of peerless martial skill would be crafted to destroy the enemies of the burgeoning Imperium and raise human worlds to the glory of the Emperor. Yet some among the civilizations of the galaxy would refute their allegiance to the Emperor and incur the wrath of the Master of Mankind. For today, we shall elucidate the executioners of the Emperor, raised from a death world of harsh ice storms and feral beasts. The rout of Fenris, the Space Wolves. Since its inception, the 6th Legion would be set apart from its peers. Alike to the Trefoil 18th and 20th Legions, the 6th would be created to fulfill a specific, uncompromising task: extermination. Prowling the walls of unification as a force of unrelenting violence and brutal shock assaults, the 6th Legion would rightly be feared for the ruin left in their wake. These Astartes were not diplomats, builders, nor sentinels. They were killers drawn from the most violent Terran civilizations on an individual basis. bred not for malevolence, such as the 8th, nor bloodthirst alike to the 12th, but instilled with the sanction of the Emperor to carry out his will. Caring not for pageantry, martial perfection, or glory, the 6th Legion would find purpose in their duty to serve the master of mankind. Though little is known of their deeds during the unification of Terra, all that is worth noting is their unflinching obedience to the Emperor and lack of survivors able to speak of their bloody campaigns. Recruitment would be hazardous due to the Legion's candidates rejecting gene seed implantation at extremely high percentages, with deployment of the 6th Legion being minimal during the era preceding the Great Crusade. The deployment of the 6th Legion would be minimal during the era preceding the Great Crusade. Collared for a Terran Standard decade during the dawn of the Great Crusade, the Legion would be unleashed upon the technologically advanced world of Delsvarn. Despite the civilization's proficient governance and military, the people of Delsvarn would be no match for the fury of the 6th Legion, led by its Lord Commander, Enoch Raffin. Deploying every member of the Legion within a single overwhelming strike, within an hour of their descent onto the planet, the defenders would be cut down without mercy or restraint. For their swift and proven compliance, the Emperor would grant the 6th Legion the 115th Expeditionary Fleet to enact further compliances across the galaxy. Serving alongside their brother legions, due to their smaller numbers ranging between 7,000 to 9,000 Astartes, the 6th Legion would be dispatched as deadly shock troopers across hundreds of campaigns. Referred to as the Rout by their peers as a derogative term referring to jackals preying on the weak carrion of battle. Yet with the scattering of the Primarchs across the galaxy, it would not be long until the 6th Legion would be reunited with their Gene Father, and a new dawn would hearken the renewal of their Legion. Upon the world of Fenris, a child would be found having been raised by the apex predator of the Death World, a Fenrisian wolf. Surviving the harsh ice world alongside the cubs of the wolf, Gedi and Freki, the infant Primarch would be found by the warriors of the Fenrisian tribe of the Russ. The Wolf Mother would be slain, to which the young Primarch would fell many warriors of the Russ with his bare hands to protect his surviving wolfkin. Realizing the feral beast to be human, the tribesmen would bring the young Primarch to their liege, King Thengir. Seeing great potential in the young boy, Thengir would adopt him into his household. Naming him Leman of the Russ, the young boy would quickly learn the customs of his tribe, mastering speech and proficiency with an assortment of weapons. Following the teachings of Gnariel, the Eldar of the Russ, the saga known as the Ascension of the Wolf King would endure as the eponymous tale of Leman's youth. A boy born of Hellwinter, raised by wolves, would form the basis for the Legion's future adoption of storytelling and reverence of Fenrisian culture. Leman would begin to conquer the rival tribes of the Death World as the Russ tribe expanded to become the single most powerful tribe of the planet. Yet Thengir, now ancient by the standards of the populace of Fenris, would be a rare soul to perish due to old age. Leman would be installed as the leader of the Russ tribe and continue his quest to unite his homeworld. Coming close to succeeding in his conquest, Leman would be given the title of Wolf King, and with time, reunite with the Master of Mankind during the early years of expanse of the Imperium. Alongside his brother, Horus Lupercal, Leman Russ would be among the first Primarchs to assume leadership of his legion and embark across the stars. For many glories would be won by the Vilka Fenrika of Fenris, though much of their deeds would be misconstrued. Reunited with their Gene Father, the 6th Legion would assume a new title befitting the command of the barbarian King of Fenris. Within weeks of the Emperor's tutelage of the Wolf King, he would be installed to command the now Space Wolves of the Legiones Astartes. Bristling at the crude epitaph appointed by ignorant bureaucrats, the Sky Warriors of Russ would stalk the stars as a predatory force, gifting death and destruction to any who would incur their wrath. Quickly recruiting aspirants of Fenrisian birth into the Legion, the cultural trappings of the Vilka Fenrika would stir tension among the Terran veterans of the Sixth. Forged in blood and fire, the Rout would earn a reputation as reliable exterminators of both Xenos and mutants across the galaxy. With the unification of more Primarchs into the fold of the Imperium, the Space Wolves would prove eager to aid their cousin legions in joint campaigns to purge the Imperium's enemies. Aiding the Iron Warriors and White Scars Legion during the Wheel of Fire campaign, the warriors of the Legiones Astartes would purge the Orc War of Mashog over the expanse of 5 years of conflict. Losing a third of their number during the campaign, the Legion would lose their first master, Enoch Ravin, and the Vilka Fenrika would renew their brotherhood through the crucible of sacrifice. Bloodlust would give way to discipline, rage would be subsumed by duty, and pride would swell within the hearts of the Sons of Russ. Safeguarding humanity as the fangs clenched around the throats of its enemies. Fierce and cunning warriors all, the Rout would not tolerate defiance of their so-called Allfather, nor the betrayal of his vision for the future. Purging the galaxy clean for 2 centuries, the Vilka Fenrika would stand ready for any enemies skulking in the dark corners of the void. Yet in their haste to enforce the Master of Mankind's will, the Sixth Legion would be pawns in the manipulations of an impending threat from within. The Space Wolves Legion had always harbored resentment and disgust towards the 15th Legion, the Thousand Sons. Dabblers in the tides and currents of the warp, such powers would bear the taint of malevolence, to which the Rout would decry its manipulations and embrace. Coming close to annihilating the Sons of Magnus the Red during their joint campaign on the world of Shrike. Witnessing the flesh change of members of the Thousand Sons, Leman would demand the 15th Legion to relinquish their abuses of the warp or suffer the wrath of the Rout. Though hostilities would cease with the intervention of the Wordbearer's Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, the continued scrutiny placed on the Thousand Sons would only postpone their censure. The Master of Mankind would convene the Council of Nicaea, a debate to decide the fate of the use of Psykers within the Legiones Astartes. Allying with the Death Guard and other detractors of the Librarius, the Space Wolves would proffer their accounts of witnessing the mutations within the Legion and demand reprisal. The Emperor would concede to the warning of the detractors of the Librarius and decree that all use of Psykers within the Legiones Astartes would be outlawed. Magnus the Red would stew in his Legion censure, yet mere years later embark upon a great journey within the Immaterium to prevent catastrophe. Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium, would fall to the clutches of chaos and begin to enact his grand betrayal of the Imperium. Magnus would intervene in an attempt to prevent the Lupercal's surrender to the manipulations of chaos, yet fail to prevent his downfall. Projecting his soul to Holy Terror to warn the Emperor of the impending betrayal, Magnus would consort with demons of the warp to breach the Imperial Palace's psychic wards. Breaching the psychic barrier surrounding the Emperor's throne room, Magnus would damn humanity to forever voyage across the Immaterium in their traversal across the stars. For his heinous act of irreparable damage to the Emperor's Webway project, the Master of Mankind would dispatch the Sixth Legion to bring the Thousand Sons to Terra for judgment. Yet the War Master of the Ruinous Powers would see an opportunity to sow further chaos. Intercepting the orders given to the Rout, Horus would command Leman Russ to exterminate the Thousand Sons upon their homeworld of Prospero. Already rumored to have driven one of the redacted legions to extinction, the Emperor's executioner would revel in the task to bring the most despised legion to heel. Incorporating members of the Sisters of Silence and Legio Custodes into the fold of his fleet, the Wolf King would travel to the Thousand Sons' homeworld. Prospero would burn as the Vilka Fenrica butchered the Thousand Sons en masse. For a time, Magnus the Red would allow for his people's persecution in order to prevent their manipulation by the ruinous powers, yet relent under the advisements of his first captain, Arzek Araman. The two kings of war would duel, one fighting for the love of his sons, the other for the duty to his father. Leman would fatally wound the Crimson King, yet Magnus would submit himself to the patronage of the Changer of Ways, Sinch, to ensure the retreat of his legion. The rout had decimated Prospero, yet by the manipulations of the Warp, its capital city, Tizca, would be transported to the Eye of Terror and come to rest upon the cursed planet of the Sorcerers. Russ had failed to exterminate the last remnants of the 15th, yet be oblivious to the betrayal of his once stalwart brother, Horus. Assembling his remaining might to the Alaxus Nebula, the rout would be trapped by the agents of the War Master, the Alpha Legion. Already battle-weary from Prospero, the Vilka Fenrica would brace themselves as the snare of the Hydra tightened. Alfarius Omegon, already embittered towards the Wolf King for his dismissal of the 20th Legion's use of subterfuge and trickery, would relish the chance to humble the wolves of Fenris. Petitioning aid from the White Scars Legion, the Primarch of the 5th, Jagatai Khan, would refuse to engage in the conflict until answers were gleaned as to the intent of the rout and its allegiances. Alone, Russ would ruminate on his circumstance and the conflict he now found his legion embroiled within. With counsel from the young pack leader of Tra, Bjorn the One-Handed, Leman would resolve to reforge his purpose as the Emperor's executioner, as the Wolf King rallied his men in an attempt to break from the Hydra's fleet. Seemingly confronted by the Primarch of the Alpha Legion, Leman would defend the flagship of the Space Wolves, Harafnakel, until the arrival of the Dark Angels Legion. Unaware of the wider conflict of the Horus Heresy, a servant of the Regent of Caliban, Captain Ormond would dispatch one of his men to infiltrate the rout to ascertain their allegiance in the conflict. Discovered by the rune priest, Kvar, the Dark Angel would nonetheless deem the 6th Legion loyal to the Imperium and aid them in routing the fleeing Alpha Legion fleet. Sending a distress call, the Dark Angel's fleet of Luthor would drive back the Alpha Legion, led by their commander, Chapter Master Alphalos. Freed from the Hydra's grip, the Space Wolves would return to the Throne World to aid in the defense of the Imperium. Yet Leman would not stay idle upon Terra for long, as he began to orchestrate his last attempt to slay his corrupted brother. Convening with Malkador the Sigillite, the Wolf King would seek counsel from his ancient mentor, as well as the knight-errant formerly of the Lunar Wolves Legion, Garviel Oaken. The Sigillite had attempted to assassinate Horus on several occasions, yet never with a Primarch wielding the blade. Dispatching his knights-errant to infiltrate the War Master's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, during its journey to Holy Terra, the strike team led by Garviel Oaken would mark the path for the impending assault of the Space Wolves. Assisted by the former Astartes of the rout, Bror Tearfinger, the knights-errant would lay Futhark rings within the vast Gloriana-class void ship to allow the rout swift infiltration of the Lupercal's court. Retreating from the engagement aboard the ship Tarnhelm, the knights-errant would return to Holy Terra, with exception given to Bror as he rejoined the rout in their assault of the War Master's flagship. Armed with the Dionysian spear, crafted by the Emperor's own hand, Leman Russ would confront the War Master and attempt to end his madness. Piercing his armor and skin with the tip of the spear's blade, Horus's body would be cleansed of the corrupting influence of the ruinous powers. Yet Horus would remain resolute in his defiance of the Emperor, with the visions of the grim dark future gifted by the dark gods still plaguing his mind. Leman would be wounded, and with the aid of his sons, be carried from the battle before being slain by the War Master. Horus would partially recover from his grievous wound and its afflicted coma, embarking to Holy Terra to enact his final siege of the Throne World. Yet the Space Wolves would not be present during the final battle to save the soul of humanity. Regrouping and venturing with all haste to Holy Terra, the Vilka Fenrica would arrive too late to prevent the War Master's duel with the Emperor and interment of the Master of Mankind upon the Golden Throne. The battle had been won in the name of the Imperium, yet at a cost which would damn humanity to millennia of suffering, strife, and degeneration. Leman would be stricken with grief for his failure to prevent the loss of his father and so many stalwart defenders of the Imperium. Bolstering the loyalist counterattack of the great scouring of the traitors, the rout would hunger for vengeance against the now humbled champions of chaos. Spearheading the charge to drive the traitors back into the Eye of Terror, the Space Wolves and their Primarch would purge their number for 7 Terran Standard years until their task would be fulfilled. Yet Leman Russ would not stand idle as the embers of betrayal gathered to one day rekindle across the stars. For he would leave the Space Wolves under the command of Bjorn the One-Handed and embark on a quest to revivify the Imperium. A quest he shall not return from until the commencement of the end of days, the Wolf Time. For 7 years after the disappearance of the Wolf King, the Wolves of Fenris would wait patiently for the return of their liege. Electing Bjorn as the first great wolf of the rout, the now fell-handed would leave his legion on a great hunt to seek out their Primarch. Venturing far and wide across the Sea of Stars, the Space Wolves would find no trace of their Genefather, even within the roiling tides of the Eye of Terror. Bjorn would be wounded and interred within a dreadnought sarcophagus as the great hunt bore only ill omens and tales of woe. Several great hunts would follow as the years waxed and waned, with the second hunt claiming the armor of Russ from the Temple of Horus on the planet of Rudra, and 9th leading to the purge of a world under the thrall of the cults of the Devourer. For each great hunt bears great deeds, and even should they not facilitate clues to their liege lord's return, all serve as campaigns fought for the preservation and benefit of the Imperium. Bestowed by visions of the Rune Priests, said to be voiced by their Primarch, the providence of Leman Russ guides the now chapter to embark on great hunts to hasten his return. Believing the end of days to be impending, the Space Wolves identify campaigns such as Abaddon the Despoiler's destruction of Cadia during his accursed 13th Black Crusade, and resurgence of the loyalist Primarch, Rabute Gilliman, to be signs of the Wolf Time. Rumors stir that the Lion of Caliban now stalks the stars once more, confronting the champions of chaos wherever they spawn. Yet should the Wolf of Fenris add his claws and fangs to the fray, the schemes and plots of the ruinous powers shall continue to be abated. To be recruited into the Vilka Fenrica is one of the most grueling trials of any Space Marine chapter. Drawing aspirants solely from the tribesmen of Fenris, the neophytes of the 6th are required to endure the harsh environments of the Death World in their quest to slay a beast of the frigid wastelands. Armed with the barest of furs, tools, and weapons, the recruits must bring a fang of their kill to prove their mettle. Observed by the chapter's wolf priests, the fatality rate of the aspirants is incredibly high, with most never passing their first trial to ascend to the ranks of the Astartes. Yet for those proven to adapt to their environment, endure the suffering inflicted by the bitter cold, and dominate the deadliest predators of the planet, they shall earn a brief reprieve before being tested in further trials. Inducted into the training camps of Rusvik, Valksburg, and Grimnir, the aspirants shall be banded as so-called Wolf Brothers and further test their abilities in packs of ad hoc squadrons. For the Space Wolves, the pack is of paramount importance for the methods of war waged by the 6th, and so each neophyte must hone their proficiency in cooperation to fulfill their tasks. Dispatched once more into the wastes of Azerheim, the Wolf Brothers shall face the feral beasts of Fenris once more, and should they succeed, ascend to the rank of Bloodclaws. Finally, each proven neophyte must undertake the trials of Morkai. First, they shall be brought before a council of rune priests, who shall test their mental resolve by harnessing the strange arcanum of Fenris. Within the bowels of the Space Wolves Fortress Monastery, the Ayet, also known as the Fang, a portal surrounded by rivers of molten lava, must be passed. Walking through the ancient archway, centered with the wolf god's image as a symbol of his commitment to embark into the jaws of danger. Unburdened of weakness, the aspirants' minds shall be scoured by the rune priests for any signs of doubt, temptation, or fear. Conjuring phantom foes and the deepest-rooted fears of the aspirants, only those who steel themselves against their plight shall succeed. Those who fail shall be mind-wiped and gifted to the chapter's iron priests to undergo lobotomies and surgeries to become servitor thralls of the Sixth. Once screened for signs of vulnerability, those who prove pure in their purpose shall undertake the final trial of Morkai. The blooding shall test the neophytes as they drink from the cup of the Wolfen. A relic of the chapter, the cup allows the drinker to absorb the Canis helix of their gene seed, or Spirit of the Wolf, to act as a catalyst to activate their gene flaw. Many shall writhe in uncontrollable agony as their bodies are racked by the deadly transformation, as some even succumb to the mutations. Cast back into the wilderness, those who survive must find their way back to the Fang, as his body increases up to 80% larger as his muscles painfully burgeon with muscle growth. Bones fuse, fangs sprout from his gums, and for those who prove unfortunate, they shall transform into feral beasts, cursed to roam the wastes of Fenris. Those who reject the curse of the Wolfen shall return to the Ayet as a true sky warrior of the rout. Gifted the power armor of a fallen battle brother of the chapter, the newly ascended Astartes shall be placed into one of the 12 great companies as a true son of Rus. The curse of the Wolfen still plagues many of the aspirants whom have succeeded in their trials of Morkai. Activated under intensely stressful engagements, the Canis helix can lay dormant for decades or even centuries without stirring. As a clear flaw of the Space Wolves gene seed, it is a testament to the value of the rout that those who uncover their dark secret do not seek censure from the Imperium regarding their mutations. Naturally aloof and distant in their dealings, the administrators of the Imperium are content to allow the Space Wolves to slay the enemies of humanity unhindered, so long as their campaigns do not interfere with their own dealings. Obedient and intensely loyal, the Sixth's bellicose and strange nature allows for deflection of intense scrutiny by way of capitalizing on the ignorance of onlookers. Savage warriors, lauded for countless great victories and campaigns throughout the millennia, the Canis helix, while a great flaw in its inherent risk of mutation, nonetheless allows the Vilka Fenrica to persecute warfare with unmatched primal fury. Incredibly adept hunters and trackers, the reputation of their Primarch and Legion as executioners and killers is well earned. Though millions have perished during the trials of recruitment into the Sixth, the prestige of those few who survive are legendary even among the Adeptus Astartes. Those who transform into the Wolfen are captured by the senior officers of the chapter and caged as feral beasts. Unleashed upon the most desperate of battles, the Wolfen tear their foes limb from limb as deadly cannon fodder, who even in their bestial state serve the will of the chapter. A notable yet arbitrary flaw also inherent in the gene seed of the rout is their proclivity to show signs of aging. Unlike most Astartes, the hair of the veterans of the chapter shall turn grey as their canines lengthen and their skin becomes leathery. Regarded as Grey Hunters, the most venerable Astartes of many centuries of service grow fangs more alike to tusks in size and are known as Longfangs. Elders of the chapter of the highest esteem, the Longfangs have harnessed and mastered their inherent darkness of the Wolfen and are granted wills of iron for their continual, indomitable nature. As a non-codex compliant chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, The Space Wolves have retained their organization of its great companies, each championed by their respective wolf lords and comprised of an average of 150 to 200 Astartes. The Bloodmaws are led by Bran Redmaw and are masters of hunting. Their icon of the Bloodied Hunter represents their savagery in battle, for it is said that the curse of the Vulfan is especially prevalent in the ranks of the Bloodmaws. Cunning warriors comprising several Grey Hunters among their ranks, the warriors of the Bloodied Hunter lie in wait to tear their foes limb from limb. The Sea Wolves are led by Engir Krakendum and brandish the Sea Wolf upon their armour. Drawn from the southern islands of Fenris's Kraken hunters, Engir's men specialise in armoured warfare and champion the use of Swiftclaw Outriders to cast a tide of bloodshed across their enemies. The Sons of Morkai are led by Eric Morkai and bear the two-headed beast as their sigil. Stern and indomitable scouts, the Sons of Morkai approach warfare with cold and mirthless duty. Deployed en masse in carapace armour and relinquishing any use of Terminators within their ranks, the mobile and violent Great Company, comprised of approximately 100 warriors, prefer rapid manoeuvres and infiltration. The Red Moons, led by Gunnar Redmoon, embody their patron's visage of a skeletal beast devouring the bodies of its unworthy foes. Favouring aggressors and heavy firepower, these hulking warriors are less wolves and more appropriately are like to bears in their methods of unleashing massive casualties. The Death Wolves, led by Harald Deathwolf, adopt the Ravening Jaw icon, depicting Morkai devouring the sun and plunging the galaxy into eternal darkness. Master tamers of beasts, the warriors of the Death Wolf charge into battle atop Thunderwolves and lupine creatures of both biological and mechanical construction. The Storm Wolves, led by Bjorn Stormwolf, adopt the Great Thunderwolf as their symbol. Impetuous and impatient warriors, the Storm Wolves eschew stealth to better take to the field of battle upon Vindicators and Speedbikes to clash against their foes without relent. The Iron Wolves, led by Vorek Gnarlfist, bear the Iron Wolf as their sigil and deploy metallic beasts and armoured divisions to rampage across the ranks of their enemies. Cutting off escape routes and supply lines, the Iron Wolves bleed their enemies dry with the purity and reliable essence of the machine. The Drake Slayers, led by Crom Dragongaze, embody the nature of the Sunwolf. Bearing a steely glare and immense reputation for earned glories, the Drake Slayers are among the most deadly and prestigious great companies of the Space Wolves. The Fire Howlers, led by Sven Bloodhowl, tattoo their skin with their icon of the Fire Breather, but also runes and sagas of their past deeds. Bereft of their leader during their battle against the Blackstone Fortress, Will of Eternity, the Fire Howlers remain vigilant for their Wolf Lord's return and earn glory for their great company as they tattoo their deeds upon their remaining canvas of their skin. The Grimblood, led by Kjarl Grimblood, bear the sigil of the Firewolf and are rumoured to bear guilt for their heraldry. Said to read the future, Kjarl Grimblood executes the will of his chapter with purging flamer weapons to facilitate the future portents best suited to the survival of the chapter. The Blackmanes, led by Ragnar Blackmane, have earned legendary renown for their campaigns. Leading entire planetary invasions via drop pod assault, the young Wolf Lord, despite his age, has been proven to be an Astartes of singular providence. The second largest great company, the Blackmanes comprise many Skyclaws, Swiftclaws, and Bloodclaws into their ranks of many of the junior Astartes of the chapter. Hungering to prove themselves in battle, the Blackmanes bring immense pride to the chapter for their continued successful campaigns and reputation as warriors of unimpeachable skill. And finally, the Great Wolf's Company contains the single most revered veterans of the chapter. The champions of Fenris, imbued with boundless courage and honour, wear the honorific of the wolf that stalks between stars, proudly upon their armour. Previously known as the Night Runners, it is the decision of each member as to which sigil they shall bear upon their pauldron. The largest of all the great companies, the champions of Fenris fight alongside their great wolf, with the King's Guard acting as the chapter master's personal bodyguards. Specialists such as the Shield Brothers and Void Claws fight in close quarters as the most proficient melee warriors of the chapter. For it is truly a sight to behold to see the greatest warriors of the rout brought to bear. The wolf's emblem of the 6th Legion has become a hallmark of Imperial legend as a symbol to be feared by its enemies. Black on yellow, with occasional ornamentation of runes and silver diamonds, the symbol of the former Legion is worn only by the great company of the Blackmanes, as the wider chapter eschew its use, with the Astartes replacing its pride of place with the icon of their respective great company. Denoting their ranks by use of Fenrisian markings, with the promotion of each Wolf Lord as leader of their respective wolf pack, the markings are changed by his decree to reflect his personal choosing. Formal identifiers are not widespread due to the chapter's nonconformist nature, yet slight variations of each icon of the great companies are designed. None may alter the appearance of the sigil of the Great Wolf, the wolf that stalks between stars, for such an act would dishonor the memory of its original bearer, Leman Russ. For no man shall dare revoke the iconography of the Wolf King, and as such, many of the chapter's relics still bear its original heraldry, unchanged by centuries of war. Inscribing honor markings upon their ceramite, displays of courage, kinship, and glorious deeds are commonplace among the Astartes of the rout. From ancient runes to stylistic symbols of Fenrisian origins, though no formal conventions exist outlining their use, every Astartes of the chapter enshrines such sigils with great reverence and pride. Icons such as bones represent wounds endured in battle, while knife and claw markings denote bravery in the most deadly of battles. Marching into battle, donned in gunmetal grey during the days of unification and until the end of the Horus Heresy, the Space Wolves now adopt a blue-tinged grey paint scheme. Adorned with great pelts of Fenrisian beasts, red and yellow jewels, and necklaces of teeth, the only stringent ruling of their heraldry is that their wolf pack placement upon their right pauldron and great company upon their left. Some also mark their knee guard with the symbol of their wolf pack, yet due to the highly individualistic nature of each Astartes, much to find his own methods of honoring his kin. Although the inheritors of the 6th Legion do not ascribe to the conventions or rulings of the wider Imperium, they are strict adherents to the hierarchies of their own culture. Led by their great wolf, the equivalent rank of Chapter Master acts as the steward of the rout until the return of the Wolf King, Leman Russ. Chosen from among the Wolf Lords of the chapter, only the most battle-hardened members of the Vilka Fenrika assume the most prestigious mantle of the rout, to which its current custodian, Logan Grimnar, has held the title for 8 centuries. The Wolf Lords bear ranks comparable to Adeptus Astartes captains. Leading each of the 12 great companies into battle, the Wolf Lords are each accompanied by Wolf Guards. Though a prestigious rank among the rout, it is not expected of the Wolf Lords to live long lives due to the chapter's proclivity to fight in close combat engagements. Yet such is the strength of the Wolf Lords that some within their ranks have exceeded 1,000 years of war in service to their chapter. The Iron Priests oversee the forges of the Space Wolves and serve alike to Tech Marines of the chapter. Assigned to the Great Wolf's company, the Champions of Fenris, when required, the Iron Priests are dispatched to other fighting deployments and companies to meet the needs as tactical analysts during battle. Wolf Priests serve as both apothecaries and chaplains of the Space Wolves. Ministering the spiritual and medical needs of the rout, the Wolf Priests also bear the responsibility to identify and induct aspirants into the chapter to undergo the trials to become a Space Marine. Rune Priests act as the librarians of the Vilka Fenrika, yet balk at the insinuation that their powers are drawn from the warp. Drawing power from the so-called Underverse, the Rune Priests rarely bear psychic hoods or traditional weapons associated with the psychers of the Adeptus Astartes. Armed with runic weapons, The peculiar wielders of their rune-drawn powers memorize the oral traditions and deeds of their chapter to be passed down from generation to generation. Battle leaders command elements of the chapter's might alike to Adeptus Astartes lieutenants. Chosen to mentor younger members of the chapter or serve as personal bodyguards of their respective wolf lords, the battle leaders are an integral senior rank within the rout. Role models within the Vilca Fenrica, the battle leaders lead several packs of Space Marines as they wage war to prove themselves worthy of ascension to the role of future wolf lords. Pack leaders are the equivalent of sergeants within the rout and lead 10-man squads into battle. The humblest of senior ranks within the chapter, it is the rank of pack leader, which begins a Space Wolf's journey through the ranks to glory. Dreadnoughts of the chapter are both devastating warriors and wise counselors. Veterans of thousands of battles, the venerable dreadnoughts sleep under the fortress monastery of the Ayat until they are awoken for counsel or battle in the chapter's direst hours. Though the Contemptor pattern dreadnought chassis has earned contempt from the chapter due to its reputation for savagery and bloodlust. With even rarer cases of some wolfen being interred within dreadnought sarcophagi, the inheritors of the Canis Helix bound into battle only should the need for remorseless butchery be required. Known for their savagery throughout the Imperium, the Routs stand apart from the original founding legions in their distinct violent battle strategies. Issuing organization in deference to individual martial prowess, each pack of the Sixth transforms from impatient and bloodthirsty berserkers to wise and revered veterans. Once comprised of over 73,000 Astartes, the now chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, whilst not compliant to the ruling of 1,000 outlined by the Codex Astartes, has nonetheless diminished from its former size. Anti-authoritarian to their core, the Rout comply only with the will of their elders within the chapter as a source of command. Abandoning methods of war deemed superfluous to their means, the Space Wolves only retain strategies of their peers, proven to bolster their brutal methods of warfare. Divided into wolf packs of 10 Astartes, each member of these squads are formed of brothers-in-arms whom have shared many campaigns. Adept at working together through bonds of camaraderie, the Astartes' enhanced sense of smell and kinship enable such wolf packs to locate their peers once separated from the pack. Never reinforcing losses within each pack, each brotherhood must survive or be forgotten as a footnote in the chapter's history. For only proven wolf packs shall be honored by the Skalds in the storied tales of the Sixth. Bloodclaws are the most junior of the wolf packs, comprised of the equivalent of assault marines used by other chapters. The aggressive neophytes wage war to prove themselves worthy of ascension through the ranks of the Sixth. The Swift Claws are a derivative of the Blood Claws, specializing in hit-and-run, targeted assaults. Charging into battle atop land speeders and assault bikes, the young and ambitious Astartes take no heed for their own self-preservation in their rampage to prove their might. The Skyclaws are also a subset of the Bloodclaws, serving as the chapter's assault marines. Equipped with jump packs, these headstrong killers swarm their enemies from above and crash among their enemies' ranks, wreaking havoc via melee weaponry. Tempering the most rebellious of the chapter through trial by fire and allowing for failure or even death in their assaults, the Skyclaws must learn the cost of their impetuous nature. The Grey Hunters are seasoned veterans of the chapter and bear their title with pride. The equivalent of tactical marines among the Adeptus Astartes, the Grey Hunters are the most numerous squad configuration throughout the Sixth and prove to be reliable and proud warriors to which their juniors should hope to one day aspire to. The Longfangs are the most senior of the wolf packs, formed of the elders of the chapter. Not to be underestimated for their age, the Longfangs, though grey of mane, nonetheless inspire awe in their kin for their unimpeachable deeds and ferocity in battle. It is a great honor for an Astartes of the Rout to survive long enough to ascend to the rank of Longfang, for only the most deadly and cunning warriors can evade death's embrace for so many centuries of war. The Wolf Guard are a specialist wolf pack responsible for the defense of the chapter's wolf lords. Each member a champion of the Vilka Fenrika, the members of the Wolf Guard can requisition any Astartes from the wolf packs to fight at their side and train prospective future members of their guard. Often clad in Terminator armor, the Wolf Guard are armed with the most sacred and powerful relics of the chapter and fight at the vanguard of the deadliest conflicts, and may one day assume the mantle of Wolf Lord with their continued service. The Thunderwolf Cavalry are a subdivision of the Wolf Guard and are a secret to outsiders of the chapter. Riding into battle upon Thunderwolves of prodigious size, the elite of the Wolf Guard augment their wolves with cybernetics to add to their terrifying demeanor. Charging into battle as waves of unstoppable killing fury, these warriors are deployed only in the most dire of battles, where a swift crippling of the enemy is required. The Wolf Scouts are masters of reconnaissance and are installed to each great company to enable proficiency in gathering intelligence and battlefield data. Not to be confused with neophytes of the chapter, the Wolf Scouts are veterans of war and prove adept at identifying weaknesses in their enemy's defenses and battle lines. The Lone Wolves are sole survivors of packs unfortunate enough to be annihilated during battle. Having not earned a place within the Wolf Guard, the Lone Wolves must battle alone to regain the honor of their fallen pack, or die as another casualty of their extinct brethren. Slaying dangerous foes and champions of the enemies of the rout, those who prove their might shall be installed as members of the Wolf Guard. Finally, the Wolf Blades are an ancient honor guard dispatched to Holy Terra. Allied with the Navigator House of Belisarius, the Rout honor their alliance by installing Space Wolf Astartes to train the Celestarchs of the Navigator House and defend their aristocracy as stalwart bodyguards. For there are few Navigator houses allied with chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, and to have members of the Sky Warriors of Fenris within their retinue retains their fierce reputation and dauntless pedigree. The Rout remain among the most controversial of all the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, with many deriding their use of overwhelming, brutal force and rejection of the outlines of the Codex Astartes. Rivaled only by the Black Templars and Grey Knights in their autonomy, both the Emperor's Holy Inquisition and Adeptus Ministorum have failed on numerous occasions to restrain or shackle the Sons of Russ. Despite such misgivings, the Space Wolves have gained a reputation as arguably the single most capable and stalwart defenders of the Imperium, due to their countless battles against both Xenos and Chaos incursions. Led by their great wolf, Logan Grimnar, the Rout of the 41st Millennium has staved off the invasions of Abaddon the Despoiler for many years, and cost the War Master of Chaos many losses during his accursed 13th Black Crusade. Aiding War Master Lord Solar Macarius during the Macarian Crusade, the Space Wolves would recognize the legendary Astra Militarum commander's ambition, with the then Great Wolf, Ulrich Grimfang, sanctioning the aid of the Rout in his endeavors. Also of note would be the chapter's aid during the First War for Armageddon during 444.M41, alongside the stalwart human defenders in their defiance against the invasion of the forces of Chaos. With the intervention of the Grey Knights chapter under the command of the Inquisition, the war would be won, yet entail a heavy price. The populace would be ordered to submit for sterilization and drafting into work camps until exhausted to the point of death. Furious at Inquisitor Lord Kisneros's decision, the Space Wolves would defend the populace from the Grey Knights in a war which would come to be known as the Months of Shame. Millions would perish, with vital outposts and installations across the Armageddon system being annihilated by the embattled Astartes chapters. Survivors of the Armageddon system would escape as the Rout confronted the Grey Knights and ultimately deny the Inquisition their demands. Destroying Lord Kisneros's flagship, its destruction ending him in the process, the Space Wolves would slay the Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights and demonstrate their reputation as a force not to be opposed. The Months of Shame would end and leave a legacy of mistrust and aggression towards the Inquisition. The only Astartes chapter With knowledge of the 666th without sanction, the Space Wolves now fire upon any Inquisition vessels seen within the Fenris system without their express permission, placing Chaos-emancipated civilizations such as Alaric Prime into their War Guild or Chapter Protectorate to prevent their destruction by the Inquisition. The Space Wolves have earned a reputation as defenders of the downtrodden, despite their infamous savagery in battle. The Sixth Legion's traditions of storytelling, passed down through oral tradition, remain of great significance to the chapter. Each of the great companies are named after the wolves of Fenrisian mythology, with many assigned to a great company encompassing their own lessons. The Blackmane Wolf is the most deadly of all the Fenrisian wolves, enshrining within the Space Wolves a deadly pedigree to aspire towards. The Bloodied Hunter stalks its prey and delights in the art of tracking and slaying its target. The Dark Wolf is the only one of the 12 to never howl. Lurking among the shadows, the Dark Wolf shepherds the spirits of the dead into their tombs to lie in wait to rise once more during the wolf time. Drekken the Thunderwolf champions strength over subtlety and enables its devotees to gain the might required to sunder their enemies. The Fire Breather dwells in the grand volcanoes of Fenris, spewing its molten wrath when angered and tempering its adherents to unleash their fury when provoked. The Firewolf heralds the beginning of the season of fire upon Fenris as the Deathworld's ice and snow melts to give way and islands sink into the ocean to give rise to new landmasses. Whether the Firewolf hearkens the doom of Fenris or newfound glory varies with each season of fire. Freki and Gedi, the twin wolves raised at the side of the Wolf King, Leman Russ, would serve alongside their brother during the Great Crusade. Representing the bond of brotherhood inherent within the rout, the strength of the pack embodies the rout's potential to defeat any foe through teamwork and camaraderie. The Great Devourer is an omen within the mythology of Fenris and bodes great times of immense destruction. Hyger, the Mountain Wolf, epitomizes the endurance of the rout and their duty to embrace the hardships of their environment without complaint to enable the Space Wolves' continual improvement through discomfort and struggle. The Ice Wolf serves as a lieutenant of the guardian of the Fenrisian underworld, Morkai. The fiercest of Morkai's pack, the Ice Wolf would strike Leman Russ in their chronicled legends and be hurled by the Wolf King into the Eye of the Wolf, the sun in which Fenris orbits. Forging the fang of the Ice Wolf into a blade known as Spellvander, the chapter relic reminds the adherents of the Ice Wolf to fight alike to the icy sting inflicted upon their Primarch in battles worthy of similar tales of glory. The Iron Wolf embodies the spirit of the chapter's Iron Priests and their forges, teaching the rout the value of craftsmanship, weaponsmithing, and the maintenance of their armaments. Lakan, the Runed Wolf, is the totem of the rune priests of the chapter and instills the value of the mysterious runecraft inscribed upon the Space Wolf ceramite. Lokia, the Lone Wolf, bears the aspect of the Wolf Scouts of the chapter and teaches the chapter's fresh recruits the value of self-reliance. Rank, the Hidden Wolf, stalks the shadows and champions the virtues of stealth as a potent means to deal death. The Sea Wolf protects those who sail upon the vast oceans of Fenris, whilst the Sun Wolf arises each dawn within the heart of Fenris' sun to shine a light on the harsh Deathworld. Thengir, the Wolf King, represents the Space Wolves' fortress monastery, the Thang, whilst the Night Runner marks the heraldry of the Great Wolf Logan Grimnar's glory. Torvald, the Farsighted, sees all upon Fenris and instructs young Space Wolf aspirants to analyze the state of battle before hurling themselves into the fray unprepared. The Spirit Wolf guards the souls of the Space Wolves and defends their spirits from the corrupting influence of Maleficarum. The Wolf of the Red Moon stalks the seven hells of Fenris and claims the deceased proven unworthy to enter Morkai. The wolf that stalks between stars is worn proudly by each and every great wolf to bear witness as each chapter master of the rout brings glory to Fenris. Morkai, the twin-headed guardian, rules the Fenrisian underworld. Bested by Leman Russ during his arrival to Fenris, Morkai would be cast into the underworld by the Wolf King as penance. And finally, the Wolfen serves as the cursed, bestial nature of the Space Wolves. All sons of Russ must remain ever vigilant to reject the feral nature sown deep within their being. For should they surrender to its nature, they shall become corrupted, beasts of madness. Enshrined in the traditions of Fenrisian culture, the Space Wolves retell the sagas of their chapter. Tales of mighty heroes and terrible monsters instill pride within the young Astartes of the rout. Distrustful of technology and sorceries not drawn from their homeworld, the peoples of Fenris, to which their Astartes are drawn, elevate honor and valor as the utmost virtues to achieve. Regarding their souls to be Freds, when a space marine of the rout perishes, their battle brothers shall refer to their Fred being cut. Burning their bodies upon funeral pyres, his surviving brethren shall feast to his memory and retell the tales of his greatest deeds. Their revelries shall not end until each member of the great company espouses every worthy deed of their fallen battle brother, which can last for several days or even weeks. None may interrupt the feast, nor leave the confines of the feasting chamber until its conclusion, with the longest recorded feast lasting the retelling of 432 tales of Hayroth Longfang during the Great Crusade by the Company of Tra. Adopting deed names for their most vaunted glories, the Astartes of the Sixth eschew their former names, often to be replaced with names such as Thunderfist, Blackbrow, or Stormcaller. Warding evil spirits with the use of Eyes of Aversions, the Space Wolves shall carve such symbols upon the walls and structures of deadly enemy outposts to warn of grave danger. Though seen as superstitious by the wider Imperium, the practices of the chapter have regardless proven potently powerful, despite detractors sneering at their drawing from the pagan planetary essence of Fenris. Revering the runic divinations conjured by the chapter's rune priests, the Space Wolves analyze the casting of runes to glean portents of the future and omens impending upon the rout. Runes such as Ajar, Hata, Trisk, Ymir, and Fengir encompass names such as blood, ice, and the wolf within, and tease clues as to the future that shall befall the Vilka Fenrika. For the wolf time approaches, with none able to decipher its true date. Yet when the end of days shall come, the Vilka Fenrika shall stand ready, led by their returned Primarch, to combat the final onslaught of the enemies of humanity.
It was the Allfather who created Leman Russ, the primogenitor of the Vilka Fenrika, and the Allfather who fashioned the legions to serve under his name. For every legion he created, there was a purpose. Some were blessed with the power to build, or the skill to administer, or the capacity for stealth. Our gift was different. We were made to destroy. Our whole being is destruction. Such was the will of the Allfather. He made us not to construct empires, but to murder them. We were bred to perform the tasks that no other legion could. To fight with such extravagance that even our brother warriors would shrink from treachery, in the knowledge of what we, the rout, would do to them.
Do not look to us for kindness. Do not look to us for hope. We are not the kind children of this new age. We are the rocks of its foundation. If you wish hope, then look to what we make. If you wish kindness, then look to those who will come after us.
The Legiones Astartes are the single deadliest armies forged by the Master of Mankind. Both the greatest defenders and mightiest foes of humanity, the constitution and strength of the Space Marines of his Imperium shoulder the great burden of humanity's survival. Yet among all the founding legions, one above all has garnered a legacy as the bulwark of humanity. The stoic bastion of the Imperium, the Imperial Fists. Holy Terra is the great bastion of humanity, though its resplendent present and once glories all stem from its savage origins. Once the battleground for 100 savage wars among the techno-barbarian hordes of humanity's past, with the ascendance of the Master of Mankind, order would be brought to the planet. His Thunder Warriors would purge the planet of the rabble of the Earth, and in their wake, a new breed of warriors would begin a new age of prosperity. To plant the seeds of the future, the soil of Terra would be nourished with the blood of the expendable Thunder Legion, and with the harvest of human potential ripe for picking, an army of angels would befit its protection. The Emperor would craft the Legiones Astartes and give to them many traits and duties to fulfill their role as the custodians of humanity's bright future. 20 legions would be made, yet one alone would be tasked as the Praetorians of Terra. Drawn from every civilization of the Earth, the 7th Legion would be formed of the promising youths with a hunger to act in the name of the burgeoning Imperium. Enduring the painful surgeries and trainings to transform into the Angels of Death, traditions and unifying traits would begin to influence the Legion's character. Seeking to not only defeat the foes of the Imperium, but to add their might to its early formation, the 7th Legion would make any sacrifice to ensure victory. Securing great victories paid in blood, the 7th Legion's creation of great bastions upon the soil of Terra would exceed 600 citadels within the first 10 years of their service. The perished Astartes of the Legion would be said to lie within the foundations of each bastion. The blood of their kin sanctifying the fortifications crafted by the 7th Legion. Replacing the old traditions and cultures of the disparate settlements of Terra, the palaces and strongholds built by the 7th would act as examples of the Emperor's vision for the future Imperium. Always moving from one task to another, the Imperial Fists would not linger as they enacted hammer blows to destroy their enemies and rebuild anew from their fallen outposts. Citizens would remark that the hand of the Emperor had descended and gripped with an unbreakable fist, to which the Emperor would derive the 7th Legion's new name, the Imperial Fists. Bestowing the laurels of victory upon their heraldry, the dutiful and stoic warriors of the 7th would accept such favor with grace and silent dignity. For soon, even greater glories would be inherited from the Imperium, with the reunion of their Primarch, Rogul Dorn. Discovered upon the icy death world of Inwit by the House of Dorn, the Primarch of the Imperium would be discovered upon the icy death world of Inwit by the House of Dorn. Orbiting a dying star, the planet of Inwit, despite its harsh environment and hardy people, would show evidence of a once proud citadel within orbit. Dormant Voidcraft watch silently above the pearlescent body of snow and frost, and bear witness to the ascension of the boy who would be known as Rogul Dorn. The peoples of Inwit braved the immense cold and feral beasts of the world within ruling clans that had once claimed dominion over the entire sector of their surrounding system. The ice hives of the planet, led by warlords and matriarchal figures, ruled their people with shows of technical prowess, such as orbital defense stations, trade, and void-worthy armies. The young boy would be adopted by the elderly patriarch of House Dorn and would be taught self-reliance, the responsibilities of ruling, and a wealth of life lessons which would mold the young Primarch into the indomitable man he would swiftly become. Quickly growing in stature and influence, Rogul would with time lead House Dorn into a new golden age of prosperity. Mastering diplomacy, strategy, and empire building, it would not be long before Rogul Dorn rose to become the Emperor of the Inwit cluster. His adoptive grandfather would eventually die from old age, yet rest peacefully in the knowledge that his most cherished inheritor to his house's legacy would become an ever stronger and virtuous leader. Cherishing his grandfather's memory, on the days which Rogul Dorn would sleep, he would rest with a keepsake of his guardian at the foot of his bed. A fur-edged robe, once belonging to the Patriarch of Dorn, would comfort Rogul during his time of grieving and serve as a reminder of his duty to uphold his mentor's legacy. An exemplar of Inuit's culture, Rogul Dorn would rule Inuit for 40 Terran Standard years until the arrival of the Emperor upon his homeworld. Ever diligent with curiosity for the mechanics of technology and expanse of his empire, Dorn would meet the Emperor's incoming fleet at the head of his restored flagship, the Phalanx. The single largest vessel known to Imperial space, the Emperor would be immensely proud of his son's accomplishments. Already the ruler of a star-spanning empire and capable of reviving a long-dormant relic from the dark age of technology, Rogul Dorn had proven to be among the most resourceful of any Primarchs ever discovered. Greeting the Emperor at the helm of the Phalanx, Rogul Dorn would be welcomed into the fold of the Imperium. Bequeathing the immense space station to the Emperor, the Master of Mankind would years later return the Phalanx to Rogul Dorn, outfitted as the Mobile Fortress Monastery, housing his own Space Marine Legion, the Imperial Fists. Installed as the leader of the 7th Legion's armies, Dorn would command his legion in his quest to recover the long-lost legacies of humanity. Initially observing his Genesons with silent judgment, Dorn would not engage them in conversation during their initial pledge to follow his commands. Dorn would watch them in battle, and after deeming them worthy of respect, engage them in conversation. There was much to do to improve the Imperial Fists to the standards that Dorn demanded, yet there was undeniable strength within them. Giving a single word of thanks to the Master of the Legion, Matthias, Dorn would command his men to form 30 regiments from the initiates drawn from Inuit, and for 6 solar decades, mold his legion into his own image. Unable to lie to his peers, and embodying the greatest virtues of the Imperial truth, Rogul Dorn would stand as one of the single most venerated figures in Imperial history. Revered by the Ultramarines, Lunar Wolves, and other Storied Astartes legions, the Imperial Fists would serve with an untarnished reputation as loyal servants of the Emperor. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Lunar Wolves 16th Legion, would remark, "If ever I laid assault to a bastion possessed by you, then the war would last for all eternity. The best in attack, matched by the best in defense." Victorious in innumerable conquests and compliances throughout the stars, the single-minded discipline instilled within the 7th Legion would prove exceptionally effective. Rogul Dorn would prove to be a genius in the arts of strategy, and though a cold and humorless Primarch, the rage of the Praetorian of Terror would be infamous. With Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, remarking that Dorn's rage was as swift and unforgiving as the falling edge of an axe. Dorn's uncompromising idealism would often cast his legion in a dour light. Stone-like in their demeanor and unyielding in their duty, fractious relationships with other legions would inevitably ensue. The Iron Hands and their Primarch, Ferrus Manus, would join the Imperial Fist during a joint campaign so brutal that it would cause a near unreconcilable schism between their ranks. The Emperor would recognize Dorn's legion's affinity for fortification and task the Imperial Fists to construct bastions within the Imperial Palace. Sending the Iron Warrior's Primarch, Perturabo, into a fit of rage, the jealousy of the Lord of Iron would be clear to even the Astartes of his own legion. The two Primarchs would from this moment on never see eye to eye and refuse to cooperate in future campaigns. The stubborn nature of the 7th Legion, combined with their near-flawless record of deeds, would foster resentment amongst their rival legions, which would be further reinforced during the dark days of the Horus Heresy. With the conclusion of the Ulanor Crusade against the Orc menace, Primarch Horus Lupercal would be installed as War Master of the Imperium. The Emperor would return to Holy Terra to attend to his revolutionary Webway project and task the War Master with continuing the Great Crusade in his stead. Though several Primarchs would balk at their own dismissal for the position of War Master, Rogel Dorn would accept the Emperor's decree with no hint of resentment or bitterness. Ever loyal to his brother, Dorn would idolize Horus for his unquestionable pedigree and deeds made in the name of the Imperium, and see to aiding his might in the further conquest of the galaxy. Ever a trusted advisor to the War Master, Dorn's glories were eclipsed solely by Horus, and his resolute nature would be a boon when contrasted with Horus's innate charisma and charm. His counsel imparted to the War Master, Dorn and his Imperial Fists would be recalled to Holy Terra to garrison the Throne World as the Emperor continued his experiments within the Eldar Webway. Yet with the absence of the Imperial Fists, the War Master would slowly be enticed by the temptations of the ruinous powers. Enacting the purge of the loyalist elements within his own legion and traitorous allies, Horus would openly rebel against the Imperium and the will of the Emperor. With the flight of the vessel Eisenstein and its crew, commanded by the rogue Death Guard battle captain Nathaniel Garrow, Rogel Dorn would be drawn into the conflict. Captain Garrow would be rescued by the Imperial Fists in his retreat from the servants of the Dark Gods, and upon the Phalanx, inform Rogel Dorn of the War Master's betrayal. Refusing to believe that his cherished brother would betray the Imperium, Dorn's anger would be unleashed upon Garrow, nearly costing him his life. Yet with the intervention of the Remembrancer, Mercedes Olaton, evidence of the War Master's slaughter of his detachment of civilians and loyal servants would prove Garrow's assertions to be true. Calming from his outburst, Dorn would make haste for Holy Terra and dispatch a Retribution fleet to confront the temporarily weakened traitor forces. With a third of his legion traversing to the Istvan system, Dorn would bring word to the Emperor upon the Throne World of the impending civil war. Upon the arrival of the Imperial Fists of the Sol System, they would find Mars erupting in open rebellion as a schism of the Mechanicum waged. With orders from Malcador the Sigillite, the Imperial Fist would attempt to quell the insurrection. The galaxy burned as the traitors to the throne ambushed the Imperial Fist Retribution fleet, and several proxy wars erupted across the galaxy. Horus had begun his crusade to destroy the Imperium, and the inevitable path he would carve would lead straight to the Throne World. Dorn's remaining legion would be tasked with fortifying the Imperial Palace and orbital defenses of Terra. Walls would be erected, artistic statues of marble and venerated memorials inscribed with gold torn down. Replaced with gun batteries and brutish bunkers, the former glory of the Imperium's splendor would be supplanted with dull rockcrete to bear the force of the future war for humanity. The inner wall would be commanded by the Emperor as he led his custodians and Sisters of Silence in their defense of the demonic invasions from the beings of the Warp. The outer wall would be led by Dorn and his Imperial Fists, and should either fall, humanity would be forfeit. The Sol System would be organized into defensive armadas set to slow the advance of the traitor invasion. Appointed as the Lord Castellan of the Imperium, Rogel Dorn would await the inevitable siege of Terra. His most trusted captains would command each sphere of orbital defense, and when each layer fell, the survivors would retreat to the surface of Terra. Sol had become a fortress, the likes to which had never been seen, yet it would only slow the traitors in their inexorable onslaught towards the Golden Throne. The Alpha Legion would infiltrate the Sol System in their attempt to break the defensive lines of the Imperial Fists. Activating sleeper cells throughout Sol, the Hydra would begin their task of weakening the fortifications of the 7th Legion for the impending assault of the War Master. Challenging Primarch Rogel Dorn to decide the fate of the Solar War, the Primarch of the 20th Legion, Alpharius, would battle the Praetorian of Terra in single combat. The Pale Spear would clash against Dorn's chainsword, Storm's Teeth, as their most trusted Genesons fought and died by their side. Dorn would be victorious, and in slaying the head of the Hydra, purged the remaining Alpha Legion operatives within the Sol System. Yet despite the Imperial Fist's valiant defense, the traitors to the throne would not be stalled. With the aid of the White Scars, blood angels, knights errant, and custodians, the Imperial Fists would brace for the assault of the Imperial Palace. Disparate bands of warriors of every stripe and creed would rally to face the War Master's forces as they hurled themselves against the walls of the palace. Countless loyalists and traitors would perish as 1,000 battles ravaged the earth. Yet the War Master's attempts to destroy the Imperial Palace would fail. Reinforcements of the Ultramarines, Space Wolves, and Dark Angels were imminent in their proximity to the Sol system, and time had run out for the traitors' siege. Rogel Dawn, Sanguinius, and the Master of Mankind would board the Sons of Horus flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and confront the War Master. Yet Dawn would be teleported far from the duel against Horus Lupercal, and after fighting through the bowels of the War Master's flagship, find his brother slain and father gravely wounded. Humanity had been preserved with the Imperial Fists serving as the backbone of the defense of the Imperium. Though the cost had been devastating, the 7th Legion had proven to be a stalwart paragon of the Legiones Astartes. The traitors would be repelled from Holy Terror, to which the Loyalist legions would give chase. Fueled by vengeance for the wounding of the Emperor, Rogel Dawn would carve a bloody path through swathes of the fleeing forces of the deceased War Master. Yet his most hated rival, Perturabo, would not be satisfied with the destruction wrought against the Imperial Fists and lure Rogel Dawn into a deadly trap. The Iron Cage would be constructed upon the planet of Sebastus IV and prove to be an indelible mark of heresy in the eyes of the Imperial Fists. Leading the entirety of his legion into the Eternal Fortress, the might of the Praetorians of Terror would be blunted. Expending ammunition until their reserves depleted, and shattering their combat blades and swords against the armor of their foes, the Imperial Fists would show no quarter to their hated foes. The Iron Warriors would pay their lives dearly for every Son of Dawn slain, and if not for the intervention of the Ultramarines, led by Roboute Guilliman, the survival of the 7th would be called into question. Driving the Iron Warriors from the conflict, the Imperial Fists would be cleansed of their shame. In the wake of the Civil War to decide the fate of humanity, the Legiones Astartes would be disbanded. Roboute Guilliman would draft the Codex Astartes and outline each remaining Loyalist legion to be broken down into smaller, Codex-compliant chapters. The Imperial Fist would be transformed and distribute its remaining members into the Crimson Fists, Excoriators, Iron Knights, Fists Exemplars, and Black Templars chapters. As the successors of the 7th persecuted the fleeing traitors during their transit to the relative safety of the Eye of Terror, Rogel Dawn would demand reprisal against the traitors for 2 decades. The Imperial Fist would replenish their numbers as their successors gained glory throughout the galaxy. Rogel Dawn would seemingly perish during 781.M31, during Abaddon the Despoiler's first Black Crusade, though no evidence for his death would be recovered, save for his severed right hand from the bridge of the vessel, Sword of Sacrilege. Interred as a relic of the chapter, the skeletal hand of Rogel Dawn serves as a reminder of their Primarch's sacrifices made to humanity. For in the 41st millennium, the Imperial Fists retain a record of great virtue, no matter their losses or countless martyrs made in the name of the defense of the Imperium. Regarded as the single most venerated and respected legion, second only to the Ultramarines, the Imperial Fists are a reminder of the Imperium's gloried past. The heraldry of the gold and yellow of their former legion emblazoned proudly upon their armor. Each company is denoted by the trim of their pauldrons. The heraldry of the clenched fist stands proudly on their left pauldron, while their squad identifier is stamped with high Gothic numerals on the right pauldron, superimposed by their tactical role. Sergeants of the chapter wear red helmets centered with a white skull on its brow. Veterans wear white helmets, whilst veteran sergeants retain the accustomed red helmets with a white stripe. Lieutenants wear yellow helmets with a red and white stripe akin to the conventions of the Ultramarines chapter, with their right pauldron heralded with a starburst icon. Captains wear a simple yellow helmet, stamped with a white skull, and are honoured with elaborate winged skull icons on their right pauldron. As an intensely compliant chapter of the Codex Astartes, the conventions of rank identifiers outlined by the tome bear unity to several cousin chapters. Tech Marines of the Imperial Fists adorn their armour with the red of the Tech Adepts of Mars, whilst Librarians paint their armour blue, and Chaplains honour the Reclusium by coating their armour in black. Several specialists comprise the Imperial Fists, each with their own doctrines of battle. The Templar Brethren served as the elite of the Legion during its service of the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Guardians of the Temple of Oves aboard the Phalanx, the warriors of the Templars epitomized unending zeal and martial skill. Bearing ancient Archaeotech armor and weapons, these close combat specialists would lead the most deadly engagements against the enemies of the Legion and subsequent chapter. The Phalanx Warder Squads contain the former Legion's Breacher Siege Squads. Armed with boarding shields, the Phalanx Wardens would be stationed primarily aboard the Imperial Fist flagship to blunt any incursion made against the mobile Fortress Monastery. Duty would be their only reward, as these Guardians of the Phalanx would bear little heraldry and seek glory only in the defense of their bastion. The Huskars would be reinstated by Rabute Guilliman during the Era Indomitus to reflect the past glories of the position during the Horus Heresy. Once the Honor Guard of Rogel Dawn, the Huskars would now be tasked with defending Imperial forces upon worlds of critical importance to the Imperium. Knowledgeable in governance and masters of planetary defense, the Huskars rally Astra Militarum regiments in their defense of humanity's strongholds, akin to their glorious defense of the Solar War. Veterans of the Siege of Terra would be given wall names to reflect their deeds, with examples being Slaughter, Cold Eye, Killshot, and Severance. With Rogel Dawn earning the title Defiance in honor of his protection of the Imperial Palace. With such titles as Seneschal, Castellan, and Centurion now retired from the chapter's service, the chapter master bears the sole responsibility of leading the Imperial Fists into the Era Indomitus. The era of the Great Crusade would mark the 7th Legion as among the mightiest, if not largest, of the legions, at approximately 100,000 Space Marines strong. Maintaining the largest fleet within the Legiones Astartes, the Imperial Fist would, prior to their conflict against the War Master of Chaos, amass over 1,500 void ships within their armada. Led by their gargantuan flagship, the Phalanx, not even the numerical superiority of the Ultramarines, nor Sons of Horus, could match the Imperial Fist's naval might. Sparingly changed from the origins of the Legion's organizational structure from its formation of the Unification Wars, with time, the traditions of the 7th Legion would nonetheless erode. Squads would comprise of large amounts of assault units and special weapons experts, armed with missile launchers, las cannons, and multi-melters to enable the destruction of armored vehicles and fortifications. Heavily favoring tactical dreadnought armor, including its Indomitus pattern variant, the Imperial Fist's reliance on heavy armor would further bolster their proclivity for fortification. Compiling as many as several hundred squads into each company, the amount of Astartes deployable by the 7th Legion would vary as the heresy induced untold casualties. Companies once grouped together would form battalions, with pairs of such battalions changing names from regiments to crusades and households. Led by their first company, the Templars, this band of 1,000 Astartes would encompass the greatest strength of the Legion brought to bear. Swearing oaths of loyalty to the Emperor and their Primarch within the Temple of Oves, within their void ship, the Phalanx, these exemplars of the Legion would not only be great warriors, but also paragons of the Creed of the 7th. However, with the sundering of the Legiones Astartes and losses incurred from the disastrous Battle of the Iron Cage, the 7th Legion's might would greatly diminish. As a Codex-compliant chapter of the 41st millennium, the Imperial Fist chapter has verged on the brink of extinction, only to be reborn from the ashes of its former glory. Fervent in their compliance to the tome of the Ultramarines Primarch, the chapter combines its available battle groups and warriors to form balanced companies comprised of 100 Astartes. Upholding their former legion's traditions of siege warfare and urban skirmishes, the Imperial Fist deployed 5 battle companies and 5 reserve companies to mete out the Emperor's justice. The first company, the Emperor's Shield, comprises the elite veterans of the chapter. Commanded by First Captain Darneth Lysander, the Terminator-clad veteran company, also known as the Fists of Dawn. Under the command of their leader, forge a path through the greatest foes of the 7th. The first sergeant of the company guards the vaunted relics of the chapter, with all veteran sergeants abandoning their names and adopting battle honors, won within their dueling arenas. The second company, the Scions of Redemption, bear the shame of their chapter's near annihilation during the War of the Beast. Fighting the enemies of the chapter in order to absolve their collective guilt, service within the second company is not, however, to be considered a dishonor among the chapter. For the Scions of Redemption are ennobled with their cause to diminish the past sins of their chapter and stride into battle alike to a deadly mechanism of war. The third company, the Sentinels of Terror, are renowned for their bravery and stubborn refusal to retreat from battle. Almost annihilated during the closing of the 41st millennium, the third company are, despite their chapter's rigid battle doctrine, adaptable combatants. Replacing their continual losses with members of the reserve companies, recruits to the Sentinels of Terror spar with the company's sergeants in honor duels to prove their resolve. The fourth company, the Victors of Brax, employ siegebreakers and overwhelming firepower to bring their enemies to heel. Once known as the Reductors, under the command of the legendary 7th Legion Astartes, Fafnir Ran, the company would change their title after their victory against the Alpha Legion during the Battle of Brax. The 5th Company, the Heralds of Truth, preserve the chapter's scriptum Ascender, a tome penned by Primarch Rogal Dorn, detailing his blunt observations and strategies of the Horus Heresy. Members of the Librarius and Reclusium aid the 5th Company in their guardianship of the sacred texts, despite their gradual decay with the passage of the millennia. Bearing banners and relics from the Legion's former glory, the Heralds of Truth pass down the deeds and history of their chapter. The 6th Reserve Company, the Siegehammers, are experts of siege warfare. Personally founded from the veterans of the Battle of the Iron Cage by Rogal Dorn, the 6th Company aid their brothers with heavy firepower should the need arise in battle. The 7th Reserve Company, the Guardians of the Phalanx, are charged with the maintenance and protection of the Imperial Fist battle station, the Phalanx. The captain of the 7th Company ritually removes their primary heart to be interred within a device crafted from the Phalanx. Causing heavy pressure to be felt upon the captain's chest at all times, the ritual reminds the captain of the 7th Company of his duty to preserve the spiritual heart and bastion of the chapter. Deploying land speeders, land raiders, and other armored vehicles in battle, the 7th Company, alike to the Siegehammers, employ more flexible battle tactics than their battle company brethren. The 8th Reserve Company, Dorn's Huskarls, bear the legacy of the Legion's reformation in the aftermath of the War of the Beast. Formed by the former Black Templar, Helbrand Elderic, the 8th Company would from their inception be characterized by furious close combat assaults. Alderic would be demoted from the rank of captain by the chapter master of the Imperial Fists, Maximus Fane, and the 8th Company, comprised heavily with former Black Templars, would be redistributed among the companies of the Imperial Fists to temper their aggression. Serving as stoic and venerated exemplars of the Imperial Fists, Fane would recognize their unfettered rage in battle to have tempered their souls, and with new insight, restore Alderic and his company to the 8th. A proving ground for graduates drawn from the 10th Company, the 8th Company allows their wild nature to be vented to mold new battle brothers of the chapter into indomitable warriors. The 9th Reserve Company, the Wardens, train its members in the arts of siege breaking. Unofficially recognized as a battle company in its own right, the Wardens specialize in maneuvering to advantageous vantage points, installing defensive static positions, and armored assaults. Patience among the company's greatest virtues, the Wardens are renowned for their discipline and regular usage of the chapter's infamous Pain Glove. And finally, the 10th Reserve Company, the Eyes of Dawn, act as the scouts of the Imperial Fists. To bolster battlefield intelligence for their brother companies, the Eyes of Dawn must ascend to the rank of full battle brothers through deeds in order to earn the right to carry heavy armaments into battle. Recruitment into the Imperial Fist chapter proves to be a challenge. As a fleet-based chapter, the Gene Sons of Dawn nonetheless have advantages over their peers. Their storied defense of Holy Terror provides ample opportunities for recruits to be drawn from the Throne World. Supplemental initiates are gathered from numerous other worlds, with the most prominent outside the Sol system being Necromunda. Maintaining several fortress chapels across Imperial space, these outposts fall under the jurisdiction of veterans of the chapter, often grievously wounded and unfit to serve within future campaigns. Holding no claim to the worlds they inhabit, the veterans of the chapter utilize several means of testing and recruiting neophytes. Enticing recruits by holding tournaments on stable worlds, those unfortunate enough to reside within crime-ridden hives often witness the criminal elements of the world's slaughter at the hands of the 7th, and renounce their life of crime if showing promise in the eyes of the veterans. For the Imperial Fists do not discriminate neophytes for the manner of their birth, only the potential and future glories they may bring in service to the chapter. Remolding each aspirant into stoic warriors characterized by the virtues inherited from the heritage of the 7th, each neophyte seeks to embody the example of Rogel Dawn's quintessence. Appraised in their selection process for their reflexes, muscular suitability to implantation, pain tolerance, and dexterity, the Imperial Fists are meticulous in their selection of prospective Astartes. Proven aspirants will study within the Phalanx for 6 Terran Standard months and be taught to speak Low Gothic, venerate the histories of the chapter, and understand the burden required to carry of each battle brother of the chapter. Initiation is conducted with the so-called Tunnel of Terror, where aspirants undergo environmental conditions such as extreme heat, bitter cold, and the embrace of the void. Should the aspirants survive the tunnel, they shall be branded with the mark of the Imperial Fists and begin the psycho-indoctrination, training, and surgeries to become an Astartes. Those who survive these trials are ordered to consume poisonous plant life and venomous creatures as a symbol of their duty to endure corruption and master pain. Informing the aspirant's family of their success in the trials, should they have any kin, it is an honor for any subject of the Imperium to rejoice at their son's ascension as a Space Marine. For they shall bring valor to the chapter in the name of the God Emperor of mankind. The gene seed of the Imperial Fists is incredibly stable in comparison to its counterparts from other legions. Showing no signs of mutation, the gene stock of the Imperial Fists has regardless shown signs of degeneration with time. Astartes of the 7th are unable to utilize the acidic-inducing Belcher's gland, nor the Susan membrane, which allows the Astartes to lay in a state of prolonged hibernation. Space Marines of the Imperial Fists indulge in scrimshoring the bones of the dead during their free time and conduct this peculiar quirk with somber care. Etching markings into the bones of the fallen, this chapter-wide practice focuses the Space Marines' minds, despite the origins of such a practice being lost to history. Wearing their grim ornamentations into battle, this practice occupies each waking hour that an Astartes partakes when not in or preparing for battle. Engraving the bones of their kin with devotional scripts and the deeds of their cherished fallen, the Imperial Fists carry these tokens into battle with pride. The toll incurred from the chapter's endless campaigns weighs heavily upon the hearts of the chapter, with several succumbing to varying stages of their Primarch's gene flaw. Burdened with duties beyond any of his brothers, Rogel Dawn's ceaseless devotion to preserve the Imperium under the constant strain of its assault would be inherited by his sons. Believing themselves to be defective in their pursuit to overcome overwhelming odds, the first stage of the curse of the 7th is to suffer, not failure. Brooding on the mistakes of past battles, such Astartes shall seek to root out his own weaknesses, and should he be heedless to beware hubris, forever fall short of the deeds of his gene sire. Finally, he shall come to understand that none are flawless, and pore over the deeds of every one of his battle brothers, and withdraw as an obsessive, confrontational, and uncompromising soul. Often resorting to flagellation within the chapter's pain gloves for the smallest of infractions, the chapter's example of self-sacrifice runs deep within their blood. Yet another flaw is sown within the soul of the Imperial Fists, known as Dawn's Darkness. Inflicted upon every successor of the Imperial Fist Legion, the affliction begins with a blank gaze, a tremor of the limb, or slackness in the jaw. Drowning in the guilt of the wounding of the Emperor, experienced by Rogal Dorn, the imprint of the Emperor's fall suffocates those afflicted with unending misery and paralytic fear. Unable to communicate, eat, or feel emotions beyond their torment, such a flaw is an ignominious fate for any Son of Dawn. The Imperial Fist proclivity for mechanized warfare and fortification embodies the chapter's fascination with organization, discipline, and doctrine. Fastidious in their implementation of battle strategies and cooperation with allied forces, the Imperial Fists have been a boon for the Death Watch since its inception by the chapter and influence in the Order's organization. A hardy chapter characterized by traditions, honor duels, and rites of passage, the Imperial Fists enshrine their reputation as gallant warriors of the Imperium. Revering the last remnant of their former fortress monastery, lost during the Siege of Terra upon the Throne World, the Pillar of Bone is surrounded by the chapter's most holy relics. Alongside the Column of Glory, a crystalline pillar in the shadow of the Emperor's golden throne room, fragments of fallen Imperial Fists who fell in defense of the Imperial Palace embed the structure. Serving as reminders to each Astartes of the Seventh of their glory in defending the Emperor's Palace, the interred bones of their ancestors and monuments of their service imbue their chapter with pride. A testament to their great sacrifice to humanity, the Imperial Fists embody their Genefather's courage and defiance to surrender to the ruinous powers. Driven to serve as the embodiments of their Primarch's indomitable strength, the Imperial Fists refuse to withdraw from battle when lesser men would retreat. Relentless in their persecution of the wicked souls who would dare to stand against the Imperium, the descendants of the Throne World's vigilant guardians shall never break under the weight of their eternal burden. Paragons of duty, order, and sacrifice, the Imperial Fists stand ready for the return of their Primarch and the last war to destroy the enemies of humanity. For the Seventh has stood at the breaking point of every war to vanquish the Imperium, and so long as their vigil remains, no foe of the Emperor shall prevail.
The time for speeches is done, said Dawn. The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all.
Surprise is an insubstantial blade, a sword worthless in a war. It breaks when troops rally. It snaps when commanders hold the line. But fear never fades. Fear is a blade that sharpens with use. So let the enemy know we come. Let their fears defeat them as everything falls dark. As the world's sun sets, as the city is reaved in its final night, let 10,000 howls premise 10,000 claws. The Night Lords are coming, and no soul that stands against us shall see another dawn. Of the founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes, many have cited the relative ease that some were corrupted by the law of chaos. For whilst there are legions whose resolve and loyalty are without question, there are those who have always been regarded by their peers as unstable, or in some cases, even inherently malevolent. As such, today we shall elucidate the history of one such legion who arguably had fallen well before the betrayal of the Horus Heresy. The brutal killers of Nostramo, the Night Lords. Formed on holy terror from the dregs of humanity from within the linked prison sinks, the condemned of the underground ruins of terror would live in unending darkness. Starved of food, gutting one another, and delving into the pits of madness, these depraved survivors of the worst of terror circumstance would hone their skills of murder and backstabbing. Children would be born from the madness, cradled in bloodshed, fear, and the ever-present embrace of death. These Night's children would grow to be more savage than even the adult populace. Their ashen, light-deprived features striking a clear contrast with the more noble Astartes aspirants of their contemporaries. Used to suppress revolt and rebellion amongst the Terran populace, the Eighth would be tasked with only the most cruel of tactics to enforce compliance to the Imperium. For those who sinned in their efforts to devolve back into the habits of Old Night, the 8th Legion would bring merciless retribution. Culling the march of 10 million, the side-breeding of the court of Antaeus, and the atrocities caused by the Saragorn Enclave, the 8th Legion would enact their obsession to purge the sinful, with which the Night's children had been raised to endure since their birth. There would be no innocence, no excuse, only rivers of blood. No grey areas, only black and white judgment. Disgusted by their own existence, the fledgling 8th Legion would seek to slay every monster of the galaxy as absolution for their own degeneracy. Yet the Legion would soon be reunited with their Primarch, and their quest for exculpation would be further tested. The Emperor of Mankind would never see the potential of his gene-son, Konrad Curze, fulfilled with his providence squandered upon the world of Nostromo. The sunless hive world would be characterized by its rampant crime, suffering, and corruption. Rich in adamantium ore deposits, the wealthy would lord over the populace, whilst growing fat as pollution spewed from the mines and factories of the planet. Under the watchful eyes of the planet's iron overseers, sons of toil and hands of Corrugado, the gangs of Nostromo would give fealty to the barons, counts, and other noble lords of the planet in exchange for the authority to enact their twisted justice. With Konrad Curze's gestation capsule landing on Nostromo Quintus, the capsule would burrow into the heart of the planet and stop near the world's unstable core. Destroying the adamantium deposits during the descent, the Primarch would be sealed within the scarred rend of surface. Though it is unclear as to how the infant Primarch would escape his tomb, Curze would survive his journey to the surface. Living amongst the sprawling spires of Nostromo Quintus, the being whom would be known as the Night Haunter would skulk the darkness until growing in stature. Committing many atrocities amongst the populace, martial law would be enacted on Nostromo's hive cities to protect its citizenry. Yet the Night Haunter would diminish the crime rate of the planet to nothing within a year. The Nostromans would not dare to leave their homes after the self-imposed curfew, with even mothers of their children warning their progeny of the being that skulked the streets. Poised to rule the planet by sheer surrender of their rights in exchange for safety, the new dictator of Nostromo would oversee the planet's new order to burgeon prosperity, fairness, and honesty. Yet with the arrival of the Emperor of Mankind, during 896.M30, Nostromo's fortunes would turn sour. Submitting to the Emperor, Curze would accept his duty to lead the 8th Legion. Studying the tactics and doctrines of the Adeptus Astartes under the tutelage of his brother Primarch, Fulgrim, Curze would lead his newly renamed legion, the Night Lords. Akin to the witch hunters of ancient terror, the Night Lords would purge the galaxy of enemies foolish enough to stand against the Imperial Creed. Highly effective in their methods of waging war, their drastic and cruel tactics, whilst decried by the other legions, would see to the rapid compliance of worlds with minimal casualties. Bringing rebellious planets into line with the mere mention of the 8th's deployment, no other legion would come close to instilling such boundless fear within the minds of the enemies of the Imperium. With Curze's departure from Nostromo, his recruits from the world would soon be tainted with the dissolution of the planet's laws. For with no Night Haunter to hound them, the Nostromans would devolve back into cruelty and lawlessness, to which the new Astartes recruits would be derived from little more than gutter rats. With such recruits' adoption into the Legion, its turn to more noble prospects would be distorted and corrupted. Despising his own gene sons, Kurz would be discontent with his new life, seemingly doomed to fail. No matter his struggle or intent, the Night Lords would never be alike to his brother's legions. They were murderers, first, last, and always. And for Kurz more than any, he would see portents of the future. Visions of endless darkness, suffering, and madness. Revered as the most petty of all the legions, the Night Lords would willingly soak their hands in the blood of entire planets without qualm. Enacting exterminatus on many worlds, the atrocities enacted in the name of the Eighth would continue to cement their downward spiral of betrayal. Returning to their homeworld during 984.M30, the Night Lords would observe Nostromo to have once more become a pit of criminality. Firing the Night Lords' fleet's lance batteries into the core of the planet, Nostromo would be torn apart, and in doing so, untether the 8th Legion from their ties to the Imperium. An act of defiance so grave, the Emperor would recall the Night Lords to Holy Terror and their Primarch to answer for his crimes. Believing his actions to fall in line with the Emperor's own methods of waging war, the embittered Primarch would be castigated for the destruction of his homeworld. The Imperium would punish the Night Lords by refusing to ship supplies to sectors held by the 8th Legion and banish them to the vanguard of the Great Crusade. And though their penance would be complete with the dawn of the 31st millennium, the Night Lords' memory would be found resentful of their treatment and align them with a new power growing within the galaxy. For with the rise of the corrupted War Master, Horus Lupercal, and the betrayal of the legions of the Emperor's children, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus, the Night Lords would see an opportunity. A chance to seek retribution against the Imperium, the Emperor, and all whom it slighted and repressed their nature. The beginning of the civil war known as the Horus Heresy. Already at odds with the Imperium, the Night Lords would need little encouragement to rebel. Joining the traitorous betrayal of the Istvan V Dropside massacre, Kurz and his Night Lords would slaughter their loyalist brethren with glee as the might of the War Master's rebellion would swiftly destroy the first challenge to their wrath. With the ever-increasing madness of their Primarch, the 8th Legion would begin to doubt their actions, yet stand unified against their hated foes. Enacting the Framas Crusade without the supervision of Kurz, the Night Lords would seek to challenge the Dark Angel's Legion to test their pride. Yet within the Legion of the Night Lords, the fate of their Primarch would be split. Some wished him to regain the splendor of his past, whilst others plotted to see him descend further into madness. Unable to match the Dark Angels due to their inability to contest their discipline, the Night Lords would begin to fragment as the Framas Crusade waged on. Retreating from the Framas sector, the Night Lords would lose contact with their Primarch and be split into warbands of varying sizes. Though some warbands aided the War Master during the Siege of Terra, it would not be sufficient enough to conquer the indomitable defenders of the Imperial Palace. Retreating to the eastern fringes of the galaxy, the Night Lords would turn on themselves in a power struggle to replace their absent Primarch. Unwilling to accept or acknowledge the flaws within themselves as the cause of their misfortune, the Night Lords would continue to lay their path to damnation. With the Night Haunter discovered within a jettisoned sarcophagus by the salvage ship, the Sheldrun, Kurz would manage to return to the planet that had decided the fate of the Framas Crusade, Sagwalza. Rejoining his sons, Konrad Kurz would not live long enough to reform his broken legion. For a Calidus assassin, Mushen would infiltrate the Night Lord's fortress housing the Primarch, and with his blessing, slay the Night Haunter. For Kurz had been tormented with visions of the future for centuries, and had seen his death many times by the assassin's hand. As a defiant martyrdom against the Emperor, Kurz would relish his death and accept it without qualm. Demanding that his sons would not seek reprisal from the assassin, his last wish would be ignored. for soon after, M'Shen would also be slain. The Night Lords would further splinter into feuding warbands and relocate to the Eye of Terror. Deteriorating as the millennia passed, the Night Lords are now merely a shadow of their former strength. Hired as mercenaries and pirates by more powerful and prevalent warbands, the Night Lords also aid in the prolonged wars waged by the War Master, Abaddon the Despoiler, and his Black Crusades. Renewed with purpose with the expanse of the Great Rift during the Era Indomitus, the Night Lords prey on the worlds of the Imperium, cut off from the Emperor's light. Raiding fortress monasteries, gene seed banks, and munitions depots, the Night Lords are rebuilding their legion, piece by arduous piece. The screams of their victims heralding the sickening rebirth of the damned 8th Legion. Despite their unassuming and disorganized origins, the Night Lords in their prime employed a variety of specialists and elite squadrons within their ranks. The Chiroptera would advise their Primarch as confidants and counselors. Consisting of the Night Haunter's most trusted lieutenants, the Chiroptera would function independent of the Legion's wider command structure, yet temper the Legion's decisions and doctrines. The Atramentar comprised the most elite members of the Legion into their first company, personally selected by Konrad Curze. Originally led by First Captain Jago Sevatarian, the Atramentar would be decked in Terminator armor and wreak havoc as a unified force. Noted for their cruelty and ferocity, with the dissolution of the Legion, so too would the elite First Company, Fragment, with its members forming their own warbands or serving as bodyguards of their patron Chaos Lords. The Contikar would mete out shock trooper deployments against their enemies, sowing despair, terror, and panic amongst their enemies. Formed of the most savage murderers and butchers of the Legion, the Contikar would gain a reputation during the Great Crusade as the most effective means of demoralizing non-compliant worlds. Burning agriculture, toppling infrastructure, and demolishing the very foundations of societies, the Contikar would be commanded by only their Primarch and First Captain due to their severe methods. The Legion's terror squads would be formed of those willing to brutalize their enemies using torture, mutilation, and flaying. The dispassionate souls of the terror squads would enact their cruelly imaginative arts upon their enemies that are now too unspeakable to detail. Unstable and unsubtle, the members of the terror squads would be outcasts even within their own legion, often marked for death and serving as penance for their depraved crimes. And finally, the Night Raptors would specialize in massacres initiated by aerial assault. So potent would their assaults be, the Raptors would serve as the example for all Chaos Space Marine Raptor assault troops to follow, regardless of their gene origins or lineage. Led by their Talon Master, their Lightning Claws or Unguis Raptus would be so efficient in meting out slaughter during the Great Crusade, their reputation would be unnerving yet unparalleled in its efficacy. Utilizing close-quarters melee weapons and jump packs, the Raptors would conduct raids of overwhelming might and speed in order to decimate their foes. The gangs of Nostromo would heavily influence the hierarchy of the Legion. Following the examples of Astartes legions that had gone before, the Night Lords would field a variety of units for each squad deployed. Breacher siege squads would be rare within the 8th, due to their tactics being broadly uncharacteristic for the Legion's preference for war. Designated simply as claws, which would contain talons, each claw would be given a numbered signifier or honorific to denote rank. Each claw would comprise of anywhere between 100 to 1,000 Astartes during the Great Crusade. Companies' monikers would be divined usually by its commanding officer, with some examples being the Shattered Skull, the Crimson Judges, and the Scions of the Bloody Claw. Highly malleable in their command structure, the 8th Legion would hold to the outlining of chapter and battalion sizes loosely, allowing for autonomous and highly self-sufficient formations to function with little oversight. Overall command would fall to the Dark King, Konrad Curze, yet his Gene-Son's loyalty would be continually strained. Resentment would grow within the Legion, with the elite Chiroptera dispensing justice and leading by their Primarch's example in his absence, followed by the elite First Company, the Atramentar, and then the captains of each company. The Night Lords would serve begrudgingly under the watchful eye of their senior officers. Disparate ranks would also arise due to necessity, such as captains who would command several companies at once. These stalwarts of the Legion would be known as commanders, master regents, or other such haughty titles. Yet should any weakness or opportunity for mutiny present itself, those below them would scheme to overthrow their masters. With some master regents commanding several captains, some would be undermined by captains whom served as members of the Chiroptera, creating power struggles within the senior ranks. Many captains would bear monikers regaling their deeds prior to the Legion, with titles such as Sightless Revenant, Painted Count, and the Bloodless, usually serving as ironic insults that undermined their senior officers' authority. Numbering in estimates of 90,000 to 120,000 Astartes during the Great Crusade, their rapid psycho-conditioning, hastened gene seed implantation, and subjugation of worlds allowed for quick assimilation for aspirants to join the Legion. Experts in sowing fear into the minds of their enemies, the Night Lords target communications in order to broadcast the screams of their victims to those who elude their grasp. Records exist of prolonged transmissions of screaming aimed to rupture the eardrums of enemy opposition, allowing for swift slaughter upon the deafened and distraught enemies of the Eighth. Unwilling to face their enemies on a fair footing, it is uncommon for the Night Lords to combat enemies which they cannot crush with overwhelming force or a decisive victory. Giving no mercy to their enemies, woe betide any whom should cross their path with numbers unable to face them. The Night Lords only take prisoners in order to please their lust for mutilation and hold no beliefs of a higher order nor morality to their actions. Absent of honor, ethics, or a need to better themselves, the Night Lords, even during their time serving the Great Crusade, would bring compliance with no code for their new subjects to follow, with exception for the subjects of each world to escape their wrath. Similar to the Raven Guard, with their affinity to use stealth to ambush their enemies, the Night Lords bear similarity to stalking predators. Shockingly brutal in their strikes, the Night Lords are masters of nurturing confusion and chaos amongst their enemies' ranks. The flayed bodies of the fallen, markers for their encroachment into enemy lines and reminders of the fates that should befall any who dare to survive their initial onslaught. Relatively unchanged by the reunion of their Primarch, Konrad Curze, the 8th Legion would adopt gallows humor and snide remarks against authority, which would see them distanced from the more noble legions of the Adeptus Astartes. Fatalistic and adapting gang customs from the Legion's homeworld of Nostramo, Astartes marked for death would have their gauntlets painted red to show them as living on borrowed time. Punishment would be rife within the Legion, with the introduction of its Nostraman customs and Astartes. The Terran-born Astartes of the Legion would swiftly integrate with their peers due to their shared heritage of darkness and struggle. Yet despite this, rivalries would be rife within the Legion, as the 8th would be nothing if not prideful. Titles either from aristocratic or gang-related pasts would be called into question, and infighting would be rampant. The macabre flayed skins of their enemies adorning their armor and vehicles as symbols of what would befall those who would dare stand in their path. Despite their actions, the gene seed of the Night Lords would in its initial stages prove to be incredibly incorruptible. With their fall to chaos, the Night Lords would be the most reliable in their resistance of warp mutations, and as a majority reject the law of the ruinous powers. Inheriting much of their paranoia and sadism from the example of their Primarch, the Night Lords would devolve from a promisingly pure legion into one of the most depraved amongst the initial founding. More renegades than chaos corrupted, the Night Lords scavenge and scrounge for the means to survive. Employing slaves and pilfering armor and technologies from loyalist marines, the Night Lords are aimless in comparison to their chaos-aligned brethren. Yet it is almost unsurprising that the 8th Legion would be poised to fall from grace with their origins and appearance combined. their pale skin and jet-black pupils striking fear into any Imperial citizen, the Night Lords would be adapted to living within the uncaring darkness of Nostromo and beyond. Able to see within the most pitch of darkness, the Night Lord's name is not given lightly due to their uncanny ability to see infrared with their so-called prey sight. Able to emit deafeningly loud shrieks to overwhelm their victims, the Night Lords, though disdainful of employing demons or warp-sworn entities to do their bidding, can become almost indistinguishable to such beings to the eyes and ears of a terrified victim. Venerating symbols of death with their inception to the Imperium, the Night Lords have always harnessed the raw strength inherent with the trappings of fear, misery, and suffering. Their armor embellished with fanged skulls, bat wings, and glowing red eyes, the murderers of Nostromo would care not for their reputation and infamy within the wider Imperium. In midnight clad, the Legion would employ lightning streaks upon their armor and embolden their sinister image with human bones and skull designs on their faceplates. Their use of splayed rib cages, femurs, skulls, and bone meal, laying their sinister designs bare to the universe, the Night Lords have never shied away from their origins of cannibalism, murder, and ruthless endurance. Believing the victims of their slaughter to imbue their bones, only the totems of their most terrified of victims adorn their armor. Yet despite their seeming affinity and trappings bearing similarity to the ruinous powers, the Night Lords show great disgust and disdain for the gods of chaos, and as such, in the majority of cases, deny and abhor their gifts and allegiance. Since their fall from grace, their scavenging has expunged their unified markings and armor patterns due to the necessity to keep their equipment in working order. Mismatched and uncanny compared to Loyalist or even Chaos-aligned Astartes, the Night Lords roam the galaxy as nomadic and bitter warbands. Bereft of their gene father, Legion ideals, and a cause to rally behind, the 8th Legion survive on the scraps of a careless galaxy with little more than a primal need to survive. Regarded as some of the most terrible and feared traitors roaming the galaxy, the Night Lords prey on the weak and enact their despicable acts of sadism to those unfortunate enough to stand in their way. Bearing no allegiance to any of the forces of chaos, the Night Lords act as mercenaries to any whom will pay for their skill at arms. Motivated by bloodlust, wealth, and a need to kill, only the most foolish of men or warp-spawned beasts would ally with such cutthroats. For the sons of Conrad Kurz have maimed countless warriors, innocents, and machinations of the warp for centuries. And when they come for you, it would be advisable to hide.
My sons, the galaxy is burning. We all bear witness to a final truth. Our way is not the way of the Imperium. You have never stood in the Emperor's light, never worn the Imperial Eagle, and you never will. You shall stand in midnight clad, your claws forever red with the lifeblood of my father's failed empire, warring through the centuries as the talons of a murdered god. Rise, my sons, and take your wrath across the stars in my name. In my memory, rise, my Night Lords.
They are the sons of the Angel, the blooded host, the defenders of humanity. They are strength, they are nobility, they are the Blood Angels. And I say to you, there are no more loyal or determined servants of the Emperor alive today.
The legions of the Adeptus Astartes founding chapters are the most renowned and storied within the Imperium. Tales of valor, betrayal, defiance, hubris, and unyielding duty define the foundations for both the Loyalist and Traitor legions and their successor chapters whom followed in their wake. Though each of the 9 Loyalist founding legions bear a burden, some of secrecy, some of protection, some of shame. Yet one chapter amongst them bears a burden which could more accurately be described as a curse. The 9th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Blood Angels. Founded during the Unification Wars to unify Holy Terror, The Blood Angels would be crafted from the genetic materials left in the wake of the scattering of their Primarch, Sanguinius. Inheriting many of their Genefather's traits, the Terran-born Astartes would serve the Emperor in only a handful of conquests, ravaging his enemies during audacious raids, with their strategies focused on close-range combat. The small in number 9th Legion would be deployed in some of the most dangerous war zones of the Unification Wars. Recruiting their numbers from the dispossessed souls of Terra, their stature would be remarkably elegant, tall, and fair. Despite their legion often bearing marks of mutation born from their gene seed implantations, yet rumors would abound of the 9th Legion within the Imperium. Rumored to consume the corpses of their enemies in battle, they would earn the moniker of the Eaters of the Dead. Their mythic reputation bolstered by evidence of their genetically gifted retractable, so-called Angel's Teeth. The 9th Legion's misfortune would only increase with their deployment to backwater planets such as Neptune and its moons. Losing 12,000 warriors during their conquest of the world, the 9th Legion would nonetheless survive their mission and replenish their number with the barest of human dregs within Neptune's tunnel systems. Enduring beyond excruciating losses and circumstance, the 9th Legion would define its early service as a legion capable of being renewed with each catastrophic loss, only to grow stronger. With even Malcador the Sigillite dubbing the 9th Legion as the Revenant Legion. Fighting alongside similarly denigrated legions such as the 12th Legion, the Warhounds, the 9th Legion would go on to fight during the Great Crusade as a brooding, methodical, and bloodthirsty symbol of humanity's indomitable will. A task they would relish with grim pride. The wider Imperium would shun the 9th Legion, as its campaigns throughout the stars would divide and distance the Legion's might. Many red cults would form from the fractured Legion, conducting bloody pagan rituals that would invite censure by the Imperium on several occasions. The administratums of the Imperium resolving to supply the barbarous 9th Legion with little advanced weaponry to attempt to rein in their bloodlust. Yet an event would turn the 9th Legion from their heretical ways. The discovery of a young child of the planet of Baal, the long-lost son of the Emperor of mankind, Sanguinius. With the rediscovery of the Primarch of the 9th Legion, Sanguinius would rename his gene-sons to be known as the Blood Angels, merging the Terran-born Astartes of the Unification Wars with the sons of Baal. Their Primarch, the Great Angel, would bow before his sons, offering them loyalty and service without reservation. A welcome gesture to the routinely shunned and isolated 9th Legion, the Blood Angels would grow to adore their Genefather. His shedding of blood alongside them in battle and endeavors to cure the Legion of their bloodlust, further bolstering their love for their Primarch. Serving alongside the Lunar Wolves Legion commanded by Horus Lupercal, the 9th Legion would learn from the 16th Legion's martial prowess and dignity for over a decade, transforming the Blood Angels from barbaric butchers to noble warriors. With Primarch Horus Lupercal instilling values within the Blood Angels, such as pride, to replace their desire for blood and carnage. Sanguinius would instruct his legion to bring planets under compliance with peaceful means, pacifying its peoples without the need to shed a single drop of blood. Sanguinius would also teach his sons the cultural hobbies he had adored on his homeworld of Baal. Poetry and art would be instilled within the Legion as hobbies to adopt, leading to the Legion to go to extreme lengths to procure materials for their art projects, fighting hideous beasts that guarded their precious bloodstones, fauna, and pigments necessary to create their paintings. No longer were the Blood Angels monsters spoken of to instill fear into the hearts of men. Now they were icons of the Imperium's nobility, courage, and glory. Yet even with such accolades and reinventions of the Legion's character, its sons would continue to suffer greatly from their curse, a curse which their Genefather would attempt to keep secret, and one day, cure. The bond between Horus Lupercal and Sanguinius had grown immensely, as the two saw each other as the closest of their brothers. Likewise, their legions would share a similar kinship. In an attempt to mitigate the chances of facing his beloved brother and his legion in battle, Horus Lupercal would dispatch the Blood Angels to the Cygnus cluster at the opening stages of his treacherous rebellion against the Imperium. Snared by traps of the devising of the War Master and his foul benefactors of chaos, the Blood Angels and their Primarch would be beset by armies of demons. With most of the Legion's fleet crew unaware of the forces of chaos, the demons would wreak havoc amongst their number. Rallying his senior officers, Sanguinius would command his legion to combat this unknown threat to the Imperium. Facing the bloodthirster of Khorne, Ka'Bandha, Sanguinius would deny the demon its victory, yet be told by the foul being of Horus Lupercal's betrayal. Rejecting the demon's words, Sanguinius and Ka'Bandha would duel. Landing a deadly blow to the demon's chest with his sword, the Primarch's legs would be broken in retaliation. Retreating from the battle, Ka'Bandha would decimate 500 Astartes within his wake, their deaths creating a psychic backlash that would rend Sanguinius unconscious. The Blood Angels would become enraged with a berserker fury, fueled by their dark curse. As battle waged on, victory would be achieved, their rage would subside, and in time, their Primarch would awaken. His wounds already healing, Sanguinius would nonetheless bear a heavy heart for the thousands of his loyal sons whom now lay dead on the surface of Cygnus Prime. Besieged by the Primarch of the Imperial Fists, Rogal Dorn, the Blood Angels would be recalled to defend Holy Terra. Unaware that the Legion's homeworld of Baal had been ravaged by the traitor forces, the Blood Angels would travel to the Ultramar system with the birth of the Ruinstorm and the splitting of the galaxy in two. With the aid of Primarchs Rabute Guilliman of the Ultramarines Legion and Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels, the Blood Angels would traverse through the Ruinstorm and return to Holy Terra. Combining the strength of the Adeptus Custodes, Astra Militarum, Imperial Fists, White Scars, and their Primarchs Rogal Dorn and Jaghatai Khan, the Blood Angels would aid in the defense of the Imperial Palace of Holy Terra from the onslaught of traitor forces. Their Primarch, Sanguinius, would confront War Master Horus Lupercal aboard his flagship vessel, the Vengeful Spirit, dueling him in single combat. The War Master would slay the Great Angel, his death unleashing a psychic imprint amongst the Blood Angels that would haunt them for eternity. With the death of the War Master by the hands of the Emperor and the traitors repelled from Holy Terra, the Blood Angels would demand retribution for their father's death. With many of the Ninth Legion succumbing to their genetic flaw, they would envision the dying moments of their Primarch and be driven into a psychotic rage, forever known thereafter as the Black Rage, a curse which would only grow in the years following the end of the Horus Heresy. The flaw, as it would come to be known, would linger within the Ninth Legion and its many Codex Astartes compliant successor chapters. Developing a psychological hunger to drink blood, the Blood Angels regularly drink the donated blood of their serfs to quench their so-called red thirst. Despite the blood bearing no nutritional value to the Sons of Baal, without regular consumption, the Sons of Sanguinius begin to show signs of aging, such as white hair and wrinkled skin. Draining their mental stability, it is a necessary evil which the Blood Angels and their successors must partake to keep their chapter in fighting condition. Though should a Blood Angel not resist the call of the Red Thirst, he shall become mutated and monstrous in form. His teeth replaced with fangs, his face resembling that of a bat, and causing his stature to force him to walk on all four of his limbs. For it is said, the blood of a living host is all the more delicious compared to the Karash wine of donated blood. And for those whom should the Red Thirst not take, the Blood Angels can suffer the Black Rage. Embodying their Primarch's struggle against the War Master, they shall see his hideous apparition before them and lash out at anyone within their vicinity. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, the Black Rage causes a Blood Angel to strike upon his own kin. An incurable affliction, those under the thrall of the Rage are transferred to the Death Company within their chapter, unless their affliction is too violent to contain, whom are subsequently put down to end their suffering. Though for the Sons of Baal there is hope to contain their bloodlust. When a battle brother partakes in activities such as painting, their soul becomes soothed of their inner rage, drastically decreasing the incidence of their curse spilling out into the world. With their Primaris generation of battle brothers further protected from the call of their curse, though that is not to say that the threat of the Rage overcoming them is gone entirely. Since the origin of the chapter, the Blood Angels had numbered 120,000 strong. Though during the 41st millennium, like many loyalist legions of the Adeptus Astartes, the 9th Legion's chapter now only consists of 1,000 Space Marines. Recruiting new aspirants from the chapter's homeworld of Baal and its orbiting moons, the Blood Angels arranged for contests held at Angel's Fall, the place wherein Sanguinius was first discovered on Baal. Tasked with traversing to the place of challenge via a hostile desert, fire scorpion-infested canyons, and other perilous environmental hazards, the aspirants then must face one another in gladiatorial battle. Of the 50 surviving aspirants from the trials, they are taken by Thunderhawk gunships to Baal's fortress monastery, the Arx Angelicum. Standing vigil for 72 hours without rest, the aspirants that fall asleep are removed by the monastery's blood servitors, their fates unknown to those outside the chapter. Once their vigil is ended, the aspirants are offered a chalice by the sanguinary priests. Drinking the blood from within, which many claim contains a portion of the great angel's own blood, the aspirants are left comatose and entombed within caskets within the hall of the sarcophagi. For a year, the slumbering recruits are kept alive by the casket's life support systems. Continually injected with the blood of Sanguinius, their bodies undergo rapid changes, causing many of the aspirants to die from the traumatic transformation wrought by their gene seed. Some awaken during the process, becoming insane within their dark, cold, claustrophobic existence. With only a small number adapting, overcoming the odds and becoming new members of the Blood Angels chapter. Consisting of 10 companies, each one is commanded by a captain, who is in turn defended by an honor guard, with exceptions given only to the companies of the Sanguinary Guard and Death Company. Governed by the Red Council, consisting of senior officers, the highest-ranking soldiers of the Legion nominate the chapter's master and oversee all aspects of waging war, whereas the Council of Blood, formed of chaplains and sanguinary priests, monitor the chapter's spiritual and physical health, keeping a watchful eye on Astartes that may be in the fledgling stages of being consumed by the Red Thirst or Black Rage. Uncharacteristically for a Space Marine Legion, the Blood Angels do not signify their squad denomination on their shoulders with Imperial Gothic numerals or coloured trim, instead marking their warriors by symbols adorning their right knee pads. Their right pauldron denotes their company, with the Veteran First Company signified by a skull. Battle companies are denoted by a coloured blood drop. The Reserve Companies adopt twin-coloured blood drops, and the 10th Company, the Scout Marines, garner a black skull on their right shoulder plate and their chapter emblem on their left plate. Their helmets, also unlike most chapters of Astartes, do not denote rank, but rather operational specialization. Red is standard for battle line combatants, yellow for close support, blue for fire support, and gold for command staff. Senior officers of the chapter bear black pauldrons displaying the Blood Angel's blood drop with red trim, with veteran sergeants adorning the blood drop with wings, whilst lieutenants and captains bear more ornate versions of the chapter's heraldry. The librarians of the chapter don blue armor with their left shoulder plate painted red, their chapter badge marked on their right knee plate black with a red background. Sanguinary priests bear red armor trimmed with white, their rank emblazoned on their left shoulder plate, and for the unfortunate souls of the Death Company, their armor is repainted black, marked with red crosses to denote their sacrifice to their Primarch and doomed fate to fight until death for their chapter. With the honor guard of the Legion each signified with a golden helmet to distinguish them from their brethren as the vanguard against threats against the chapter's most crucial senior officers. And though there are many successors of the sons of Sanguinius, many bear great resentment for the dividing of their Legion. Their curse now more vulnerable than ever to gain sustenance from the doubts, dreads, and burdens placed on the 9th Legion, with even the golden sons of the Sanguinary Guard no longer beyond the reproach of the Imperium under the tutelage of their current chapter master, Dante. Yet there will come a time to further discuss the Revenant Legion and their deeds. Whether those tales tell of their valor or their savagery is in the hands of the Emperor.
Rebute Gilliman, Guilliman the tactician, Guilliman the warrior. History will remember the Primarch of the Ultramarines by many titles. To us of the blood, he will only have one, Guilliman the butcher. With law and edict, Guilliman ripped the heart from the legions. Even his own sons were not spared his treachery. Where Horus had sought to use a hammer blow, Guilliman used a duelist's blade. In the end, the result was the same. Brother became cousin. Cousin became exile. Guilliman's new chapter, his new beginning, was a sundering to all that had come before. Stripped of honor and tithe, of history and deed, we were all of us undone. Bastards of war and victory. We were angels, no more.
The Iron Hands are not saviors, nor should we be. A man who cannot save himself is weak, and the weak do not deserve to be saved. For such a man, only death is fitting. This we can provide.
The Emperor's angels, despite their many strengths, are not immune to weakness. For even amongst his greatest servants of the legions, thousands would fall to the lure of the ruinous powers and their own decadent delights. Yet some of the first founding legions would seek to banish all failures from their ranks, with one above all going as far as to remove their vulnerabilities and replace them with steel. The 10th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Iron Hands. Though drawn from many disparate lands of Holy Terror, the 10th Legion would draft a large proportion of its members from the region of Old Albia. Influencing the Legion's temperament, the Legion would show fierce pride for its warrior ancestry. Exemplifying a remorseless and highly disciplined form of combat, the 10th Legion would exterminate the Xenos Cypher and Liassic species with enviable coordination and tactical acumen. Incurring few losses despite many environmental hazards, heavy resistance, and deadly foes, the 10th Legion would, regardless of their efficiency, not garner great glories during their initial service to the Imperium. Yet during the invasion of the planet designated 02-34, the 10th Legion would engage in the so-called Battle of Rust. With the Emperor commanding the 10th Legion alongside his own custodians, the 10th Legion would be instrumental in the then largest Imperial mass offensive battle of the era. Losing less than 1/5 of its Astartes, the planet of Rust would be conquered by the 10th Legion. The Legion's use of the Hammer and Storm strategy would be so effective that such a tactic would be employed by the 4th and 13th Legions of Astartes thereafter. Given the title of Stormwalkers, the 10th Legion would soon after hear news of the discovery of their Primarch on the world of Medusa. A discovery which would forever change the Legion. The son of the Emperor would raise himself within the mountain peak of Karashi amongst the ancient technologies left by a long-dormant species. Defeating a mechanized ancient creature of metal, a Sionov, within the mountain, the fierce young man would melt the creature's hide with Karashi's molten rivers of lava. The molten necrodermis metal would coat the young Primarch's arms, and the peoples of Medusa would know the man as Ferrus Manus, the Iron-Handed. Battling the Medusan clans into submission, Ferrus Manus would demand obedience from his subjugated peoples. Exchanging his own instincts for technological intuition for the secrets of the Iron Fathers and tech priests of Medusa, Manus would craft marvels of technology and weapons of peerless might. Strengthening the Medusan people, their civilization would grow rapidly until the arrival of the Emperor of Mankind. Amongst the first of his sons to be found, Ferrus Manus would pledge his allegiance to his father and be installed as the commander of his Astartes Legion. Ascending from warlord to general of the Imperium, Manus would rename his legion in his image, the Iron Hands. Deconstructing and rebuilding his legion with the care of an artisan watchmaker, Manus would reforge his legion's command structure and ideals. Crafting his Iron Tenth anew and incorporating his Medusan inhabitants into the legion, Manus would purge his legion of virtues and ideals incompatible to his own. Weeding the weak from the strong, not only amongst the populace of Medusa, but his own Astartes. the Iron Hands would be reborn as the single most ruthless and calculating of all the legions. Battle-proven during their service to the Great Crusade, the Iron Hands would fight alongside many of their brother legions with distinction. Yet amongst all of them, the most notable bonds of brotherhood would be forged with the 3rd Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Children. With Primarchs Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus as bonds of brotherhood forged under their shared craftsmanship and alchemical sciences, their legions would follow suit in their shared respect and brotherhood. Both legions perceived as strange outcasts from their brothers within their own rights, the 2 legions would revel in their otherness in comparison to their kin. With the 3rd Legion perceived as peacocks of style over substance warfare, and the 10th observed as dull engines of war, both would complement each other by virtue of their stark contrast. Both legions obsessed with pleasing their Primarchs, they would also share their competitive natures as both warriors and artisans. Yet unlike Primarch Fulgrim, Ferrus would mentor his Genesons less as a father figure and more as an overlord. Quick to anger, Ferrus would be intolerant of failure or weakness, quipped by Fulgrim as similar to the ancient monster of terror, the Gorgon. Manus would bear his new title with grim pride. Uncaring for what the wider Imperium would regard him as, Manus would command his legion with rigid and rational discipline, crafting his Genesons into harsh, direct, and indomitable warriors, gaining acclaim and renown throughout the Great Crusade for their deeds as the hammer blow of the Imperium, though not the greatest in number of the Astartes legions, would nonetheless be regarded as one of the single mightiest armies of the Space Marines. However, their might would soon be sundered, tragically, at the hands of their own most steadfast and beloved allies. During the formation of the coup, Horus would send Fulgrim to convince his most beloved brother to join the usurpers of the throne in their campaign against the Emperor. Refusing outright, Ferrus and his honor guard would be ambushed by the Emperor's children, beating the Gorgon unconscious whilst all but his Morlock captain, Gabriel Santor, would be slaughtered by their once allies. With news brought to the Loyalist legions confirmed by the defected Death Guard captain, Nathaniel Garrow, on Holy Terror, the Emperor would command his remaining loyal sons of the Imperium to crush the War Master's rebellion. Consisting of 2 waves of assault, 7 legions of the Adeptus Astartes would crush the traitors. Given command of the assault, Ferrus Manus would lead the Loyalist forces to the Istvan system to bring justice to the War Master. The first assault composed of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard. Their assault would be supported with the second wave, consisting of the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion. Assembling at the world of Istvan V, the battle would begin. The first wave of Loyalists would engage the smaller in number traitor forces. The battle would be the bloodiest ever seen in the Imperium's history, yet the bloodshed had only just begun. With the arrival of the second wave of legions descending onto Istvan V, the battle would become a slaughter, though not in favor of the Loyalists. Turning on their brethren, the 4 legions and their Primarchs would turn on their allies and rain death unto the 10th, 18th, and 19th legions. With the traitors surrounding the Loyalist armies, the Emperor's children would descend unto the Iron Hands, with Primarch Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus engaging in single combat. Yet despite the rage and fury of the 10th Legion's Primarch, Ferrus Manus would be slain by the treacherous Fulgrim. The Iron Hands would be decimated alongside their Loyalist kin, and in one fell swoop, the Iron Hands would incur the single largest catastrophic loss in their history. With over 60,000 Astartes lost in a single day during the battle, and the Loyalist Primarchs lost during the massacre, the now shattered legions would retreat from the battle and escape the planet in fragments of their former strength, with none incurring a higher cost than the Iron Hands. Unable to bring their once tremendous might to face the traitors to the throne, the Iron Hands would conduct hit-and-run guerrilla warfare against key traitor outposts and staging areas. Aiding the much larger Loyalist legions in their struggle against the War Master, the Iron Hands would be driven by unbridled anger in their quest to destroy their traitorous kin. Aiding in the scouring of the fleeing traitors, the Iron Hands would demand their pound of flesh as revenge for their fallen brothers and Genefather. Yet alike to a shattered blade, the fragments of the Iron Hands would require reforging, and with the defeat of the War Master, Horus Lupercal, and the interment of the Emperor upon the Golden Throne, the Iron Hands would rebuild. The leaders of the 10th would form the Iron Council, and resolve that no singular Astartes would command the Legion. As other legions would continue to hound the enemies of the Imperium, the Iron Council would begin the so-called tempering of the chapter, and conclude that their downfall had been a result of their fiery temperament. Determined to embrace cold logic and dispassionate analysis to its extreme, after 86 Medusan day cycles, the conclave of the tempering would rule in favor of the Legion's embrace of steel. Blaming humanity's own avarice and jealousy to dragging itself into the mire, the Iron Hands would not repeat the same patterns and mistakes. Embarking on a campaign of bloodletting fueled by the Iron Temp's mechanical logistics, the remnants of the Legion would ally themselves further with the Adeptus Mechanicus by dint of their shared rejection of the weakness of flesh. Now favored by the Adepts of Mars above all loyalists, the Iron Hands would gain unprecedented knowledge and access to armaments kept secret by the children of the Omnissiah. Perceiving their augmentations and cybernetic limbs no longer as an appendage, but rather the true pinnacle of their ascension as warriors. Utilizing the full extent of their genetically enhanced bodies' ability to quickly recover from surgeries, the Iron Hands would en masse replace their limbs and organs. With the most veteran of the Iron 10th bearing their augmentations as marks of honor and service, the Astartes of the Iron Hands would swiftly embrace the surety of steel. And with Rabute Guilliman's drafting of the Codex Astartes, the Iron Hands would give compliance to the new Imperium's decree. Convening the Iron Council, the remaining leaders of the Legion would divide the remnants of the Iron 10th into successor chapters. The now chapter's service to the Imperium would be revered for the centuries to follow. Yet during the 35th millennium, a schism would once more fracture the Imperium. The Moray Schism would cause a rift between the factions of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The dogmatism of the Cult Mechanicus would undergo scrutiny with the ideals of the Forge World of Moray's more heretical designs. Alluding to the overthrowing of the Tech Priests of Mars, the Moray beliefs would allude to the fusion of the Adeptus Mechanicus and Ecclesiarchy into a unified hierarchical governing and spiritual body. Such utterances would be seen as sedition by the Mechanicus, and so, civil war would be theorized as the only result. The Moray's beliefs would begin to take root within the Iron Hands, causing clans Borgos and clans Rauken to clash for centuries. Facing a civil war within the chapter, the Iron Council would propose a settlement. Those who followed the teachings of Moray would be banished from Medusa, yet a treaty would be signed to prevent war between the Iron Hands and their exiled brethren. As many as 1/3 of the chapter would depart Medusa and join with other disparate Astartes of their successors. The exiles would during 011.M37 be given special edict to be reformed into the Sons of Medusa chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, despite the protestations of the Mechanicus and other chapters of the Space Marines. Yet the Iron Hands would further splinter due to a disagreement of belief. Facing the demonic entity, the Sapphire King, during 460.M41, the entity forged from the psychic death of the Iron Hands Primarch, Ferrus Manus, would corrupt several Astartes of the Iron Hands. Promising strength and manipulating the chapter's shame and guilt, the Sapphire King would corrupt the Iron Father Christos and the clan companies of Rauken and Sorgol. Confronted by the manifestation of the Sapphire King, the Emperor's children, and hordes of demons of Slaanesh, the Iron Hand Astartes, Cardan Stronos, would identify the flaw in their chapter's doctrine. Realizing that his chapter's rejection of their emotions had fed the whims of the demons of the warp, Stronos would behold the revelation that his chapter must embrace their emotions and harness them with their own iron-forged willpower. Releasing their caged anger, the Iron Hands would deny the demon its hunger for self-pity and be slain by the surviving Iron Hands. Utterly destroying the servants of chaos, the Iron Hands would nonetheless be scarred by the Sapphire King's deeds. With many Astartes slain and a third of the Iron Council corrupted by the lure of chaos, the Iron Hands would be forced to once again re-examine their principles and doctrines. Their millennia-old tenets of the tempering proven to be false, the Iron Council would call an emergency meeting. Stronos would argue that the chapter had been put through a great trial and had proven worthy of conquering their darkest and deepest insecurities, uttering the now immortal words of his chapter.
With steel we are stronger, but without soul we are nothing.
With the Eye of Medusa erupting with applause, Cardan Stronos would be elected as the first war leader of the Iron Hands. Re-elected at every subsequent election, Stronos would lead the Iron Tenth into a new era. Iron chaplains and librarians would burgeon with Stronos' influence of the chapter. Logic would be tempered with emotion, and so the chapter would move closer once more to the intended ideals of their Primarch. Yet during the 41st millennium, in the time of humanity's darkest era, the Iron Council would call one last conclave, the Grand Calculation. Deciding the ultimate fate of the chapter, the Iron Council debate and argue where the Iron Tenth shall stand in humanity's defense. Gathering every Iron Hand successor to aid in their defiant final struggle, the Iron Council's debate prolongs seemingly without end. With the chapter's war efforts commanded by Cardan Stronos, fending off the enemies of his Imperium as the chapter's final calculation is completed. Selecting one or more final foes, the chapter will one day bear its entire combined might to crush its most hated and dangerous enemies. Whether it be the Tyranid Menace, High Fleet Leviathan, the dynasties of the ancient Necrons, or the accursed betrayer of humanity, Abaddon the Despoiler, and his damned Black Legion. Yet all that can be ascertained is that the calculation is arduous and complex, and that the Iron Council shall not relent in their debate until the final calculation has been solved. The 10th Legion had been divided into many logical and highly structured organizations during the Great Crusade. Unlike other Astartes legions, such as the Imperial Fists or the Ultramarines, the Iron Hands would become compartmentalized to prevent its entirety being commanded by overarching command hierarchies or dogmas. Similar to a machine comprised of many interlocking gears and pistons, the Iron Hand's chain of command is beholden only to its immediate superiors. This allows the Iron Hands to specialize in niche operational assignments without being encumbered by bureaucracy or divergent command doctrines. Referred to as orders, these battle groups would function similar to specialized battalions, yet would be deployed only for their specified expertise in battle. Complementing the members within orders, these consignments of battle groups are painstakingly organized to function with machine-like efficiency and deadly application. Given specific instructions per deployment, the orders are expected to achieve their assigned task with no excuses for failure or requirement for reinforcements or support elements. Drawn from the chapter's clans, orders within the 10th would predominantly derive members from in only one clan, yet occasionally mix different clan Astartes into order configurations. Clans being of similar equivalence to Legion chapters, each clan would be a reflection of Medusa's ancient feudal society. Each clan possessing a distinctive character, these so-called pocket legions would be commanded by a singular officer known as an Iron Lord. Appointed by Ferrus Manus himself, the Iron Lord's right to command would be unquestionable. With each clan vying for the favor of their Primarch, rivalries and competition would be rife. Though inflexible, the organization of the clans and orders within the Legion would prove to be exceptionally effective. The commanders of the Iron Hands, empowered with absolute authority by their Primarch, they would be obeyed by their junior officers without question or excuse. Each company commanded by a shield centurion, such officers would mete out punishments to ineffective Astartes, which included the right to execute defective battle brothers with no recourse. With such powers also given to each clan's Iron Captains and Iron Lords, the highest judgment would fall to the Gorgon to dispense should it be required. The Legion's discipline without peer, the Iron Tenth would not tolerate failure or weakness of any kind within their ranks, and would reward only strength and accomplishments in battle. With the most strong-willed and competent Astartes rising to ranks of command, the Medusan society's feudal values would serve as a template for the Legion's ranks of competence to be achieved. The Legion's volatile temperament kept in check by strict values and pragmatic cold calculation, with the inter-Legion clan rivalries being rewarded by their Primarch through deeds accomplished, favoritism would be given to the most successful clans and fuel the less competent clans to strive for redemption. And with the Great Crusade's continuation, the Iron Hands would balance their battlefield losses with a steady stream of new recruits to the Legion. Failed aspirants to join the Legion would be converted into servitors to serve the Iron Tenth. The Legion would often refuse military aid from the Imperial Army and instead request battle automata from the Mechanicum to fight alongside in battle. Their ties to the Adepts of Mars would be so strong that the Iron Hands would possess many sophisticated weapons and war vehicles. Given access to cybernetic implants only employed by the Mechanicum, the Iron Hands also stocked large proportions of the Mechanicus' deadliest weapons, such as grav weapons, laser destroyers, and conversion beamers. Their collaboration with the Mechanicum, bearing new weapons and armor system breakthroughs that would be disseminated within the wider Imperium, such as the Indomitus pattern Terminator armor suits, Stormbreaker pattern Thunderhammers, and more potent equipment which the Iron Hands would keep to themselves. With the Legion's elite Gorgon Terminator squads equipped with the unique Gorgon pattern Terminator armor, such suits would be bonded to their wearers. Though extremely painful to graft onto the Astartes within, such armor would be seen as a great honor to bear, despite its final design never seeing fulfillment with the untimely death of Ferrus Manus. Relying heavily on their bountiful armored divisions, the Iron Hands would field unique formations of vehicles as distinct individual companies known as the Armored Echelons, ranging from between a dozen to even several hundreds of vehicles. From battle consignments of dozens of Predator tanks and Land Raiders and handfuls of Fellblades, the Iron Hands vehicle battalions would be the largest of any single Astartes Legion. Yet tragically, the vast majority of the Iron Hands armored divisions would be lost during the Istvan V Dropside Massacre. The Iron Hands would enter the battlefield of Istvan with an estimated 113,000 Astartes, yet be decimated during the massacre. Losing entire clans, such as the then most favored by their Primarch, the Averni clan, the remnant Iron Fathers of the Legion would convene at their homeworld of Medusa and begin the recruitment and creation of new Astartes. The bountiful gene stores of Medusa, capable of rebuilding the Iron Hands, the clans of the Great Crusade would dwindle and be replaced with newer and more robust clans in the wake of the heresy. With the clans Atraxi, Borga, Felg, Kedoron, and Ungavar fading from the Legion's history, the remnants of the Moragul clan surviving in numbers capable of one day forming the Iron Hand successor chapters, the Brazen Claws and Red Talons. With the Legion's transition into a Codex Astartes compliant chapter, the Iron Hands would divide its Astartes into 10 new clan companies. Consisting of 100 Astartes per company, alike to their original clan orders, they would function as highly specialized formations. Led by their Iron Captains, each clan formed squads known as Claves. Autonomous and nomadic in nature, each clan maintains a mobile fortress monastery within great land behemoths, which traverse Medusa's dangerous landscape. The foremost elite clan, Averni, bears the burden of failing to protect their Primarch. Fighting alongside Ferrus Manus during Istvan V, the Averni clan, whilst the foremost of warriors amongst the Iron Tenth, also instills its members with the bittersweet duty to absolve their shame. Clan Garsak serves as the second company. Led by Iron Father Kardan Stronos during 900.M41, Clan Garsak would defeat the Necron dynasties of the Crimson King alongside their Brazen Claw brethren. Clan Garsak has gained a reputation as exemplary warriors while specializing in battle strategy and war council preparation. Clan Rolkan, the third company, would be commanded by Captain Arvan Ralph. After incurring heavy losses to an Emperor's Children ambush during 929.M41, which resulted in the death of Iron Captain Maklon and their tech marine Darmos, the clan would be censured by the Iron Council. Replacing Captain Ralph with Iron Father Christos, the clan would begin to regain its honor, until Iron Father Christos' corruption by the Slaaneshi demon known as the Sapphire King. Yet with Captain Ralph's return as commander of the clan, they would recover a portion of its glory in defending Medusa from the onslaught of Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade during 999.M41. Clan Kargul is commanded by the Iron Council's venerable dreadnought, war leader Banus. A precise and revered clan, they follow the example of Banus and gain much glory for their service. Clan Harmek served as the mechanical savants of the chapter. Drawing their stock from the serfs of the chapter, the members of Clan Harmek ascend to the Relic Guard and preserve the chapter's ancient technologies and war machines. Clan Sorgol are charged with protecting their homeworld's Medusan reach, the domains of outposts scattered throughout the Medusan subsector. Clan Borgos are the second support company to Clan Sorgol. Marked by past technological heresies, Clan Borgos assists other clan companies by adding their strength to difficult engagements in order to redeem their past transgressions. Clan Morlag specialize in pinpoint strategic deployments and tactical lightning strike assaults. Experts in close support, the Iron Temp's shock troopers revel in causing crippling strikes at vulnerable enemy formations. Clan Vurgan is a well-regarded company led by Iron Captain Agar Verox. Achieving glory during the Third War of Armageddon, the Grail Sword Campaign, and the defense of Medusa during the 13th Black Crusade, Clan Vurgan are characterized by their intense aggression and fury during battle. Implanted with surgical and augmetic implants to temper their rage, the Iron Council undo their emotional outbursts with the surety of steel. And finally, Clan Dorvok consists of the newest recruits of the chapter, purging emotions such as fear, pain, and anger during their service within the clan. The aspirants of the Legion learn the responsibilities and duties required to be a member of the Emperor's most cold and calculating sons. The Iron Hands would arguably suffer more than any Legion during their history. The first Legion to witness the death of their Primarch, the Iron Hands would also be decimated and continually crippled following the Horus Heresy and beyond. Emboldened in their actions to redeem themselves of their failures and to strive to be better than their compatriots within their brethren legions, the Iron Hands would eradicate their weakness with the adoption of the machine. With neophytes of the chapter beginning their journey to replace their biological parts with the ritual severing of their left hands and replacement with a bionic prosthesis. Whether severed by their own remaining hand or plunging their fist into the searing lava flows of Medusa, this act of commitment by every Astartes of the Iron Hands is without question. Self-inflicting scars and burns on their flesh, the Iron Hand's skin is left as little more than scar tissue. Each implant and appendage of steel removing a portion of their flesh until they are immune to physical pain. With many of the veterans of the chapter left of little organic matter besides their brains and a selection of organs. Many Iron Hands are driven to one day ascend to become a dreadnought of the chapter, as it is the highest of honors for the Iron Tenth to don the sarcophagus of the war shell of such a machine of war. Augmenting their vertebrae with links of neural relays, the Iron Hands call such strands forge chains. Forged of different materials dependent on the clan company the Astartes is assigned to, the forged chains reinforce their allegiance to their clan, reminding their bearers of the bonds that strengthen their brethren, and the might inherent within their inclusion and unity. And for those of the chapter whom prove to be the greatest servants of his Imperium, they shall be given the blessing of Iron. Removing the final links of flesh to his body, the blessing of Iron brings its bearer closer to the machine god by unshackling them of their personality to better serve the Omnissiah. Blending their own beliefs with the doctrines of the Codex Astartes, the Iron Hands comply to its rulings whilst retaining their heritage. Painting their armor with the monochrome and black of its initial founding, they adorn their left pauldron with the chapter's heraldry, their right pauldron bearing their clan. Using their left knee plate to denote their tactical role, such as battle line, close support, fire support, veteran, or command staff. Yet in millennia past, they had previously used their left greave. A select few Iron Fathers still maintain this tradition of heraldry. The right knee plate designates the Astartes squad number in Low Gothic, whilst their rank is denoted by a combination of their helmet styling, knee plates, and pauldron markings. Yet each clan deviates slightly in such ranking structures. For example, Clan Rauken designate their sergeants by brandishing a white skull on the center of their helmets. Their veterans use white painting on the crest of their helmet, and veteran sergeants use a white stripe with a white skull centered upon it. Their lieutenants paint their helmets completely white and add a starburst design to the skull icon, whilst the Iron Captains of the clan bear a white helm with a skull and a golden winged skull on their right pauldron. Librarians of the chapter bear the blue armor paintings compliant with the Adeptus Astartes. Apothecaries paint their entire right arm, backpack, and shoulder guard white, with an added white stripe on their helmet to identify them as medics of the chapter. Yet unlike the Codex Astartes outlines for tech marines and chaplains, the Iron Hands blur the lines between these distinct ranks with their own unique hierarchical figures, the Iron Fathers. The Iron Fathers acting as both spiritual and technological mentors of the chapter, and as such often combine the qualities of both to fulfill their role as the leaders of the chapter. For their duty is the greatest amongst the Iron Tenth, to guide the future of the sons of Ferrus Manus and Emperor Willing, leading them from their never-ending shame and anger.
Our chapter was driven to the very lip of the precipice. We were forced to stare over its edge into the Stygian depths, into the darkness that awaits us, should we ever fall. Yet fall we did not. What saved us from this terrible plunge, brothers? What has proven our redemption? Not logic, not the desperate, dogmatic purge of all things perceived as weak. It were our souls that saved us, and the strength we hold within ourselves. It was these qualities which make us more than just unthinking steel that pulled us back from the brink.
Tell me why, Father. Why stand with the arch-traitor? I do not stand with Horus. I stand against the Emperor. Do you understand, Koragar? I am free now. Free.
The founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes served as the first unified examples of the Emperor's conquest of the galaxy. Each legion revered for their battle prowess and skill at arms. And whilst there are some legions who are renowned as duelists, there is only one regarded not for their finesse, but butchery. A damned legion now under the thrall of the ruinous powers, that delights in the spilling of blood and screams of the dying. The 12th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the World Eaters. Unlike their brethren of the first foundings of Holy Terror, the 12th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes would not recruit from a specific region of the Throne World. Speculated to draft its members from only the most aggressive of potential candidates, all that can be confirmed is that the Legion's initial victories would be characterized by their savagery. Deployed during the Sir Afric Liberation during the Unification Wars, the 12th Legion would shortly after be held in reserve for the remainder of the unification of Terra and conquest of the Sol System. Whether to reduce civilian casualties of war, a need to keep reinforcements to support other legions, or to be quickly deployable should the need to quell disloyal elements within the Imperium, is unknown. Their hunger for war and dedication to the Emperor unquestionable, they would be dubbed the Warhounds by the Master of Mankind. A title which the 12th Legion would bear with pride, adopting the Red Hound as their sigil in his honor. With the majority of the Space Marine legions deployed within expedition fleets during the early stages of the Great Crusade, the Warhounds would be sent to quell the insurrections at the colony rebellion of Cerberus. Sent personally by the Emperor, the Warhounds would unleash his wrath and take no prisoners in the persecution of the colony. The Imperial Army detachment sent alongside them would be shocked at their merciless butchery of the populace and report massive casualties to be incurred on both sides of the engagement. Thereafter split into independent companies, thousands of Astartes strong in number, The Warhounds would be held in reserve to assist Crusade forces and other Astartes, such as the First Legion, Iron Warriors, and Space Wolves, in their efforts to bring planets into compliance. Garnering a reputation as near feral shock troopers whom would turn the tide at the bloodiest engagements, with slaughter, victorious or otherwise, the constant outcome. With the Warhound service during the Great Crusade, reports would indicate their willingness to turn on their allies, culling entire human regiments as a result of their performance in battle. Such reports would be difficult to verify due to the Legion's deliberate distancing from other Astartes legions. Consolidating their forces into the 13th Expeditionary Fleet, the Warhounds would add additional Imperial forces to their fleet at the muster world of Bot. Comprising support elements of the most questionable of forces, the Warhounds would incorporate the Legio Ordak Titans, Numan gun clans, and abhuman troops of feral worlds. The conduct of such forces making them distrusted by other fleets, the War Council would intentionally group such disparate forces to fight alongside the Warhounds, with the intention to create a force content with total annihilation in mind. Dubbed the Bloody 13th, the Expeditionary Fleet would serve with infamy as the single most remorseless and dispassionate consignment of the Imperium's might. Yet such a reputation would only grow bloodier with the discovery of the 12th Legion's Primarch, Angron. The Primarch of the 12th grew on the downtrodden yet technologically proficient planet of Nuceria. Ruled by an elite class of nobles, the young Primarch would be forced to fight as a gladiator for the nobles' entertainment. Facing cyber-enhanced warriors and winning his many bouts, the nobles would attempt to surgically and cybernetically enhance the enslaved Primarch. All attempts would fail, with the exception of one: the psychosurgical brain implantation of the accursed Butcher's Nails. Enhancing the Primarch's aggression to new heights, Angron would form a fellowship of gladiators to fight at his side and revolt against their oppressors, naming them the Eaters of Cities. Vastly outnumbered, the gladiators would fail in their attempt. His doomed band of warriors escaping the gladiatorial arena and retreating to the nearby mountains, they would be surrounded by 5 armies of the nobles' forces, outnumbering them 10 to 1. Yet fate would intervene, with the Emperor of Mankind watching his son's plights and intervening in his time of need. Offering Angron the chance to lead his legion as a general of his armies, Angron would refuse the Emperor's offer, resolving to die at the side of his gladiators. However, the Emperor would deny his son's wishes and teleport him to safety prior to the assault by the nobles' armies. Angron's followers would be massacred, scarring the Primarch of the 12th forevermore. Resentment to the Emperor now entrenched within his very being, Angron would soon after be transferred to a vessel containing his gene sons, the Warhounds. Uniquely amongst the Primarchs of the Imperium, Angron's unification with his legion would be marked with violence. Enraged due to the loss of his Nucerian followers, Angron would murder all officers of the Warhounds who attempted to speak with him, including the Legion Master, Gia, with the captain of the 8th Company, Khan, being the only to survive his interaction with his Primarch. Forming a tenuous bond with his gene father, Angron would assume command of his legion with Khan's introduction. Salute the one whose soldiers were named the Eaters of Cities, with Captain Driga remarking, "Primarch, General, your warriors were Eaters of Cities, Lord, but with you to command us, the Warhounds will be the Eaters of Worlds."
World Eaters. World Eaters. So shall you be then, little brothers. Come with me then, World Eaters.
Assuming command of his now renamed 12th Legion, Angron would muster his forces at the planet of Bot. Instructing his legion to incorporate his experiences as a gladiator into their battle doctrines, the Astartes would undergo duels within fighting pits. Earning their scars anew, the Terran traditions of the Legion would be erased, with any Space Marine unable to pass these new tests of mettle dying in the process. The Legion would repaint their armor with the fanged maw symbol of the World Eaters. Campaigning throughout the stars to aid in the Great Crusade, Angron would give his Legion a single Nucerian day to achieve victory in any engagement he would send them to persecute. This grueling 31-hour task a test the World Eaters would be eager to achieve in order to gain favor with their Primarch. Ordering his apothecaries to construct replicas of his Butcher's Nails implant, Angron would oversee the initial implantations of the devices amongst his Astartes. Proving fatal in their initial designs, Angron would be disgusted with the weakness of his Gene Sons and flee from his Legion for 2 years until returning at the behest of Captain Khan. Unable to meet their Primarch's deadlines, the World Eaters would be punished for not achieving compliance of their goals. Ordering each Astartes of the Legion to form into groups of 10, one within each group would be killed by the other 9 to purge the weakest of their ranks. With Angron often spiraling into frenzied rages that would cost the lives of his men, the Legion's librarians would often subdue their Primarch from his bloodlusts. With the perfection of the Butcher's Nails design by Apothecary Garland Surlak, divisions within the Legion would be formed. Centurion Mago would lead a revolt against his Primarch, yet be slain. Unified once more, the implantations of the Butcher's Nails would begin. With the first successful implantation endured by Khan, the Legion would adopt the nails almost in their entirety. With the Legion's implantation of the nails, the demands of their Primarch would swiftly be achieved. Marked by the Genna massacre, the World Eaters would murder the entire planet's population within a single night. Now synonymous with annihilation, the mere mention of the Legion's deployment would be enough to bring worlds into compliance. Yet such wanton butchery would bring the ire of the other Astartes legions, with even Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rebute Guilliman, decrying the Legion's actions during the cleansing of Arigata. The Emperor of Mankind, upon hearing of the Butcher's Nail surgeries, would command Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, to confront Angron and demand the removal of the nails within the World Eaters, resulting in a bloody confrontation between the 6th and 12th Legions. The stalemate would be ended with Russ giving the command to retreat from the engagement against his irredeemable brother. The Emperor would intervene personally and command Angron to travel to the northern fringes of the galaxy to combat the Xenos within. Though intended as a punishment, this action would allow the World Eaters to freely operate without the scrutiny of Imperial oversight. As such, the 12th Legion would not abandon their bloody practices or remove their implants. The Emperor would eventually recall the World Eaters to the human lines of the Great Crusade and order his favored son, Horus Lupercal, to oversee their conduct and mentor Angron in restraint. Yet with the corruption of the War Master by the ruinous powers, such a decision would prove to be a fatal error. Drawing his traitorous brethren to side against the Emperor, Horus Lupercal would have the least difficulty in convincing Angron. Already embittered to the Imperium and his Gene Father, Angron would be amongst the first to stand with the War Master. Purging the Legion of loyalist elements during the Istvan III atrocity, the World Eaters would serve as the single-minded berserkers of the traitor forces. Fearless in their slaughter of the Imperium, the World Eaters would further aid the traitor war effort during the Dropside Massacre of Istvan V, Shadow Crusade, and Siege of Terra. With each engagement led by their Primarch, the World Eaters would instill terror into the hearts and minds of humans and Astartes alike. Their relentless charges and savagery only bolstered with Angron's ascension to a demon prince of the ruinous powers. The World Eaters would seek to emulate their Gene Father as devoted servants of the blood god, Khorne. Instrumental during the Siege of Terra, the World Eaters would be the first to breach the defenses of the Imperial Palace. Yet despite their fury, the traitors would be driven from Holy Terra with the defeat of the War Master, Horus Lupercal. Retreating into the Eye of Terror, Angron would command his remaining forces to separate into small war bands as they fled. Lacking in supplies, reliable leadership, and badly scarred from the siege, many World Eaters would be driven mad by the fullest extent of the Butcher's nails. Such Astartes being culled from the Legion or crippled and interred within the chassis of dreadnoughts. The command structure of the World Eaters would collapse. During the Legion Wars, the 12th Legion would further deteriorate, fragmenting the Legion into smaller warbands which for 10 millennia still carved paths of slaughter across the expanse of space. Yet with the opening of the accursed Great Rift, the World Eaters have reformed into formations not seen since the Heresy. Commanded by both Khan the Betrayer and the Demon Prince, Angron, the World Eaters have led blood crusades and invasions of Imperial strongholds throughout the galaxy. With Angron last seen during the invasion of the First War for Armageddon, the Khornite hosts strike suddenly and without relent across Imperial space. Despite Angron's banishment by the Grey Knights on the world of Armageddon, reports suggest his return to real space to be imminent. The Red Angel once more harrying the Imperium, only the most valiant and steadfast champions of humanity shall be able to face such a monolith of rage. The gene seed of the World Eaters is now mutated beyond all specifications outlined by the Imperium. Usable only to an extent by the Chaos Legion's Berserker surgeons, it is theorized by scholars of the Imperium that the World Eaters' gene seed had been corrupted from the Legion's inception, though others claim that the Warhounds were not damned from the start, and that their fall is solely the fault of their Primarch Angron and his Butcher's nails. All that can be asserted truthfully is that the 12th Legion's genetic makeup resulted in a primal need for violence and aggression, their bloodlust not entirely dependent on their nail-induced rage. Collared by strict codified disciplinary actions and structures, the Warhounds would restrain their bloodlust with the tempered chains of their commanding officers. Ascending the ranks by virtue of their strength, the officers of the Warhounds would be relied upon to mete out punishments which as such require the capability to best their lower-ranked brethren. With no value given to deeds outside of the battlefield, the 12th Legion would be commanded by only the mightiest champions of their legion. Cowards would be slain by their brothers for their weakness, and worse would befall the Legion's foes. Surrender of any type would be met with extermination of captured combatants, yet the Legion would make a sport of sending their prisoners of war to the dueling pits to die a warrior's death. Settling disagreements within the Legion solely through trial by combat, promotions would even be achieved by lower-ranked Astartes by besting their superiors. Invariably, the loser of such duels would be slain. Masters of every variety of hand-to-hand weaponry, the Legion would become synonymous with one weapon above all, the chain axe. Following the example of their Primarch, the World Eaters would delight in their preferred weapon's ability to shred their enemies into fragments and adorn their armor in spattering patterns of blood. Such a reputation would be gained of the chain axe that its use would spread to other legions, imbuing their weapons with significance only in their ability to kill. Once a weapon would break under the stresses of war, it would be discarded. Regarded as wasteful by the other legions of Astartes, the World Eaters would see broken weapons as portents of ill omens and rarely name their weapons or take steps to maintain them. With fighting pits sanctioned within the Legion by Angron, rituals would form around the Astartes' rules of engagement, allowing for such challenges to change into blood rites with the Legion's corruption by the ruinous powers. These rituals would easily transition into blood sport worships to their patron god, Khorne. Each opponent slain a pleasing tribute to the foul being, the Astartes of the 12th bask in the glory of their slaughter with unabashed joy and devotion. Favoring close quarters combat, the World Eaters would only grow more bloodthirsty and savage with their reunion with their Primarch and eventual descent into chaos. Seeing minimal changes in command structure with their transition from Warhounds to World Eaters, the Legion would be comprised of several chapters known as echelons. Bolstering their melee strategies with support elements such as Terminator squadrons and land speeders, the 12th Legion heavily relied on drop pod assaults aimed at the heart of enemy defenses. ripping and tearing their enemies from within. The World Eaters would deploy with seeming disregard for their own mortality or self-preservation. Relying on their heavily armored transports, attrition would be the Legion's most practical and commonplace strategy. Though it is unknown to what extent the Legion's might was during the Great Crusade or Horus Heresy, estimates suggest the Legion's might to have peaked at 150,000 Astartes prior to the commencement of the atrocity of Istvan III, with their numbers plummeting to 75,000 following the Legion's betrayal of its loyalist kin. Offsetting their losses in both lives and materials with the age of Forge Worlds such as Sarum, most engagements would prevent the Astartes of the 12th Legion from achieving veterancy or battle-forged specialized formations. A notable exception being the Devourer bodyguards of the Primarch Angron, consisting of 12 battle-hardened and tested Astartes. Acceptance to join such a prestigious honor guard earned through ritual combat. The Butcher's Nails implants deteriorating the sanity and discipline of the Legion, the organized formations of the World Eaters would become impractical and superfluous, with even the Legion's Librarius disintegrating due to the Nails' incompatibility with the Psykers of the Legion, due to overpowering their surges of power or causing brain embolisms. Refusing to undergo the fatal procedure, the remaining Librarians of the Legion would be shunned by their battle brothers, but nonetheless still serve the Legion unfettered by the Emperor's decree of the Edict of Nicaea. The final remnants of the Legion's Librarians perishing in their attempt to prevent their Primarch from transforming into a demon prince of the ruinous powers. The remainder of the Legion's voluntary implantation of the Nails, bringing them closer to their Primarch as an act of sharing his burden. The Astartes would increase their pain tolerance and aggression in equal measure. Though each individual Space Marine would experience the Nails' effects to different degrees, all would nonetheless share their mutual self-destruction. Continuing this trend of continual decay, the Legion would not survive the Horus Heresy unscathed. Broken into independent warbands, the World Eaters operate under the command of their respective Chaos Lords. Such notable warbands including the Butcher Horde, Skull Takers, Gladiator Group 138, and the Gore Hunters. Due to the Legion's storied history of enormous fatalities, the World Eaters have always employed methods to keep recruitment a constant, no matter their fighting capabilities. Recruiting from huge varieties of worlds, World Eater Astartes are often drafted from feral and feudal worlds, with only the Ultramarines Legion comparable in their diversity of warriors spanning from many worlds of the galaxy. Prior to the Horus Heresy, Primarch Angron would donate his own genetic material to his Legion's apothecaries and personally screen aspirants of the Legion in order to streamline gene seed implantation and grafting of organs. Primarily trained on the muster world of Bot, World Eater recruits would undergo live fire exercises and training before being dispatched to the Legion's expedition fleets. Due to recruitment from disparate worlds, the Legion would devise a derivative second language of Gothic to facilitate communication within the Legion, combining 36 native languages within the Legion's ranks. This so-called bastardized tongue would be widespread within the World Eaters and prove crucial to aid in commanding the ragtag warriors of the 12th. Collaborating with the Word Bearers Legion to engineer biovat-grown warriors, the apothecaries of the 12th Legion would create abominable warriors at a rapid pace. Creatures of pure rage, instilled with the perception of surviving endless wars, the surplus of warriors would prove useful with the Legion's commitment to the traitor war effort. However, with time and their defeat fighting the Loyalists of Terra, the World Eaters would struggle to replenish their numbers. Bot would be annihilated at the hands of Ironhand Ironfather, Ortek Moore, leading to World Eater Berserker Surgeons relying on transforming captured Loyalist Space Marines and Chaos Warband Astartes to replenish their losses. Though not all warbands of the World Eaters possess the knowledge or skill to replenish their casualties.
The Emperor needed a weapon that would never obey its own desires before those of the Imperium. He needed a weapon that would never bite the hand that feeds. The World Eaters were not that weapon. We've all drawn blades purely for the sake of shedding blood. And we've all felt the exaltation of winning a war that never even needed to happen. We are not the tame, reliable pets that the Emperor wanted. The wolves obey when we would not. The wolves can be trusted when we never could. They have discipline we lack, because their passions are not aflame with the butcher's nails buzzing in the back of their skulls. The wolves will always come to heel when called. In that regard, it is a mystery why they name themselves wolves. They are tame, collared by the Emperor, obeying his every whim. But a wolf doesn't behave that way, only a dog does. That is why we are the Eaters of Worlds and the Warhounds. No longer.
Know this, son of Gilliman. The father of our chapter watches over us always. He knows your soul, your strengths, and even your fears. I share your pain at the loss of brother Captain Idaeus, but to dishonor his name with grief is wrong. He gave his life so that his battle brothers would live and the enemies of the Emperor would be defeated. A warrior can ask for no better death than that. Captain Idaeus was the senior officer, and you were duty-bound to follow his orders when they were given. The chain of command must not be broken, or we are nothing. Discipline and order are everything on the battlefield, and the army that lives by this credo will always triumph.
The Legiones Astartes would symbolize the dawn of a new era of humanity. Demigods of warfare, the Emperor's Angels of Death would carve a sway through the galaxy and bring order to the chaos of the void. The pinnacle of the Imperium's might, these ceramide-clad knights would come to epitomize the ideals and strength of the Imperium. Yet among all the founding legions, one above all would be praised as the single greatest legion, which all should aspire to emulate. The warrior kings of the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines. The Master of Mankind would seek to bring the galaxy into the compliance of a united people upon the crucible of humanity, the throne world of Terra. War ran rampant across the planet's surface as techno-barbarian hordes battled for territories and resources across the planet's war-scarred surface. Creating warriors befitting such a savage war, the Emperor would craft a new breed of soldiers, the Thunder Warriors. Rending all opposition to pieces with their savage efficiency, while the task of the Emperor's enforcers would prove to be effective, such warriors would not be befitting the Master of Mankind's vision for a brighter future. From the template of his Thunder Warriors and the newly established gene labs of Terra, the Angels of Death would be created. Nobler, yet less imposing than their forebears, the Alpha intake of the Legiones Astartes would fight alike to wolves and excel in various stratagems and tactics befitting their Terran heritage. The 13th Legion would be drawn from all corners of the globe. Sired from the clans of Panpokro, the Saragon Enclave, Caucasus Wastes, and Mid-Afric Hive oligarchies, the unflinchingly loyal warriors of the 13th would be known as the Warborn. No records exist pertaining to the deployment of the Warborn during the Wars of Unification, for alike to the 7th and 8th Legions, the 13th's first recorded deeds would glean their intervention during the first pacification of Luna and Sedna campaign. Venturing further into the known galaxy, the Legiones Astartes would embark upon expeditionary campaigns to bring worlds into compliance. Approximately 8,000 Astartes in number, the Warborn would earn glories for their campaigns across the stars. Tithe new recruits from their many conquered worlds, the 13th Legion would swiftly replenish their losses and begin to flourish. Martially inspired by their Terran culture of battle, the Warborn would incorporate teachings and heritage of their new recruits to further bolster their understanding of warfare. For 3 Terran decades, the 13th would develop their character as a legion of forthright and wise commanders. Capable of achieving compliances with tactical finesse and swift victories, the Warborn would champion honor in battle and display their achievements with pride by adorning their livery with campaign markings. Naming each of their companies for their deeds, the Nemesis Company would mark their armor with black gauntlets and midnight blue helms of the Corsairs of the Cancerai Nebula, whilst the armored divisions deployed at the ash plains of Cipra Mundi would commemorate their victory in saving millions of innocent lives from the Orc Xenos by painting an Emerald Borealis on their right pauldrons. Yet the 13th would soon be tested in a campaign which would push the Legion's resolve close to breaking point. The Osiris Rebellion would erupt during 833.M30, attempting to undermine the Imperium. The 13th Legion now numbered to approximately 33,000 Space Marines and had earned a reputation for achieving victory with few to no innocent casualties. Reputed for their lack of collateral damage and disdain for attritional warfare, many of their rivals within the Legiones Astartes would submit that the Warborn of Terra had never faced an opponent strong enough to require their abandoning of their principles in exchange for victory. Their gene seed remarkable in its stability, the 13th would suffer few casualties from their surgeries and incur no mutations with successful gene implantation to their recruits. Among the largest legions of the Imperium, unlike their peers of the Iron Hands and Lunar Wolves Legion, the Warborn, despite their glories, would be bereft of the guidance of their lost Primarch. Regardless of their lack of guidance by their Gene Father, the 12th Expeditionary Fleet would explore the dense intergalactic expanse situated near the core of Terra. 11 star systems of the Osiris Cluster would declare secession from the Imperium and incur the wrath of the Emperor. The nearest sizable fleet to the crisis, the 13th Legion would be tasked with ending the rebellion. Striking the city of Cabasset on the Halo world of Seps 12, the compliance of the political capital of the Osiris Cluster would prove crucial to the Warborn's victory. Commanded by their First Lord Commander, Gren Vosifo, the tried and true stratagems of the 13th Legion would prove insufficient. Encountering heavier than expected resistance, the Warborn would adapt quickly, yet begin to understand that the rebellion was not what it initially seemed. Committing reinforcements to the battle, Vosofo's forces would fight their way into a trap. Unknown Xenos void ships would ambush the 12th Expeditionary Fleet, forcing Vosofo to order the retreat from the planet's surface. The Xenos and Astartes fleets would clash, with the Xenos bearing overwhelming might. Yet despite their circumstance, the Warborn would fight on and bleed the Xenos for every ship destroyed during the battle. Retreating from the engagement, Vosofo would warn the Imperium of the new threat threatening the borders of the Throne World. Appointing his lieutenant, Marius Gage, as the new First Master of the Legion, Vosofo would battle alongside his kin and give his life to allow for the retreat of his men on the planet's surface. Incurring losses of 6,500 Astartes during the battle, the Warborn would resolve to never again incur such losses. Returning to the system with aid from the Solar Armada and Salamander's Legion, the Imperial forces would find no trace of the Osiris Cybrids. Swearing a blood oath to hunt down the powerful Xenos, the 13th Legion would remember the words of their slain Lord Commander. I am told that once the numeral 13th was taken as an ill omen by the weak-minded and those enslaved by the lies of superstition. But in the Emperor's service, we shall make it a byword for redemption and glory. Under the stewardship of Marius Gage, the 13th would rebuild once more and redouble their efforts during the Great Crusade. Yet fortunately for the Warborn of Terra, a balm would soon restore their wounded pride. The return of their long-lost Primarch. With the scattering of the Primarchs across the stars, a child of the Emperor would land upon the planet of Macragge within the eastern fringe of the galaxy. A decayed empire once founded during the Dark Age of technology, the nonetheless cohesive society maintained warp-capable means of travel, allowing for their sublight spacecraft to travel and communicate with their neighboring star systems. Discovering the Primarch's gestation pod and recognizing its provenance as a technology of a superior civilization, the young boy within would be brought before the Consul of Macragge, Connor Guilliman. Naming the child Roboute, or Great One, Connor would raise the child as his own and watch his adopted son mature into a man of immense wisdom, intellect and strength. Mastering his homeworld's intellectual conundrums by the age of 10, Guilliman would prove a quick study of history, science, philosophy, and governance. Yet among all the boy's talents, he would prove a genius in the arts of war. Granted command of an expeditionary force tasked with pacifying the lands north of the capital of Magna Macragge Civitas, Roboute would combat the mercenaries of the lands of Illyrium. Earning the respect of the Illyrians, Roboute would broker a peace with his enemies and return to Macragge Civitas. Finding his city engulfed in turmoil, the co-consul of Macragge, Galen, had unleashed a coup d'etat against Connor in a bid to usurp his authority and claim sole rulership of Macragge. Hurrying to his foster father's location, Roboute would arrive too late to prevent his mentor's fatal wounding during his defense of the Senate House. Leading his men for 3 solar days following his injury, Connor had defied death's embrace long enough for his son's return. Dying in Roboute's arms, Connor would detail Galen's betrayal before perishing. Fueled by vengeance for his father's death, Roboute would rally the beleaguered soldiers and citizenry of Macragge and destroy the aristocratic rebels and their armies. Restoring order to the city, Roboute would assume the mantle of Consul of Macragge and see to the execution of Galen and his co-conspirators. Reorganizing Macragge's hierarchy and social order, Guilliman would enforce a meritocratic system which would see the glories of his world burgeon. Yet unknown to Guilliman, high above the orbit of Macragge, his true father, the Emperor of Mankind, had toiled to breach warp storms, preventing his reunion with his son. With the subsiding of the warp storms, the Emperor would find Macragge to have undergone a breathtaking transformation of human progress and industry. Now the shining jewel of an empire spanning the now Ultramar system. Incredibly pleased with his son's deeds, the Emperor would descend upon Macragge and reunite with his son. Swearing his allegiance to the Imperium, Roboute Guilliman would be installed as the Master of the 13th Legion, and in his image, renamed the Warborn of Terror as the Ultramarines. Rejoicing at the return of their Gene-Sire to the Legion, the 13th's fortunes would greatly increase. A leader of virtue, intelligence, and master of administration, the Ultramarines Legion would swiftly be transformed into the manifestation of the Imperium's ideals. Remolded as a legion supported by vast manufactorums, efficient supply chains, and innumerable fresh recruits, the 13th Legion would swell to become a challenge to even the might of the vaunted 16th, the Lunar Wolves. Adopting the realm of Ultramar as their new epicenter of mobilization, the 500 Worlds would provide unmatched resources to the 13th Legion. No longer a single arm of the Imperium's military strength, the 13th Legion would now act as an empire within an empire, serving the objectives and vision of the Master of Mankind. Building upon the Legion's Terran character, it is deemed by most that of all the founding legions, none would be so fortunate as to inherit the fortunes and glories of such a vaunted and industrious Primarch. Instilled with personal pride of their lord, the Ultramarines would never shrug from the chance to prove themselves worthy to earn the praise or regard of their valiant Gene-Sire. Adopting the livery of deep blue trimmed with gold, the sign of the Ultima would be a symbol worn with pride by its warriors and praised by those who looked upon it. Conquering worlds more rapidly than any of their peers and increasing the standard of living for all brought into compliance by their hand, the Ultramarines had become paragons of the Great Crusade. Yet despite their unimpeachable record of services to the Imperium, the Emperor would also deploy the 13th as the judges of his will, alike to their times as the Warborn of Terror. And one enforcement of the Emperor's will above all would be recorded in history as a pivotal moment in the downfall of the Legiones Astartes. Monarchia, a city of immense grandeur, crafted by the word-bearer's Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, would epitomize the Emperor's most disdained ideals. Worshipping the master of mankind as a god, the people of Kher would pray within the gaudy parody of the Emperor's visage, in emulation of the 17th Legion's preachments. Commanding Roboute Guilliman and his Ultramarines to tear the city of Monarchia to the ground, the word-bearers would watch in horror as their perfect city burned. The ashes of their hubris would stain the armor of the 17th Legion as the psychic might of the Emperor forced them to kneel in the shame of their rebuke. The Ultramarines would watch uncomfortably on, unerring in their duty, yet bearing no ill will to their crestfallen kin. Favoured above all within the ranks of the Legiones Astartes, it would seem inevitable to the 13th Legion that the Emperor's decree that a War Master of the Imperium should be needed, their Primarch would be a fitting candidate. Yet with their intervention of the Ulanor Crusade to combat the greenskin tide of the Empire of Erlak Erg, the War Master would be crowned. Alongside the White Scars and Lunar Wolves legions, the Ultramarines would allow for the Emperor and his stalwart protege, Horus Lupercal, to assault the Orc stronghold upon Ulanor and slay the foul Xenos. The Emperor would decree that a vast parade in celebration of the Ulanor triumph would honor the service of the Imperium's tireless and glorious deeds. Proclaiming his leadership of the Great Crusade to have come to an end, the Master of Mankind would return to the throne world and bequeath the title of War Master of the Imperium to the Lunar Wolves Primarch, Horus Lupercal. Given the authority to command every legion and their Primarchs as the first among equals, Horus's ascension to the role of War Master would not go without critique. The Lupercal believed himself to be unworthy of the title, and would in private deem Guilliman to be the most deserving of his brothers of the title, yet learn to shoulder his new burden. Yet such a burden would prove to be too great for the Lupercal, and with his wounding upon the world of Darwin, a new dark future would befall the Imperium. Swearing allegiance to the ruinous powers, Horus Lupercal would rescind his loyalty to the Imperium and in secret plot to overthrow his father's empire. Realizing the need to scatter his most deadly foes farthest from his conquest of the stars, the Ultramarines Legion would prove to be the single largest and most deadly foe capable of sundering his campaign. Fueling the resentment of his traitorous brother, Lorgar Aurelian, Horus would command the 17th Legion to trap the Ultramarines within the Calf system. Ordering Guilliman to confront the Orc Xenos within the eastern fringes, far away from Terra, the Ultramarines would be diverted from the theatres of war that would soon erupt. Mustering in orbit of the planet of Calf, the Ultramarines would meet with their cousin legion of the Word-Bearers with open arms. Positioning their men within the ranks of the 13th Legion, the Word-Bearers would stab their vulnerable allies in the back and kill many in their acts of sabotage. Slaying the Ultramarines in droves, the Word-Bearers would begin to summon demonic entities during the ensuing counterattack, and poison the sun of Calf to irradiate the planet below. First Chaplain Erebus would conjure a warp storm so vast that it would enclose the Ultramar system, whilst First Captain Cor Phaeron would lead the Calf atrocities. Through the actions of brave Ultramarine Astartes, such as Captain Remus Ventanus, Sergeant Aeonid Fiel, and their first master, Marius Gage, the plot to slay Roboute Guilliman and destroy the Ultramarines' fleet would be thwarted. Reeling from their unprovoked attack, the Ultramarines would see to the pursuit of the fleeing Word-Bearers' fleet, purge of the traitorous survivors of Calf, and potential means of breaching the Ruin Storm, now enclosed around Ultramar. Recording their casualties to be in excess of 119,000 Astartes, with a further 28,000 rendered combat incapable due to injury, such a brazen attack on the proud 13th Legion would not go unpunished. Several chapters of the Legion would not be present during the Calf betrayal, and be known as the Unmarked, spared the scars of the conflict. Yet the woes of the 13th Legion would not end at Calf, for the traitors of the Word-Bearers and World Eaters would not relent in their crimes against the innocents of Ultramar. Forming an alliance with the Red Angel during the betrayal of Calth, Lorgar Aurelian would launch a separate surprise campaign upon the Ultramar system. The Shadow Crusade would see to the torment and slaughter of the innocents of Ultramar as the 13th Legion recovered from its deep wounds incurred from Calth. Unwilling to allow the traitor legions to assail his people unopposed, Roboute Guilliman would muster a retribution fleet to confront the 12th and 17th Legions on the 26 worlds with which they enacted their campaign. Managing to push back the traitors, the continual strain incurred to the Primarch of the World Eaters, Angron, would prove too much to prevent the bite of his own affliction. The Butcher's nails, the cortical implants once grafted into the Primarch's brain on his homeworld of Nuceria, had proven close to ending the Lord of Red Sands' life. Lorgar would convince Angron to join him in finding a means to remove the nails from the knowledge of the High Riders of his homeworld and divert their remaining might to the world of Nuceria. Confronted by the Ultramarines, the traitors would find no means to remove the Butcher's nails, but allow for a new method of preventing them from claiming their prize. As Roboute Guilliman dueled Lorgar in single combat, the Lord of Ultramar would come close to slaying the Urizen and achieving vengeance for his people. Yet with the intervention of Angron, Guilliman would be unable to end the life of the Golden One, and watch as Lorgar enacted a heretical ritual. Imbuing Angron with the suffering of his homeworld and favor of the blood god, Khorne, Angron would achieve apotheosis and be reborn as a demon prince. Escaping before the horrendous bloodshed of the Red Angel could be unleashed, the Ultramarines and their Primarch would look on with disgust at what the traitors were willing to become to achieve their goals. Attempting to return to Holy Terra to aid in defending the Imperial Palace from the impending onslaught of such terrible foes, the ruined storm of Erebus would prevent the 13th from reaching their destination. A plight which Guilliman, in light of his recent witness to the extent of his enemies' newfound power, would require a contingency. Fearing the worst, Roboute Guilliman would take stock of his circumstance in the war effort. His legion was trapped, without allies, and no word could be reached with the Throne World. He had seen the terrible example of the ruinous powers in their transformation of his once brother, and now the ruined storm blocked the light of the Astronomicon from reaching Ultramar. Fearing Terra to be lost, Guilliman would found a new Imperium as a contingency. Imperium Secundus would act as the final bastion of the Loyalist war effort should the Emperor be slain, and act as the last bastion of resistance should the War Master claim the Throne World. Utilizing the ancient Pharos device on the planet of Sofa, the psychic beacon, projected from the Xenos device, would guide lost Loyalist forces to muster within Ultramar. Reuniting with the Loyalist Primarch, Lionel Johnson, Sanguinius, and their respective legions, small contingents of other Loyalists such as the Space Wolves, White Scars, Salamanders, and Imperial Fists would add their strength to the Imperium Secundus. Harried by the Primarch of the Night Lords Legion, Konrad Curze, with his escape from the Dark Angel's flagship, the Invincible Reason, the Ultramarines and their civilian populaces would continue to suffer losses at the hands of both enemies and allies. Managing to capture Curze after many months of toil, the continued friction between the Primarchs of Roboute Guilliman and Lionel Johnson would force the dissolvement of Imperium Secundus. Yet with Konrad Curze and Sanguinius' visions scrutinized by the questioning of the Lion, the Triumvirate would see an opportunity to breach the Ruinstorm. Traversing to the planet of Darwin, and the site to which Horus had first become thrall to the ruinous powers, the Loyalists would cause a breach in the Ruinstorm, brief enough for a single Legion fleet to traverse. Sanguinius would charge into the breach with his Blood Angels fleet, allowing for his destiny to be fulfilled at the final battle of the Siege of Terra, yet the Dark Angels and Ultramarines would not reach the Throne World for several months after. Arriving too late to aid the Loyalist defense of the Imperial Palace, the Ultramarines and their allies would find Terra in ruins. The War Master of Chaos was dead, yet at the cost of the grievous wounding of the Master of Mankind and his eternal vigil interred upon the Golden Throne. For the traitors were in full retreat, and they would pay in blood for every step they had made on their path to damnation. Assembling the remaining Loyalist legions, Guilliman would lead the Retribution fleet of the Throne World to pursue the traitors. Reclaiming worlds once under the yoke of chaotic influence, the Imperium would slowly begin to rebuild its war-torn empire. Long isolated from the most devastating battles of the Horus Heresy, the Ultramarines now stood as the single largest Loyalist legion, capable of crushing the traitor remnants under their heel. Dividing the legion into smaller contingents to bring order to the unrest of the galaxy, Guilliman would watch his brother Primarchs seek penance for their failure by hunting down those fleeing their wrath. Driving the traitors into the Eye of Terror, Guilliman would draft a new compendium to prevent another catastrophic event from happening again. Penning the Codex Astartes, the now Lord Commander of the Imperium would command every Loyalist legion to distribute their remaining might into descendant Adeptus Astartes chapters. Preventing any singular individual from amassing a unified army of such immense strength, the first founding chapters would sire on average fewer than 5 second founding Space Marine chapters due to their vastly depleted numbers. Yet this would not be the case for the Ultramarines. Forming dozens of successor chapters, each distinguished for their acts of valor during the Horus Heresy, no records exist citing how many chapters would be formed, with the closest approximation being 23. Dismantling their arsenals, gene stores, and facilities of their fortress monastery to bolster their new successors, the Ultramarines would install legendary war heroes of the Heresy as the new chapter masters of the so-called primogenitors of their legacy. Leading the vanguard of the scouring of the galaxy for over a century, the Ultramarines would remain at their stalwart Primarch's side as his firstborn destroyed every vestige of heresy within their grasp. The word-bearer's homeworld of Colchis would be sentenced to exterminatus, and with their vengeance for Calph achieved, the Ultramarines would attempt to bring a traitor Primarch to justice, Fulgrim. During 121.M31, the Ultramarines and 6 of their primogenitor chapters would assemble upon the world of Vesala. Trapped by the Phoenicians' cunning, the 13th Legion successors would assault the Emperor's Children flagship, the Pride of the Emperor. Within its Heliopolis, Guilliman would confront his traitorous brother. Bested in the ensuing duel, Guilliman's throat would be cut by Fulgrim's poisoned blade. Retreating from the battle aboard the de facto Ultramarine flagship, the Gauntlet of Power, the Ultramarines would shepherd their Genefather to their homeworld of Macragge. Unable to revive their wounded Primarch, the Ultramarines would enshrine his body within the Temple of Correction. Within the stained glass dome of magnificent architectural genius, Guilliman would lay dormant as his progeny fought to defend a wounded galaxy. For 10 millennia, the Ultramarines and their firstborn would stand vigil against the darkness as the single largest contingent of the Loyalist Astartes chapters. Upheld as the pinnacle of virtue among their peers, the Ultramarines would forever be regarded by the populace of the Imperium as the mightiest of all legions during the Horus Heresy, by dint of their loyalty to the Emperor, heroic Primarch, and venerated Empire. Standing against the new terrible threats inflicted upon the galaxy, such as the Tyranid swarms and lost dynasties of the Necron, the Ultramarines would bleed and die in the name of their Genefather. Abaddon the Despoiler's heinous 13th Black Crusade would rend the galaxy in twain, and with his Black Legion's invasion of Ultramar, all hope would seem to be lost. Yet with the intervention of a band of unlikely allies, the waning decay of the Imperium and its legacy would be renewed. Archmagos Belisarius Cawl, the living saint Celestine, Ivrain the daughter of Shaze, and several other warriors would form an alliance known as the Celestinians. Convening with the Ultramarines chapter master, Marneus Calgar, the Celestinians would be allowed access to the Primarch's tomb. As the Black Legion tore through the temple, through the ministrations of Cawl and Ivrain, the avenging son of the Imperium would arise. Clad in the armor of fate, Guilliman would take to the field and annihilate the forces of chaos alongside his Ultramarines. Reinstated as the true leader of the 13th, Guilliman would unleash his strategic genius and facilitate the repelling of the Black Legion's forces within 7 solar months. Journeying to Holy Terra, Guilliman's Terran crusade would be fraught with many trials. Confronted by the Thousand Suns and their chaos-imbued liege, Magnus the Red, despite his overwhelming strength, the Avenging Sun would not be denied. Defeating his foes, Guilliman would meet with the Emperor and be reinstated as the Lord Commander of the Imperium. Wielding the Emperor's sword as his badge of office, Guilliman would organize a new crusade to reclaim the galaxy. The Indomitas Crusade, bolstered by a new breed of Astartes, the Primaris Space Marines, Guilliman would dispatch his new fleet of warships to reclaim the stars once more. The Ultramarines, ever at their spear tip, despite the realm of Ultramar's infestation of the Pale King, Mortarion, the sons of Macragge would not falter in their defiance against chaos. Their empire infected with vast plagues of untold misery and virulence, many resources and lives would be spent to rebuild Ultramar's ever-besieged empire. Yet under the leadership of the Avenging Sun, the Indomitus Crusade would begin to draw to a close. With the chaos-overrun Galactic North cut off from Terra, the expanse of the Tau Empire to the east, and High Fleet Leviathan's resurgence to the west, the Ultramarines are spread thin across the galaxy. Yet their blades and bolters shall not want for targets as they slay the enemies of humanity and fight for every last vestige of their past glories. To be recruited among the ranks of the Ultramarines is one of the highest honors in the Imperium. Drawn from the many worlds of the Ultramar system within the galactic eastern fringe, aspirants inducted into the chapter must overcome one of 2 trials. Through the exposure trial, each aspirant must endure the harsh environments of one of the most hazardous worlds of the Imperium, with no aid and few supplies. With a drowned in constant downpours of stinging rain, choked within irradiated smogs of industrial worlds, the chill of sub-zero ice wastes, or evading the claws and teeth of predatory beasts within vast jungles, the exposure trial weeds the weak from the ranks of the aspirants. Their fortitude and survival instinct proven, aspirants who survive the trial of exposure shall be installed as neophytes of the chapter and treated for their inevitable wounds, dehydration, and ailments by the chapter's apothecaries. Even newborn infants are not beyond the test of the trials, for it has been recorded that the warrior elite of Ultramar, alike to the ancient Terran Spartans, would cast their newborn infants into the wilderness to test their resilience. The alternative method of recruitment, the Challenge Trial, pits an aspirant of the chapter against one of its proven Astartes. Measured not for his success, for it is nigh impossible for a mortal man to best an Astartes, aspirants undergoing the Challenge Trial are scrutinized for their degree of failure. Though for those few who manage to best an Astartes in the duel, they shall go on to become legendary figures among the ranks of their kin. Aspirants are armed with armaments, whereas the Astartes shall battle with their bare fists without the aid of power armor. Yet despite their disparate armaments, most challenge trials end in the bludgeoning of the aspirant to death by their battle-proven opponent. Other bespoke versions of the challenge trial exist, involving tests of strength, stamina, or mental acuity, yet most are determined through martial prowess. Though drawing predominantly from noble houses of Ultramar, no aspirant is elevated above another through their familial name nor status. Only the worthy survive the trials and are implanted with the chapter's immensely stable gene seed. With no notable mutations or failed functionality, only an average of 1 in 10 neophytes shall survive the implantation surgeries and incur rejection or mutation. Once incorporated, the gene seed of the 13th shall bolster the host's adoption of hierarchical command and boost their aggressive tendencies. Gifted a near pathological psychological need to achieve the objectives of their chapter, the battle brothers of the Ultramarines, even if rebellious in nature, shall change into warriors content with following orders and doctrine. Following the example of the Principia Bellicosa, originally outlined by the Master of Mankind and his military advisors, the Ultramarines Legion would originally divide its men into companies of 1,000 Astartes. Such companies would be further incorporated into chapters, often into sets of 10 companies per chapter. With over 250,000 Astartes among the Legion during their peak, the 13th Legion would create 25 chapters in total. Honoring their warborn heritage, Roboute Guilliman would see the virtue of their foundations as effective and build upon their example with his own structures. Taught to glean insight from their peers, the 13th Legion would look to their cousin legions to identify and incorporate useful tactics. Striving to continually adopt new and unique stratagems into the fold, the Ultramarines would, alike to their gene father, prove fastidious in their observations and analysis. Despite their nature to adopt new methods of war, the Ultramarines would field remarkably few specialized companies. Instead, focusing on diverse arrangements of weaponry evenly within their ranks, the Ultramarines would champion versatile assortments of firepower suited to any engagement. Capable of achieving victory in any campaign through adaptability and application of force, the Ultramarines would deploy overwhelming majorities of tactical and assault units supported by artillery, gunships, and transport vehicles. Remolding their ranks into individual Crusade expeditionary fleets, the Ultramarines would tailor their ranks to better achieve victory for each specification of their crusades. Chapters such as the 4th, known as the Aurorans, would be regarded as armored warfare specialists, whilst the 22nd chapter, the Nemesis chapter, would, by virtue of its predominantly Terran contingents, operate a majority of destroyer squads and routinely deploy exterminatus bombardments against foregone planets. With the Legion's dismantling, such chapters of repute would go on to retain such chapter names and carve their own legacies across the stars, much alike to their Legion heritage. Led in turn by chapter masters, these senior officers of the Legion would be assisted by lieutenants known as legati, who in turn would command each captain of the chapter, who would command 1,000 Astartes. Yet with the sundering of the Legion and reconstitution of the Ultramarines chapter and its primogenitors, vast changes would be made. Following the doctrines of the Codex Astartes with quasi-religious dedication, the Ultramarines and their successors deviate from its teachings under only the most dire of circumstances. Divided into 10 companies of 100 Astartes each, the captain of each Ultramarines company are revered as legendary figures among the chapter. The first battle company, the Warriors of Ultramar, comprise the chapter's elite Astartes. Led by the Regent of Ultramar, Captain Severus Agaman, the glories of the chapter's veterans are legendary, and for their deeds are equipped with the finest weapons and armaments. Clad in Terminator pattern armor for close engagements and supported by Sternguard veterans for ranged firepower, only the most grotesquely powerful opponents, instilled with terrible strength, can best the mightiest warriors of Ultramar. Deploying a contingent of their men to form Strike Force Ultra, the formation led by the first captain himself combats the deadliest of foes besieging their subordinate companies. The second battle company, the Guardians of the Temple, is arguably the most famed of all the Ultramarines companies. Led by Captain Sevastus Acheron and his Lions of Macragge, the legacy of their former captain, Cato Sicarius, nonetheless still remains among their ranks. Daring in their maneuvers, with the return of their former captain during the Plague Wars of Ultramar, their reputation for immense martial prowess is well earned. Honor-bound to guard the Temple of Correction within the Fortress of Hera, they would be the first sons of Macragge to witness the revival of their long-dormant Primarch. Gifted the supplementary title of Avengers of Ultramar personally by their Primarch, the second company remains at the forefront of every major engagement of the Ultramarines campaigns as their foremost battle company. The third battle company, the Scourge of Xenos, won glory for their chapter during the First Tyrannic War and countless centuries of service to the Death Watch. Led by Captain Mikhail Fabian, these expert Xenos killers defend the eastern fringe of the galaxy from incursions of Tyranids, Orcs, Tau, and other foul beings such as the Hrud. Facing the most monstrous of enemies with blade and bolter, the Scourge of Xenos deploy aggressor squads and Centurion warsuits to crush their savage foes. The fourth battle company, the Defenders of Ultramar, hearken their honours to their days of the Horus Heresy during the betrayal of Calth. Led by Captain Uriel Ventress, the beleaguered 4th Company has faced opponents such as demons, Tyranids, Orcs, Tau, and Chaos Space Marines in their attempts to destroy Ultramar. Contravening the outlines of the Codex Astartes during the Tyranid invasion of Tarsus Ultra, their methods of waging war have nonetheless proven effective. Utilizing Thunderfire cannons, Vindicator tanks, and heavy firepower support squads, the defenders of Ultramar uphold the legacy of their legendary forebear, Remus Ventanus, as the 4th Company attempt to reunify the lost remnants of the 500 worlds of Ultramar. The 5th Battle Company, the Wardens of the Eastern Fringe, are deployed far and wide across the galaxy. Led by Captain Kaito Galenus, the Gladius Blade of the 13th strike their enemies with precision and rapid maneuvers. Battle Brothers assigned to the 5th Company rapidly accrue experience fighting the enemies of the Imperium and allow for joint campaigns to be fought alongside Knight Houses and other Imperium forces such as the Sisters Sororitas or cousin chapters. The wide-reaching public face of the chapter, the 5th Company bolster bonds of camaraderie with allied forces and earn glory in the name of Ultramar. The 6th Reserve Company, the Brethren of the Forge, act as the foremost support company of the chapter. Led by Captain Maximus Epiphus, the fighting strength of the 6th Company often falls below capacity due to the Ultramarines' need to reinforce battle companies. Trained extensively in armored warfare tactics, the Brethren of the Forge employ the Spear of Macragge formation to deadly effect in their purging of the enemies of humanity. The 7th Reserve Company, the Defenders of Caesarion, comprise the majority of their ranks with tactical and intercessor squads. Led by Captain Ixion, the 7th Company sees garrisoned fortifications and strategically important objectives, exposing flaws in their enemies' flanks and weak points. Trained in the use of Stormhawk gunships and other fast-moving aircraft, the Defenders of Caesarion share close bonds with the Iron Hands chapter since their cooperative campaigns during M38 and honour their bond through the iron chain of their heraldry. The 8th Reserve Company, the Honor Blades, specialise in close combat engagements. Led by Captain Helios, the Honor Blades favour the use of jump packs, jet bikes, and aggressor armour to hasten their melee combat. Armed with power axes, chainswords, and one-handed weapons such as bolt pistols and melter bombs, the 8th Company rotate their number into the other companies of the chapter to further hone their skills at arms. Mastering the understanding of the tenets of the Codex Astartes during battle, the 8th Company must kneel before their captain bearing the title of Lord Executioner upon induction to the company, and swear an oath to defend the Emperor's Imperium with his life, no matter the horrors he may face or the unwinnable odds he shall battle. Swearing his oath once more, with the High Executioner's blade at his neck, a single drop of blood shall be drawn by its tip, with the promise of a swift death should the Astartes ever betray his oath. The 9th Reserve Company, the Stormbringers, are masters of overwhelming firepower. Led by Captain Sinon, the Stormbringers deploy vast amounts of Devastators, Suppressors, Eliminators and Hellblasters to cleanse the battlefield with firepower. Harbouring Battle Brothers graduated from the 10th Company, the Reserve Company defend important infrastructure during campaigns and support their battle companies with static positions of weaponry. Guarding the relics of the chapter, under the guidance of their captain, he shall be known as the Master of Relics and swear to guard them with his and his company's lives. And finally, the 10th Company, the Scions of Ultramar, act as the scout company of the Ultramarines. Led by Captain Antilochus, each neophyte of the chapter shall be trained in infiltration tactics as they prove themselves worthy to one day don the full ceramite plate of their senior battle brothers. Fielding 100 Vanguard Space Marines, the less heavily armed and armoured Astartes of the 10th Company support their veteran kin in small squads and even alone in the field of battle. Learning self-reliance and honing their experience as warriors, every member of the Ultramarines can recall their first steps as a member of the 10th Company in their vaunted legacy. Bolstered by the veterans of the First Tyrannic War, the elite so-called Tyranid Hunters of the 13th bolster each company and share their experience in dealing with the most abhorrent threats to the Imperium. The fortunes of the Ultramarines would burgeon with the return of their Primarch, yet there are many exalted heroes of their ranks whom would bring glory to their chapter. Formerly led by their chapter master, Marneus Calgar, for 2 Terran centuries, Calgar would command the most revered Astartes chapter as the epitome of the Imperium's stalwart defiance against the darkness. Protected by the Ultramarines Victrix Honor Guard, each wielding axes of Ultramar, these legends of the chapter, bedecked in ornate artificer armor, defend the most venerated chapter master of the Imperium. The mightiest of the Victrix Guard are armed with honor blades and charge into battle alongside the chapter champion, as an ancient hero of the chapter holds their banner aloft to herald the demise of their foes. Masters of both war and diplomacy, Guilliman would personally appoint these exemplars of his once legion to embody the legacy of his deeds. Though Roboute Guilliman would maintain overall command of the legion, his 5 Tetrarchs of the 5 King Worlds of Ultramar would rule over each of their respective subsectors during the days of the Great Crusade. Sundered with the dormancy of their liege, the old Tetrarch Council would be replaced with the legates such as Orfeo Cassandar, Valentus Dolor, and Drekus Gorod. During their days as a legion, several specialist formations would be formed, yet not prevail into the 41st millennium. The Suzerain Invictarus would act as a subformation of the most famed and deadly warriors of the 13th Legion. Known as the Invictari, the band of elite warriors would serve as a proving ground for Astartes capable of one day ascending to the highest echelons of command. Forming the retinues of each of the 5 Tetrarchs of the Legion, each contingent of the Invictari would act as honor guards, enforcers, and military battalions for each Tetrarch. Ranging from several thousand to as few as 100 Astartes in number, each Suzerain Invictarus force would be hand-tailored by their Triarch to meet their needs. The Fulmintarus Terminator strike squads would be crafted by Roboute Guilliman, following his observations of the Iron Warrior's Tyrant Siege Terminators in battle. Improving on their tactics, the Fulmintarus would be equipped with Cataphracti pattern Terminator armor and armed with Reaper autocannons, Cyclone missile launchers, and Storm bolters. The Locutarus Storm Squads would wage war at the forefront of battle. Courageous and relentless warriors, the Locutarus would strike with pinpoint precision, armed with blades and bolt pistols. Capitalizing on weaknesses in enemy formations, the Locutarus would be the final incision strike to collapse their enemies' positions. The sight of an Ultramarine is among the most memorable and inspiring within the Imperium. Clad in brilliant blue armor, trimmed with gold ornamentation, the proud warriors of Ultramar wear the symbol of the Emperor's Aquila on their chest and the Ultima of their empire with pride on their left pauldron. Adorning their squad specialty upon their right pauldron, such as battle line, close support, fire support, veterancy, or command, centered high Gothic numerals above the design identifies their squad. The trim of their armor denotes their battle companies, whilst the painting scheme of their helmets denotes rank. Veterans wear white, unadorned helmets, while sergeants wear red helmets centered with a white skull and add a red skull design atop their Ultima pauldron. Veteran sergeants add a white stripe and skull to their red helmet design, whilst lieutenants utilize a white and red stripe on the traditional blue helmet centered with a white skull and bear a white skull upon a sunburst design on their pauldron. Captains wear simple blue helmets with a white skull, yet also employ ornate iconography on their right pauldron. Apothecaries of the Legion wear stark white armor, whilst Tech Marines of the chapter paint their armor red to honor the Tech Priests of Mars, and chaplains garb themselves in black armor. Librarians of the chapter paint a white vertical stripe upon their helmets, whilst retaining the blue color of their chapter. For as the exemplars of the Codex Astartes, there are none more scrutinized for adhering to its tenets on heraldry. Yet every Ultramarine of note bears many insignias and campaign honors for their countless deeds in battle. Strong of will and unerringly loyal to their Primarch, the Ultramarines share a fragment of their Genesire's genius in both military strategy and governance. Prior to his return, the 13th would treat the decrees of the Codex Astartes as sacred texts. Deviation from such outlines would incur censure and disgrace, as to many, these words would be sanctified by the Emperor himself. Disciplined and stoic figures, the Astartes of the Ultramarines would shoulder the greatest burden of any loyalist chapter to preserve their ever-decaying empire and shepherd the innocence of the Imperium from harm and malevolence. Championing honor, moral virtue, and courage above all, the Ultramarines are seen by many of their peers as priggish and sanctimonious. Yet for all their detractors' claims, it is undeniable that the Ultramarines have borne the responsibility for near single-handedly binding the Imperium together in the wake of the Horus Heresy. Overseeing and guarding the Segmentum Ultima from the endless tides of heretics and Xenos threats, the Ultramarines have on many occasions been all that stands between utterly catastrophic campaigns of slaughter across the stars. Paragons of the Angels of Death, the 13th stand at the vanguard of 100 war zones across the galaxy and sacrifice oceans of blood to stem the tide of encroaching annihilation. The first among equals of the Adeptus Astartes, the primogenitors of the 13th Legion, now comprise estimates of as many as 2/3 of all Space Marine chapters currently active. Led by their returned Primarch, the near-mythic being of millennia past now reorganizes and bolsters the Imperium in its darkest hour. Alone in this regard, Roboute Guilliman attempts to salvage a broken empire with no hope of reprieve nor mercy. For each citizen of the Imperium to look upon an Ultramarine shall know a ray of hope in a tumultuous existence. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And the once war-born of Terra shall never falter in their duty to preserve his Imperium. What is the terror of death?
That we die with our work incomplete.
What is the joy of life?
To die knowing our task is done.
I stand alongside warriors of honor, and the warrior who acts out of honor cannot fail. His duty is honor itself. Even a warrior's death, if it is honorable, is a reward and can be no failure, for it has come through duty. Seek honor as you act, and you will know no fear. A fortress is a living thing. The commander its brain, the walls its bones, the sensors its eyes and ears, the troops its blood, their weapons its fists. If one organ fails, the whole dies. And if the whole dies, no single organ can survive alone. And above all, remember this. For a warrior, the only crime is cowardice. Say what you like about the 14th Legion. They are mean, ugly bastards, but tenacious. There's no one I'd rather have by my side in a war of attrition, and almost anyone else I'd rather have against me. The Legiones Astartes would bear many burdens and struggles during their years of service to the Imperium. Armed with the deadliest of weapons and clad in the most durable of armor, the Space Marines of the Imperium would endure wounds and pains aplenty in their many wars waged across the stars. Yet every sentient being can only bear so much suffering before succumbing to the embrace of madness, death, or a fate far worse. For today, we shall elucidate the relentless, unfeeling carrions of disease, corruption, and pestilence. The 14th Legion of the traitor Astartes, the Death Guard. The Master of Mankind would seek to unite humanity under the rule of his new, singular vision. The Age of Strife would leave humanity's tattered fragments strewn across the stars, leaderless and without the hope of a brighter future. Holy Terror had become a husk of its former glory, as techno-barbarians pillaged and scavenged a meager existence upon the origin of human endeavor. Yet with the ascension of the Emperor, a burgeoning Imperium would be built. Upon the scattered foundation of terror, a new breed of warriors would be born to subjugate and cleanse the galaxy, to fulfill the Emperor's vision. The Unification Wars of Terra would see many aspirant Astartes drafted into the legions of the Angels of Death, with one such legion, the 14th, known then as the Dusk Raiders. Drawn from the war tribes of Old Albia, neophytes would be installed within the 14th as well as 8th and 10th legions. Once a true rival to the Emperor's own armies, Old Albia had relented to join the Imperium and would gift its most promising sons to join the armies of the Legiones Astartes. Relentless warriors and science-minded tacticians would be the hallmark of the Sons of Old Albia, as its technologies such as proto-dreadnoughts would be adopted into the fold. The most zealous supporters of the Emperor's vision, the legacy of Old Albia, would be carried forth into the burgeoning Imperium by their transhuman sons. The 14th Legion would be characterized by stoicism, as heavy infantry adept at survival and endurance. Fervent to their cause and gifted unshakable discipline, the Dusk Raiders of Terra would drown their opposition in waves of ceramite-clad warriors. Experts at close combat engagements, the inheritors of the Ironsiders of Old Albia would paint their right armor plating deep crimson to signify the dried blood of their foes. The red right hand of the Emperor, the Dusk Raiders would strike at night and maximize the encroaching darkness to conceal their advance across the battlefield. Relentless, yet honorable combatants, the 14th Legion would accept the surrender of their foes as they cowered before them. Embarking upon the expanse of the Imperium across the galaxy, it would be many years before the orphaned Legion would be reunited with their Genefather. For such an occasion would see to the erosion of their glory and their inevitable downfall. Mortarion, Lord of the 14th Legion, would be spirited to the planet of Barbarus with the scattering of the Primarchs. A poisonous death world inhabited by downtrodden human settlements would be ruled by malevolent necromancers. The Xenos overlords would enslave and slaughter the humans, as the toilers of the nutrient-starved soil attempted to eke out a humble existence. Upon the battle-scarred wastes of two rival necromancer overlords, the child of the Emperor would be discovered. Observing the child's resistance to the noxious atmosphere as it lay among the corpses of the fallen, the tyrant of Barbarus, Nekar, would adopt the wailing child. Isolating the young Primarch within a tower of his fortress, he would name him Mortarion, the Child of Death. Smothered in the poison smog of the Overlord's fortress, Mortarion would be tested to his limit to endure the air's toxins and be mentored by Nekar. As Nekar sought to train the boy to inherit the mantle of rulership of Barbarus, Mortarion would with time escape his confinement and meet with the human populace of his foster world. Felling a rival necromancer overlord during its harrying of a small human settlement, Mortarion would recognize his duty to preserve his human charges and begin his great task of destroying the necromancers of Barbarus. Forming his so-called Death Guard, Mortarion and his men would fell each and every tyrannical Xenos of his world, ridding them of their undead armies and strongholds across the plains of the planet. Yet one final overlord would remain: Nekar. Despite Mortarion's advancements made in creating suits to endure the poison fog of the planet, none would be capable of enduring the harsh atmosphere of Nekar's fortress. However, as their quest to emancipate Barbarus from oppression would stall, a stranger would appear within the Death Guard settlement. Offering aid, the hooded stranger would offer Mortarion a choice. End the tyranny of Nekar, and the stranger shall leave Barbarus and allow Mortarion to rule in his stead, or accept the aid of the stranger, and with the death of his foster father's rule, Mortarion shall pledge loyalty to the stranger. Accepting the bargain, Mortarion would venture alone to end his foster father's reign. Bitter at the insinuation that he would require aid in ending the oppression of his people, Mortarion would scale Nekar's fortress, yet succumb to the noxious fumes, collapsing from entering the stronghold's gates. Nekar would leave the safety of his bastion and gloat at the failure of his protege. seemingly fated to die, Mortarion would watch helplessly as Nakar's killing blow would be interrupted with the flash of a flaming sword. The Master of Mankind would in one motion end the life of Nakar and reveal his true form to his gene son. Mortarion would pledge to serve the Emperor, with his failure to liberate Barbarous alone. Installed as the leader of the 14th Legion, the age of the Dusk Raiders would be sundered with the return of their liege. Replacing the iconography of their Terran origins, the Death Guard Legion would seek to imitate their imposing Genefather's cultural heritage, as new aspirants would be drawn solely from the planet of Barbarous. With the inclusion of the Sons of Barbarous, tensions would begin to grow within the Legion. Former senior officers of Terra would be sidelined and demoted to be replaced with Barbaran Astartes. Mortarion's Barbaran confidant, Kalas Typhon, would ascend to the form of an Astartes and be installed as the first captain of the Legion, and with time, the legacy of the Dusk Raiders would be dismantled. As the Great Crusade waged, the Terran Astartes of the Legion would diminish, with the ranks of the Death Guard's 7 great companies now commanded almost entirely of Barbaran Space Marines. Battle Captain of the 7th Great Company, Nathaniel Garrow, would remain as the last symbol of the Legion's former glories and be detested by his upstart brethren. Yet despite such infighting, the 14th Legion would bring countless worlds into compliance with the continuation of the Great Crusade. Moving from one world to the next, the Death Guard would not rebuild nor reinforce their conquered worlds, for they were harvesters of misery and destruction alone, and their days of toiling the earth were over. Motivated to destroy the oppressors of humanity, the Fourth would carve a sway through the Imperium's enemies and leave their corpses to nourish the earth of their newly liberated planets. Disbanding their Librarius and eschewing their former iconography and battle honors, the Death Guard would be remolded in every minute detail by the Pale King. Yet the resentment of the Death Lord would continue to grow despite his Legion's victories and the Emperor's disbanding of the Librarius during the Council of Nicaea. Mortarion would never forget the denial of his vengeance against Nakar, and from the seed of bitterness, treachery would tend to its bloom. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion and War Master of the Imperium, would rebel against the Emperor. Witnessing visions of a dark future, conjured by the machinations of the ruinous powers, the War Master of the Imperium would rally his brethren and their legions to bring the Emperor to heel. Horus had shown kindness to Mortarion since his reunion with the Imperium, and through many campaigns fought side by side as resolute comrades. This brotherhood would be tested with the War Master's decision to betray the Imperium, yet it would not prove difficult to form an alliance with the Pale King. Among the first to rally at his brother's banner, Mortarion would see an opportunity to achieve vengeance against his father and join the Traitor Rebellion. Upon the world of Istvan III, the Emperor's children, World Eaters, Sons of Horus and Death Guard, would bring compliance to the rebellious populace. Deploying their most loyal sons, whom would give their lives for the Emperor, the traitor Primarchs would order their disposable sons to be bombarded with ordnance and virus bombs. The loyalist Death Guard and their peers would succumb to the flesh-eating toxin as it ravaged the landscape of Istvan III. Survivors of the bombardments would resist their inevitable demise and fight valiantly to end the lives of as many of their treacherous kin as possible. Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow would escape to warn the Emperor of the impending betrayal as the Death Guard and their allies prepared for the impending counterattack. Forewarned of the treachery of Horus Lupercal, the Emperor would dispatch 3 of his most trusted sons to bring retribution to the Istvan system. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the 10th, would lead the charge alongside his brothers Vulcan and Corvus Corax. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard legions would embark upon Istvan to destroy the upstart rebellion before it could reorganize. Followed swiftly by reinforcements from the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion, a loyalist victory would be assured. Yet with the initial stages of the Battle of Istvan V, such an overwhelming assault would prove catastrophic. As the 10th, 18th and 19th Legions battled the prepared yet battle-scarred forces of the War Master's legions, the arrival of the second wave would turn on their allies. Surrounded by the might of 8 legions, the Loyalists would be massacred. The Death Guard would watch as the Loyalists fell to the blades and bolters of their peers, yet would not tarry before venturing forth to bring a new legion to the fold of the traitor rebellion. Traversing to the Thousand Suns homeworld of Prospero, Mortarion would confront the Primarch of the White Scars, Jaghatai Khan, with an offer to join Horus. The White Scars had not chosen to side with either cause of the war in their efforts to ascertain the reason for Horus's actions. Deeming the traitor war effort to be ruled by pawns of malevolent forces, the Kargan of Chagoris would refuse Mortarion's offer, beginning a great feud which would last between the 5th and 14th Legions for the remainder of the war. Displeased with the Khan's reasoning, Mortarion would face the Warhawk in battle. The Master of Speed would duel the Champion of Endurance as the honor guards of the Keshig and Deathshroud fought at their sides. The bout would be unresolved as Mortarion would flee from the battle, yet be concluded before the end of the war. For the remainder of the years preceding the final battle to decide the fate of humanity, the Death Guard would harry the White Scars until the call to assemble within the Ulanor system. En route to their destination, First Captain Callus Typhon would reveal his true allegiance. A follower of Nurgle, the Lord of Decay, Typhon would allow for the corrupting influence of the Plague God to seep into the Death Guard's fleet vessels, transforming the 14th Legion into abominations of warp mutation. The Death Guard and their Liege Lord would be subjected to the gifts of Nurgle's rot and the Destroyer Plague. Their innate resistance to poison would prove to synergize with Nurgle's corruption, preventing the Death Guard to die from their afflictions and instead mutate to incorporate its pestilent influence. Surrendering to the Plague God, Mortarion would damn his legion to forever serve the whims of the so-called Grandfather of Chaos. Returning to the side of the War Master, Horus would test the newly reborn Death Guard during the Siege of Terra. Deploying the hulking monstrosities to bring down the Imperium's most fortified bastions, the 14th Legion led by their Prince of Decay would once more face the wrath of the White Scars. Facing Jaghatai Khan once more in single combat, the Kargan would be no match for the now chaos-empowered Demon Prince. Yet for Mortarion's pride in his newfound strength, Jaghatai would exploit his greatest weakness, arrogance. Cleaving the Pale King's head from his body, the Kargan would banish Mortarion into the depths of the warp, forcing the forces of the 14th Legion to retreat. The Horus heresy would be won in the name of the Imperium, yet despite such a victory, fail to cleanse the galaxy of the corruption of the Plague Marines. Claiming a demon world within the Eye of Terror, the Death Guard would transform their new seat of power as the Plague Planet of the Prince of Decay. Destined to spread disease and foul corruption in their wake, the 14th Legion continued to be a scourge across the galaxy in their attempts to spread the gifts of Nurgle. Molding the Plague Planet in the image of Barbarous, Mortarion would in an act of immense hypocrisy rule as a tyrant overlord of his newly found fiefdom. Re-emerging from the Eye of Terror throughout the millennia, the Pale King leads bands of his former legion to spread pestilence during the Era Indomitus. No longer served by his first captain Callus Typhon, the being now known as Typhus leads his own warband pledged in service to the Plague God. At odds with their objectives, the champions of Nurgle nonetheless cooperate during campaigns of extreme import. With the return of the avenging son of the Imperium, Rabute Guilliman, during the 41st millennium, the Death Guard would seek to humble the Lords of Ultramar within the heart of their own empire. Enacting the Plague Wars within the realm of Ultramar, Mortarion would seek to transform the dominion of the returned Primarch into fertile ground of Nurgle's accursed garden. Confronted by Rabute Guilliman with the conclusion of the Indomitus Crusade, Mortarion would face his brother in single combat upon the world of Ajax. Slaying his brother, Uldramar would seem to be doomed to fall to the thrall of chaos, yet to Mortarion's horror, Guilliman's body would be filled with a bright golden light. Possessed by the power of the Emperor, Guilliman would banish Mortarion from real space once more and fire a beam of holy light into Nurgle's garden. Setting the garden ablaze with cleansing fire, the Death Guard and Pawns of Decay would retreat from the revivified Avenging Sun and his rallied armies. Yet the 14th Legion are infamous for their endurance, and no matter how many times they shall be felled, more thralls of the Plague Lord shall stand in their place. Known for their attrition from even their earliest days as a once loyal legion, the only legion to surpass their losses incurred during the Great Crusade would be the World Eaters and Iron Warriors. Once liberated from its oppressive overlords, Barbarous would become a like to a production line of implanting new aspirants to join the ranks of the Astartes. Neophytes would overwhelmingly perish during the surgeries and procedures to grow to the stature of a space marine, yet be deemed negligible by Mortarion. Only allowing aspirants from worlds other than Barbarous on rare occasions, the Death Lord would demand a high standard for all who would join the ranks of the 14th Legion. Yet with the Legion's fall to chaos, the Death Guard would for a time splinter into warbands devised into derivations of 7. With the resurgence of Mortarion during the Plague Wars, the 14th would reform to a structure reminiscent of their former glory. Their numbers now far in excess of any Loyalist Space Marine chapter, with thousands upon thousands of Plague Marines comprising their ranks. Prior to their fall to chaos, the 14th would be a strictly structured and regimented legion. Originally organized by the Officio Militaris, with their service as the Dusk Raiders, alike to their brother legions, each and every Astartes would be equipped with arms and armaments capable of surviving any campaign of war without resupply or reinforcement. Its infantry supplemented with heavy armor and support squadrons during battle, the Dusk Raiders of Old Terror would be exemplars of sustained warfare, adept at any range or environment. With the installment of their Primarch into their ranks, the Legion would be drastically changed, with its formations dissolved and reformed with each new campaign to meet the needs of their Primarch stratagems. Constantly shifting in battlefield roles, an Astartes would transition from a heavy weapon specialist to a tactical marine or other specialist with every new campaign. With only tech marines, chaplains, and other specialist roles exempt from the ever-changing orders of Astartes formations. Favoring melters, flamers, and bolt guns as their tools of dealing death, the Death Guard's reliance on such weaponry would eschew the need for regular resupplies or extensive training with niche armaments. Engaging in close combat with trench daggers, barber and kukra blades, and their iconic war scythes, the black ceramite of their blades would prove to be a hallmark of the 14th Legion's deadly harvest. Simple yet effective in their use, the Death Guard's belief that a Space Marine was innately strong enough for any engagement, regardless of their armaments, would prove to be effective. Overwhelmingly deploying infantry in their campaigns, each wounded Astartes brought low in the flames of battle would be interred within dreadnoughts to serve once more as the spearhead on the next battle of their campaigns. No cost would be too high, nor weakness tolerated, as the dogged sons of Barbarous ground their enemies beneath their tread. Renowned for their ability to cleanse space hulks and destroy enemy fortifications from within, the Death Guard would be synonymous with purging the enemies of the Imperium. Recruitment within the Legion is now shrouded in much mystery, yet the Astartes recruited in the years following the Horus Heresy are regarded as lesser than their veteran peers. Though perhaps such methods used to recruit new aspirants into the ranks of the 14th are best left obscured for the sanity and decency of Imperial historians. While the ranks of the 14th would stagnate in terms of variety during their days as a Loyalist Legion, specialists within the Death Guard would enable specific roles of both honor and disgrace. Chief among all, save for the Primarch and the Legion's captains, would be the Death Shroud. The elite honor guard of Mortarion, the Death Shroud would comprise of the most battle-honored, skilled, and imposing warriors of the Legion, selected personally by their liege. Swearing oaths of secrecy, each Astartes would be marked as killed in action by the 14th's records to prevent their identity from being known. Marching into battle, armed with gigantic Man-Reaper war scythes, the Death Shroud shall don masks and hoods to conceal their features and battle as silent, hulking killers. Wearing Artificer-grade Terminator armor, the giant figures of the Honor Guard of the Death Lord shall never stray further than 49 paces from their Primarch, and never falter in protecting their Gene Father as silent, stoic sentinels. The Grave Wardens would serve First Captain Callus Typhon as the First Company veterans of the Legion. Armed with alchemical weaponry, spewing Voscodox fluids, and collagen gases, the Grave Wardens would unleash agonizing, flesh-eating contagions across the battlefield to consume their enemies. The Destroyer Squads, unlike their Terminator-clad superiors, would wage war with forbidden weaponry, too ignoble by their venerated brethren. Alike to all Destroyer Squads of the Legions, the disgraced Astartes of the 14th carry rad, phosphex, and bioweapons of untold cruelty. Their undeniable effectiveness countering their infamous reputation. The Mortis Poisoner Squads specialized in chemical munitions, even by the standards of their Legion peers. Deployed to confined war zones such as hive cities and void ships, the Mortis Poisoners would spread contagion to erode and devour their enemies. Burdening the toll wrought from such weaponry, the members of the Mortis Poisoners would suffer withering degeneration as penance for past failures. Yet with the Legion's fall to chaos, their ranks would encompass new and foul additions of cruel champions to their warbands. Chaos Lords would rule each warband as proven champions of destruction and corruption. Scrutinized intensely by Mortarion, each Death Guard Lord must facilitate the will of their Primarch in exchange for the blessings of Nurgle. Forming the mantles of corruption, each Lord is bestowed unique traits for his service. The Lords of Contagion are belligerent and direct warriors. Contained within Cataphractii armor, the Lords of Contagion wield two-handed Plague Reapers and blade-toothed axes in their relentless frontal assaults. The Lords of Poxes pollute the air with miasmas of toxins, eroding their enemies' defenders through sickness and sapping illness. The Lords of Virulence bombard their foes with heavy firepower, weakening fortifications with merciless hammering blows of artillery. Each survivor of their onslaught shall be ripe victims for plague and disease. Other mantles exist, such as the Lords of Parasitism, Withering, Flux, and Entropy, yet no records exist of these foul titles. Blightlord Terminators form the now elite of the Traitor Legion and forge a ceaseless path of destruction. Armed with combi weapons, Blight Launchers, and Plague Spewers, the Blightlords shrug off weapons fire with their Cataphractii Ceramite Plate and Chaos Gifts of Blighted Constitution. Advancing with relentless and remorseless contempt, only the most deadly and concentrated firepower is enough to end the undeath of even a single Blightlord. The noxious Blightbringers fight at the vanguard of the Legion and herald the arrival of the Death Guard. Sowing the battlefield for the coming corruptions, the Blightbringers nurture fear and weakness in their enemies as their chaos-forged bells toll impending decay. Each thunderous wave of its sounding spreading sickness among their opponents' ranks. Death Guard sorcerers harness the warp to spread the blessings of their foul god. Bones rot from their marrow and splinter into decaying muscles as the victims of the fell manipulations of the sorcerers convulse and spew bile from their sore-covered mouths. It is truly among the greatest miseries to fall at the hands of the sorcerers of the 14th, for each victim shall endure untold miseries and fetid mutations at the hands of their malevolent foes. Malignant plague casters harbor the malaise of the Plague God's realm and accept the bloating of their bodies, now acting as vessels of abominable toxins. Spewing forth the contents of their innards, the plague casters harness the powers of the Plague God to spread disease among those unfortunate enough to fall victim to their plagues. The Tallymen preach the doctrine of their patron's chosen number, 7. These demagogues of the Legion scribe and tally the blessings of Nurgle as the battles in his name wage around them. Counting diseases, wounds and signs of corruption, the Tallymen enhanced the blights made in the name of the Lord of Pestilence to invoke further miseries in his name. The Biologus Putrefiers nurture the spread of disease across their campaigns. Armed with blight grenades filled with terrible concoctions, the milky gaze of the Putrefiers analyze every infection, even through the armor of ceramite or heavy vehicles. And finally, the Plague Surgeons act as living nurseries for insects and parasites within their bloated bodies. Once the Legion's apothecaries, the Plague Surgeons now offer their flesh and blood to nurture their fell offspring. Exuding infection with only the merest touch, the Plague Surgeon's surgical instruments no longer serve to save the lives of their kin, but in a cruel twist of irony, see to the spread of undeath. The 14th Legion's organization would be fragmented into 7 great plague companies with their fall to chaos. The first plague company, the Harbingers, are ruled by First Captain Typhus. Afflicted with shamble rot, biters pox, the groaning, and zombie plagues, these shambolic yet durable champions of the Legion lay waste to the Imperium with few opponents able to stall their overwhelming onslaught. The second plague company, the Ferric Blight, favor vehicle deployment and large formations of heavy armaments. Encased in thick layers of rust, the Ferric Blight to which they are named corrodes their enemy's armor contingents, causing malfunctions and degeneration with their mere presence. The third plague company, Mortarian's Anvil, are experts of fortification. Carrying the gloaming bloat within their skin, Mortarian's Anvil are led by Gothax the Morose and unleash noxious Blightbringers to hasten their enemy's demise as they hurl themselves into doomed sieges. The fourth plague company, the Wretched, are ruled by the demon known as the Eater of Lives. Afflicted with the Eater Plague, known within its ranks as the Drizzleflesh, Pockchewer, or Endless Gift, the fourth plague company champion the use of sorcerers in order to summon endless hordes of Nurglings and demonic servants of the Plague God. The fifth plague company, the Poxmongers, bear the gift of the Sanguis Flux. Leaving trails of half-clotted blood in trails where they march, the Poxmongers make use of demon engines as their primary means of rending their enemies limb from limb. The sixth plague company, the Ferrymen, garrison the plague fleets of the Legion and bring new void ships into the fold. Infected with the Droning, the so-called Brethren of the Fly boast a vast amount of Blightlord Terminators into their company as they board naval vessels to capture for their own despicable needs. And last of all, the 7th Plague Company, Mortarian's chosen sons, serve as alchemists and brewers of the Legion. Concocting the most virulent and deviant poisons, the bearers of the crawling pustulence or boil blight enact the will of the Plague God through spreading his gifts across the stars. Further divided into 7 sepsis cohorts comprised of 100 Astartes apiece. Each of these demi-companies contain a further 2 maledictums, consisting of 7 colonies. Each colony contains 7 squads of 7 Plague Marines and is led in turn by lesser Chaos Champions. Death Guard Lords and Demon Princes act as Lord Commanders of each Plague Company, with each first colony of the maledictums comprised entirely of Blightlord Terminators. Despite their seeming Legion-wide command structure, in reality, each warband is autonomous in regard to the overall command of the Legion. Known as Vectoriums, these warbands differentiate themselves with unique heraldry markings and unique colony squads. Typically including plague colonies, alchemical destroyer colonies, and armored vehicle reaper colonies within their organization, the Vectoriums are armies capable of threatening even the most durable of the Imperium's forces. The heraldry of the Death Guard, while now obscured in filth and decay, once bore proud sigils of their former glory. The symbol of the Black Skull, cleaved in half, imposed with a setting black sun on a deep field of crimson, replaced by a green skull atop a sunburst icon. From their painted grey of their origins as the Dusk Raiders of Terror, ivory grey would be flanked with jade trim to honour the Legion's homeworld of Barbarous. Vertical helmet stripes would denote seniority among the Legion, with even damage incurred to the Astartes Ceramite remaining upon their armor as honor marks of their deeds. Yet with their fall to chaos, the Death Guard would turn a sickly green to reflect their disgusting nature. Typically wearing Mark III iron pattern power armor, its former purity of design now bears spikes, tentacles and horns sprouted from the bodies of their corpulent hosts. Open wounds spill organs from cracks in their armor as boils and sores populate their skin. Ever closer to their Primarch's vision of a grim reaper of men, the Plague Marines of the 14th follow in their Liege Lord's image as undead servants of hellish benefactors. Adopting the tri-lobed symbol of the Plague Fly upon their pauldrons, only those within the ranks of the Death Guard can discern the veterancy and rank of their peers by dint of the prolonged decay of their armor. The Mark of Nurgle varies among the many warbands of the Legion, as each shows their patronage in their own unique way. The gene seed of the 14th would further spread the gaunt features and shadowy eyes of its gene lineage, initially reflecting the stoic temperament of the Death Lord. With the Legion's drafting of its Barbaran recruits, the gene seed of the Legion would bolster their innate resistance to toxins. Yet with their fall to the ruinous powers, their gene strength would prove to be their undoing. With the gifts of Nurgle ravaging their bodies, their genetic aptitude to endure poison and corruption would continually increase their tolerance. As the mutations ravaged their bodies, their gene seed would overcompensate, leading to magnitudes of great afflictions as their bodies exponentially rejected and absorbed the gifts of Nurgle. Now stationed on the Plague Planet, the new homeworld of the Death Guard heightens their mutations to nightmarish proportions. Shackling their plague fleets, using chained biomechanical platforms while idle, as shrines are made to give praise to the Plague God. The world's populace cower from their tyrannical overlords as they act as thralls to the 14th Legion. The 7 mountaintop keeps of the planet, inhabited by each plague company, with the mightiest of these, known as the Black Manse. Mortarion's personal fortress, replete with dungeons and horrors of the warp, the Pale King presides over his homeworld as a hypocrite to his past ideals. Revering their Primarch above all, the Death Guard would marvel at their master's example as a liberator of the oppressed and divine savior. The Barbaran stock of the Legion would be unquestioning in their loyalty to their liege during the betrayal of the Imperium, and in their naivety, follow in his path to damnation. For each battle won by the Legion during the Great Crusade, the Pale King would drink a draught of poison with one of his Astartes to commemorate their victory. No toxin would be so strong as to best the Death Guard, and so it would be that the ritual toast signified their loyalty to their Primarch and defiance to submit to failure. Concoctions would contain strains of sword beetle venom, nerve bane, and other compounds, the ornate cup strengthening the bonds of loyalty between the Death Lord and his men. Driven by a need to free humanity from the oppression of its enemies, the Death Guard would be a resolute and unshakable force. Yet this ideal of emancipation would become fertile ground for the corrupting influence of chaos. Pride and arrogance would begin to fester within the Legion, and with their Primarch's defection, the 14th would be all too willing to follow his lead. Consumed with self-hatred with their submission to the ruinous powers, such contempt for their weakness would give way to a new ideal. The Heralds of Pestilence would free humanity from the rule of the Imperium with rot, ruin, and decay. Gifting their patrons foul gifts to the victims of their campaigns, the Death Guard's twisted vision of a universe ruled by the Grandfather of Chaos rescinds the remaining ounce of their remnant humanity. Worshipping the number 7 as the favoured number of Nurgle, the Death Guard seek to burgeon each of their plague companies to 70,000 Astartes. Though the 14th Legion shall never reach such a lofty goal, their continual campaigns across the galaxy, such as their resurgence during the Plague Wars of Ultramar, prove their ambitions to be resurgent. And for every war made in the name of the Plague God, humanity shall suffer untold miseries as pestilence, rot, and decay lay low the stalwart defenders
of the Imperium.
In the embrace of Nurgle, I am no longer afraid. For with his pestilential favor, I have become that which I once feared.
The warriors of the Corpse God believe themselves to be strong, but we have seen a greater truth. Their empire is built upon sinking sand, and they themselves are naught but clay. By Tzeentch's will, we have been shown power to mold their weak minds and bodies to our own liking.
The Legiones Astartes would bear unique burdens for the gifts they would inherit from their gene-sires. Empowered beyond the comprehension of mortal men, each legion would cultivate a speciality for warfare and philosophical foundations befitting their power. Yet among all the Space Marine legions, there exists one above all, whose fall from grace would be heralded by their insatiable hunger for knowledge and mastery of the ethereal. The Magisters of Prospero, the 1,000 Sons. Founded during the Wars of Unification, the Legiones Astartes would encompass a fragment of their Genefather's might, who in turn would contain a fragment of the Master of Mankind's godlike traits. The most powerful Psyker to ever grace the stars, the Emperor would create a son molded in his image of warp mastery. From his creation's genetic materials, a new breed of warriors would be born, gifted as the most powerful Psykers among the Space Marine legions. The 15th Legion would be drawn from the most psychically gifted neophytes of the Achaemenid Empire of Holy Terror. 1,000 Astartes would undergo the surgeries within the gene labs of the moon of Luna as warp storms waged across the Sol system. Creating psychic convergences across Terra and its orbiting moon, psychotic outbursts would spontaneously break out across the throne world, to which the psychic-spawned madness would prove to be an ill omen for the 15th. With the Legion's inaugural aspirants now raised to the stature of the Astartes, the Emperor would test his promising new legion by deploying them to bring compliance to the remaining techno-barbarian hordes of Terra. Victorious of their first campaign in the name of the burgeoning Imperium, the Emperor would personally name the Legion as the 1,000 Sons and gift unto them an expeditionary fleet for assimilation into the Great Crusade across the stars. For while the 1,000 Sons had proven their worth in battle, it would not be long until their reunion with their Primarch. Preceded by only Horus Lupercal and Leman Russ in his reunion with the Master of Mankind, the Crimson King of Prospero would study the Immaterium to better the lot of his homeworld. Emancipating the civilization from the tyranny of warp-spawned creatures that once roamed Prospero's desolate cities, Magnus the Red would bring order, prosperity, and peace to his people. Prospero's capital, Tizca, would be known as the City of Light, as its white marble metropolis housed bountiful tomes of Arcanum, read by a populace poised to understand the intricacies of the universe. Obelisks of glass towered over the self-sufficient paradise, made real by its benevolent ruler, as the Crimson King busied himself with endless journeys into the so-called Great Ocean of the Immaterium. Foreseeing the arrival of the Emperor to Prospero, Magnus would grow to adulthood before his Genefather's reunion. Having communicated for years through means of the warp, the Master of Mankind would arrive upon the utopian City of Light and induct his long-lost progeny into the Imperium. Given command of the 15th Legion, Magnus would look upon his gene sons with pride as they demonstrated their affinity for sorcery and psychic abilities. The 1,000 Sons had waged war for 5 Terran Standard years, and through their use of the Immaterium, sought to emulate a fraction of the Emperor's power. Though wary of psychic abilities, the Master of Mankind had allowed the 15th Legion to hone their sorceries as a means to bring swift compliance to the galaxy, much to the chagrin of his stalwart gene-son, Leman Russ of the 6th Legion. Proclaimed as cowards by the Wolf King, the 15th Legion had been met with scrutiny and distrust by the wider Imperium. Yet with their Primarch now installed as the Master of the Thousand Suns, a glorious future would be promised for their Legion. Yet fate would not be so kind to the Sons of Magnus, for only suffering would be destined for the acolytes of the Immaterium. The lack of restraint demonstrated by the Thousand Suns would bear a fatal cost. Throughout the ranks of the 15th, a warp-born mutation would ravage their numbers, as the so-called Flesh Change would transform its Astartes into feral spawns of chaos. Interred within stasis pods, in hopes of administering a future cure to their affliction, Magnus the Red would toil for years in hopes of saving his gene-sons from their degenerative affliction. Already at a pandemic scale during their reunion with their Primarch, the Crimson King would watch in horror as the Flesh Change spiraled into greater numbers with the departure of the Emperor from Prospero. Obtaining a means to stall the Flesh Change from spreading further, Magnus would consort with duplicitous entities within the Great Ocean. Naive in his assumption that his Legion's curse had been absolved, Magnus would resume command of the remaining 1,000 Astartes, left untouched by the mutations of the warp. Once more literal in their reflection of their Legion's namesake, the Thousand Suns would seek to draw new recruits to bolster their numbers as they ventured forth to rejoin the Great Crusade. With the Crimson King in command, the 15th Legion would bring untold worlds into compliance through means of diplomacy, trickery, and psychic manipulation. As more sons of the Emperor would be brought into the fold of the Imperium, dissent would grow among the Primarchs as they observed the methods of the Red Cyclops. Scavenging knowledge from their sundered foes, the Thousand Suns' unquenchable thirst for knowledge would rouse further suspicion from their rival legions. Cooperating with the 6th Legion, the Space Wolves, during the Arc Reach cluster campaign, Magnus would despise the route's use of violence and destruction inflicted upon the Avanian populace of Heliosa. Blood would be spilt as the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns would clash as the 15th Legion slew several Fenrisian wolves and incapacitated members of the Vilca Fenrica with psychic manipulation. Hasta of the Pavoni cult would submit to the Flesh Change during battle and cause several more mutations within the Legion. Leman Russ would intervene, slaying Hastur with a blast of his bolt gun, and would seemingly commit his wolves to battle the Thousand Suns. With the intervention of the Primarch of the 17th Legion, Lorgar Aurelian, further casualties would be prevented. Yet the Wolf King would never forget his brother's flagrant abuse of his powers, and would swear a blood oath against the Crimson King, promising that one day he would enact a reckoning upon the Thousand Suns. Rumors would spread of the corruptions of the 15th Legion across the Imperium in the wake of the Battle of Heliosa. Giving credence to the misgivings of Primarchs Rogel Dawn, Mortarion, and Corvus Corax in their mistrust of Psykers within the legions, a call for censure would reach the Emperor. The most fervent detractors of the Thousand Suns would demand the Legion's expulsion from Imperial history, alike to the 2nd and 11th Legions, yet the Master of Mankind would defer to a council to decide the fate of the Psykers of the Legiones Astartes. Convening the Council of Nicaea, the Emperor would invite representatives of each legion with a vested interest in the outcome to state their case in his presence. Magnus the Red would champion his legion's use of the warp, stating its effectiveness in bringing compliance to the stars and future deeds their potential could fulfill. The Primarch of the Death Guard, Mortarion, a survivor of an upbringing subsumed in the abusive excesses of the arcane, would oppose the Crimson King. Librarian representatives of the White Scars and Space Wolves, Targatai Usugai and Ophir Weirdmake, would fight for their respective allegiances, yet the Emperor's decision would be final. Wary of the unfettered abuse inherent in the manipulations of the warp, the Master of Mankind would draft the Decree of Nicaea and outlaw all use of psychers within the Legiones Astartes henceforth. Sanctioned psychers, such as astropaths and navigators, would be exempt from the decree, yet the Librarius of the Space Marines would be disbanded. Magnus would return to his homeworld, enraged at the misfortune of his legion. Their quest for knowledge had cost them dearly, yet they had always been loyal to the cause of the Emperor and never strayed from his commands. Yet the woes of the sons of Magnus would only begin with the dawn of the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium, would be wounded on the planet of Darwin. Ensnared by the malevolent ruinous powers of the warp, Horus would languish within the tides of the great ocean. Observing the plight of his brother, Magnus would intervene within the Immaterium and attempt to steer the War Master from the path to damnation. Heedless of his counsel, Horus would learn of the dystopian future of humanity, wherein the Emperor would be praised as a living deity. Rejecting the imperial truth and assuming the mantle of champion of the ruinous powers, Horus would take his first steps towards his final battle to destroy the Emperor. Magnus would reel from the intervention, desperate to warn the Master of Mankind of the impending betrayal of the Lupercal. Projecting his psychic form to the Imperial Palace, the Crimson King would breach the protective wards of the Emperor's Webway project in order to contact his father. Ruining all hope of humanity's use of the ancient Webway for their own means, Magnus would damn the Imperium to forever voyage across the stars within the malevolent tides of the warp. Furious at his son's heinous actions, the Emperor would dispatch Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to bring the Thousand Sons to Terra for judgment. Assembling a force of custodians and Sisters of Silence to facilitate their mission, the Wolf King would revel for the chance to fulfill his blood oath. Yet en route to Prospero, Horus Lupercal would intercept the Emperor's orders and make changes to their intent. The Wolf King would be ignorant of his War Master's betrayal of the Imperium and accept his new orders without objection. The Rout were no longer tasked with the arrest of the Crimson King, their orders now demanding that the Thousand Sons were to be exterminated. Magnus the Red would foresee the impending doom of Prospero, yet take no action to prevent its passing. The Crimson King now understood his naive manipulations by the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch, and would not allow his legion to become the tools of chaos. Seeking repentance for his actions, Magnus would hide the arrival of the 6th Legion fleet and watch Prospero burn as the Vilca Fenrica raised its marble pyramids and ornate structures to the ground. His people would be slaughtered as the Thousand Sons fought a desperate battle of survival without the aid of their Primarch. Overwhelmed, the first captain of the 15th Legion, Arzek Araman, would beseech his Primarch to intervene. Reluctantly, the Crimson King would join the battle as the Thousand Sons fell back to the final bastion of their once proud City of Light. Leman Russ would confront Magnus and charge into a bloody and infamous duel. The Wolf King's armor would be inscribed with wards against psychic powers, leading to a battle of blades and fists between the Primarchs. As the superior brawler and executioner of the Emperor, Leman Russ would best Magnus in combat and break his spine across his knee. Broken in physical form, Magnus would call upon the powers of the warp for salvation. Surrendering to the rule of Tzeentch, Magnus would be empowered by the Changer of Ways and transform into a demon prince of chaos. Teleporting the remnants of Tisca unto a demon world, the Thousand Sons would establish their new home of the planet of sorcerers within the Eye of Terror. The sundered king of Prospero would be shattered into shards of his former might, to which his loyal sons would gather his remnant power to reinstate their lord. Yet one final piece of the Crimson King remained prior to the final battle for humanity's soul. a shard which Magnus would attempt to retrieve from the Throne World during the Siege of Terra. The Thousand Sons' numbers would be greatly diminished to approximately 9,000 Astartes during the opening salvos of the Siege of Terra. Acting as support contingents to their larger and more direct Traitor Legion brethren, Magnus would orchestrate arcane stratagems to coincide with the deployments of the Lord of Iron, Perturabo. Scheming behind the backs of his Primarch brothers, Magnus would use them as a means to an end in obtaining the final shard of his being. For should he achieve his objective, Magnus would plot to slay the War Master following his duel with the Emperor and assume the mantle of Master of Mankind in his place. Yet such ambitions would be thwarted with the Crimson King's infiltration of the Imperial Palace. Confronted by Malcador the Sigillite, Magnus would learn that the final fragment of his being had been claimed by his loyalist son, Revuel Arvida, now reborn as the being known as Janus. Incapacitating Malcador, Magnus would confront the Emperor upon the Golden Throne, only to be halted by the perpetual Primarch of the Salamanders, Vulcan. Banished from the material realm by the relentless tenacity of the Lord of Drakes, Magnus would submit the last shred of his material body to assume the form of a true, immaterial demon. The War Master's rebellion would fail, and with the death of Horus Lupercal, the Thousand Sons and their traitor brethren would retreat to the Eye of Terror. As punishment for their failure, the Thousand Sons would once more be tormented by the Flesh Change through the influence of the Changer of Ways. Yet Chief Librarian Arzek Ahriman would attempt to abolish their curse once and for all. Casting the so-called Rubric of Ahriman, the Thousand Sons would be saved from their curse, yet pay a terrible price. The least psychically gifted sons of Magnus would be disintegrated from the vast tendrils of lightning that spewed forth from the Rubric. Their bodies turned to ash inside their ceramite. Yet the armor of these unfortunate Astartes would not collapse, for the inert souls of the dead would allow the spectral Astartes to continue to serve their legion. The Rubric Marines would serve their now further empowered masters as mindless automatons, much to the horror of the Crimson King. Magnus would attempt to slay Ahriman, and would succeed, if not for the intervention of Tzeentch. The Cabal of Ahriman would be banished from the Thousand Sons, with their leader tasked with a great quest to uncover the true meaning of chaos. Fractured into several warbands of contrasting allegiances, the 15th Legion now stalks the stars, in search of the mysteries and artifacts of the Immaterium. Invading the Eldar's Black Library and other repositories of knowledge for powerful spells and arcanum, the Thousand Sons now serve the whims of their curiosity, unfettered by Imperial oversight. Recruitment into the 15th Legion has always been a difficult task. Accepting only the most prodigious and promising psychers into their aspirants' ranks, the Thousand Sons' continual harrying of the Flesh Change would see constant need to replenish their number. By far the most susceptible to mutations of all the Astartes legions, the gene seed of the Thousand Sons would prove to be both a blessing and a curse. Further exacerbated by their allegiance to the Changer of Ways, there are few Astartes within the Legion who retain the gene seed of their Primarch due to the annihilation of swathes of their number by the Rubric of Ahriman. It is a source of immense pride within the Legion to have survived the countless abominable mutations and toils of battle unscathed, for the majority of the 15th now march into battle as soulless spectres of their former glory. Once drawing recruits from their homeworld of Prospero, with its destruction, the Thousand Sons seem incapable of replenishing their numbers through traditional means. Reports suggest that through fell rituals, the 15th Legion would resurrect their fallen battle brothers to inhabit living hosts. Damned to never reach their former might of the days of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons number in the mere thousands to this day. with only a select few retaining bodies of flesh and blood. Bearing the colours of the immortal regiments of Old Earth's Achaemenid Empire during the Wars of Unification, the 15th Legion would pride their Terran heritage. Their pauldrons bearing the coloration of the Achaemenid Empire and Nohian witchmark of Old Terra, centered with the symbol N. The Romani numeral of 1000 symbolizes their legion's chosen Astartes, handpicked by the Emperor. Supplanted with their reunion of their Primarch, the Thousand Sons would coat their armor with crimson, alike to their liege. Changing their legion iconography with their relocation to Prospero, the 15th Legion would adopt a solar glyph in honor of their expanse into the stars. Bearing their loyalty to their Genefather with immense pride, the Thousand Sons would regardless once more renew their iconography with their ruinous descent into chaos. Adopting the blue and yellow livery in deference to their patron god, Tzeentch, their once disciplined uniform, ranking strictures, and conventions would be abandoned. Bearing the designs of their heraldry with elements of golden trim and azure blue, each warband of the 15th Legion would bear personal heraldry whilst maintaining uniformity to the colours of the Lord of Change. Bearing crowns and ornate crests upon their ceramite, alike to the pharaohs of ancient Earth, such ornamentation marks the Astartes of the Thousand Sons, not claimed by the rubric of Ahriman. Now bearing the symbol of Ouroboros upon their left pauldron, the Thousand Sons' depiction of the serpent, wreathed in flame, eating its own tail, espouses the Fallen Legion's adherence to the eternal cyclical nature of change and renewal. Their right pauldron displays their membership to the numerous sects of the Legion, whether they bear resemblance to the Changer of Ways, Magnus's Cyclopean visage, or the forgotten legacies of Prosperine culture. Utilizing runes of varying combinations to identify their membership of the disparate warbands of the 15th, the framing of their heraldry also identifies which squad each member of the Thousand Sons inhabits. Inscribed with magically potent inks crafted from rare materials, Astartes of the 15th also employ tabards of varying colours to denote their thrall band or squad. Though only the most devoted scholars of Tzeentch can truly comprehend the meaning of the enchanted markings of chaos. Prior to their reunion with their Primarch, the Thousand Sons would organize their legion in similar manner to their Legiones Astartes counterparts. With Magnus installed as their leader, the Crimson King would organize fellowships of 1,000 Astartes into the Legion, with 10 fellowships being active during their peak numerical strength of approximately 10,000 Astartes. With the catastrophic losses of the Kamenka Troika campaign, an entire fellowship would be lost, resulting in 9 fellowships to become the standard, known as the Pesserjet. The commanders of the Legion would form the Rahati, or Coven of Magnus, and captains of each fellowship would pilgrimage to their cousin legions to broaden their understanding of their brethren's favoured tactics and compliances. With revered captains such as Phocis Dakar seconded to the Lunar Wolves, the Thousand Sons would promote bonds of interlegion cooperation above and beyond their peers. With select individuals such as Hathor Mart rewarded an oath of moment from the Primarch of the 3rd Legion, Fulgrim, during his cooperation with the Emperor's Children Legion. Highly independent due to their nature as a small legion, the most psychically gifted individuals would be installed to lead each squad as thrall wizards. Commanding Imperial Army regiments to bolster their numbers, the Thousand Sons would employ many specialized human regiments such as the Prosperine Guard, Prosperine Spire Guard, Zau Arkad Tugmata, Skyguard Air Command, Palatine Guards, and personal Titan Legion, the Legio Zestobiacs. Forming specialized organizations within the 15th Legion, Magnus would champion elite cadres to enhance the effectiveness of his legion's psychic prowess. The Rahati, the inner coven of the Legion, would encompass the greatest sorcerers of the Legion. Similar to the position of Mournival within the Lunar Wolves Legion, the Rahati would be guarded by the elite Scarab Occult Terminators, known as the Sekhmet. Veterans of countless wars, Magnus's First Company veterans would fight not only with immense psychic might, but also the brutal fury of the Emperor's finest weapons and armor. Unquestioning in their devotion to the Rahati, the Great Khan of the White Scars and Gorgon of the Iron Hands would remark that the Sekhmet were little more than automatons. The Hidden Ones would serve as the scout auxilia of the Legion. Masters of infiltration and espionage, operatives of the Hidden Ones would gather intelligence for their Legion whilst imprinting psychically reprogrammed sleeper cells within their enemies' ranks. Yet with the Thousand Suns fall to chaos, the organization of the Legion now falls squarely in the palm of the exalted sorcerers. The malevolent arcanists of the Thousand Suns that lord over their kin to no compassion or shame. Driven to accrue mastery and control of the Immaterium, the exalted sorcerers would become empowered by the deaths of their less fortunate kin. Commanding the hollowed husks of the Scarab occult to serve their whims, the Lords of Dust and Ashes lead their phantom kin in campaigns across the stars. Dreadnoughts of the Legion now skulk the material realm as hellbrutes of the ruinous powers. Intensely hated by the 15th Legion, the hellbrutes of the Legion hunger for pain and suffering, emotions anathema to the vast battalions of rubric marines. Recruiting naive Chaos Space Marines into the fold of the 15th, such pilgrims shall be promised vast powers of the warp for their service. Bound to the malevolent soul of the hellbrutes, these souls are sacrificed to the abominable ancients of the 15th to sate their need for eternal agony to fuel their machines of war. Requiring surplus forces to meet the needs of their deployments, the Thousand Suns also employ demon engines such as Helldrakes, Defilers, Forge Fiends, and Mauler Fiends to bolster their ranks. Enslaving minor warp beings into their demon engines, the sorcerers of the 15th delight in their dominion over such terrifying creatures and fuel their ego by deploying them as cannon fodder. During the years of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Suns would incorporate 5 cults of the Arcana in order to facilitate the will of their Primarch. Formed by the original members of the Crimson King's inner circle, known as the Rahati, each of the 5 cults would master a discipline of the Great Ocean. Maintaining headquarters within the Grand Pyramids of Tizca, each vanguard of the cults would contain repositories of knowledge adorned with the golden icon of their order. All save for the Pyre cult, whose pyramid would bear an endlessly burning flame, guarded by the warlord titan of the Legio Astorum, Canis Vertex. The Athenaean would specialize in telepathy and communications. Able to read the thoughts of others and communicate en masse across their legion, the Anatheian would prove crucial during the Legion's compliances of worlds. Understanding their opposition strategies as intimately as if written on a page of parchment, the Athenaean would undermine their enemies' deployments before they had even begun. The Corvidae would delve into the great ocean to gain precognition and portents of the future. Seeing all possible futures outlined before them, the Corvidae would advise their counterpart brethren in the optimal progress of campaigns and skirmishes outlined by their divinations. The most preeminent of all the cults of the Thousand Suns, their pedigree would nonetheless wane as the twisting nature of the warp diminished their foresight. The Pavoni would master the arts of psychokinesis, allowing them to manipulate the biological chemistry and physiology of both their kin and their enemies. Manipulating the physical characteristics of their visage and diminishing their physical need for hydration and other bodily ailments, the Pavoni would prove valuable in enhancing their legion's already superior health. Capable of generating lightning born from their innate bioelectrical nervous system, the impact of such energies would overwhelm the organs of their foes, causing their hearts to explode and raise the temperature of their blood to boiling point. Further aiding their legion's apothecaries as arcane healers, the Pavoni would accelerate the cellular growth of wounded battle brothers and allow for hastened redeployment of injured Astartes. The Pyre harnessed pyrokinetic powers, enabling them to control warp-borne hellfire. Lethal when deployed among their legion, The Pyre would also bear the capability of transforming their bodies to better unleash their torrents and projectiles of purging flame. Engulfing their enemies in fire, the Pyre would also be proficient in manipulating and tampering with mechanical automata such as Titan Legios and the Legio Cybernetica. Known as technopathy, the Pyre would undermine battle lines of war machines whilst laying a burning path for their battle brothers to thwart their enemies. Finally, the Raptora would practice the art of telekinesis by hurling objects and ripping enemies with their manipulation of matter. Capable of creating Kine shields to protect their battle brothers and tearing war machines and soldiers to pieces with their abilities, the Raptora would prove crucial during the Legion's defense of Prospero by collectively conjuring a Kine shield to protect their capital city of Tisca from orbital bombardment. Though outside of the 5 cults arcana, 2 more mysterious sects also existed within the Thousand Sons. The Amitara Occult Intercession Cabal, or Amitara Occult, would be shrouded in mystery. Acting in the name of the Order of the Blind, the Amitara would act as the masters of espionage and assassination. Their psychic might would be harnessed solely to mete out death to their enemies, firing long-range weaponry knowing the precise moment wherein their targets would inhabit the space of their shots, accelerating the flow of blood from their victims' wounds or enhancing the speed of their projectiles. The Amitara would hasten the demise of their targets and dub their technique as the Mind Killer. Also of note, the Kenetai Occult Blade Cabal would serve as guardians of the Prosperine cults. Sworn by both verbal and psychic oaths to defend the cults, the most venerated members of the Kenetai would form cabals known as Blades. Swordsmen of otherworldly mastery, these scions of swordcraft would be extensions of their weapons and wield psychocrystalline-infused force weapons inscribed with their wielder's secret name and deeds. Bearing armor forged by the blind master artificers of the Legion, the Blades would defend the cults with unified and deadly skill. In the wake of their fall to the clutches of chaos, the Thousand Sons would propagate their remaining sorcerous endeavors through the implementation of 9 greater cults within the Legion, each led by an exalted sorcerer or demon prince bearing the rank of Magister Templi. Their lieutenants shall carry out the will of each great cult in the name of their master. United in purpose, these bands of miscreant magisters enable the schemes of their patron god and corrupt the very fabric of real space with their deeds. The Cult of Change would unravel and harness the rejection of order and be tasked with bringing compliance to anarchic and rebellious civilizations. The Cult of Duplicity employ deceit as an unknowable and Machiavellian force. The Cult of Knowledge seek to claim all tomes of eldritch teachings across the stars and identify the weaknesses in their foes through harnessing their secrets. The Cult of Magic unleash their full might in sorcery with no restriction of its power. Obtaining arcane objects in the possession of their foes, the Cult of Magic seek the purest devastation by means of the warp. The Cult of Manipulation enthrall their enemies and sow both mortal and demonic spies into the ranks of their opposition. Wreaking havoc from within, the Cult of Manipulation orchestrate complex plots brought to fruition through means of assassination and demonic possession. The Cult of Mutation transform their bodies and space around themselves by embracing the cursed flesh change. Transmuting entire planets into demon worlds, the souls of these unfortunate civilizations are turned into grotesque abominations twisted by the manifestations of the warp. The Cult of Prophecy pursue the threads of fate whispered from the fabric of the Immaterium. Divining the destiny most befitting their ambitions, the Cult of Prophecy twist their destiny for their own selfish whims. The Cult of Scheming concoct intricate campaigns as a form of perverse worship. Reveling in their scheming, the cult orchestrate grand plans of tactical maneuvers and feints in order to achieve grand and complex conquests. The Cult of Time view the flow of the past present and future as a resource to be harnessed. Engaging their enemies in both the past and present simultaneously, the Cult of Time sow the seeds of defeat into their foes' actions long before they even draw their weapons. As Masters of Arcanum, despite their small number, each Astartes of the Thousand Sons is a powerful warrior in his own right. Unwilling to battle in close combat when able to cast their warp-spawn sorceries, the Thousand Sons fight with guile and deceit in order to gain advantage in battle. Instilled with an independent nature by the teachings of their Primarch, each sorcerer of the 15th Legion lead detachments of rubric automatons into battle. Prior to their fall during the Horus Heresy, the less psychically gifted members of the Legion would march into battle wielding ether fire cannons, toxin-infused asphyx shells, and conventional bolters. Now empowered by the manipulations of Tzeentch, the Thousand Sons employ a variety of disciplines in battle, including the Disciples of Chance, Sinistrum, Geomortis, Heretech, Ectomancy, Dark Hereticus, and Discipline of Tzeentch. Arming their rubric marines with fell weapons such as Inferno bolters, Soul Reaper cannons, Hellfire missile packs, and Warp flamers, the armies of the 15th Legion incinerate their foes with otherworldly, purging flame. Further bolstered with icons of the ruinous powers, such as the Icon of Flame, each Thrall band and greater cult bolsters their potent sorceries by employing 9 lieutenants among their ranks to gain the favor of their patron god through his favored number. Fractured with the failure of the War Master to destroy the Imperium, the Thousand Sons roam the galaxy as largely autonomous warbands. Thrall bands led by minor Chaos Sorcerers and lesser Chaos Champions of the Magister Templi hound the Imperium, such as the Blades of Magnus, Tizken Host, Brothers of Retaliation, Warband of Sektoth, Prism of Fate, and Sektai Prosperin. Estranged Sons of Magnus also voyage as shards of the Legion's former glory. Bearing sigils of their past, the Brotherhood of Dust, Crimson Sons, Prodigal Sons, Silver Sons, Red Echo, Warpgeists, and Grand Order of Hermetic Blades seek penance for their past transgressions. The more notable of these remnants of the 15th gain glories befitting their superior strength, as warbands recognized by their Genefather. The Rahati War Sect comprise the assembled might of Magnus's chosen sons, inhabiting the planet of the Sorcerers. Supremely powerful, the Rahati War Sect are named after the once bodyguards of Magnus the Red. Commanded by their Primarch personally, the various demon princes of Tzeentch and veteran Astartes of the Legion carry out the will of Magnus as his most powerful and loyal subjects. The War Covens harness the primal element of battle into spells of prodigious potency. Remolding the very fabric of reality to their whims, the War Covens are a deadly threat to all life among the stars in their pursuit of forbidden, arcane secrets. The War Cabals are the shadow of the Legion's former glory. Conquering the civilizations once under their own protection, the weapons of the War Cabals sunder their former dependencies as an act of vengeful scorn. The Sekhmet Conclave amass great power, led by ancient warriors of the 15th, commanding the thralls of the once noble Scarab Occult Terminators. Imbuing the hulking bodyguards with warp energies and sorcerous wards, the overlords of the Sekhmet Conclave unleash the fury of their Terminators to bring their enemies to heel. The Sangor Warherd deploy mutated beastmen into battle under the control of their masters. Resurrecting the carrion spoils of battle, the necromantic sorcerers delight in reanimating the corpses of their fallen foes. Making trophies from the dead, the avaricious beastmen and their patrons tear their foes limb from limb in order to sate their hunger for trophies and trinkets. And last but by no means least of these warbands are Ahriman's exiles. Led by the first captain of the Thousand Sons, Arzek Ahriman, the banished Astartes under the command of Magnus's former equerry seek knowledge of the warp to earn their redemption. rallying disparate and disgraced commanders of his legion, Ahriman calls upon the diminished brotherhood of his kin in order to destroy their enemies. Shrouded in bitter, vengeful zeal, the exiles of the 15th Legion shall not relent in their quest to master the powers of the warp and renew their patronage of their Genefather. Yet the tides of the warp are vast and unknowable, and many believe the toil of the exile shall be mired in blood and ashes, forever damned to hunger for knowledge that can never be sated. Show me a living soul that believes that he has choice in anything, and I will show you the universe's greatest fool. This has been a tale of the Great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer. The Thousand Sons would seek knowledge without heed for the perils of its cost. Fallen through pride, vanity, and a disregard for limitations, such warriors would be damned to be pawns of the Changer of Ways and his endless schemes. Yet in my next transmission, we shall elucidate the eternal enemies of the 15th Legion and orchestrators of their fall from grace. The Rout of Fenris, the Space Wolves.
I thought the Lunar Wolves were supposed to be the most aggressive of us all. That's how you would like the other legions to think of you, isn't it? The most feared of mankind's warrior classes.
Our reputation speaks for itself, sir. The Legiones Astartes would wage war across the galaxy to unite humanity into the compliance of the Imperium. The single greatest warriors to ever grace the stars, each legion would accrue glories for their deeds and become venerated for their service. Yet among all the Legiones Astartes, one would be favored as the first among equals, and legends of the Great Crusade until their downfall to the thrall of chaos. The deadly instruments of the betrayer of the Emperor, the Sons of Horus. Drawn initially from the populace of Terra, the Astartes of the 16th Legion would be raised to quell the dissident rebels of the techno-barbarian hordes. Volunteering to undergo the surgeries required of a space marine, the subjugated aspirants of the Emperor's conquered foes would be transformed into valiant enforcers of the Imperium's will. High proportions of the 16th would be recruited from the hunter clans of the Jutagran Bowl and Samsatian slums of Terra, and instill the hardships of toil of conflict within the attitude of the Legion. Intensely aggressive in nature, the 16th Legion would, with the implantation of their Primarch's gene seed, favor sudden, overwhelming methods of war, befitting their rugged and abrasive nature. Equally deployed as the first and last deadly blow to their opposition, the 16th would earn a reputation as warriors capable of inflicting utter devastation. Their glories, initially chronicled for their service in the first pacification of Luna, the 16th would regardless bear deep scars within their collective psyche with further campaigns such as the destruction of the Coriolis enclaves. Cementing legends which would persist to this day within Terran culture, the so-called Counting of the Wolf would instill superstitious fear into the hearts of men at the sight of the Legion's numerals. The opening salvo and crushing termination of 100 wars, the humorless and relentless Astartes of the 16th would, in the wake of the pacification of Terra's moon, embrace the title born of their reputation, the Lunar Wolves. Adorning their armor with a wolf's head emblazoned across the moon of Luna, the Astartes of the Lunar Wolves would also wear pelts across their ceramite to represent their predatory image. As the first legion to draw recruits from worlds outside of Terra, the Lunar Wolves would travel to the nearby mining colony of Cathonia during 800 point M30. Within sublight velocity, the Lunar Wolves would reunite with the first Primarch of the Imperium to be discovered, their Genefather. Though to call such an event fortuitous would be a grave error. Horus Lupercal would be found at a young age upon Cophonia, with much of his deeds redacted and obscured from Imperial scholars. What is known is that the son of the Emperor would thrive upon the derelict world and rise to become the leader of the colony's criminal gangs. Mentored by the Master of Mankind, the Lupercal would be the first of his sons to be molded into a leader of the Imperium. A protege of many talents, Horus would be swift in his assimilation of teachings of state, politics, empire building, and military doctrine. Given command of the 16th Legion, Horus would lead his army of 10,000 Astartes for 3 Terran decades as the singular Primarch of the Great Crusade. The Cophonian warriors inducted into the Lunar Wolves would be fitting killers to unleash the fury of the Imperium across the galaxy. Traversing beyond the Sol system, the first expeditionary fleets comprised of the 16th Legion, now abounding with tens of thousands of Cophonian Astartes, the tenacious Space Marines would hunger for battle. Instilling Cophonian traditions and customs into the Legion, the demeanor of the 16th would slowly supplant its Terran culture. Topknots and Mohawks, common among the headhunter gangs of their homeworld, would mark the Astartes of the burgeoning Legion, as the killing blows of campaigns would be referred to as a Bathon, or the throat-cutting of their enemies. Intensely loyal to their Primarch, the Lunar Wolves would follow in his footsteps as the charismatic and indomitable champions of the Imperium. For soon, their legacy would be cemented in legend, with the dawn of the Crusade which would mark their Genefather as the most cherished son of the Emperor. The Orc Xenos had spread across the stars alike to a virulent plague. The Primarchs of the Emperor had been restored unto the Imperium, and every legion had taken arms to bring compliance to the Void. The Orc warlord, Erlak Erg, would amass a tide of orcs so vast that the entire assembled Imperial military would be the only sufficient response to its might. Assembling every one of the Legiones Astartes, countless Imperial army regiments, and the might of the Omnissiah's Titan Legios, the Master of Mankind would enact the Ulanor Crusade. The Lunar Wolves had been lauded above all for their glory, and with their Primarch at the head of their campaigns, annihilated every foe in their path with inelegant yet effective force for over 2 centuries. The Imperium had grown to become the single largest star-spanning empire ever seen, yet it would take every able-bodied warrior of humanity to defeat the Greenskins. Surrounding the perimeter of the Orc expanse, the Imperium's vast armies would drive back the tide. Cornering the Stellar Empire, upon the world of Ulanor Prime, the Emperor would deploy 100,000 Astartes, 8 million Imperial Army soldiers, and the might of thousands of Voidcrafts in order to invade the Orc homeworld. Alongside Horus Lupercal and his Lunar Wolves, the Emperor would lead the charge in slaying Erlak Erg and ending the blight of the Greenskins. Horus Lupercal would slay the Orc warlord and cast its corpse from the tower of the Orcs' abominable citadel. The Orcs would be routed, with the Lunar Wolves proving crucial to dealing the death blow to the upstart Greenskin Empire. And the Master of Mankind would recognize his most cherished son and his legion for their unimpeachable service to humanity. Bestowing Horus with the title of War Master, the Lupercal would be tasked with leading the remainder of the Great Crusade as the Emperor returned to Holy Terra to conduct his secretive Webway project. The Lunar Wolves would be honored alike to their Genefather and be renamed the Sons of Horus as a mark of respect for their venerated Primarch. Now endorsed as the preeminent Astartes Legion, the Sons of Horus would continue to bring worlds into compliance for the remainder of the Great Crusade. Respected by their peers above all, doubt would nonetheless take hold within the Legion's Genefather. Initially resistant to change the moniker of his legion, Horus would relent to his father's gesture, much to the chagrin of his brothers. Resentment would grow among the most ambitious Primarchs, and divisions would begin to divide the familial bonds of the Emperor's sons. The War Master would be burdened with the single greatest duty in humanity's history to complete the Emperor's campaign to rule the galaxy. Fearful of falling short of his father's deeds, Horus would become susceptible to the guile and manipulations of the servants of the ruinous powers. Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion, the Word-Bearers, had already been ensnared by chaos and would dispatch his first chaplain, Erebus, to whisper falsities into the War Master's thoughts. Denied clarity by the Emperor in his dealings of the Webway project upon Terra, and anxious of failing the burgeoning Imperium as its newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, Horus's fall from grace would be swift. Bitterness, frustration, and paranoia would burrow deep within Horus's soul, and upon the moon of Darwin, the War Master would be fatally wounded. The once friend of Horus, planetary governor Eugen Temba, had been corrupted by the fell plague god, Nurgle. Commanding hordes of undead soldiers, Temba would wield the malevolent Kinebrak Anaphame, stolen by Erebus, and with its edge, pierce the War Master's armor. Digging into the flesh of the Lupercal, its corrupting influence would corrode Horus's body. Festering wounds upon his very soul, the most trusted Astartes of the 16th, the Mournival, would bring the comatose body of the War Master to the Legion's apothecaries. Unable to rouse their Genefather from slumber as his condition ever worsened, in an act of desperation, the Sons of Horus would endorse the Council of Erebus. Taking Horus's body to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge upon Darwin's moon, the Davonite shamans of the Lodge would begin their ritual to revive the Lupercal. Their dark arts would transfer Horus's spirit to the Immaterium, wherein the War Master would observe a vision of the Imperium of Man's dystopian future. Humanity worshipped the Emperor and his Primarchs as gods, whilst toiling within a regime so terrible that it stood in opposition of every teaching of the Imperial truth. The gods of chaos would reveal the Emperor's theft of knowledge from the Immaterium to create the Primarchs and grant him power beyond any mortal being. Accepting a pact with the ruinous powers, Horus would be promised the galaxy should he slay the Emperor and sunder the Imperium. Awakening from his nightmare, Horus would be reborn as the fell champion of chaos. Ignorant of his own intervention in the portrayal of the grim future he would create, the War Master would rally every Primarch embittered to their treatment by the Emperor and begin his damned civil war against the Imperium. Purging the loyalist elements within the 16th Legion, Horus's most trusted officers would enact fratricide against their once battle brothers upon the world of Istvan Free. The Horus heresy had begun, and the fate of humanity now hung in the balance. The Emperor would soon learn of Horus's betrayal and dispatch his vast armies to combat the traitors to the throne. The Legiones Astartes would wage war among one another in countless bloody wars and battles as the galaxy burned. For years, the War Master would lead his army of psychopaths, despots and heretics towards Holy Terra. The loyal heroes of the Imperium would stall the War Master's advance as countless souls of every creed of the Imperial war machine blunted their blades and fired every last bolter, lasgun and void cannon in their desperate defiance of the traitor assault for 7 Terran Standard years. The champion of the ruinous powers would not be slain by any mere mortal, for the fate of humanity would be decided by the final battle against the Emperor. The Sons of Horus would lead the charge into the heat of the Imperium's might, as the Siege of Terra wrought untold casualties between the Legiones Astartes. Standing at the side of their Genefather during the culmination of the heresy, the final battle to claim the soul of humanity, would begin. Bloated with power, Horus would in his duel with the Emperor wound the master of mankind and be poised to rule the galaxy as its Dark King. Yet with a final blast of psychic energy, the Emperor would purge the War Master from existence. Reeling in horror at the demise of their champion, the remnants of the broken sons of Horus would flee into the Eye of Terror. Pursued by the vengeful loyalist legions, the 16th, once within the embrace of the Ocularis Terribus, would find safe harbor upon the demon world of Malium. Offering their souls to the Chaos Gods for scraps of their power, the surviving members of the Sons of Horus would be vulnerable to infighting among the remnant traitor legions. Enduring the Legion War, the Sons of Horus would once more be shamed with the Emperor's children's theft of their Primarch's corpse. Fabius Bile, Chief Apothecary of the 3rd Legion, would attempt to clone the War Master in order to once again lead the traitor legions to destroy the Imperium. Succeeding in his experiments, Bile would create the Lupercal anew, if only for a moment. Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the 16th, would confront the clone of his gene-father and slay the avatar of his legion's failure. The Sons of Horus were extinct, a dead legion befitting a failed patron. Yet from the corpse of the Sons of Horus, a new legion would be cannibalized. Abaddon the Despoiler's heralds of his accursed crusades to destroy the Imperium, the Black Legion. The organization of the 16th would first be molded during the days of the Unification Wars of Terror. Adhering closely to the outlines first devised by the Officio Militaris prior to the introduction of the Primarchs to the Imperium, the then Lunar Wolves would be divided into squads between 10 and 20 Astartes. Led by sergeants, groupings of squads would be led by veterans whom would be referred to as chieftains, with the reunion of their Primarch and the customs of Chthonia's gang culture. Maintaining great armories and weapon stores, the 16th Legion would be outfitted with ample armaments befitting specialized squads containing destroyer and seeker units. Tithed great numbers of armored vehicles from worlds brought into their compliance, Horus would observe the legions of his brother Primarchs and incorporate effective compositions of units into squads such as Breacher squads of the 7th Legion. Forming Despoiler squads, trained to overwhelm weakened enemy emplacements with close combat weaponry and concentrated suppressing fire, these squads would be adopted by the White Scars and Iron Warriors legions in their attempt to mimic their effectiveness. Companies would be led by the legion's captains and incorporate several squads into the fold of sizes befitting each individual engagement. Some companies would comprise as few as 36 Astartes, whilst others would eclipse 900, each led by commanders specializing in their own doctrines of war. Companies would also include specialists within their ranks to add versatility in their methods of waging war, with the standard averaging 2 veterans, 3 reconnaissance, 1 heavy support, and several support weapon squads. Forming battalions, chapters, cohorts and regiments from groupings of companies, the Sons of Horus would adhere to strict hierarchical command, if not stringent organization. Crafted for individual campaigns by the War Master himself, the 16th Legion would rely heavily on the leadership of their captains for each rapid assault formation, referred to as spear tips. Such pragmatism would not, however, be evidence of carelessness, as Horus would allow for his legion to strike with precision and self-reliance in every theatre of war. Though among certain squads, brotherhoods of close-knit warriors would form, with some squads adopting honorific titles such as the First Sons and Deathmakers, with some even bearing their squad's chieftain's name as a moniker. Customs of Chthonia's gang culture would see the widespread adoption of sigils and kill markings across veteran Astartes' armor plate, to which junior members of the Legion would imitate. The transition of their armor's white paint to sea green would further distance their customs from their origins of terror. Embracing the dark traditions of blood pride and fiefdoms of Chthonia's past, the Sons of Horus would ever slowly turn from the Emperor's example. Amassing between 130,000 to 170,000 Astartes prior to the events of the Horus Heresy, the Sons of Horus would be among the numerically largest legions of the Imperium. Given command of a vast fleet in excess to any of their peers, save for the Imperial Fifth Legion, the 16th would command over 100 capital ships and 300 smaller support vessels. The Crusades of the War Master would be led by their imposing flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and deploy its most deadly warriors to the vanguard of battle. Horus Lupercal would be the utmost authority in commanding his legion, yet facilitate his orders to be carried out by his closest advisors. Among his most trusted advisors, the Mournival would give counsel to the War Master in his deliberations and strategies to bring compliance to the galaxy. Consisting of 4 chosen captains, membership within the Warrior Lodge would be enshrined in tradition and steer the destiny of the Legion through their influence. Embodying the virtues and glories of the Lunar Wolves and subsequently Sons of Horus, the Mournival would adorn their pauldrons with the cycling phases of moonlight to signify the changing nature of their Legion. Prior to the fall of the Legion, Ezekyle Abaddon would bear the full moon, Horus Aximand would bear the half moon, Garviel Loken would bear the new moon, and Tarik Torgadon would bear the gibbous moon. The Elite First Company would contain 2 elite squads of the chapter's finest warriors. The Justaerin would be commanded by First Captain Ezekyle Abaddon, whilst the Kachilan Reaver Assault Squad would be led by Callus Ekadon. Clad in black armor, in stark contrast to their Lunar Wolves' original pale white sheen, the First Company would lead the most deadly of charges into the heart of their enemies. Favoring tactical dreadnought armor, the Justaerin and Kachilan Reavers would prove to be an overwhelming force, capable of sundering any defensive positions with overwhelming firepower. Yet not all members of the 16th would be honored for their deeds in battle, for those whom brought dishonor to the Sons of Horus would be relegated to the Destroyer Squads. Armed with weapons of devastating power, such as rad weapons and phosphex bombs, the Destroyer Squads would march into battle in chem-scalded armor plate. Considered a necessary evil by their legion, the Astartes of the Destroyers would carry out the dark deeds necessary to bring their enemies to heel. Prior to their descent into the clutches of the ruinous powers, the gene seed of the 16th would be among the purest of the Astartes legions. Derived from Horus's genome, the gene seed of the Lupercal would greatly empower any subject implanted with the organs to standards above the majority of Astartes aspirants of their peers. Yet despite the pedigree of such materials, the Legion's corruption by the forces of chaos would pervert its function and lead to rampant mutations within the ranks of the 16th. Cherishing their abominable changes with pride by the degenerates of the traitorous Space Marines, the Sons of Horus, while unable to reimplant the gene seed of their fallen brethren into new initiates, would kill many potential neophytes in the attempt. It is for this reason that the longevity of the Sons of Horus Legion would be irreparable in the wake of the death of their Primarch, and lead Abaddon the Despoiler to draft recruits into his Black Legion of varying, disparate warbands. The homeworld of the Sons of Horus, Cophonia, would fall to ruin in the years following the Horus Heresy and fragment into asteroid debris due to the planet's unstable geostructural integrity. Once rich in valuable ore traded across the stars, Cophonia's carcass serves as further reminder of the downfall of the 16th Legion, though conjecture among Imperial scholars point to Cophonia's destruction at the hands of Loyalist fleets during the Great Scouring of the Traitors. The gang world had already shown signs of degradation and degeneration during the time of the Great Crusade. Adaptable in their strategies and martial capabilities, the Sons of Horus would, when commanded by their Primarch, prove to be a reliable and exceptional fighting force. Yet with the fall of the War Master at the hands of the Emperor, the once proud warriors of the Imperium would fall into disorganized panic. Broken in discipline, morale, and numbers, the Sons of Horus would dissolve into small warbands ruled by despotic Chaos champions. Their Gene-sire had been proven false, and in the power struggle left from his passing, a new legion would be born. First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon would abandon his legion to seek purpose and pursue answers from the Dark Gods. The 16th had shed many skins from the grey storm cloud sheen of unification, the pearlescent splendor of the lunar wolves, and pale green, honoring the legion's triumph of Ulanor as the venerated Sons of Horus. Their superiority had been bested, their pride torn asunder, and failure stained the very air where the Astartes of the 16th lurked. They were no longer the wolves of ancient terror, and the Eye of Horus, once emblazoned proudly on their armor, now served only as a reminder of their disgrace. Returning to the galaxy, with the blood of his reborn Primarch drenching the lightning claw once used to wound the master of mankind, Abaddon the Despoiler would rally the fragments of his past legion into a new army. The Black Legion would be born from the ashes of the Sons of Horus, and under the leadership of the new War Master of Chaos, they would not rest until the Imperium's destruction had been achieved. Now the single largest warband of the ruinous powers, the Black Legion stalks the galaxy, hungry for the blood of the Emperor's loyal subjects. For the Sons of Horus may be extinct, but the bitter fury of its legacy shall live eternal. Tell us how the Sons of Horus took their new title. Tell us how they became the Black Legion. At first, I had no answer. I wasn't expecting the question was genuine. I said I would tell you how the Sons of Horus died and how the Black Legion was born. I never said one became the other. But he wasn't finished. He had scripture of his own to quote. It is written by Skryre Dianthon, and thus driven from holy terror and reigning forevermore in the underworld, the Sons of Horus, the treacherous 16th, became the Black Legion. Ah, suddenly it all made sense. From shame and shadows recast, I said softly, the words for myself alone, in black and gold reborn. What? I told you, before the beginning, there was an end. The Sons of Horus never reigned in the Eye. Their ghosts commanded nothing but graveyards of their own warships. Their shades ruled over fallen fortresses. The Sons of Horus died 10,000 of your years ago. I know. I watched it happen. They were the 16th Legion, but the Black Legion was not founded by the Emperor and never fought in his name. It bears no number. Numbers were only bestowed upon the legions of the Great Crusade, and we, my Imperial friends, are the Legion of the Long War. Speak the words of Lorgar, and you shall live forever in the glory of chaos. Speak them not, and every one of you shall die today. The treachery of the traitors to the throne would sink to the lowest depths of humanity's most heinous traits. Butchery, betrayal, and dishonor, the forefront of their crimes against their loyalist brethren. Yet one legion above all would be the fulcrum of the traitor war effort, and the linchpin for untold heresies. The most zealous, duplicitous, and conniving of all fallen angels of death, whom would drag their flawed brethren into the depths of ruin. The 17th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Word-Bearers. The Emperor of Mankind would create a vast army of a new breed of warriors to reclaim the disparate fragments of humanity across the stars. Each legion would be unique in its methods of waging war, accomplishing compliance, and conducting tactics and stratagems of war. The 17th Legion, known during the Wars of Unification as the Imperial Heralds, would be among the Imperium's most staunchly devoted subjects. A legion seen by its peers as fanatical, the 17th Legion would draft its recruits from the Emperor's defeated adversaries. Raised to acknowledge the crimes of their ancestors, the 17th would strive to attain forgiveness for their sins. A condemned legion, the Imperial Heralds would be a mirthless and dour assemblage of warriors. Solely driven by penance and shame, the 17th would seek no glory in battle and attain no plaudits for their deeds. Duty was the unifying bond of the Legion, and ruin would be their trade. The only Legion to be given a title during their founding, the path of the Imperial Heralds would be ordained before the blood of their foes had even slicked their blades. Harbingers of the Imperial truth, the 17th would decree a simple message to their foes: recant or perish. A lone warrior of the Legion would visit each bastion of the Warlords of Terra, adorned in a skull-visaged helmet, black armor, and mace of office that would one day become synonymous with the chaplains of the Astartes. Offering the Emperor's mercy, these champions of the Imperial truth would bear a heavy tally of losses to any enemy unwilling to comply with the Imperium's demands. Yet for every herald whom would be slain, his battle brothers clad in grey would bear fire and death to his killers. Waging a war not of blood and destruction, the 17th would fight with the insidious poison of belief and illuminating flame of truth. Scouring each conquered foe's repositories of knowledge, the Imperial Heralds would raid libraries, archives and databanks to purge all tomes of untruth. Destroying all idols of false worship and sundering shrines and temples devoted to pagan deities, the Imperial Heralds would brook no mercy for the transgression of superstition. Burning statues, books and even heretics on pyres of flame, the 17th would purge all who defied the will of the Emperor without hesitation. Their zealous nature earning them a new title among their brother legions and the burgeoning Imperium hushed in secret, the Iconoclasts. Yet their fanaticism would only worsen with the Legion's eventual reunion with their Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian. The feudal world of Colchis would be rife with religion and superstition. A planet once bustling with technological proficiency, now little more than dust and tradition. War was an inevitable tide for every generation, yet with the end of each bloodletting, a time of peace would arise. Change would be rare, with the populace accepting their lot, yet with the arrival of a Primarch to its surface, Colchis would rapidly transform. The Primarch's gestation pod would land on the planet at a time when the ruling priesthood known as the Covenant would control the civilization's populace. Discovered by a band of priests of the Covenant, the Primarch would be raised by the scions of the Old Faith. Unknowingly worshipping the ruinous powers under a benevolent guise, the populace of Colchis would be damned to be pawns of chaos from the start. The young Primarch Lorgar would study the tomes and teachings of the Covenant, and with time become a devout preacher of the Old Faith. A gifted orator with a kind, charismatic way of communicating, it would not be long before the High Priest of the Covenant, Khor Phaeron, would adopt Lorgar as his mentor. With time, Lorgar's prominence within the Covenant would grow and stoke the jealousy and spite of its senior clerics. Cursed with visions of a mighty being clad in bronze armor, accompanied by a cyclopean giant at his side, visiting the planet of Colchis, Lorgar's visions would intensify with his maturation. Believing his visions to be the sign of a true god of humanity, Lorgar would preach the impending arrival of his prophesized figure. Creating dissent within the Covenant due to his beliefs, a new faction known as the Godsworn would burgeon under the teachings of Lorgar. Declared a heretic by the clerics of the Covenant, the Keepers of the Old Faith would attempt to arrest Lorgar. Torn apart by Lorgar's followers, the clerics would watch as their enforcers would be slain by the zealously rabid crowd. Enacting a holy war against the upstart Lorgar, the clerics would cause a planetary war of two opposing views. For 6 years the two factions would battle, until Lorgar would lead his Godsworn to the Temple of the Covenant, known as the Cathedral of Illumination. Within the heart of the City of Grey Flowers, Lorgar would kill the monks within the temple and declare himself the new Archpriest of the Covenant. Under the advisements of Khor Phaeron, the old ways would remain a form of worship alongside the visions of the prophesied deity. For soon, Lorgar promised their savior would visit them within a year of their victory, and they shall know him simply as the Emperor. 1 year after the ascension of Lorgar, the Emperor of Mankind would reunite with his long-lost son and descend upon the planet of Colchis. Accompanied by his gene-son of the 15th Legion, Magnus the Red, the Emperor would meet with Lorgar. The Primarch would fall to his knee, weeping at the feet of his prophesied Messiah. The planet would kneel with their archpriest, and following the festivities of their reunion, the Emperor would command Lorgar to induct his finest warriors to be incorporated into the 17th Legion. Despite the Emperor's admonishments of his own divinity, he would task Lorgar with leading his legion to bring compliance to the galaxy, not under the banner of the old faith, nor his own godlike visage, but with the knowledge and teachings of the imperial truth. Lorgar would prove a keen yet deluded herald of the Emperor's will, for despite the Urizen's devotion to his new cause, his methods would be heretical. Rituals such as scattering the ashes of dead worlds across the brows of his Astartes before battle, and the utilization of titles such as apostles among his ranks, would raise suspicion within the Legiones Astartes. The Legion would be slow to bring worlds into compliance in comparison to their brothers, for with every planet conquered, the 17th would differ with their re-education and indoctrination of the world's populace into the teachings of their creed. Spreading the Emperor's divine image across the stars, Lorgar would sow the seeds of future heresies without knowing the extent of his misguided actions. Warrior lodges, fraternal yet superstitious organizations, would grow within some of the Legiones Astartes ranks. Civilians of the Imperium would begin to pray to the Emperor as a living god, and chaplains now brandished the skull helms, blackened armor, and croziers, made in imitation of the Legion's founding principles. His now renamed Legion, the Word-Bearers, had fostered worlds which would serve any order made in the name of the Emperor and pay high tithes for his favor. Yet after a century of waging compliance in the name of the Great Crusade, the Emperor would rebuke his most zealous son on the world of Kur. Lorgar's example of religious piety and failure to embrace the imperial truth would continue to frustrate the Emperor. An example had to be made to enable his wayward son to see the error of his ways and turn to the path of enlightenment that the Emperor had outlined. Accompanied by his stalwart and capable son, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, the Emperor would shame the Word-Bearers for their transgressions. Confronting Lorgar Aurelian at the city of Monarchia, the Emperor would demand that their idolatry in his name would cease. Monarchia was a parody of the ideals and values the Emperor most despised. The so-called perfect city of worship made in the name of the Emperor would be an affront to the virtues of the imperial truth. The Ultramarines and their Primarch would bear witness to the shaming of the 17th Legion by the Master of Mankind. For they were the ideal of the Legiones Astartes, and alongside their Primarch displayed the Emperor's ideals of honor, wise leadership, and loyalty. Exemplars of the potential of every one of the legions to follow, the Ultramarines would stand proud above their peers as the Emperor forced the Word-Bearers to kneel with the use of his psychic might. Monarchia would be burned to the ground by the Ultramarines and Legio Custodes as Lorgar watched in horror at the ashes of his once proud city, now coating his legion's armor. The Word-Bearers had failed, and no other legion, no matter their methods nor vices, had ever been shamed in such an open display. The 17th would be scarred deeply, and resentment within their ranks and their Primarch would grow. Withdrawing from the Great Crusade, Lorgar would be racked with self-pity and loathing. Returning after a time as a much-changed legion, the Word-Bearers would be driven with relentless fury. Worlds burned where they were once conquered with honeyed words and diatribes. Possessed of a penitent wrath, the 17th would seemingly have heeded their rebuke from the Emperor, but in truth, their future depravity had begun to unfold. Weak and vulnerable to corruption, Lorgar Aurelian would be swayed by the advisements of his lieutenants, Corpheron and Erebus. Both the first captain and first chaplain retained their devotion to the old faith and would whisper dark portents into the mind of the Urizen. Poisoned by his adoptive father's words, Lorgar would embark on a pilgrimage to seek answers from the gods that would accept his praise and adoration. Upon the fringes of known space, Lorgar and his chapter of Word-Bearers, the Serrated Sun, would traverse under the watchful eye of a detachment of 5 custodians assigned by the Emperor in the wake of Monarchia. For soon, Lorgar Aurelian would find beings demanding of his devotion. Arriving at the Cadia system, Lorgar would order his fleet to orbit the planet of Cadia within close proximity of the Eye of Terror. Meeting with the barbaric purple-eyed tribesmen of the planet, Lorgar would be met by a woman known as Ingefell. Turning on the custodian known as Vendafa and using his body to conduct a ritual, Ingefell would ascend to the form of a demon prince and reveal the circumstance of the birth of the Eye of Terror and the chaos entity known as Slaanesh, warning Lorgar that humanity would suffer the same fate as the Eldar should they reject their surrender to the ruinous powers. The Primarch of the Wordbearers would willingly accept the manipulations of chaos. For 4 decades thereafter, the Wordbearers would serve the Imperium under the guise of loyalty, readying themselves for the day when they would turn on their allies and the Emperor with the opening gambit of the civil war for humanity's soul, the Horus Heresy. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion, would be corrupted by the ruinous powers and begin his insane march to the throne world. The Wordbearers had quietly culled the Loyalists within their ranks and planted traps to be sprung as the heresy gained momentum. For while Horus would be the champion of the ruinous powers, Lorgar would be their unseen architect of destruction. Assigning his first chaplain, Erebus, to further corrupt the War Master and mustering his legion's strength, the 17th would reveal their treachery openly with the deadly surprise attack of the Battle of Calth. Under the guise of fraternity and brotherhood, the Wordbearers would meet the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, within the Calth system. Seeing an opportunity to renew their bonds of brotherhood with the Legion they had dutifully yet reluctantly shamed, the Ultramarines would accept their kin with open arms. For their trust, the knife of betrayal would be struck in their backs. Destroying many starships and murdering the unarmored and unaware lords of Ultramar, the Wordbearers would enact their long-harbored vengeance. Driven to burn Macragge in the same manner as had been done to Kerr, the Wordbearers under the command of Khor Pharon would enact a heavy toll to the Ultramarines. Destroying all 3 of Calth's sister planets, Khor Pharon would cause untold destructions against the innocent populaces. Poisoning Calth's sun with radiation-rich metals and unstable substances, Calth's atmosphere would become a volatile, lifeless, and inhospitable husk. Despite the Ultramarines rallying and dealing a crippling blow to Khor Pharon and his fleet, the Wordbearers had conducted a fatal blow to the Loyalist war effort before it had even begun. The most numerically superior legion had been severely damaged, with its Primarch Ravute Guilliman and several of his senior officers coming close to perishing. Summoning a vast warp storm in their wake, the Ruin Storm, the Wordbearers would further exacerbate travel and maneuverability to the already scattered Loyalist legions. Cutting off the Ultramarines from Holy Terror, the War Master's slow yet unhalting march to the throne world would be assured. Yet despite their efforts, the Wordbearers had played a dangerous game and incurred the wrath of the 13th Legion. Half their fleet lay in ruins, and many of their legion had been slain. Seeing his revenge against the Ultramarines as unsatisfied, Lorgar Aurelian would broker an alliance with the 12th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the World Eaters. Alongside the Primarch of the 12th, Angron, Lorgar would enact the Shadow Crusade across the Ultramar system. For while the Ultramarines were a sizable force, against the fury of 2 legions, their might would be strained. Emboldened with his victory at Calth, Lorgar would push further into the Ultramar system. The 500 worlds would be bled by the relentless and savage assaults of the combined 12th and 17th Legions, further preventing the Ultramarines from confronting the vanguard of the traitor war effort, the Sons of Horus. 26 worlds would be destroyed in quick succession, yet Lorgar would observe the worsening of his brother Angron's health with the continual damage inflicted by his brain implant, the Butcher's Nails. Diverting their crusade to the World Eater homeworld of Nuceria, the 2 legions would seek a means to delay or prevent further damage incurred from the malicious implants from those whom had originally nailed them into Angron's skull. Finding no answers, the Wordbearers and World Eaters would raze Nuceria to the ground, and be confronted by the Ultramarines Retribution Fleet, commanded by Roboute Guilliman. Attempting to destroy the Word-Bearer's flagship, Fidelitas Lex, the Ultramarines would simultaneously deploy into the surface of Nuceria and board the World Eater flagship, Conqueror. Weakening the Fidelitas Lex in orbit, the Ultramarines led by their Primarch would destroy the Gloriana-class battleship. As the shell of the Fidelitas Lex crashed into the oceans of Nuceria, Guilliman and his Ultramarines would descend onto the planet and confront the traitor Primarchs. Dueling Lorgar, the two would strike a deadly blow, with Guilliman achieving an opportunity to end Lorgar's life. Yet with the intervention of Angron into the fray, Roboute Guilliman would duel the Primarch once more. Imbuing his brother with chance and plights to the ruinous powers, Lorgar would imbue Angron's fury, and upon the bones of his former homeworld, achieve his apotheosis. Reborn as a demon prince of Khorne, Guilliman would see no choice but to retreat from Nuceria due to Lorgar's interference and Angron's ascension. The Shadow Crusade had ended, for now it was time for Lorgar and the Word-Bearers to return to the War Master's side. Emboldened with his seemingly divine favor of the ruinous powers, Lorgar would see an opportunity to usurp the War Master. Disgusted at his brother's futile refusal to submit fully to the thrall of Chaos, Lorgar would believe that without succumbing fully to their demands, the war effort would be doomed to fail. Following the Battle of Beta Garmon and Horus's wounding at the hands of the Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, Lorgar would make his move. As the traitor Primarchs assembled at the world of Ulanor, readying to make their final push to Holy Terror, Lorgar would confront the War Master. Allying with the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, Fulgrim, Lorgar would brazenly enact his coup. Betrayed by his close advisor, Zardu Lyak, and Fulgrim, the War Master would be warned of Lorgar's ambitions. Brought to heel by the War Master, Lorgar would be beaten within an inch of his life. Banishing Lorgar from his sight, Horus would assimilate the Word-Bearers under the command of Zardu Lyak into the fold. Lorgar, once more disgraced, would proclaim that the Siege of Terror would fail, and for his weakness, never battle at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Yet Lorgar's words would be proven true, and with the death of Horus Lupercal at the hands of the Emperor of Mankind, the bearer of the Word would need to find a new crusade to wage. Retreating into the Immaterium, with the elements of his legion still loyal to his cause, Lorgar would not be seen again within the material realm. His weakness forever recorded in the annals of the Imperium's history for all to see, and his Word-Bearers now bereft of a vision or prophecy to follow. Yet with Lorgar's ascension to a demon prince of chaos undivided within the Immaterium, it is unknown as to the means the Urizen would accomplish his apotheosis. Yet in the eyes of his legion, his stature proves as vindication enough for their insane and depraved fall from grace. During their service of the Great Crusade, the Word-Bearers would, alike to most legions, comprise of a variety of chapters. Largely unchanged in structure with the reunion of their Primarch, the 17th Squads would consist of 20 Astartes and be painstakingly maintained at full strength. 5 squads would serve each legion company as 100 Astartes and specialize in a particular combat role. As few as 5 companies, or as many as 30, would be grouped together to form each chapter, ranging from 500 to 3,000 Astartes strong. Each chapter would bear a sigil based on the constellations of Colchis and be led by a captain of the legion. Examples of chapters such as the Serrated Suns, Weeping Hand, Ebony Serpent, and Graven Star would each earn valor for their legion and excel in their own expertise of war. Whilst the chapter of the Osseous Throne would deploy infantry in vast waves, the Quillborn chapter would excel in ship-to-ship boarding actions and naval battles. Conducting warfare with a flair for the dramatic, the Word-Bearers would incorporate elements of storytelling and fables into their most lauded victories and compliances. Specialists such as the Ashen Circle would descend from the heavens to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy, and for their valor be selected to ascend to the rank of chaplain. Leading bands of fanatical mortal soldiers into battle, the Word-Bearers would pioneer the zealous fury that would later be adopted by the Fraternus militia of the Imperium. Such mobs of infantry would overwhelm the Word-Bearers' foes before the hammer strike of the Legion would crush the remaining fragments of Defiance. Yet following the Legion's corruptions of the Horus Heresy, the Word-Bearers would be the only traitor Legion which would retain their command structure into the Era Indomitus. Venerating their patron gods collectively, the Word-Bearers worship Chaos Undivided and show outright contempt for any who show favor to a singular deity of the ruinous pantheon. Now employing demons to act as shock troopers during battle, the 17th Legion continue to draft hordes of Chaos cultists to further bolster their ranks. Utilizing such pawns as cannon fodder, the Word-Bearers under the command of their Dark Apostles divine the best means to achieve victory. The Legion's heretical hymns and ritual prayers before battle, bolstering their faith in the powers of Chaos Undivided and calling upon its malignant power to aid their cause. The command hierarchy among the Word-Bearers has remained a constant throughout its tumultuous history. Still revered by his sons, Lorgar Aurelian is the highest authority of the Legion. Seen to be favored by the full extent of the forces of Chaos, Lorgar is a martyr to the beliefs and cause of the 17th Legion. Ranks within the Word-Bearers would seem to bear similarity to even Loyalist legions in its initial structure. Each chapter is led by a chapter master, who in turn commands the captains, who lead each company, who in turn guide the sergeants of each squadron. Yet unlike every legion of the Astartes, the Word-Bearers venerate their chaplains as the highest authority. Attached to each company with several chaplains working within each chapter, the spiritual leaders of the Legion would overrule the commands and decisions of even the most senior-ranking commanders. The High Chaplains of the Legion, revered above all save for the Primarch, under the tutelage of the first High Chaplain, Erebus, these individuals would see to the Legion's subjugation to the whims of their patron gods. Now regarded as Dark Apostles, the Chaplains of the Legion convene their Dark Council of Superiors to decide the fate and course of the Legion's actions across the stars. Each Dark Apostle mentors a first Acolyte to ascend to become a member of the Dark Council, promoted to the rank of Dark Apostle only in one of three circumstances. First, should the first Acolyte's mentor perish in battle. Second, should he be selected by the Dark Council to join their ranks on the demon world of Sikaris. Or third, the first Acolyte must murder his mentor and await appointment by the Dark Council. The Anointed are sealed within their Terminator-class armor shell and are enclosed within until he shall die in battle. Only 200 in number, these elite warriors often safeguard the first Acolytes in battle and prove their worth felling the most fearsome of enemies. Though within the Legion many specialist organizations exist to fulfill the will of the Dark Council. The Gal Vorbak, or Blessed Sons in their native Colchizian dialect, serve as the Legion's most deadly warriors. Survivors of the Serrated Sons chapter's venture into the Eye of Terror during the Horus Heresy, these demonically possessed Space Marines would transform into mutated beasts during combat. Resuming their human form after battle, the Gal Vorbak, though now small in number, are among the most deadly and feared warriors of the Legion. The Anunnaki, or in Colchis, Judges of Hell, would be deemed worthy of being interred within the chassis of a dreadnought and serve their Legion even in living death. Their battle fury and corruption by the powers of chaos, enabling them to one day ascend to transform into a hellbrute of the ruinous powers. During the Legion service prior to the Horus Heresy, each member of the Word-Bearers would adorn their armor with Colchizian prayers. The slate grey of their armor, uniform within the Legion, with only the Chaplains of the Legion given the right to adorn their trim with gold filigree. Following the shaming of the Legion of Monarchia, the Chaplains would repaint their armor black, in remembrance of the ashes of their once proud city that stained the Legion's ceramite. With their continual corruption by the ruinous powers, the Word-Bearers would eschew the grey of their Legion and adopt a deep bloody crimson red, etched with heretical runic texts. Known by the Loyalists as the Traitor's Red, the Word-Bearers trim their armor with black and silver. Originally adopted by the Serrated Sons chapter, the Arterial Betrayer's Red would become infamous during the Battle of Calth and become widespread following the engagement. Blasphemous excerpts from the Primarch's tome, the Book of Lorgar, these parchments made of human skin, are worn proudly on their armor. The most accomplished warriors of the Legion bear the most scripture inscribed by the hands of their Dark Apostles and Chaos Sorcerer brethren. Each champion of the Legion enacts sermons during battle, and whilst bedecked in encyclopedias of blasphemy, weaken the Immaterium to enable demons to infiltrate the mortal realm. Their once proud emblem of a tome of knowledge, ablaze with the burning flame of the Imperial truth, now replaced with the Latros Sacrum. Upon their left shoulder plate, the stylized roaring horn demon's head represents their complete submission to the whims of the ruinous powers. Wreathed in unholy flame, the Latros Sacrum displays the Legion's total submission to the thrall of chaos and unwavering loyalty to the machinations of fell beings. Veterans of the Legion bind lesser demons to their will, with the aid of helmets adorned with geometric symbols to aid in their subjugation of the Neverborn. Yet should a demon of great power be bound to such veterans, they shall submit their souls to bind with the malevolent and powerful beings. Proliferating an extensive variety of banners throughout every battalion of the Legion, the word-bearers hold aloft their debased symbols of their treachery and malevolent ideology. The Legion's armoured vehicles, alike to their armour, bear the scriptures and etchings of the Book of Lorgar, and stampede into battle with unabashed, zealous fury. With Lorgar's 10 millennia seclusion upon the demon world of Sakaris, the word-bearers as a Legion have, unlike many of its contemporaries, retained a unified and unbroken structure. Now commanded by the word-bearers' Dark Council, an assortment of Dark Apostles of the Legion dictate the objectives and whims of the 17th. Divided in purpose by its two most venerated and infamous leaders, Khor Phaeron and Erebus, the faith of the word-bearers, though split, is nevertheless enough to give purpose to its ranks. Waging wars of faith against the Imperium, the word-bearers strive to bring human civilizations into the thrall of the ruinous powers. Whether 1 million or even 1 billion souls should perish, the word-bearers shall not relent in their slaughter, should it bring even a single world into the service of chaos. Often competing with the Alpha Legion in bringing planets into the fold, the word-bearers are often comprised of such large numbers of both Astartes and human cultists that few Imperial forces can stem the tide of their heresy. Though among the darkness, the Primarch of the Raven Guard, Corvus Corax, has been reported to harry and harass the word-bearers should the occasion present itself, with even Lorgar Aurelian coming close to being slain by the claws of the Raven Lord. Yet the word-bearers shall not relent in their continued corruption of the hearts and minds of humanity's vulnerable citizenry. For should a single idol of the Emperor or cathedral made in his name stand, the word-bearers shall not cease their purge of his relics and ideals. For it is said that Lorgar Aurelian now stirs from his long meditations with the birth of the great rift across the galaxy, and after 10,000 years of bitter reflection, the Urizen is once more readying for war.
Faith is the soul of any army, be it vested in primitive religion or enlightened truth. It makes even the least soldier mighty. The craven is remade worthy, and through its balm and hardship may be endured. Faith ennobles all of the worlds the soldiers undertakes, be they so base or vile, and imports to them the golden spark of transcendent purpose.
On the anvil of war are the strong-tempered, and the weak made to perish. Thus are men's souls tested, as metal in the forge's fire.
The angels of death are regarded as the Emperor's will made manifest, descending from the heavens onto the bleakest of battlefields to fell the enemies of humanity in its hours of greatest need. Gleaming in their panoplies of war, they are resplendent reminders to the servants of the Imperium that they shall be protected from the darkness. Yet of all the chapters of the Space Marines, there is one above all that protects the weak and embodies the mercy of the Emperor. The 18th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Salamanders. Known during the Unification Wars as the Dragon Warriors, the 18th Legion, like all of the proto-legions of the Adeptus Astartes, would be secluded from their peers, particularly the Dragon Warriors and their so-called trefoil kin of the 6th and 20th Legions.
Their deeds and battle honors obscured from history, the 18th Legion, due to their secretive origins, would be regarded with suspicion by the other legions, garnering a reputation with their first engagement at the assault of the Tempest Galleries during 800 M30. The Dragon Warriors would achieve a near impossible victory alone against all odds of survival. Suffering incredible losses and reducing their number from over 20,000 Astartes to as little as 1,000 Battle Brothers, the Dragon Warriors would secure a reputation as bloodied yet glorious and honorable combatants. Rapidly replenishing their numbers, the Dragon Warriors would be supplied with new war gear as the favored sons of the newly born Imperium, yet be stalled in taking part in the many expeditions of the early days of the Great Crusade. Rarely serving as a legion, the 18th would be split into smaller battalions to reinforce battle groups across the Imperium, often assigned to crucial engagements against Space Hulks or Xenos raiding parties behind the lines of the advancing waves of forces of the Crusade. Cooperating closely with human military forces as the only Space Marines in service, the Dragon Warriors would brave the most hazardous and deadly theaters of war, earning the Legion many accolades as saviors, bastions of hope, and the personification of the Emperor's protection and grace. Yet as a result of their conflicts, the Legion would never replenish to its full strength akin to the standards of the other legions. Their survival and continuation as a legion uncertain during their 4th decade of service, until the return of their Primarch, Vulcan. Found on the death world of Nocturne, Vulcan would not be reunited with his legion for many years. Tutored by the Emperor himself, the Primarch of the 18th Legion would be tempered with the ruler of mankind's boundless wisdom, and in the hour of his legion's greatest need, he would be returned to them. On the cluster of planets near the Taurus division, the 18th Legion of 19,000 Astartes would be besieged by a horde of millions of the Orc Xenos. Facing overwhelming odds, the Dragon Warriors would be under the command of their chapter master, Cassian Vaughn. Evacuating the civilian populations of the system, the 18th Legion would suffer terrible losses for their compassion. Refusing to stand idle whilst his sons perished, Vulcan would aid his legion alongside 3,000 initiates from his homeworld of Nocturne. Spurring the Dragon Warriors' survivors, Vulcan would lead the counterattack and purge the Xenos from the system. The two halves of the Legion would unite in the aftermath of the battle, with Vulcan revealing himself to his long-lost sons. The Dragon Warriors would kneel before their Gene-Father, yet be bid to stand by Vulcan, declaring that all of his sons were equals, for Vulcan would not be regarded as some petty king demanding obedience. Instead, Vulcan would kneel before his legion to honor the lives that had been lost as payment to protect the innocents that had fled the system. Henceforth, the Legion would be remade under the tutelage of their Primarch. These were Dragon Warriors no longer. The 18th would now bear a different name, a name derived from their Primarch's homeworld of Nocturne, the Salamanders. Divided into 7 great companies led by a Lord Commander or Protector, born from each of Nocturne's settlements, the Salamanders would field 34 companies during the Great Crusade. Always acknowledged as the smallest in number amongst all of the legions of Adeptus Astartes, the Salamanders would compensate for their scale by implementing new battle doctrines and strategies. Encouraging self-sufficiency and autonomy, Vulcan would enable each settlement to foster their own cultural traditions within their companies, further buttressing the Legion's relationships to their human counterparts within their lands. Yet with the dawn of a new age for the Salamanders, a new darker future would begin with the embers of betrayal and heresy. Called to face the traitor War Master, Horus Lupercal, the Salamanders would accompany the Iron Hands and Raven Guard legions to prevent the rebellion of the traitor Astartes and their Primarchs from growing in number. Sent as the spear tip to crush the 4 traitor legions of the Death Guard, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Sons of Horus, the Loyalists would crush the rebellion with the amassed strength of 7 legions, soon to be reinforced by the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion. However, the Loyalist legions would be betrayed by their allies during the Dropside Massacre of Istvan V, with the Salamanders losing their Primarch and being broken under the heel of the traitors. Shattered into fragments of their newly rebuilt glory, the 18th Legion and its fellow fractured legionaries would retreat from the massacre. with first captain of the Salamanders, Artellus Numion, leading the scattered forces of his legion to safety. Finding shelter on the ultramarine planet of Macragge, the Salamanders would bear the shame of their defeat and loss of their Primarch, as the galaxy would be split in two. Imperium Secundus would be formed by Rabute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, with Ultramar as the newly formed contingent empire should the Imperium fall to the wrath of the traitors. Yet in their darkest hour, the Salamanders would find a sliver of hope with the return of their Primarch, Vulcan. Vulcan's return to his legion would be as much a gift as an omen. His mind and body broken, the legion's survival would fall to Artellus Numion to forge a path to redemption. Venturing to their homeworld of Nocturne, Numion would sacrifice his own life to reawaken his Primarch and renew the fire within his legion. Primarch Vulcan would journey to Holy Terror to aid in its defense, leaving his Salamanders to independently face their duty in defending the Imperium. Allying themselves with their battle-forged brothers of the Iron Hands and Raven Guard, the Salamanders would conduct guerrilla war strikes against the traitor forces until the end of the Horus Heresy, reforging their legion in the subsequent millennia to face the darkness alone until their Primarch should return to them. Too few in number to be divided into successor chapters, the Salamanders would rebuild, their numbers able to bear new chapters at the dawn of the 42nd millennium with the introduction of the Primaris Space Marines into their ranks. Though some mysterious chapters bear the heraldry of the 18th Legion, their origins likely born from stockpiles of the Salamander's gene seed. Regardless of their lackluster numbers, the Salamanders have grown synonymous with the Legion's reputations as true bulwarks against the ruinous powers. Their compassion for humanity and unbreakable duty to preserve the will of the Emperor, known across the Imperium. For it is believed by the Salamanders chapter that one day their Primarch shall return to them, once all the artifacts of Vulcan have been found, and with their return to their chapter, their retribution shall be at hand. The Salamander's gene seed bears a unique trait unlike many of those of the founding legions. Similar to the gene seed of the Alpha Legion and Space Wolves, the gene seed of the Salamanders was constructed by the Emperor for a unique purpose. The exact purpose has been lost to history, with only the Emperor likely aware of its design, but with the efforts of the Magos Biologus, a theoretical has been achieved. The determination from such study shows that the Salamander's gene seed is uncorrupted and stable in nature. Oddly, the Salamander's reaction time seem to be slower than other Astartes as a direct defect from their gene seed, though some within the Biologus regard this as a result of the chapter's homeworld's high gravity or psycho-conditioning, though this trait is mitigated once an 18th Legion Astartes is equipped with power armor. The radiation of Nocturne has also caused the Legion's characteristic jet-black skin and bright red, burning eyes. A superficial characteristic, it nonetheless has proven useful during deployments to rebellious worlds in intimidating the populace and allowing for compliance without the use of force. Yet the Salamanders do bear positive traits as a result of their unique gene crafting, such as Firesight, the ability for the Sons of Vulcan to see infrared emissions of specific heat signatures without the aid of helmet visors, allowing for the Salamanders to implement thermic materials into their armor and vehicles to enable the chapter to conduct midnight raids and skirmishes while still being able to clearly identify allied combatants and vehicles. Also allowing the chapter to use such materials to create tactical markings and communications that can otherwise not be seen by the naked eye. Alike to some of its contemporary legions, such as the Space Wolves and Blood Angels, recruitment amongst the 18th Legion is an arduous process, yielding few new members. Each company recruits solely from the citizenry of their clan. As such, each company comprises solely of fellow clan members, bolstering their bonds of kinship, of unrivaled loyalty and respect. From the ages of 6 to 8, prospective Nocturne recruits work within the forge of a Salamander's Space Marine. Monitored for signs of talent, the initiates will work for years under the tutelage of the Astartes, and should they show promise, be cross-examined by the chapter's apothecaries and chaplains. The chosen few undergo the first stages of organ implantation, receiving further procedures as they endure and accomplish the trials set before them. Molded in the image of their Primarch, The neophytes will be set tasks replicating the feats of their Genefather's youth, culminating in the trial of hunting a salamander, honoring the original contest between Vulcan and the Emperor of Mankind. As a Codex Astartes compliant chapter, the Salamanders adhere to the doctrine of 10 companies, numbering 1,000 Space Marines. Equipped with armor and weaponry often crafted by their own hand, the Astartes of the Salamanders chapter are revered for their skill at the forge. Their war gear regularly adorned with symbols of scales, anvils, flames, and the iconic Salamander's Drakes of Nocturne. Their armor a bright green hue, often marked with a golden aquila on the chestplate. Their right pauldrons displaying their tactical designation, whether it be battle line, close support, fire support, veteran, or command staff. The battle and reserve companies adding a low Gothic numeral of their designated role to assign their squad. Their company is shown on the left shoulder plate, each company represented with the head of a large salamander, with contrasting colors to identify their company, as outlined by the Codex Astartes. Yet the 18th Legion retains its custom of dividing their number amongst 7 warrior houses akin to their original Legion structure. Each company inhabits one of the great settlements of Nocturne, and comprises of 12 battle squads, as standard, with the chapter master of the Salamanders directly overseeing and eschewing the need for a company captain by commanding the first company, the Fire Drakes. Comprised entirely of veteran warriors of the Legion and paragons of their values, the Fire Drakes are armed with Terminator armor, Stern Guard veterans, and venerable dreadnoughts. Fielding no barracks, the first company reside within the chapter's fortress monastery on Nocturne's moon of Prometheus, directing training cadres, coordinating security protocols, and maintaining the honor guard of the chapter. The senior lieutenants of the chapter master undertake much of the chapter's leadership duties. The second company, the Defenders of Nocturne, aid the most vulnerable subjects of the Imperium. Often protecting Imperial citizenry, such as factory workers, the second company is often ready to aid allied Imperial forces, such as the Astra Militarum or Night Houses, boosting the morale of Imperium forces and undertaking leadership roles during deployment. The third company, the Pyroclasts, are synonymous with flame weaponry, rooting out entrenched enemy positions and purging heretics and Xenos alike with holy fire. The third company also bear the burden of cleansing populaces of corrupted sympathizers of Xenos, forever balanced on the knife edge of adhering to the Promethean creed and teachings of Vulcan. The fourth company, the Branded, serve the chapter as their bastion of faith. Closely tied to the chapter's reclusiasm, the members of the fourth company compulsively and ritualistically brand their flesh as a show of faith to their beliefs. Specializing in close quarters combat, the fourth company's large composition of chaplains fill the company's spirits with unmatched zealous fury. The fifth company, the Drake Hunters, are renowned for their ability to fell gargantuan Xenos and enemy fortifications. Respected hunters of Nocturne salamander drakes, the reserve company rarely fight as a consolidated company, rather supplying their members to bolster the 4 battle companies during protracted campaigns. Favoring mobile weapon platforms and static defenses, the 5th Company squad employs a large number of dreadnoughts and an extensive variety of gunships and attack crafts. The 6th Company, the Flamehammers, are composed of fast-moving transports armed with heavy firepower. The first company to comprise Space Marines who have fulfilled their duty as Scout Marines, the Flamehammers enable the deployment and evacuation of squadrons within the thick of battle. And finally, the 7th Company, the Sons of Nocturne, consist of Vanguard and Scout Marines. Complying to the exacting standards of the Codex Astartes neophyte training regimes, the Sons of Nocturne spill their blood and prove their mettle in the name of their Primarch, so that one day they shall don the full plate armor and heraldry of their battle brothers, their reformation relatively new to the chapter, since its abandonment prior to the second founding of the Adeptus Astartes. Each Salamander Astartes rank is denoted by their helmet coloring, with sergeants painting a white skull, veteran sergeants a white skull with a crown of fire, lieutenants' helms show a white skull with a centered stripe, and captains bear more ornate helmets centered with the white skull, their right pauldrons additionally denoting their rank. Specialized roles within the chapter also adhere to the guidance of the Codex Astartes. Chaplains paint their armor in the black of the reclusiasm, and librarians paint their armor blue, both alike to their cousin chapters' customs, whilst the chapter's tech marines deviate slightly from their fellow loyalist chapters by only painting their arms in the red heraldry of Mars whilst retaining the green armor of their chapter. Deviating further from the Codex Astartes, the chapter maintains not one, but 3 Masters of the Forge, enabling the chapter to effectively maintain their machinery, panoplies of war, weapons, artifacts, and honoring their heritage as masters of the craft of weaponsmithing. The chapter master is given the utmost command of the chapter, yet maintains the Pantheon Council to provide support and discussion on the appointments of its members and campaigns fought across the stars. Their master of the fleet known as the Lord of the Burning Skies, commanding their battle barges and strike cruisers to enact the will of the Imperium on distant worlds and battlefields. For the sons of Nocturne shall cleanse a path through the filth of the galaxy, their embers of their homeworld revivifying their morale and courageous charges into the dark corners of far-flung worlds.
Unless you are capable of enduring whatever hurt you can inflict, there will come a time when you will fail. And by failing you will have made useless the sacrifice of millions. We are the Salamanders, and we will endure. For no sacrifice made in the name of this great empire we seek to build shall be made in vain.
From the darkness we strike, fast and lethal, and by the time our foes can react, darkness there, and nothing more.
The founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes are characterized by their disparate and often contrasting methods of waging war. Some legions are renowned for their martial prowess, others for their expertise in siege warfare or fortification. Yet some legions, more than others, are maligned for tactics with which other Astartes might label as cowardly or dishonorable. For today, we shall be elucidating a founding legion characterized not only by its unconventional tactics, but also immense struggle and ill fortune. The 19th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Raven Guard. The history of the 19th Legion would be amongst the most persecuted and destitute of all the Legiones Astartes. Drawn from holy terrors subjugated techno-savages of the Xeric tribes of the Dustfields of Asiatic, the savage tribesmen would skirmish against their neighboring Indoneski bloc for resources. With the Emperor's unification of Terra, the tribes would give their firstborn sons to the Emperor's gene forges to birth the Astartes of the 19th Legion. The 19th would serve as the Emperor's hidden hand of reconnaissance, sabotage, and assassination. Conducting surgical, bloody engagements at the behest of the Master of Mankind, the 19th would quash the upstart rebellions and plots to dethrone the Emperor. Offering their foes the chance to capitulate before they would strike, the Emperor would not employ his assassins of war, alike to the 8th or savage 12th. Defeating would-be armies with only a single casualty, these shadowy sentinels of the newly born Imperium would bleed dry their enemies without revealing their forces. Their very existence kept secret until their reunion with their Primarch Corvus Corax. Shunning adulation or marks of honor, such as the laurels of victory, the 19th would nonetheless earn many victories across the Sol system. Yet during their engagement with the Xenos threat on the Jovian range of the moon of Lysithea, many of their number would perish. For 2 centuries, the 19th Legion would wage war in the name of the Imperium, until finally they would be united with their Primarch on the moon of Lycaeus, for their gene father had undergone many trials of his own. Separated from the Emperor during the scattering of the Primarchs, Corvus's gestation pod would land on the barren moon of Lycaeus. Orbiting the forge world of Kiovar, the system would be ruled by the tyrannical Tech Guild overseers. Raised by the slaves of the mining workforce, the infant Primarch would be hidden from the enslavers and guards of the mining colony. Learning quickly due to his gene-forged providence, Corax would mature and develop speech, the skills to hide from his oppressors, and the ideals with which would formulate his personality. Due to his accelerated aging and maturation, the slaves of Lycaeus would idolize him as a gift to the downtrodden, naming him deliverer and savior in anticipation of his future deeds, the young Primarch would be tutored by his protectors and resolve to free them from their tyranny. Embodying notions of human dignity, justice, and liberty within his being, Corax would form a resistance to the tyrants of Kievar, and with time, overthrow their cruel regime. Moving unseen due to his preternatural gifts of stealth and infiltration, Corax would seize the moon of Lycaeus' weapon systems and bombard the overseer planet of Kievar with orbital atomic bombardments. At this moment, the Emperor of Mankind would arrive within the Kievar system and reunite with his long-lost Gene Son. Alone, the Emperor would speak with Corax for many long hours. With their audience concluded, Corvus Corax would resume his campaign against the tech guilds of Kievar. For once they had been utterly destroyed, with no assistance from the Emperor, Corax would be proven worthy and assume the mantle of Master of the 19th Legion, the soon-to-be renamed Raven Guard. With the tech guilds of Kievar capitulating and the moon of Lycaeus renamed Deliverance, the Mechanicum of Mars would rebuild the moon's infrastructure and construct a gargantuan looming tower, the Raven Spire. With the 19th Legion under his command, Corax would reorganize the methods and tactics of his legion to his liking. Purging the old customs of the Terran Xeric tribes from the Legion's ranks, Corax would revile the Legion's history of oppression and occupation. Displacing the Terran senior officers with his new Lycaean Astartes, Corax would refine and perfect his Legion's expertise of stealth and unconventional strategies. So effective were his innovations that during a Strategio Simulacra to test his Legion, Corax would defeat his brother Primarch, Rabute Guilliman, during the simulation. Though after 2 subsequent victories, Corax would never again defeat the Master of Ultramar, as he adjusted and refined his counters to his strategies. Further advancing and modifying the armaments and weapons of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the ingenuity of Corax would be shown with the introduction of the Shadowhawk gunship and Whispercutter flyer. The Kievaran guilds now serving the Raven Guard, lending their ingenuity to construct unique and tailor-made adaptations specifically to favor the 19th Legion's tactics. Kievar now aided the Imperial war effort, if not by output, but as a stalwart forge world specializing in many peculiar contraptions. Their ties to the Legio Gryphonicus further bolstering the Raven Guard with the aid of a Titan Legion loyal to the Primarch of the 19th. Bringing worlds into compliance during the Great Crusade, it would be the Raven Guard and Corax whom would be tasked with bringing into compliance a singularly important world which would bear great significance to the future of humanity. The world of Istvan Free. Destroying Istvan Free's military unprovoked with various precision strikes, the Raven Guard would succeed in bringing the world into compliance. Despite some resistance, a delegation of Istvanians surrendered to the Raven Lord. Swearing to accept the teachings and ideals of the Imperium, the Istvanians would begin their integration with the civilian populace, left to integrate them into the fold. Dismantling the planet's religious traditions and assigning the planetary governor, Vardus Pral, to rule the world, the Raven Guard would be ignorant to the planet's destiny as the staging ground for humanity's greatest betrayal. Further aiding the newly appointed War Master, Horus Lupercal, during the compliance of the Battle of Gate 42 within the Orcam Sophis cluster. Brought to compliance originally by the Lunar Wolves, the people of the cluster had fallen to a mass psychosis of Xenos origin. The Xenos parasites would mature within the eye sockets of their victims and gain rudimentary control of their hosts with maturation. Forming a hive mind consciousness, these hosts would be dubbed the Unsighted Kings, to which Horus Lupercal would swear an oath of moment to reclaim his once compliant world. Seeking to prove himself worthy of his new title, the War Master would call to his aid the Space Wolves, Iron Warriors, and Raven Guard in their campaign against the Unsighted Kings. As Horus assigned the Raven Guard to assault the forces of Gate 42, Corax would denounce the strategy as a waste of lives and resources and proposed to lead his men to carry out a series of feints to draw out their enemy. The Primarch of the Iron Warriors, Perturabo, would scoff at the plan, almost causing the two brothers to clash. Yet it would be Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, whom would prevent blood being spilled. Counseling the Ravenlord, Russ would beseech Corax to heed the words of Horus, for after all, he had been chosen by the Emperor to preside above all of his brothers as War Master. Mustering his forces, Corax would assault Gate 42, assigning most of his vanguard to comprise of the Terran-born Astartes in order to sacrifice his less favoured sons. Regarded as the Raven Guard's bleakest battle in history up to this point, the 19th Legion's assault companies would be decimated. The cost of taking the gate, the lives of thousands of Raven Guard Astartes. Horus would slay the unsighted kings, dispelling their hold over the populace. Yet with so many lost, the Raven Guard now stood as the smallest in number of the legions at 80,000 Astartes. Removing himself from the command of the War Master, Corax would swear never to fight alongside Horus Lupercal again. Yet as a result of the culling of the Raven Guard's Terran-born Astartes, the Legion's warrior lodges would diminish, with Horus's hold of the Legion as a result, all but cleansed. As the Great Crusade waged on, the Raven Guard would be honoured with trialling a new pattern of Astartes armour, one which would not only become synonymous with the 19th Legion, but also the subsequent civil war for humanity. Due to their depleted numbers, the Raven Guard would be the obvious choice to outfit with this new armour specification. Despite the misgivings of Primarch Perturabo, the Mark VI pattern of power armour would be a resounding success. Improving upon the design, the Raven Guard would see to the mass production and approval of the Mark VI design. For their service, the design would be dubbed the Corvus pattern and be distributed amongst every Astartes Legion. Yet in many regards, this honour would be overshadowed with the armour's most significant legacy being its widespread use during the cursed Horus Heresy. Upon the world of Istvan Free, Horus Lupercal would launch his scheme to overthrow the Imperium. Laying waste to his own legion's loyalist elements and those of other traitor legions, the Emperor, upon receiving the news of the betrayal, would send forth a fleet to destroy the fledgling usurper. At the spear tip, 3 loyalist legions would lead the charge: the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard. Unleashing righteous fury in the name of the Emperor, the initial assault of 3 legions would be further bolstered by the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion. As 7 legions would descend upon the traitorous and self-depleted forces of the War Master, victory would be assured. Yet as the second wave of reinforcements would make planetfall, the loyalists of the 10th, 18th and 19th Legions would be betrayed. Caught in the crossfire of 8 traitor legions, the loyalists would be massacred. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, would be slain, with Vulcan, Primarch of the Salamanders, being captured. Their legions would be left in disarray, with only Corax remaining in command of his legion. It would not be enough to counterattack the traitors. Despite fragments of the now shattered legions escaping the Istvan system, with Corax amongst their number, all 3 legions would be utterly crippled. From 80,000 Astartes, the Raven Guard now stood at barely 3,000, beaten, jaded, and demoralized survivors. Corax would be injured during the massacre, yet salvage what Astartes he could from the bloodshed. Attempting to rapidly rebuild his legion, Corax would travel to the Sol system and commune with the Emperor, and be given knowledge of the existence of chaos and the intent of Horus's rebellion. Aiding Corax with the revelation that the genetic materials of the Primarchs resided within a secret facility within Terra's Himalasian mountains. Retrieving the genetic materials, Corax would attempt to mass recruit new initiates into the Legion with the use of the so-called Magna Mater of the Primarchs. Initially successful in developing 500 Astartes into the fold of the 19th Legion, the efforts of Corax and his apothecary Vicente VI would tragically be foiled with the intervention of the cunning Alpha Legion. Tampering with the materials using a demonic virus, the 2,000 aspirants transformed from such stock would become horribly mutated with horns, talons, and other maladies. Further escalating Corax's problems, the Alpha Legion had now infiltrated the Raven Guard, causing mistrust and screening to further delay his Legion's renewal. With his attempts to rebuild his Legion in ruins, Corax would realize his plans to replenish the Raven Guard had been a mistake. And so, after screening the Alpha Legion's infiltrators from their ranks, Corax would accept that the Legion would continue as they always had, with their slow, painstaking methods of recruitment. Yet with such resolve, Corax knew that to face the traitors, he would need to devise a new plan of action. Lacking enough firepower to face the traitors en masse, the Raven Guard would attack the supply convoys, weapons deliveries, logistical headquarters, shipping yards, and worker camps of the traitors, denying the War Master useful if not crucial supplies intended for his final assault of the Siege of Terra. The Raven Guard would continue to sabotage the traitor war effort as best they could until its resolution during the final battle between the Emperor and Horus. With the traitors repelled from Holy Terra, the Raven Guard would be reorganized into a founding chapter of the now ordained successors of the Codex Astartes. For decades, the now chapter of the Adeptus Astartes would rebuild. Undermanned and without purpose, the 19th would further hone and perfect their doctrines of war. Welcoming the decision to divide the legions of Astartes into chapters, Corax would regardless seek vengeance against the traitors, alone. After a solar year of grief-stricken penance for his actions during the Horus Heresy, locked within the Ravenspire, Corvus Corax would depart deliverance. Disappearing from the Imperium, Corax would venture into the Eye of Terror in his quest for retribution. The last words uttered from the Primarch to his sons prior to his departure: nevermore. As the millennia have waned without the word of their Primarch's return, the Raven Guard would spend much of its time campaigning across the eastern fringe of the galaxy. Now led by their chapter master, Kayvan Shrike, the 19th's might is now split amongst the stars as several covert battalions poised to face the enemies of his Imperium. The ultimate objective of such scattered campaigns, known only to the Master of Shadows. The gene seed of the Raven Guard would be greatly diminished due to the events of the Horus Heresy. Attempting to hasten the replenishment of their broken legion, the Raven Guard's gene seed sabotage by the Alpha Legion would lead to further problems with each new generation of the Raven Guard. Drawing much of their genetic material from Holy Terror, the transformation of aspirants into the Adeptus Astartes is arguably more difficult than any other Loyalist chapter. Irrespective of the 19th's countless casualties resulting in their harsh training, those aspirants whom survive their training will receive transplanted organs with a high rate of degeneration. The vast majority of organs implanted within the Raven Guard do not function properly, with many implants, such as the mucranoid organ, which regulates their endurance of hazardous temperatures and the vacuum of space, failing to mature. As a result, the Raven Guard bear the mutation of chapter-wide pale skin pigmentation due to their melanochromic organs' inability to reliably adjust to solar radiation. Pure white in aesthetic, it matters not whereby the recruits to the chapter hail from, as all who survive their gene implantation shall become pale as wraiths with pure black hair and eyes, as is characteristic of their gene stock. Further resulting from their genetic deficiencies, the 19th also bear the so-called curse of their Primarch, the Lure of the Shadows. Reserved in demeanor, if not antisocial in their behavior, the Raven Guard are terse in their communication. As the curse progresses, 3 stages of the Astartes character shall become evident. First, the Battle Brother will become more reclusive, choosing to fight amongst only small strike teams, and shall become resistant to joint chapter operations involving direct assaults and tactics, verging on objectively disobedient refusal to follow orders. Second, the Astartes shall become ever more brooding with their dealings not only of other chapters, but also their brethren, skulking in shadows, choosing to remain silent until absolutely necessary, and manifesting an aura of unease amongst his squadron. Finally, the Raven Guard Astartes shall grow to despise even his most stalwart of battle brothers, believing his tactics and decisions outweigh the merit of his peers, even should more experienced or battle-tested Astartes' strategies objectively bear greater results. Recruitment within the Raven Guard is amongst the slowest within the Loyalist chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, yielding high casualty rates due to their combined training regimes and failure rate of their organ transplantations. The Raven Guard have never truly recovered from their ignominious fall during the Horus Heresy. Spending an inordinate amount of time as members of the chapter's scout company, each batch of recruits are accompanied by several veterans to observe and mentor their progress. Never mobilized at full strength as outlined by the Codex Astartes, the Raven Guard would struggle to muster a force capable of matching the strength of their first founding brethren, recruiting their aspirants solely from their homeworld of deliverance. The need to transport genetic materials from Holy Terra on a regular basis would also contribute to their slow replenishment of numbers. However, due to the Raven Guard's preference and unmatched skill in stealth, sabotage, and infiltration, their casualties in war would be below the average incurred by other Astartes chapters. Trained by the chapter's Shadow Masters or the Ravenspire, aspirants of the 19th are taught in the methods to move silently with minimal detection. Despite their objectively bulky armor, the Raven Guard display the uncanny ability of wraith slipping within the labyrinths of the Ravenspire. Packing their armor with earth and rags of fabric, the aspirants learn to muffle the sounds of their armor until they are capable of mastering the secret rites of silence employed by every battle brother of the Raven Guard. Constantly training and understanding the art of wraith slipping, every Astartes of the chapter is required to maintain their understanding of this formidable art, lest they erode their mastery of its techniques. Though not infallible, the recruits will come to understand that such near-perfect camouflage and concealment is the hallmark of any veteran of the chapter. The initial formation of the 19th Legion would be comprised similar to its Unification-era contemporaries, divided into chapters, each containing battalions, companies, and finally squads. Most individual Astartes would identify their service to the Legion by denoting their role within a company instead of their chapter. With the reunion of their Primarch and the Imperium of Man, the 19th would incorporate tank warfare into the Legion, though their use would dwindle with their resultant decimation during the Horus Heresy. Numbering only 4,000 Astartes by the end of the Horus Heresy, the Raven Guard would reorganize the companies into Talons, Falcons, and light vehicle and air support squadrons into Hawks. Fielding many specialist squads and formations, the Raven Guard deployed a preponderance of reconnaissance squads in comparison to their cousin legions, also employing a large contingent of Moritats, Astartes who bore suicidal tactics in their methods of battle and would conduct more assassination and sabotage missions than any other contemporary legion. Though employing librarians during the Great Crusade with the Edict of Nicaea, Corvus Corax would agree to disband his legions Librarius. Reassigned as frontline troops, the librarians of the Legion would never fully recover due to the events of the Istvan V Dropside Massacre, culling the majority of their number. Commanded solely by senior officers originating from Deliverance by the time of the Horus Heresy, Corax would loosely overrule his lieutenants due to his nature of valuing candid and honest counsel. Not willing to be treated alike to his brother Primarchs, Corax would expect his men not to serve him as a serf would to a tyrant. Protected by his loyal Shadow Wardens, the Honor Guard of the Legion, Corax would devise further specialist ranks to be employed within the Legion. Amongst the first company, the Mordaefan would serve as the elite reconnaissance and scouts of the 19th. Nicknamed the Shadow Masters, these members of the Raven Guard will, alike to their Primarch, be able to shadow walk, the ability employed by their Primarch to walk amongst mortals seemingly unnoticed. Wielding chainswords, bolt pistols, sniper rifles, and on rare occasions Volkite armaments, the Mordaefan would communicate using strange whispers known as Stalk Argot. Said battle candle's size and whispers would be to the untrained ear alike to gusts of wind or environmental sounds. With few surviving past the Istvan V Dropsite Massacre, the Mordafen would seemingly disappear as their numbers dwindled. The Deliverers would comprise the Legion's dreadnought contingent. Due to their inability to conduct the subtle arts of war employed by the Raven Guard, these dreadnoughts would be deployed only when all attempts at sabotage and stealth would fail. Often sent to distant Crusade fleets and engagements, these units would bear little favour from their Primarch. The Shadow Killers would result from veterans of the Legion succumbing to the intense stress of the battlefield. Afflicted by the so-called sable brand of their eyes becoming pure black in colour, these unfortunate Astartes would seek relief only in causing as many casualties by their hand as possible. Frenzied and lacking all sense of self-preservation, the Shadow Killers would on occasion recover, but more reliably further descend into suicidal rampages. Such units would be seen in other legions of the Astartes, whom would be labelled by Rabute Guilliman as Moritats. Dark Fury assault squads would conduct brutal assassination strikes against their enemies. By no means subtle in their application of violence, the Fury assault squads would attack high-valued targets, whilst the wider Legion waged war. Armed with lightning claws, they would tear their enemies to shreds and deploy Darkwing patterned Storm Eagles and Whisper Cutters to close the distance to their targets. Due to the chapter's doctrines of concealment and espionage, the Raven Guard do not employ embellishments or gaudy designs upon their armour. Encased in jet black armour, best suited to aiding them in their concealment within the shadows, the 19th complied to the outlines of the Codex Astartes with only minor alterations in its overarching guidelines. Despite their proclivity to obfuscate or remove their heraldry during engagements with more canny adversaries, the Raven Guard would diminish their command markings and squad identifiers in the wake of the second founding. As a Codex-compliant chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, the Raven Guard divide their numbers into 10 100-man-strong companies. Officers within the chapter would be commanded by the captains, known as Shadow Captains, with each chapter master, following the departure of the Raven Lord, assigned the title of Master of Shadows. Proudly displaying their chapter iconography of the Raven on their left pauldrons, their shoulder plates trim, no matter their rank, shall always remain the purest of black. Their right pauldron displays their squad specialization, such as close support, fire support, veteran, or command staff. Though the 19th's fire support sigil differs from other Codex-compliant chapters by the symbol of an explosive detonation. Their right pauldron's trim denotes their company, with white reserved for the Elite First Company. Other colours include gold for the 2nd, red for the 3rd, green for the 4th, black for the 5th, bronze for the 6th, purple for the 7th, silver for the 8th, and blue for the 9th. Squads are designated in low Gothic numerals on the left knee plate. Rank is denoted by helmet designs, denoted by skull iconography and colour coding. Sergeants bear a simple skull on the crest of their helmet, whilst veteran sergeants retain their skull icon and paint their helmets white. Lieutenants bear a red and white stripe pattern on their helmets and an ornate design on their right pauldron, while Shadow Captains resemble the white skull-adorned helmets of the veteran sergeants, with the addition of an ornate captain design on their right pauldron. Some high-ranking senior officers paint their shoulder plates purest white, and on rarer occasions, pair these with white paint on both of their arms. Yet for every design or signifier of rank, the Raven Guard also employ heavily encoded Auspex signifiers into their armour designs, allowing for their Battle Brothers autosensors to identify senior officers during their concealment. Though within these outlinings of heraldry, there also exists a unique signifier for the chapter's elite. The black Ravenclaw symbol adorns the right pauldron with a white background. Reserved for the most venerated and long-serving veterans, this marking denotes Astartes of the chapter, renowned for their guerrilla warfare and versatile command experience. Following the outlined strategies and guidelines of the Codex Astartes, the Raven Guard eschew several tactics outlined by the tome, due to their preference for waging war and limited deployable force. Experts of guerrilla warfare, attritional warfare, and coordinated strikes, the Raven Guard target weak points in enemy defenses, and with speed, cripple the enemy by destroying high-valued infrastructure and targets. Unwilling to engage in reckless assaults that could endanger their Astartes, the 19th rely heavily on their scout marines in gathering information during reconnaissance missions. Deployed in small squads, rather than the full might of the chapter, each captain and their companies fight independently from one another. Regardless of the oversight of their chapter master, each Raven Guard company offers aid to Imperial forces as required. Often criticized for their tactical efficacy due to their loose authority for command, the Raven Guard nonetheless exemplify incredible discipline when commanded by their captains. Deploying several rapid maneuver vehicles in combat, such as land speeders, attack bikes, and Thunderhawk gunships, the Raven Guard support these elements with drop pod insertions of dreadnoughts and highly favor aerial assaults via jump packs. An infantry-heavy chapter, their preference for speed and maneuverability precludes their use of heavy armor, such as Predator tanks or Land Raiders, yet some are held in reserve should they be needed. A mix of special forces units and mechanized infantry, the Raven Guard field overwhelming aerial superiority during engagements to enable surgical strikes behind enemy lines. Often armed with lightning claws, Raven Guard kill teams offset their opposition's numerical superiority by targeting their commanders. Conducting many rituals from their homeworld of deliverance, each neophyte of the 19th must embark on a meditative trance to hunt the avians of the world of Kievar. Utilizing wraith slipping, the neophytes must hunt the ravens of Kievar unnoticed before snatching one up and snapping its neck. The skulls of their prey are then worn as totems hung from small chains around their necks or right pauldrons. These Raven Calvaria represent the Astartes warriors' honor, and should they fall in battle, are collected, similar to the ancient Terran dog tags. Those whom recover these totems shall carry them into battle for their fallen brothers until they shall return to Kievar and bury the skull in the soil of their chapter's homeworld. Fallen Raven Guard Astartes are stripped of their armor, weapons, and gene seed to continue their service to the Legion. The bodies of the fallen 19th left for the carrion of battle, a feast for their venerated namesakes. Despite their reverence to their Primarch Corvus Corax, the Raven Guard do not show the same fervor to the Emperor of Mankind, unlike most of their contemporaries. The 19th follow in their Primarch's footsteps, learning from every battle the lessons to be employed to continue the survival of their chapter. Abhorring the tactics of needless shedding of blood akin to the 9th Legion, or the principled yet boisterous blunt force of the 7th, the Raven Guard see the tactics and doctrines of their peers to be unrefined and callous. Their glory would be earned not in the wholesale slaughter of their foes, the rivers of blood slicking from their blades, or the compliance of worlds under their heavy armored boots. Instead, their glory would be in the honor of preserving their brethren, whilst efficiently culling their enemies in methodical and swift engagements. Bearing rivalries, grudges, and even outright contempt for many of their cousin chapters, the Raven Guard set themselves apart as the brooding yet stoic warriors of the Primarch's example. For a blade in the dark is best stayed until the perfect moment to strike presents itself. And should that moment not manifest, all that is required is to retreat, re-strategize, and lie in wait for the next chance to strike.
We go where we wilt. We slay who we wilt. Let the Emperor judge the righteousness of our deeds. It is a time of confusion and realigned loyalty. We have many heads, but we act as one. One legion with a single will. We are a union of the alike and the like-minded. We will not tolerate treachery. We will not allow our compact to fracture. We will not suffer the short-sightedness of our brother legions, nor the averted gaze of the wider Imperium. We are the Alpha Legion, and we take the long view. Each legion of the first founding of the Adeptus Astartes specialize in a strategic aspect of waging war. Some are renowned for their skill at siegecraft and fortification. Others are revered for their use of maneuverability, savagery, or skill at arms. Yet few are known for their cunning, and only one of their number is infamous for their use of secrecy, sabotage, and espionage. The 20th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Alpha Legion. Known as the Ghost Legion during their early deployment
during the Great Crusade, the 20th Legion would be the last to be crafted of the first founding, according to conventional records of the Imperium. However, as is the case for most of the Legion's history, much of it is shrouded in conspiracy, redacted records, and misinformation. Other remembrances claim their inception to be prior to any of the legions in a prototypical form. What is known is that the Emperor of Mankind would construct the Legion in total secrecy, with even the Legion's gene seed information being kept a priority secret. Alike to their kindred trefoil of the Salamanders and Space Wolves, the 20th Legion would be formed in separation from the other first founding armies to enable their deployment for specific strategic operations. Their early service as a legion characterized by abductions, assassinations, targeted strikes, and espionage missions on Holy Terror, the Legion would seemingly operate without any command from the discovered Primarchs of the Imperium, their designation known only as Alpha. Though it is believed by the wider Imperium that the Legion's Primarch known as Alfarius would be the last of the Emperor's sons to be discovered, accounts from the Primarch's own hand allude to his discovery prior to that of even the vaunted first Primarch, Horus Lupercal. Commanding his legion from the shadows, if the records of the Primarch are to be believed, his existence would be known only to a select few of the Imperium: the Emperor, Malcador the Sigillite, and commander of the Adeptus Custodes, Constantin Valdor. Alfarius claims to have even been involved in the culling of the ill-fated Thunder Warriors under the guise of the Dark Angels Legion. Should these records be accurate, the Emperor of Mankind would nonetheless refuse to expand the ranks of the Alpha Legion, constraining their ranks to an estimation of 2,000 Astartes. Their gene seed either too valuable to squander on vast deployments, or burdened with a potential flaw in its gene encoding. Some speculate that the Alpha Legion would undergo further augmentations by the Emperor's own hand, unique to their legion, though this speculation cannot be verified. Used sparingly and with great specificity during the remainder of the Great Crusade, records of the Legion would be scarce. Often designated as a legion with no heraldry or identification markings, or even as impostors garbed in the color of other legions, their acts of subterfuge would cause great resentment and distrust amongst their cousin Astartes. Whilst never leaving witnesses or tangible evidence of their involvement, the Alpha Legion's reputation as the Ghost Legion would spread as a force capable of bleeding their enemies slowly yet absolutely. Their tactic of overwhelming confusion and lightning-quick lethality, designated as the Harrowing. Apathetic to the praise so cherished by the other legions of the Adeptus Astartes and their Primarchs, the Alpha Legion would attend to their duties with the sole purpose of furthering their own gains and fulfilling their duty to the Emperor. Their first joint operation with their fellow Astartes legions, beginning with the Dark Angels during the Rangdan Xenocides. Primarch of the first, Lionel Johnson, would parley with a representative of the 20th Legion, Alfarius. Feigning his true identity as the Primarch of the Legion, Alfarius would claim the Legion to be bereft of a Primarch's command, willing to offer their blades and bolters to the Lion to aid in his ascension as the potential candidate of the War Master of the Imperium. Their goals aligned to the Lion's practicality to utilize secrecy during war, more suited than the tactics of Rabute Guilliman or Horus Lupercal. Though in truth, this offer would be entirely self-serving to the 20th Legion's needs, their alliance to the Dark Angels enabling the recovery of the twin brother of Primarch Alfarius from the Rangdan war zone, Omegon. With the twin Primarchs of the 20th Legion reunited, their fluidity in weaving shadows and trickery to achieve their goals would be bolstered. Embracing their Primarch's dual vision for the future, the Alpha Legion's use of misdirection would become peerless amongst any established army within the Imperium. Their continued mastery of deception forming strong rivalries between their more stoic peers, such as the Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, and Death Guard, with Primarch of the Night Lords, Conrad Kurz, commenting on the Alpha Legion that they were sinners in a shroud of lies, with all but the Lunar Wolves, Dark Angels, and Iron Hands campaigning successfully in cooperation with the Alpha Legion without incident. Spinning more elaborate webs of cunning, the Alpha Legion would garner many great victories throughout the Great Crusade, despite abandoning many Imperial practices and efficiencies to achieve their goals. With one such incident on Testra Prime leading to the slow annihilation of the Defenders' forces with casualties of up to 90% in the campaign's peak. With Primarch Alfarius countering his criticism of the campaign being winnable with much more efficiency as too easy to achieve. Shunned by the Primarchs from this moment on, only War Master Horus Lupercal would defend and praise his brother's actions. Impressed with his capabilities at ensnaring and controlling his enemies with such skill. Yet for the rest of the Great Crusade, the Alpha Legion would recede back into the dark corners of the galaxy, their prowess in war proven beyond a shadow of a doubt despite their fellow legions' misgivings. With the dawn of betrayal at the hands of the War Master, the Alpha Legion's loyalty to the Imperium of Man would be called into question. Yet the Alpha Legion would be contacted by the strange clandestine Xenos organization, the Cabal, prior to the Legion's involvement in the Civil War. Presented with two predictions of the future, it is claimed that this moment would fracture the Alpha Legion's path for the millennia to come. Given warning and understanding of the fell powers of chaos, the Cabal would show Alfarius Omegon the first of two futures. The Emperor would endure the Great Civil War across the stars, but with his victory, his species would be cursed with 10, perhaps 20,000 years of decay and suffering, until their inevitable destruction by the forces of the ruinous powers. Yet should Horus Lupercal succeed, humanity would perish and drag the forces of chaos into their oblivion, salvaging the galaxy in the process. Torn between allegiance to their father and the survival of the galaxy, it is unclear as to the intent of the Primarchs. All that is of import is their decision to side with the traitor legions. With the betrayal of Horus Lupercal relayed to the Emperor of Mankind, the Alpha Legion would be sent to crush the traitor forces stationed at the planet of Istvan V. Adding their strength to the second wave of assault, the initial wave of destruction to bring the traitors to heel would be fought by the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard legions. Yet alike to the rest of the assault's reinforcements, the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and Wordbearers, the Alpha Legion would turn on their loyalist brothers, though not without contradictions in their methods. Allowing the Raven Guard and their Primarch Corvus Corax to escape their blockade of the planet, the Alpha Legion's loyalty to their traitorous brothers would be called into question. Combating a World Eater's battle barge in the process of allowing the Raven Guard to escape, the Alpha Legion would explain to the War Master that they had infiltrated the ranks of the Loyalist Legion. Using sleeper cell individuals within the Raven Guard, the Alpha Legion would ingest the brains of the fallen and graft their flesh onto their faces, gleaning knowledge of their phantom identities and allowing their seamless integration into the 19th Legion. Distrustful of their methods of war upon hearing Alfarius' explanation to their goals, the War Master would command his own legion to be screened for imposters within their ranks. For the 20th Legion had shown themselves to be self-serving in the extreme, and willing to defy the orders of the War Master should they see an opportunity. Distancing themselves from the traitors to the throne, the Alpha Legion would attend to a series of interferences to delay the other Astartes legions from engaging the wider conflict. Blockading the White Scars at the Chondak system, Primarch Alfarius Omegon would ignore their orders from the War Master to recruit the White Scars into the fold of the traitors. Baiting them into combating their own forces, it is unclear if this decision was used to bolster the White Scars' allegiance to the throne, with Omegon commanding an assault of his own forces that occupied a pylon array, preventing communications between the White Scars and Holy Terror. For this would not be the only time the Alpha Legion would combat its own forces, with Alfarius manipulating the Shattered Legion strike force under the command of Iron Hand, Shadrach Medusan, to attack his own forces. The Primarchs spinning their own legion of Astartes, whether to weed out men of conflicting loyalties, or to enable plausible deniability when scrutinized by the War Master. Such machinations cannot be known outside the command of the Alpha Legion. Though for the remainder of the heresy, not one Astartes of the 20th Legion would attempt to engage the Loyalists on the throne world of Holy Terror. Due to this fact, it is unknown where their true allegiances lie, with each act of aid to the Imperium countered by betrayal, such as the attempted assassination of Primarch Roboute Guilliman. And for each named incidence of Alfarius, there are conflicting sources of his presence in systems leagues away. Reports claim the death of Alfarius during the Battle of Pluto against Primarch Rogel Dawn, whilst others claim the death to be his twin brother, Omegon. All that can be said in truth are aspersions and half-truths, even following the Horus heresy into the Scouring and beyond. Unlike their traitor brethren, the Alpha Legion would not retreat into the Eye of Terror with the fall of their War Master, Horus Lupercal. Reorganizing in the galactic east, the Alpha Legion would be hounded by the Ultramarines to the planet of Escrador. Outmaneuvered by Primarch Roboute Guilliman, reports suggest that Alfarius Omegon was once again slain at the hands of a Primarch. Yet despite such a seemingly critical blow to the Alpha Legion, the Ultramarines would nonetheless be driven from the conflict. The Alpha Legion fracturing into smaller autonomous warbands following the battle and seeming loss of their second Primarch. Forming secret bases on asteroid fields, space hulks, and dark corners of the galaxy, the Alpha Legion continues its service by harassing garrisons, ships, and settlements across the Imperium, instigating chaos cult uprisings across many worlds. Those whom claim the benevolent intent of the Alpha Legion find much to contradict their claims. For with the fracturing of the Legion into warbands, seemingly without the leadership of the Primarchs, it is unclear as to where any one warband's allegiance truly lies. Whether as double agents intent on the survival of the Imperium, veiled instigators of the death of the Emperor and destruction of chaos, or pawns in the great game of the ruinous powers. Declared exterminated by the High Lords of Terror and Inquisition on no less than 3 instances, the Alpha Legion continues to survive as both loyal sons of the Imperium and duplicitous servants of chaos in equal measure, warring not only against the galaxy, but their own ranks. The Alpha Legion's command structure, much like their history, is mired in contradiction and mystery, with only their armor colorings of somewhat reliable consistency. Incorporating scale-like designs of a serpent into their armor, the Alpha Legion primarily mimic the color scheme of their Primarch Alfarius, azure blue, silver, and emerald green, further changing the aesthetics of their skin, such as the face with tattoos of the Hydra. With those still standing defiant to the law of chaos within the Legion, wearing their armor colors as a testament of their loyalty to their Primarch's vision and principles. Their heraldry and livery kept intentionally sparse to keep their enemies from ascertaining command structure, high-valued targets, and other useful information. Their aims to misdirect their enemies, preventing their hosts and cohorts from fracturing with the loss of an individual Space Marine. Sometimes changing their standard color scheme to pale grays, purples, bronze hues, and other disparate designs to continually confuse their adversaries. Though some signs of subtle command structure can be gleaned from their armor designs on occasion, such as the ever-increasingly delicate engravings of serpents of the Alpha Legion's arm plating to denote rank. Yet many speculate that not even the Legion's Primarch Alfarius knew the full extent of his Legion's command structure, crafting an innately unknowable organization to confound even their own members whom pried too deep. Yet there do exist champions of the Legion, donned in cloaks of scales, these badges of prestige reclaimed from the fallen, and reused by their fellow battle brothers. Whether these champions are true masters of the blade or merely distractions to further confound their enemies is unknown. Comprising much alike to other Astartes prior to the Scouring, the Alpha Legion would nonetheless change the naming conventions of their divisions. Companies would be known as Harrows, battalions as cohorts, and chapters known as hosts, though even these naming conventions would be continually broken down and reorganized over time. Recruitment within the Legion determined not on an individual basis, the operatives of the Alpha Legion would succeed on a squad basis. Eschewing personal glory or heroics, the Alpha Legion would function as a highly organized, cohesive organization. Decisions and strategies would be conducted in democratic debate, with non-Astartes operatives allowed to voice disagreement and insight, a trait unique amongst the 20th, being their tendency to recruit many non-Astartes operatives to bolster their legion's ability to infiltrate and influence all facets of society and enemy command structures, even reintegrating compromised operatives where possible to retain their skills and experience. Employing highly specialized equipment, the Alpha Legion would be characterized for their use of specialized bolter rounds, cloaking technologies, chameleon shrouds, and specialized armor configurations. Highly autonomous in nature and adapting to the assassinations and deaths of command staff, the Alpha Legion has an uncanny ability to adapt and survive from almost any setback, giving credence to the Legion's choice of avatar as the multi-headed mythical beast, the Hydra. For should the head of the Hydra be severed, more shall sprout in its place. I am Alpharius. I am Alpharius. We are all Alpharius. We are the Alpha Legion, and we are all one. This has been a tale of the Great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer. The fall from grace of the Legiones Astartes is a cautionary tale to the subjects of the Imperium. Even among the demigods of war crafted by the Emperor, they are not immune to the thrall of corruption. For even in the 41st millennium and beyond, the inheritors of the glory of the Primogenitor Space Marines fight to both protect and besiege the innocence of the Imperium and wage an endless war for the soul of humanity. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And at the forefront of the bloodiest of battles, the Space Marines shall be at its vanguard.